I received news of the apocalypse a month in advance. I thought I could become the destined hero of a novel, but after selling my house and clearing my online loans, I ended up in massive debt. I found that my apocalypse was different from everyone else's. At this moment, there are only 10 minutes left until the predicted apocalypse. Outside, there is no moonlight, just darkness, and the cicadas have fallen silent, as if waiting for the end. Everything is silent, and I am alone with my supplies, waiting for the midnight chime. Looking at the food, drinking water, winter coats, weapons for defense, and toys to ease my loneliness, I felt a surge of confidence as classic scenes from apocalypse novels flashed in my mind. Once you exchange for a gentle woman every night, a single sausage draws the formerly aloof school beauty to compete for attention. The more I thought about it, the more excited I became. Lying on the couch, I couldn't help but hum, when suddenly the system in my body alerted me that the time was up. The apocalypse has arrived. I took a deep breath. The moment I had been waiting for had finally come. Then I leaned out to look outside, ready to assess the situation. Under the tranquil night sky was the familiar street scene. The dim streetlights illuminated neighbors walking home with their dogs, and the whispers exchanged in the corners. Young lovers leaned in to listen, and I could even hear the sounds of laughter and drinking from a nearby barbecue stall. Everything seemed as it always was. There were no zombies, no screams, no panic. What kind of apocalypse is this? I started to panic and immediately pulled out my phone, desperately searching online for signs of the end. News of celebrities' scandals dominated the trending topics, and the sounds of selling goods filled the live streams, leaving families dizzy from it all. Local channels were still airing boring dramas, and I imagined, "Excuse me, viewers, we interrupt for an urgent news flash." But there was nothing at all. Everything happened. I spent all my money preparing for the apocalypse, but it never came. Where is the supposed end? The system in my body calmly replied, "Cece, you sold your house, are deep in debt, ridiculed by your peers, and looked down upon by childhood friends. Is there a more terrifying apocalypse for you than this?" I was stunned. So this is the real apocalypse? Indeed, isn't this situation far more terrifying than zombies? Just as I was feeling hopeless, a strange text appeared before my eyes. "Survivors, please be aware, a zombie presence is approaching you." At the same time, there was a heavy knocking sound outside the steel-welded door. Could there really be zombies? Is the apocalypse truly here? The knocking continued. I took a deep breath and leaned close to the peephole to look outside, and to my shock, it was Wang Tang. A piercing pain shot through my entire body. Through the peephole, I saw Wang Tang's round face covered in blood, illuminated by the dim hallway light, looking especially eerie. I never imagined that the first zombie I would see in the apocalypse would be someone so significant in my life. One of the most important people to me. Wang Tang is a few years younger than me and has always followed me around, giggling and showing an inexplicable admiration. After I learned about the apocalypse, I told him, and he immediately went and maxed out his father's credit card, even going so far as to sneakily take photos of his crush to apply for a black belt. But now he seemed completely unaware. He must be joking with me. I found it hard to accept. Not only does sadness solve nothing, but after drying my tears, I pulled out a large cleaver from behind me, which I had bought at a high price on the black market to defend against the emo zombies. I never expected that my first strike would be against someone close to me. Rest in peace, Tingzi. Let me help you escape from your pain. The moment I opened the door, I struck with a swift motion, creating a cold flash. Brother Ming, no. Wang Tang dodged, and I quickly retracted my strike. Luckily, both of us reacted quickly, barely stopping the blade's momentum. It's not Brother Ming. Why are you trying to chop me? Wang Tang looked extremely aggrieved. I was equally puzzled. If you're not a zombie, then what's with the blood on your face? Wang Tang's eyes turned red. Of course, that was from my dad beating me up. You accidentally exposed yourself by maxing out his credit card and sending him nude photos. It wasn't an accident. I did it on purpose. I thought the apocalypse was coming, so I boldly announced my exploits to him. But then the apocalypse never came. Feeling Wang Tang's resentful gaze, I felt a bit guilty and stammered that the situation regarding the apocalypse was a bit complicated. Suddenly, new information appeared before my eyes. Having held off a zombie up close for over a minute for the first time, you earn 1 survival point. Collecting survival points can be used to unlock various system functions, and every 24 hours of survival, rewards will be calculated based on the points earned. As I faced the zombie up close, I looked around, and apart from Wang Tang, there was no one nearby. Could it be that Wang Tang really is a zombie? Thinking this, I raised my weapon again and asked, "What's your name?" The sudden question startled Wang Tang, who said, "Brother Ming, how could you turn on me like this? Was that a bit too harsh? Answer me." I raised my voice and pressed the knife against Wang Tang's neck. Wang Tang straightened up and obediently replied, "My name is Wang Tang, the one with the great earth-like presence." Wang Tang nodded secretly and then asked, "Do you prefer breasts or butt?" Brother Ming, you understand me, I've always liked JL, so it really is Wang Teng. I lowered the knife, but confusion filled my mind. How could he be classified as a zombie by the system? Did the system malfunction and mistakenly identify the normal world as an apocalypse? Thinking this, I gave Wang Teng a light slap on the head, and the system chimed in. You have dealt damage to a zombie for the first time. Reward, 1 survival point, and you gain 1 minute of exclusive bonus time for newcomers. Ha, I knew it. I couldn't help but laugh and said, hang in there, little tongue. Wang Teng looked completely puzzled. Before he could react, my series of slaps landed on his chubby little face, adding 1 survival point. +1+1. Brother Ming, you went too far. Wang Teng shook my hand off and made a face he thought was very cool. But the more I looked, the more I liked it. I playfully pinched him and said, Little Tang, I'm not lying to you. The apocalypse has truly arrived, and it came in a rather unexpected way. Wang Teng completely misunderstood my words, and all he could think was that Brother Ming must have been triggered. He was probably really going crazy. Brother Ming, should we go to the mental health clinic tomorrow? I couldn't be bothered to respond, my smile growing brighter as I said, listen, host. You're quite bold to act so casually towards a zombie. Reward, 1 survival point, and you gain 1 minute of exclusive bonus time for newcomers. As long as the actions are easy, the rewards actually double. What else is there to say? I shamelessly felt up Wang Tang, even getting a good look at everything, including his little buddy. When I knocked out Mingge, I was straight as can be. Wang Ming couldn't take it anymore and bolted, covering his backside in panic. You successfully repelled a regular zombie. Reward, 3 survival points. Regular zombies? Are there even unusual ones? It's late at night and there aren't many zombies outside. I'll explore properly tomorrow. On a January morning, as soon as I stepped downstairs, I received a system prompt. 11 Ding has infiltrated a small wet zone undetected. Reward, +2 survival points. This works too. I cheerfully greeted my zombie neighbors. Good morning, sister. Just out buying groceries. Everyone shot me odd looks, politely nodding but stepping back, all wondering, who is this guy? I don't recognize him at all. Ah, Ding. You attempted to communicate with the zombie but were ignored. However, your courage is commendable. Reward, +1 survival point. Then I began to explore frequently, delving deep into various wet zones, crazily racking up survival points. In the end, I concluded that the smaller the space shared with zombies, the higher the zombie density and closer the contact, the more survival points I would earn. So, the criteria for judging survival points should reflect the risks survivors face in a real apocalyptic environment. The greater the risk, the greater the reward. If only I could find a small space with a high density of zombies where we could have close contact. At that moment, my footsteps halted at the entrance of a dark alley, where a charming figure leaned against the wall, waiting for a fateful encounter. I answered firmly, my expression as solemn and pure as a vow. The small room was filled with the suffocating scent of cheap perfume, and a pair of red high heels playfully stood before me. How old is your brother? The owner of the heels was a girl in a black leather mini skirt, her wavy hair cascading down. She tilted her head, not classically beautiful, but like a ripe fruit. She was irresistibly enticing. I knew I couldn't show any hesitation in this situation, so I purposely asked, are you asking about age or something else? The girl paused for a moment, then broke into a knowing smile. Of course, it's age. There's no need to ask further. It's obvious. Hey, don't worry, we're both 18, I said, shifting my posture to feign calm. The girl observed everything with a knowing smile and didn't press the issue. Let's make the most of our time, she said, reaching out to grab the corner of my shirt. Just as she was about to lift it, I hurriedly stopped her. What do you think you're doing? Of course, she said with a slight smile, a triumphant look on her face. Oh, little brother, are you shy? No, sister, you've misunderstood me. I'm not here for that. So you mean you don't want the full package, just the half? What's the difference between full and half? Hearing this, the girl licked her red lips and said, this is the half package. The full package is when we stop. Got it, I understand, I said, blushing. My intentions are very simple. You just need to keep me company in this room, maybe hold hands, but that's it. Don't worry, I'll pay. The girl couldn't help but curse. What a waste of my time. I'll pay double. Immediately, the girl changed her tone, smiling like a flower, praising her little brother for being generous. At that moment, a system prompt appeared before me. Ding! Elite zombie with poison traits, normal level. Since you've held your ground against the elite zombie in a small space for over 5 minutes, reward, +30 survival points. You had close contact with the elite zombie and were unharmed. There are no signs of poisoning either, reward, +60 survival points. It really works. I excitedly said to the girl, let's call another one and play poker. Finally unable to hold back, the girl smiled seductively but inwardly scoffed, thinking, men really are all the same. he even wants to have a threesome. But the next second, I pulled a deck of playing cards out of my pocket and spread them out on the bed, leaving the girl stunned. So when you said play poker, you really meant playing cards? As I stepped out of the alley, I stretched my arms wide, sporting a look of post-satisfaction. Across the street, a girl pulled out her phone and secretly filmed my actions, saying, "Han Han, look what I found. Zhang Ming is actually playing cards in the back alley." At the same time, Chen Shirhan put down her phone, her eyes filled with disgust. I didn't misjudge him. He really is trash. She stomped into the living room in her slippers. "Dad, Mom, you have to see this. My best friend saw Zhang Ming come out of the back alley after doing something. He just graduated from high school and dares to do that. It's utterly filthy. After all these years of helping him, we ended up raising such a pest. For someone like him, how can you blame me for not being sentimental and not wanting to associate with him? Now I only regret not discovering his true colors sooner and letting him go early. It's disgusting." Chen Deming and Lu Huiwan were shocked by their daughter's outburst. Lu Huiwan picked up the photo, looking at it from different angles, her face full of worry. "Old Chen, Mingming has always been a good kid. How could he?" Chen Deming put down the photo, frowning. "Han, the photo only shows Mingming standing at the entrance of the back alley. It doesn't prove he was misbehaving inside." Chen Shirhan looked incredulous. "Dad, are you still defending him? Did you not see the expression on his face? It was disgusting. You tell me, if he hadn't done anything inside, could he make that face at the entrance?" Chen Deming was left speechless. Indeed, that little expression seemed a bit too pleased. Even a small film couldn't capture that vibe. But, Chen Deming sighed. After all, he had watched him grow up. He couldn't accept that he would do such things. Chen Shirhan took a deep breath and said seriously, "Dad, Mom, accept reality. Zhang Ming dared to do that as soon as he turned 18. I can't even imagine what else he might do in the future. No matter how you treat him from now on, I won't have anything to do with him again. In my eyes, his life is completely ruined." Meanwhile, Zhang Ming had a simple stir-fried noodle meal by the street, returned home, and it was just midnight. The system began to settle. Successfully survived the first day of the apocalypse. Survival points: 2,666 points. System evaluation: as a survival newbie, he shows no fear in the face of zombies. He fights back when challenged. A tough guy. Performance score: A. Reward: gold level supply box. Open the supply box. As Zhang Ming silently wished, several beams of golden light burst forth. Successfully opened the gold level supply box. Obtained Specialization X1, Space Key X1, First Level Gene Potion X1, Red Spirit Fruit X1. Zhang Ming took a deep breath. Seeing these items that completely didn't belong to this world, he knew a brand new life was gradually unfolding. No sound is better than a startling one. My name is Zhang Ming, and I'm about to take off. After calming his emotions, Zhang Ming began to check the rewards he had received. Space Key, system item, when used, can unlock the system storage space. Good stuff. Zhang Ming couldn't wait to take out the space key and twist it in the void, immediately opening up a 10 cubic meter storage space in the system. First time opening system storage space. Reward: basic supply gift pack. Already placed in storage space, Zhang Ming focused his thoughts and saw a small bag of rice, 2 bottles of mineral water, a bag of instant noodles, missing the seasoning packet, and half a sausage appear out of nowhere in the storage space. Zhang Ming, thanks for the system's reward of 3 melons and 2 dates. What a mess. This little bit of junk can be called a gift pack. But then he thought, if this were the real apocalypse, getting these supplies would indeed feel like striking gold. However, for Zhang Ming, who had a house full of supplies, it was completely insufficient. Go! With a thought, a large box of dried beef next to him was stored in the storage space. So convenient. Just the space isn't big enough to hold all the supplies from the whole house. Storage space can be upgraded. The next level expands the space to 100 cubic meters. The space upgrade includes insulation and preservation functions. Upgrade cost: 10,000 survival points. It's good that I can upgrade, but it's a bit expensive. Zhang Ming didn't have enough survival points, so the upgrade plan was temporarily shelved. His gaze shifted to the remaining prizes. One syringe filled with purple liquid caught his attention. Martial arts specialization integrates the muscle memory and combat mindset of multiple legendary martial arts masters. After use, you will gain martial arts inheritance and become a new martial arts legend. Description: the specialization reagent originates from the human race's fire seed plan, preserving humanity's top technologies to pass on to future generations, reducing learning costs. Zhang Ming found it hard to believe and decided to see for himself. Without a second thought, he injected it into his arm. A cool sensation instantly spread throughout his body, as if a cold wind was swirling inside him. bringing with it fragments of memories. In those memories, figures of martial arts masters stood proudly, either sweating it out in training rooms or showcasing their skills on competition stages. At the same time, with each wave of memory, his muscles and bones resonated with the mental signals, synchronizing with the power in those memories. Jiang Ming had always been a weakling, but as the resonance progressed, his muscles swelled, and his bones cracked loudly, transforming his frail body into a robust one, with a fierce strength circulating within him. In his 18 years, he had never practiced martial arts. The most intense fight he had was in the first grade of elementary school, a tug-of-war with his female deskmate to preserve his loyalty. But at this moment, his mind was filled with various boxing techniques and exquisite moves. A punch thrown casually contained decades of skill. Who could withstand it? I want to take on 10. Jiang Ming declared boldly, smashing his fist against the steel-reinforced door. Ouch, that hurts. The fire in his heart was instantly extinguished, and he calmed down considerably. The specialization reagent only enriched my combat skills. It can't surpass the limitations of human physical quality. To become stronger, I must transform my body's essence. Jiang Ming's gaze shifted to the third prize. First-tier gene potion. After drinking, there is a 57% chance to break the first layer of the gene lock and open a new evolutionary path. If it fails, the body will suffer a severe backlash. Jiang Ming's eyes burned with intensity, and his breathing became heavy. Although the system has a bug that turned the perilous apocalypse into a peaceful era, what if one day the bug gets fixed? Human physical quality alone cannot withstand real zombies. To prevent future troubles, I must become stronger. A 57% success rate? That's enough. For the strong, every choice is inevitable. Jiang Ming quietly opened the potion bottle and took small sips. The texture was dense, and the taste was sweet. Not bad. In an instant, his smile froze. Intense pain swept through his entire body. It felt as if every blood vessel, every muscle, every cell was being hammered with a small mallet. 80. He heard phantom sounds in his ears. His eyelids became incredibly heavy. He vaguely heard a faint cracking sound, as if some barrier within him had been broken. Congratulations, host, you have successfully broken through the first layer of the gene lock. Reward survival points plus 500. Unable to hear the rest, Jiang Ming fell into a deep sleep. When he woke up, the sound of cicadas filled the air outside, and the midday sun flooded the room. So hot. Jiang Ming instinctively reached for the air conditioning remote on the bedside table, but to his surprise, a casual slap shattered the bedside table in half. Ha! Startled, Jiang Ming jumped up, but when he put his foot down, the hard wooden bed collapsed under him. What the hell? Now, Jiang Ming dared not move recklessly, carefully examining his newly born body. His tall frame had no excess flesh, muscles were firm, and the lines were smooth. Under the sunlight, his entire body gleamed with a radiant luster. He simply moved his limbs a bit, and his bones cracked loudly, resonating with the flesh. It felt as if an electric current coursed through him, leaving him tingling all over, his pores wide open, feeling utterly comfortable. With a thought, a personal panel loaded in his vision. Host, Jiang Ming, level, first tier evolver, 4%. Survival points, 3,166 points. Days survived, 1 day. With this evolved body, I feel so powerful, I could take on 10 at once. Jiang Ming dashed to the door of the room. In just a blink, he covered the 10-meter distance, his speed explosive like a cheetah. Facing the iron door that had hurt his hand last night, this time, with a normal punch, he struck the heavy iron door, creating a large bulge that pushed outward. This was him holding back. If he had punched with all his strength, he was sure he could smash the door to pieces. Is my strength already beyond human limits? Jiang Ming was filled with vigor, then thought that this power seemed to be the only one of its kind in the world. After all, this was an ordinary world, with no revival of spiritual energy and no monsters roaming about. Human strength was limited by the body. Only he had broken the shackles of genetics, achieving the pinnacle of humanity, invincible. Ha, it feels amazing, like waking up to find the world's strength has regressed 100-fold. The thrill seeped into reality, and Jiang Ming couldn't help but hum lightly. His stomach growled with hunger, jolting him back to reality, reminding him that there was still one last reward he hadn't checked. With a thought, he took out a crimson fruit from his storage space. It looked similar to an ordinary apple, but its skin shimmered faintly, flickering subtly, and it emitted a wonderful fragrance. Crimson spirit fruit, first-tier evolution fruit, contains a small amount of evolutionary material. Jiang Ming instinctively felt his mouth watering and took a bite of the fruit. Before he could taste it, he immediately took a second, third bite, until he swallowed the entire fruit in one go. Crisp and refreshing, but it doesn't have much flavor. Jiang Ming smacked his lips, savoring the moment, and felt a slight enhancement in his physical condition. At the same time, he noticed the progress on the panel had risen to, first tier evolver, 5%. So, if I eat nearly 100 more fruits, I can evolve again? The second evolution would surely make him even stronger. Thinking of his future invincible form, Zhang Ming couldn't help but hum again, but a new reminder from the system made him feel excited once more. Detected that the host has successfully evolved, the system function Evolver's Home is unlocking. Unlock successful, welcome host to log into Evolver's Home. With a thought, a virtual electronic screen appeared before him. Due to your current evolution level being low, you can only enter the lower floors, opening low-level free trading room for you. Upon entering the room, the interface resembled a forum in the real world, listing one trading post after another. Just a glance at the titles of the various posts made Zhang Ming feel out of place for the first time in his life due to not being perverse enough. Surviving alone in the apocalypse for the 658th day, I'm so bored I'm going crazy. Took some selfies to relieve my anxious brothers. Still worried about lacking a partner? Today, presenting a 99% new zombie partner Xiao Fang. Don't miss out, my suppressed brothers. Gourmet in the sewers. Today launching a new dish, roasted mutant rat in zombie oil, clean and hygienic, brothers. So annoying, even in the apocalypse, I still get my period. For the sake of kindness, I'm selling it at a low price. Zhang Ming felt a sense of alienation for the first time in his life due to not being twisted enough. As a result, one question after another surfaced in his mind. Are these publishers all evolvers struggling to survive in the apocalypse? But where are they? If they are in the same world as me, it can't be this harsh. No, I just arrived in the apocalypse yesterday. How could some of them have survived for over 600 days? Damn, could there be more than one apocalypse? Zhang Ming felt as if he was getting closer to the truth, and the shock in his heart was overwhelming. Those who can enter the platform are all evolvers, which means their strength is at least at the top level of humanity. How could they all be doing so poorly? It seems that the danger of the apocalypse is even more terrifying than imagined. If the system hasn't bugged out, I would also be in such an apocalypse. Zhang Ming couldn't help but shiver, not daring to think too deeply. When he looked at this group of kindred spirits, there was a hint of sympathy in his gaze. Putting himself in their situation, struggling to survive in a long-term terrifying and high-pressure environment, with no friends, no family, a shortage of supplies, lacking entertainment and hygiene, only the constant roar of zombies in their ears, living in fear. This was the true apocalypse, cruel and indifferent. To maintain the will to survive in such an environment, seeking thrills, and making some seemingly outrageous moves became reasonable. Discarding the biases imposed by preconceived notions, Zhang Ming casually clicked on a post selling zombie companions. No other intention, just curious about what zombies actually look like. Entering the post, the zombie companion Xiao Fan was presented before him in the form of a photo. She was in her 20s, with skin so pale it glowed, and her dark blue veins were clearly visible. The infected wound was probably on her neck, wrapped in a scarf by the seller, with dark blood seeping through. Xiao Fang was not the lifeless corpse Zhang Ming had imagined, convenient for buyers to operate. She was still alive, making clawing gestures at the camera, her nails sharp and glinting. For safety reasons, the seller had used a bamboo stick to secure Xiao Fang's sharp teeth, causing her to drool excessively. Her hands and feet were bound with chains, the technique extremely professional, highlighting her sharply curved figure. Besides that, Xiao Fan was completely naked, presented before him in all her glory. This was Zhang Ming's first encounter with a zombie, and he found it surprisingly similar to a real person. To be honest, it was almost shameful. However, after glancing at the transaction price, he quickly calmed down. Goodness, a staggering 50,000 survival points. Just as the first comment in the transactions comment section said, "Foolish thing, just know how to drive up the price, get lost." Zhang Ming felt embarrassed. It seemed that irritable people were everywhere. 50,000 was too expensive, and Zhang Ming had no intention of buying. Instead, he grew wary of the fact that zombies could be traded. If some idiot bought a zombie and accidentally spread the zombie virus, wouldn't that lead to a real apocalypse? His heart skipped a beat. There can't be other revolvers with systems on Blue Star, right? Zhang Ming felt anxious. But this was something that could only be investigated slowly later. For now, he could only pray silently. Please don't let a fool with a system become an evolver. It's not the godlike opponents that are frightening, but the pig-like teammates. Zhang Ming shook his head and refocused on the home of evolution, continuing to browse other trading posts. The more he looked, the deeper his confusion grew. Why is everything just for fun? Not a single post trading survival supplies? At first, Zhang Ming thought it was normal to have some fun posts, but it couldn't be all of them, right? After looking through hundreds of trading posts, everything being traded was bizarre. While they couldn't be said to be useless for survival, they were truly useless. Not a single normal supply in sight. It seems these evolvers are in a very harsh survival environment. they can't even spare extra food for trading. Since that's the case, Zhang Ming raised an eyebrow, sensing a business opportunity. You don't have what I have. Zhang Ming looked at the room full of supplies, his eyes shining. The stockpiled supplies are finally coming in handy. I never expected it to be in this way. Zhang Ming immediately communicated with the system. System, I want to sell goods, how do I operate? Low-level trading room, each user can only generate one trading post per day, selling one type of item, with a maximum quantity of 100 pieces. The unified currency is survival points, and the price is freely set, but the system charges a 1% handling fee. To list a product, the user only needs to perform a mental selection in the storage space. Zhang Ming looked around at the supplies and decided to keep it low-key, starting with something simple to test the waters. Thus, he selected 100 corn sausages and placed them in the storage space. List. At the same time, a prompt popped up on the trading platform, requiring him to specify the title of the trading post and the unit price of the sausages. To match the lively style of the crowd, after a brief thought, Zhang Ming wrote the following title: Big sausages, sausages that can be eaten and used. Smooth and crispy to eat, full of texture to use. What a freak! After silently cursing, he settled on a price, 10 survival points per piece. That should be considered cheap, right? A zombie companion that can only be used to vent frustration can sell for 50,000. Selling my edible and usable big sausages for 10 survival points is definitely reasonable. For his first business venture, Zhang Ming considered himself absolutely fair. Taking a deep breath, he clicked the post button. His trading post immediately appeared at the top of the interface. In almost an instant, the post's click rate exceeded several hundred times. Before he could catch his breath, prompts kept coming from the back end. Transaction successful. Su Mingjia purchased 10 items, gained plus 99 survival points. Transaction successful. Li Xiaolan purchased 50 items, gained plus 495 survival points. Damn, that was too fast. Zhang Ming was stunned. Real-life livestream selling wasn't even this quick. Opening the post, the trading comments section was bustling. Wow, I didn't get the wool, what a loss. Hee, I snagged a sausage for just 10 survival points, what a steal. Another foolish newbie coming to spread warmth, not knowing how expensive food is, crying from hunger and old age. Thank you, boss. The item is sturdy, the curve is quite nice, very useful. Looks like the price was still set too low. But it's fine, what I lack the least is food. Zhang Ming's lips curled slightly, and he realized one thing. The reason there were no trading posts for survival supplies in the free trading room was that the items were too sought after. If it showed up, it would be gone in an instant. It would be strange if it were visible. Congratulations, host. You have successfully completed 10 transactions and gained the qualification to activate the low-level material trading room. Would you like to activate it now? So there's a dedicated area for trading supplies, of course, I want to check it out. I want to activate it. Activation statement. Entering this room requires a verification of the user's supplies. It is required that the storage space contains enough supplies to meet one person's survival needs for a month. The evaluation criteria are determined by the system. Would you like to start the verification process? Zhang Ming glanced at the supplies around him and confidently said, a month? A year would be enough. Verify. Go ahead and verify. I may lack other things, but I definitely don't lack supplies. With a wave of his hand, Zhang Ming stuffed a large amount of survival supplies into the storage space, filling it to the brim. Start the verification. With Zhang Ming's command, a scanning light appeared in the storage space, enveloping all the supplies. In no time, the system announced the verification results. Congratulations, host. Your asset verification is successful, and you have gained entry qualifications for the low-level material trading room. Upon assessment, your resources are abundant, and you have earned the title of a material tycoon. With this title, you can initiate 3 trading posts each day, and your trading weight is marked as priority. Zhang Ming had not yet figured out the specific rules when he was pulled into the interface of the material trading room. The layout of the free trading room was similar, with various trading posts displayed in the center. The difference was that the titles of the posts were no longer whimsical but appeared much more practical and concise. Large quantities of drinking water for sale, urgently trading for fever medicine. 762. Recently need to renovate the shelter, need exterior protective materials. Here are a large number of 762 bullets. Welcome to exchange. Selling specialization, ruthless pile driver, in exchange for 10 winter cotton jackets. Don't miss out if you want to become a tough guy. A pile of stone ornaments are useless in the apocalypse, selling as a package, only exchanging for colored comics or novels to alleviate loneliness. After observing, Zhang Ming found that the trading method in this room had turned into a barter system, requiring one-to-one exchanges of items that had been tested by the system. Compared to the free trading room, this was much more formal, with no more chaotic goods. At the same time, it was evident that the evolvers trading in this room had a higher standard of living. Evolvers in the free trading room still struggled to survive in harsh areas like sewers, while here, some already had shelters and even guns. No wonder asset verification was required to enter. This room was clearly prepared for a higher level of evolvers. Zhang Ming glanced at his title Material Tycoon, noticing that few of the posters had this title. Clearly, even with the change of room, his resource reserves made him a formidable presence. A formidable presence needed to look the part. Zhang Ming decided to buy, and first clicked on the post selling the specialization. With many skills at his disposal, he could acquire multiple specialization skills with just one injection. As long as his body could handle it, he would take anything that came his way. But after looking at the product details, he was dumbfounded. Specialization, Ruthless Pile Driver, Masters of Love Physics impart their knowledge, integrating thousands of memory fragments, providing comprehensive teaching, allowing you to transform into a true man in an immersive experience. However, be cautious, as this specialization reagent places a heavy load on the body, and it is only recommended for evolvers. Otherwise, there is a risk of the gun barrel bursting. This, I think I won't buy it, seems useless. Despite saying that, his body was particularly honest. He immediately transferred 10 warm-down jackets from his storage space and applied for the trade. The action was so quick, as if afraid the product would be taken down. Within 10 seconds, the seller accepted the trade request. A red syringe lay calmly in Zhang Ming's storage space. There's no helping it, I just love learning too much. Zhang Ming continued shopping, turning his gaze to the post selling stone ornaments. Upon clicking in, his eyes instantly lit up. Wow! These stone ornaments look like pieces of jewelry. In different worlds, could the quality of gems be the same? No matter what, I have to give it a try. If these are genuine jewels, with this big box, I could make a fortune. Zhang Ming's eyes were fiery as he glanced at the other party's trading conditions. 10 colored Liu Bei books were required for the exchange. Damn it! Isn't this making it difficult for a righteous person like me? How could a good student like me, who only has 5 53-foot practice books at home, possibly have such dirty things? Unable to produce Liu Bei, Zhang Ming thought of a solution and took out his prized possession, a 100G USB drive filled with teaching videos. Watching Liu Bei all day won't do. You need to watch more teaching videos and enrich your spiritual world to get through this dull apocalypse. Transaction request. The USB drive successfully uploaded to the trading space, waiting for the seller's review. This review took a whole hour. Zhang Ming sighed. This is a premium teaching video, isn't it better than novels and comics? It seems that different worlds have different tastes. Just as he finished speaking, the system popped up a message saying the transaction was successful. Zhang Ming opened the order and saw the seller's reply, "Bro, you're invincible. This stuff is too solid. Even though I can't understand the language, I just jumped straight into high-intensity learning and almost lost my mind." Zhang Ming's mouth twitched. No wonder he had to wait an hour. Turns out the seller was eager to learn. I must say, this person is quite the language enthusiast. Opening the storage space, he found a square gift box containing dozens of jade trinkets, including bracelets, necklaces, rings, and various styles. Each piece was exquisitely crafted, with pure materials that shone brilliantly under the flashlight. However, Zhang Ming, being an outsider, couldn't discern the true value of these items. Fortunately, in today's society, live streaming is thriving, and there are plenty of online treasure appraisal rooms. He opened Douyin, clicked into the recently popular Dinquan appraisal livestream, and applied to connect for appraisal. After waiting about half an hour, it was finally his turn. "This beautiful lady, your fingers look great. Could you lower the camera a bit to show the treasure?" As soon as the connection started, the host Dinquan immediately changed his demeanor. As everyone knows, for the sake of the show, Brother Quan emphasizes looking at the person. If the connection is with an ordinary man, he adopts a mysterious demeanor, keeping his distance. If it's a rich guy, his eyes light up, and a flirtatious charm appears. But if it's a beautiful girl in black stockings, he would definitely drool. Who knows, maybe today he was overly suppressed and mistook Zhang Ming's hand for a girl's hand. No wonder, ever since Zhang Ming evolved, he seemed to have a new layer of skin. His skin was tender and fair. Viewed through the beauty-enhancing camera, it looked even better than an average girl's hand. Plus, Zhang Ming's Douyin avatar featured a cute anime girl, so it was inevitable he would be mistaken in his thirst. Just right, treating me like a girl will make the appraisal more serious. Zhang Ming playfully turned on the voice changer and squeaked, "Brother Dinquan." The sweet voice pierced through, and Brother Quan gulped down 3 big sips of mineral water to suppress his perverted smile. hoarsely replying, "Brother Dinquan, can you help me take a look at my treasure?" Saying this, Zhang Ming took out a pair of shiny black stockings from the storage space and flashed them in front of the camera. A simple action immediately ignited Ding Xuan's professional enthusiasm. "Bring out the treasures. Take as many as you have, brother will help you appraise them." Zhang Ming smiled and placed the jade bracelet he obtained from the transaction in front of the camera. As for why there were black stockings in the storage space, don't ask, just know it was well thought out. The bullet comments flooded the screen with face reveal, but Zhang Ming clearly noticed that Ding Xuan's slightly perverted smile from a second ago froze in an instant. The whole person became as still as an ice sculpture, remaining motionless for nearly 10 seconds before shaking off the ice shards and breaking free from the stiffness, exclaiming in shock, "Sister, this treasure of yours is amazing. It opens the door at first glance." Opens the door at first glance? Zhang Ming couldn't hide his excitement, almost stuttering, "May I ask, Brother Quan, how many steamed buns is this treasure worth?" Since money couldn't be mentioned in the live stream, he used steamed buns as a substitute. Dinquan, full of spirit, said, "Sister, this jade bracelet of yours has excellent transparency, vibrant and rich colors, its water content is great, and it seems to contain a spring, flowing gently, definitely a high-grade glass type. At least." He pulled out his computer and quickly typed, the crisp electronic sound announcing an unbelievable number, 3 million. He added, "This is just my conservative estimate. May I ask where you got this jade bracelet, miss? If it's from a master's hand, the price might only be higher." 3 million? I'm rich. Zhang Ming had never seen so much money in his life, his breath quickening uncontrollably. I inherited this from my family." Ding Quan didn't believe him at all, but didn't press further. Hearing Zhang Ming's delicate gasp from the voice changer, his expression twisted again, and he gulped down mineral water. "You sound very excited, miss. This treasure is something I can't pass on, but feelings can be shared. How about we add each other on WeChat, so we can exchange more treasures in the future?" Zhang Ming's mind was now filled with thoughts of trading treasures for money, leaving no time for idle chatter. He directly revealed his identity. "Thank you, Quan Gu, but actually, I'm a boy." He turned off the voice changer, deliberately putting on a deep voice, sounding very manly. Ding Quan was startled. "No, dude, the viewers in the livestream have already taken off their pants, and you're playing this trick." The comments flooded in with clown. Ding Quan suddenly had a glint in his eye, licking his lips. "Actually, being a boy isn't a problem. More communication can't hurt. To be honest, I'm very interested in the treasures you've shown and would like to find an opportunity to learn more from you." Seeing the charm on his face, Zhang Ming was scared and quickly said, "I don't take apprentices," and hurriedly ended the call. Nowadays, monetization is key. He didn't want to complicate things. If he really made a lot of money, he could just return to the live stream later to express his gratitude. Zhang Ming stored the treasure in his storage space, changed his clothes, and walked out the door. He had the right person to handle such jade and jewelry offline. "Hey, Tingzi, are you home?" He opened his phone and dialed Wang Teng's number. The moment the call connected, a furious shout came from the microphone, followed by a series of crashing noises. Zhang Ming frowned, thinking something had happened, but then he heard Wang Teng's small voice pleading, "Minggu, help me, my dad wants to kill me." Zhang Ming's frown immediately relaxed. "You scared me. I thought something happened to you. Turns out you're just being beaten by your dad, so I'm relieved." "Wang Tong, Tingzi, hang in there, I'm coming to your house right away." "No, Minggu, please don't come." The call was forcibly disconnected, and he couldn't quite hear what Wang Tong was saying. He must be begging me to hurry over, Zhang Ming thought to himself. He wasn't in a hurry, whistling as he strolled through the horde of corpses towards Wang Teng's house. You have blended into a small horde of corpses without being detected. Reward survival points +2. Your fierce gaze scared off a mutated zombie dog. Reward survival points +1. You continuously killed mutated mosquitoes. Reward survival points +3. Hee hee. This feels great. It truly felt like picking up money anytime, anywhere. While harvesting survival points, Zhang Ming didn't forget to browse the material trading room. As a noble material tycoon, he could post 3 trading posts a day. After observing the trading content in the room and analyzing his current needs, he finally posted the following trading content: 2 bottles of mineral water for 1 piece of precious jewelry, 5 bags of white elephant instant noodles for 1 specialized injection, 10 boxes of self-heating hot pot for 1 first-stage evolution fruit. Only for the third trading content was he a bit uncertain. Evolution fruits are rich in evolutionary substances and are valuable resources for evolutionists. Generally speaking, it's unlikely anyone would be willing to sell them. But struggling in the apocalypse, who wouldn't crave a steaming hot and spicy hot pot? Waiting for a fateful foodie, Zhang Ming secretly anticipated. On the way, messages from the system backend kept coming in. When Chuyao applies to exchange 5 bags of white elephant instant noodles, with the exchange condition being specialization, marvelous pen injection X1. Do you agree to this exchange request? Wang Kaijun applies to exchange 2 bottles of mineral water, with the exchange condition being a jade bracelet X1. Do you agree to this exchange request? Kai Chikuan applies to exchange 2 bottles of mineral water, with the exchange condition being a crystal basketball X1. Do you agree to this exchange request? Zhang Ming didn't care whether the value of the exchanged supplies was completely equal, he accepted everything without hesitation. After all, these survival supplies were easily obtainable for him, and the profits from the exchanges were basically over 10,000 times, pure profit with no cost, counting money with his eyes closed. This led to him walking with a grin that he couldn't suppress, looking like a fool, scaring passers-by away. Your unique aura forces nearby zombies to dare not approach, reward survival points +5. Wow, this works too? Zhang Ming immediately laughed even more crazily. He. Passers-by, 6. After walking through 2 streets, he arrived at the community where Wang Tang lived. Lush trees gently embraced the buildings, and sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting a golden glow. Everything seemed peaceful until Wang Tang's father's furious roar shattered the tranquility of the entire community. Wang Tang, you better honestly tell me how many fruit photos you took. Wang Tang stammered, not many, just a few I took casually while you were walking the dog after your usual bath. But don't worry, I only picked the ones where you look heroic. I won't let you lose face. Well, I really appreciate that. Hey, look at what you're saying, with our father-son bond, saying thank you is too formal. Ouch. Wang Chenkuan could no longer contain his anger and slapped him. Wang Tang's mother, Zhang Min, came over to advise, alright, old Wang, the incident has happened, you've hit him, and Tanger knows he was wrong, just cool down and let this matter pass. Just let it pass? Wang Chenkuan snorted, speaking sarcastically, alright then, let's just let it pass. Let those cosmetics he sold on the salted fish also pass along with it. What? Zhang Min's tone immediately shot up an octave. Wang Tang, I'll beat you to death, you unfilial son. Wang Tang cried out loudly, how did it turn into a mixed doubles match? Mom and Dad, stop hitting me, I have my own difficulties. Hearing this, Wang Chenkuan became even harsher. Don't tell me again that your difficulties are about that damn apocalypse? Yes, I'm not lying to you, the apocalypse is really coming. Wang Chenkuan nodded seriously, your apocalypse has indeed arrived. Saying this, he pulled out a 7 wolves. Wang Tang couldn't help but instinctively wail, no, Minggu, save me. Upon hearing Zhang Ming's name, Wang Chenkuan suddenly stopped. Alright, so you finally confessed, huh? I didn't guess wrong. It really was that Zhang Ming kid who led you astray. He looked into Wang Tang's eyes and said solemnly, Wang Tang, I know you have a deep friendship with Zhang Ming. When you were little, your mother and I were busy with work and couldn't take care of you, which led to you being bullied, and he stood up for you. To be honest, I'm grateful to him for that. So you admire him in your heart, mythologizing him, and I can understand that. But I have to tell you, that Zhang Ming kid probably has mental issues due to failing the college entrance exam, plus his family situation is like that. I can take him to see a doctor when I have the chance. But before that, you must stay away from him, do you hear me? I won't. Wang Tang stood up foolishly. Wang Chenkuan put down the 7 wolves and pulled out a sturdy golf club. Wang Tang immediately changed his tune. I won't make you angry again. I promise to be obedient. His change of attitude was so resolute it was almost comical. Wang Chenkuan and his wife burst into laughter. Just then, there was a knock at the door. Who is it? It's me, Uncle Wang. Zhang Ming, who has been having mental issues, has come. I was afraid you might be tired, so I came to help. Wang Tang? The door was pushed open. Wang Chenkuan looked at Zhang Ming with a complex expression. Xiao Ming, since you heard everything, I won't beat around the bush. This is simply absurd. Wang Tang is young and believes in that nonsense about the apocalypse. But how old are you to still believe in such nonsense? Zhang Ming awkwardly replied, Uncle, the apocalypse really has come, just not fully. Wang Chenkuan blinked, bent down to pick up the 7 wolves again, wondering if he should give Zhang Ming a lesson in love. Hey, Uncle, there's no need. Zhang Ming didn't want to waste time on the topic of the apocalypse and got straight to the point. Uncle Wang, Aunt Sang, please don't get agitated. Let's put the apocalypse aside for now. I'm here to compensate you for the losses caused by Wang Tang. Zhang Min sighed, Xiao Ming, you grew up under the watch of me and old Wang. I really don't want things to escalate like this. And don't talk about compensation, you think we don't know your conditions? Zhang Ming confidently beamed, Aunt Chow, this is a different time. I'm not pretending anymore, I'll lay it all out. I can easily compensate this small amount. Oh, the 3 members of the Wang family stared at him in unison, their eyes burning with curiosity. What can you use to compensate? Wang Chenkuan looked skeptical. Zhang Ming teased, Uncle Wang, if I remember correctly, you've been in the antique business for years. you're a second-hand dealer, right? Wang Chengkuan seemed to hit a nerve and exploded in anger. You little brat, I'm a treasure hunter. Oh, right, treasure hunter. Zhang Ming smiled apologetically, putting his hand in his pocket to cover up but actually retrieving the jade bracelet from his storage space. In that case, Master Wang, could you take a look at this treasure of mine and see what it's worth? This jade bracelet looks like it came from the roadside. Wang Qingkuan casually picked up the jade bracelet and played with it for less than 3 seconds before swallowing the words he was about to say and gasping in shock. Hiss, this jade bracelet is extraordinary. Wang Teng poked his head out from behind, curiously asking, Dad, how extraordinary? How much can it sell for? Wang Chengkuan pondered for a long time before finally sighing, I can't say for sure. TCH, Dad, you're so unprofessional. Wang Chengkuan felt a bit embarrassed and explained, what do you know? You can't just throw out a price without professional appraisal, that's called being a rogue. However, based on my sharp eyes, judging from the quality and type, this thing is definitely a million-level treasure. Million level? Wang Teng and Zhang Min were both stunned, their mouths agape. Zhang Ming secretly nodded, thinking he hadn't found the wrong person. Xiao Ming, you aren't planning to give me this as compensation, are you? That would really be a bit much. A bit much? Yet you still put it in your pocket? Zhang Ming quickly grabbed Wang Chengkuan's hand. Uncle, you're overthinking it. With those few fruit photos of yours, it's not worth that much. Wang Chengkuan nodded regretfully. That's true. I should have had Wang Teng take a few more pictures. Zhang Ming was speechless. This old man had no shame. Zhang Min slapped Wang Chengkuan on his bald head in embarrassment. Everyone laughed, and seeing the atmosphere lighten, Zhang Ming took the opportunity to say, Uncle Wang, I actually want you to sell this treasure for me. As long as it sells, I'll give you 10% back. With a start, Wang Chengkuan straightened his back, his face suddenly serious. Xiao Ming, you're not joking, are you? Old Wang had been in the business for so many years and had rarely seen such a valuable treasure, let alone heard of someone offering a 10% return. Zhang Ming smiled, Uncle Wang, given our family's relationship, do you think I would lie to you? You can rest assured, and I'll tell you, as long as this deal goes through, I'll come to you for all my future transactions. Wang Chengkuan suddenly jolted. Are you still looking for more? Is this not the only treasure you have? Zhang Ming raised an eyebrow. To be honest, I have 6 more just as impressive. He was being modest. If he were to reveal all the treasures in his space, there would be at least dozens. After all, Uncle Wang wasn't young anymore. He didn't want to scare the man. Yet, even so, Wang Chengkuan was still quite shaken, his voice trembling slightly. Xiao Ming, you need to be honest with your uncle. Where did all these things come from? Uncle, I assure you that all these items were obtained legally and properly. You don't need to pry into the specifics. Wang Chengkuan gave Zhang Ming a deep look. He wasn't the kind of person who clung to outdated rules in his line of work. All right, Wang Chengkuan nodded firmly, as if he had made a certain decision. Wang Teng, come here. Wang Teng thought he was about to be entrusted with an important task. Influenced by his father's mood, he stomped his foot heavily and declared, Here, kneel down. Okay. Ha! Wang Teng was dumbfounded, wondering why he was being asked to kneel. If I say kneel, then kneel. Wang Teng mumbled as he slowly knelt down. After all, he had knelt plenty of times when being punished. He was used to it. I didn't ask you to kneel to me. Then who am I kneeling to? Kneel to the god of wealth. Who is the god of wealth? Of course, it's your brother Ming. Wang Chengkuan's expression completely changed, replaced by an obsequious smile, excessively flattering. Wang Teng was surprised and quietly said, Dad, didn't you tell me to keep my distance from brother Ming? Slap. Wang Chengkuan gave him a resounding slap. Zhang Ming is your lifelong good brother. What I mean is for you to never distance yourself from him. Look at this unfortunate child, talking nonsense. Wang Chengkuan smiled apologetically at Zhang Ming. The latter stiffly tugged at the corner of his mouth, thinking that he finally understood where Wang Teng had learned his skill of changing faces. All right, Uncle Wang, you should go back to that rebellious attitude you had at the beginning. I'm more used to it. Zhang Min couldn't stand it anymore and pulled the pretentious old Wang away, smiling as she called out to Zhang Ming, It's good that this matter is settled. Since Xiao Ming is here, why not stay and sit for a while? No, Aunt Sang, I've troubled Wang Teng these past few days. I'm taking him out to have some fun as a way to make it up to him. Oh yeah. Wang Teng cheered as he pulled Zhang Ming out of the house. Wang Chengkuan paused for a moment and followed them out. Honey, I'm heading out too. The key is to help Xiao Ming deal with his treasures quickly. Money is only safe when it's in hand. On the way away from the Wang family, Wang Teng kept lamenting how anxious and wronged he had felt these past few days due to the apocalypse. Zhang Ming listened until his ears were almost calloused, promising to treat him to a hearty meal, which gradually calmed him down. They arrived at the Yida shopping mall's Golden Arches, ordered a bucket of spicy wings, paired with a cup of ice-cold Coke, and handed him the phone to play Brave Canyon. At that moment, Zhang Ming seemed to be the light in Wang Tang's eyes. If he were asked to kneel and call Zhang Ming foster father right then, he probably wouldn't even hesitate. It must be said, children are still easy to handle. Zhang Ming enjoyed the leisure, sitting in a chair, pretending to admire the beautiful legs by the roadside, while continuously browsing the information in his mind about the trading space. Suddenly, a notification from the system made him overjoyed. Xingyu has applied to exchange 10 self-heating hot pots, with the exchange condition being 1 first-level evolution fruit purple cloud mulberry. Do you agree to this exchange request? Here it comes. I told you, the world is definitely not lacking in foodies. Watching Wang Tang munching on the chicken wings, Zhang Ming couldn't help but feel a heartfelt sentiment. Purple cloud mulberry, a first-level evolution fruit, evolved from mulberry fruit, very rare. The surface of the fruit is adorned with purple cloud patterns, rich in a large amount of evolutionary material, and has the effect of repairing and enhancing vision. What a good thing! Zhang Ming checked the detailed description of the purple cloud mulberry and couldn't help but smile widely. In the fastest speed, he agreed to the transaction request. 10 boxes of self-heating hot pot from the bottom of the river disappeared from the storage space, replaced by a translucent purple fruit. The fruit was large, its surface embedded with plump, glistening fruit grains that made one drool. Zhang Ming's mouth watered, and in a hurry, he took out the purple mulberry and took a big bite. The sweet juice burst in his mouth instantly, filling the air with fragrance. Minggu, where did you get this mulberry? It's so big and looks so beautiful, it must be delicious. Zhang Ming was so engrossed in eating that he almost forgot Wang Tang was sitting across from him. Do you want to try it? Wang Tang's round head bobbed like a chick pecking at grains. Zhang Ming broke off a small piece for Wang Tang. He also wanted to see what effect an ordinary person would have after eating an evolved fruit. This is so little, Minggu, you're a bit stingy. Wang Tang mumbled, and before Zhang Ming could take the fruit back, he took a bite. Oh my, it's really sweet. Wang Tang's eyes widened, bursting with brilliant light. Is this really a mulberry? I've never eaten such fragrant and sweet mulberries. Zhang Ming didn't explain, only asked him, how do you feel after eating it? Feel? Wang Tang suddenly rubbed his eyes, blinked, leaned in to look at Zhang Ming's face, then pulled back to observe. Hey, Minggu, I don't know if it's my illusion, but why do I feel like my nearsightedness has improved a lot? Although Wang Tang didn't wear glasses, he had shown signs of nearsightedness for a long time, often pulling at his eyelids to see distant things, which made him squint a bit. At this moment, he clearly wasn't pulling at his eyelids, yet his vision was exceptionally clear. Zhang Ming pointed to a black stocking's beauty a few meters away and asked, can you see what letters are printed on the black stockings? The printed letters on the stockings were very small and faint, creating a hazy feeling, without a vision of at least 5. 2, it was hard to recognize. Unexpectedly, Wang Tang didn't even look and directly answered, Minggu, are you questioning my professional ability? You know me, I've always liked JIO. I don't even need to look to know it says Balenciaga on the black stockings. Zhang Ming, so professional? I think my eyes really are getting better. From so far away, I can clearly see the mouth shape of that beauty, as if she's saying, you two idiots, have you seen enough? Minggu, should we keep watching? Let's hurry and go. Afraid of being seen as a pervert, Zhang Ming pulled Wang Tang and quickly escaped from the golden arches. The movement was a bit awkward, but his heart was incredibly excited. The evolved fruit is equally effective for ordinary people, and the results are remarkable. Just one fruit solved the nearsightedness problem that has troubled humanity for countless years. If I make this public, wouldn't it sell like crazy? I could easily play around as the richest person. If the fruit works, then the other treasures in the system should also be applicable to ordinary people. In that case, as long as there are enough treasures, I can completely transform humanity on this planet. Becoming the light of humanity is just around the corner. But, no rush, let's develop cautiously and see how things go. Who knows what kind of trouble this system might bring. Stay steady and don't be reckless. For a moment, Zhang Ming thought of many things. A sudden ringing interrupted his thoughts. Wang Chengkuan brought good news. Xiao Ming, I found a buyer. They really like your jade bracelet and offered 5 million. Duo Xiao? Zhang Ming couldn't hide his excitement. 5 million, after tax. They'll take care of the taxes for you, but there's one condition. Zhang Ming became alert. What condition? I'll say it first, I refuse to play by the unspoken rules, even if the buyer is a rich woman. I'm fine, I just want 500,000. Wang Tang rushed to speak. Zhang Ming gave him a light smack on the head, forbidding any internal competition. Alright, stop overthinking. Wang Chengkuan explained, didn't you say you have 6 more high-quality jade bracelets like this? The other party is going to a jewelry exhibition soon and wants to buy all your jade bracelets at once to expand their brand influence. Can you agree to this condition? What the heck? Is there really such a good thing? Jiang Ming gasped. One jade bracelet is 5 million, so 7 would be 35 million, and that's after tax. Uncle Wang, unless I've been kicked in the head by a donkey, I can't find a reason not to agree. Wang Chengkuan chuckled, that's great. Xiao Ming, remember to bring the remaining 6 jade bracelets to me tomorrow. To be honest, the material of these bracelets should be very pure, which is why they pay so readily. Once the contract is signed, you'll receive the first deposit immediately. I won't say more, I need to go sign the contract. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Ming felt lightheaded, unable to believe that in just half a day, he had transformed from a poor kid into a millionaire. Minggu, if you become rich, don't forget your friends. Wang Teng sweetly chimed in. Hey, you're really good at reciting texts at this time. Hee, doesn't that show how well you've educated me? In no time, the phone showed that 5 million had been successfully deposited. After deducting the 500,000 commission for Wang Chengkuan, there was still 5 million to splurge. Jiang Ming waved his hand. Let's go, Tingzi. Today I'll let you experience the life of a rich second generation that you've been missing for 13 years. Minggu is mighty. The two rushed into the mall, with Wang Tan leading the way and Jiang Ming handling the payments. Minggu, your phone is too old, should we get the new foldable one? Let's go. Minggu, can you help me buy the new phone watch? Let's go. I've used up all my mom's cosmetics, should we? Let's go. How about a few sets of luxury clothes? Let's go. Shoes? Let's go. Let's go. After a while of being carefree, they hadn't spent much money, but Wang Tang was already exhausted on the ground. Is shopping really something people do? It's too tiring. Wang Tang gasped, noticing Jiang Ming's expression seemed off. He cautiously asked, Minggu, did I spend too much of your money? Jiang Ming waved his hand. It's small change, not worth mentioning. Then why do you look so unhappy? Isn't spending money supposed to be enjoyable? Jiang Ming sighed. It was supposed to be great, but as I spent, I realized it felt a bit off. Seeing Wang Tang confused, Jiang Ming lamented, have you read novels? A poor kid like me suddenly becoming rich should first face disdain and then get slapped in the face. But what happened? I bought things all the way, and not a single salesperson looked down on me. They all treated me like a big shot. Who do I complain to? The most frustrating part is, I carried a bunch of stuff around for half a day and didn't run into a single classmate. I can't show off this way, it makes me feel terrible. Wang Tang suggested, isn't it simple? Just post on social media. How tacky. Jiang Ming lectured, there's a difference between subtle showing off and deliberate showing off, right? Wang Tang's eyes sparkled, looking enlightened. Minggu, you really know how to show off. Just learn from me. Buzz Wang Tang's phone watch received a message. Minggu, that loan shark company is urging me to pay back the money. They said if I don't, they'll release my dad's photos. Jiang Ming remained calm. How much do you owe? Actually, not much. With interest, it's about 25,000. They've already taken photos, and it's only that little? I can't help it. My dad's photos are of such low quality. If I hadn't even covered his face, I might have borrowed even less. You're killing me with filial piety. Jiang Ming took out his newly bought foldable phone and said nonchalantly, have him send over the account number, and I'll pay it back. Thank you, Minggu. Jiang Ming repaid the money with both principal and interest, thinking the matter was resolved. Unexpectedly, the other party took advantage of the situation and even demanded a fee for deleting the photos. Otherwise, they wouldn't guarantee that the photos wouldn't be leaked someday in the future. Jiang Ming was furious. Damn it, I was already in a bad mood today, and now these black-hearted guys are just making it worse. Tell them it's cash only and have them come to the mall to collect it now. Wang Tang said worriedly, Minggu, don't be impulsive. They're not easy to deal with. Jiang Ming smirked coldly, Tingzi, just send the message and wait for your Minggu to show off. The night wind howled. A 5-seater Hongguang van stopped in front of them. 3 burly men in black vests got out of the vehicle one after another. The leader had a fierce tiger head tattooed on his right arm, known in the underworld as Tiger Brother. As soon as Tiger Brother got out of the car, he looked down and saw 2 children blocking his way, snorting through his nostrils. Whose kids are these? Get out of the way. He stepped forward, but the 2 children did not move. Jiang Ming glanced at him indifferently, just some loan company people? Tiger Brother stopped in his tracks, surprised. You two are the ones who called to pay back Wang Chengkuan? Jiang Ming nodded slightly, while Wang Tang beside him was already trembling in fear, silent as a mouse. Humph, what a coward, sending kids to collect money. Tiger Brother extended his hand. Where's the money? Right here. Jiang Ming shook hands with him, and under the incredulous gaze of the other man, his small hand gripped the larger one and squeezed gently. With a crack, the tiger claw broke. Ah! Once the adrenaline from the surprise faded, Tiger Brother was in so much pain he couldn't move, collapsing to the ground like a flailing sick cat. The 2 lackeys behind him laughed. Tiger brother, it was just a handshake, why are you on the ground? When they regained their senses, Zhang Ming's smiling face was already right in front of them. Unbeknownst to them, their hands were also deftly grasped by Zhang Ming. Crack, crack. The one lying on the ground instantly became three. Tiger brother, with a flushed neck, looked at the two, saying nothing. The resentment in his eyes spoke volumes. You grip, you also lie down. Zhang Ming squatted down and whispered in Tiger brother's ear, you got the money, right? Like a devil's whisper, it scared Tiger brother into a cold sweat, and he nodded vigorously, got it. Got it. As long as you got it, lead the way. Zhang Ming showed a friendly smile. Where to, brother? Although he was clearly older than Zhang Ming, he called him brother with a crispness. Where else? Of course, we're going to your company to have a chat. I've paid my money. What if you refuse to pay back and don't delete the photos? Tiger brother's body trembled. I wouldn't dare. We will definitely delete the photos. Seeing is believing. Let's take a trip. If your legs can't move, should I pay a bit more to treat your legs? The three jumped up in fright, and without needing to be told, they scrambled to help open the car doors. Zhang Ming smiled and boldly pulled the dazed Wang Tang into the car. As the car started, Wang Tang nudged Zhang Ming with his arm and whispered, Minggu, how come you suddenly have so much strength? Also, shouldn't we stop while we're ahead? What if there are too many people at their lair? We could be in big trouble. The more people, the better. I'll make more money. Zhang Ming excitedly licked his lips. Just as he was teaching Tiger brother and the others a lesson, the system continuously popped up notifications. You have conquered elite zombies, evil, with force, characteristic level, ordinary, reward survival points plus 300. Evil characteristic is due to the accumulation of too much resentment on the zombies, which gives them a menacing aura, lowers the courage of enemies, and increases their desire to attack. To have accumulated so much resentment, these guys must be thoroughly wicked. Zhang Ming felt no psychological burden as he took action. Impressive, you actually made the elite zombie, evil, develop a grudge against you, reward survival points plus 90. Zhang Ming looked at the three people sitting in the back row, their heads lowered as if they were plotting something. Sensing Zhang Ming's gaze, the three immediately raised their heads and forced out ugly smiles. Humph, I don't care about your schemes, just make sure to shout out more people to contribute survival points for me. Three big brothers who can't be beaten. Zhang Ming curled his lips, calmly watching the retreating street scenery outside the window. The traffic on the road was becoming increasingly sparse. In the distance, farmland and dense forests slowly appeared. The car gradually drove towards the edge of the city. Brother Ming, I'm scared. Wang Tang saw the car stop in front of a self-built courtyard, isolated with no village in front and no shop behind. His legs felt a bit weak. Don't panic, just think of these bad guys as zombies from the apocalypse. They look scary, but in reality, they are just giving us survivor's experience. Then I'm even more scared, Brother Ming. So your apocalypse delusion hasn't gotten better yet. Zhang Ming. The courtyard gate opened, and the car drove in. Before it could come to a stop, 11 or 12 bare-chested strong men surrounded the car with iron rods. After all this, you only called this many people? Zhang Ming said to the three brothers in the back row with a hint of disappointment. Go! With a command from Brother Hu, the three of them, along with the driver, rushed out of the car and returned to the team. Don't hold back, hit hard. Everyone obeyed the order and picked up their weapons to charge over. Brother Ming, what should we do? Wang Tang had never seen such a scene. He was so scared he could barely hold it together. Zhang Ming calmly patted his shoulder. Tingzi, don't panic. With me here, there won't be any accidents. He leaned against the car door, leaving a handsome profile, his bangs fluttering in the wind. From now on, remember, I don't have apocalypse delusion, but a badass syndrome. Watch closely, I'm going to be very impressive next. Closing the car door, Zhang Ming took the initiative to walk towards the crowd. The other side didn't waste any words and directly attacked. Zhang Ming didn't waste any words either and kicked back. A child's trick, he used it with such mastery that it was particularly terrifying. Each kick seemed ordinary, but it contained decades of power from his martial arts specialization. With one kick, the enemy's foot bones cracked. The leg movements were swift. They didn't even see how he kicked, only to see the few who charged the hardest all fell to the ground in pain, clutching their feet and wailing. The people behind hesitated, their brains momentarily malfunctioning. Is this still a human? Zhang Ming didn't give them any chance to think, closing in. A series of rapid palm strikes at the level of entering the hall sent one enemy after another flying backward. In less than 10 seconds since getting out of the car, everyone surrounding him was in pain, covering their faces and wailing continuously. He stood in the field like an invincible war god. Impressive. Wang Tong, hiding in the car, was completely conquered. You conquered the elite zombie, evil, with force, reward survival points plus 100. You conquered the elite zombie, evil, with force, reward survival points plus 100. Zhang Ming brushed off the dust from his hands and walked in front of the dazed brother who, lead the way. Brother, where to? Brother who looked at the injured on the ground, completely yielding, with no trace of resistance in his eyes. Since I'm here, aren't you going to invite me in to take a look? Brother who hurriedly stepped forward, using his still intact foot to gently push open the door, bowing his back respectfully. Big brother, please come in. Zhang Ming walked in swaggeringly with his hands behind his back. Wang Tang jumped out of the car, pretended to kick the injured on the ground a couple of times, showing off. Seeing Zhang Ming enter the house, the injured gritted their teeth and wanted to resist, but Wang Tang no longer dared to act tough. Scared, he shouted, Brother Ming, wait for me. This was a self-built small building, with a Syrian war-damaged style, and the decoration was extremely rough. Cement red bricks, messy wiring, simple furnishings. It was clear this place was hastily constructed for emergencies. In the lobby on the first floor, computers were arranged in 2 rows. It was already past 10 at night, yet over 20 employees were still working overtime. Zhang Ming noticed that the employees had chains hanging from their feet to prevent escape. It seemed likely that this group had been tricked into coming here as laborers, toiling day and night in a dark, prison-like cage. Upon seeing Zhang Ming's unfamiliar face, all the employees turned to look, pausing their work. In their weary, desperate eyes, a rare spark of curiosity flickered. I'm here to do 3 things, Zhang Ming said casually, kicking aside an old sofa that was blocking the way. The heavy 3-seater sofa rolled through the air 3 or 4 times before crashing down with a thunderous noise. Hiss! The employees gasped in shock at his display. Zhang Ming was pleased with their expressions and then held up 3 fingers. These 3 things are fairness, and damn fairness. After saying this, he kicked Tiger Brother into the midst of the crowd. You've been oppressed and exploited by these bastards, suffering endlessly, and that's unfair. So, in the name of fairness, you will now swap identities. Zhang Ming's gaze shifted to the injured person lying in the yard. I'll give you 5 minutes to tie up all the guys outside and have them sit in front of the computers. If anyone resists, you beat them to death, just like they usually do to you. After speaking, he gestured to Wang Tang, who distributed the iron rods he had picked up from the ground. The employees, initially confused, felt a surge of old courage as they received the iron rods. IQNMD, Big Tiger. Someone immediately mustered their courage and struck Tiger Brother hard with a rod, not understanding what was happening. Instantly, the crowd was stirred, and the rods fell like rain upon Tiger Brother's bald head, splattering blood. Don't just hit me. There are others outside. Tiger Brother couldn't take it anymore and shouted desperately. Right, those bastards are still lying outside. Charge! Revenge for grievances. Damn it, where's that yellow-haired one who likes to touch me? I'm going to break his hands today. A large number of employees surged toward the front door, but just as they were about to step outside, their past training in obedience made them instinctively fearful, and they suddenly hesitated to leave the cage they had been imprisoned in for so long. They looked to Zhang Ming, their eyes filled with a pleading expression. Zhang Ming sighed inwardly but maintained a calm demeanor, lazily sitting in a rocking chair and accepting the hot tea Wang Tang handed him. What are you looking at? You have 3 minutes left. Charge! With Zhang Ming's approval, everyone rushed out, the sound echoing loudly. Zhang Ming shifted to a more comfortable position and sipped his tea, quietly enjoying the action unfolding in the yard. Good tea, he murmured to himself. Everyone behave. Heads up, chests out, listen to the leader's instructions. Move again, and I'll break your legs. Do you believe me? After the farce ended, the identities were swapped. Tiger Brother and the others were shackled, covered in wounds, their heads swollen like buns, obediently sitting in front of the computers. The employees, on the other hand, removed their shackles, picked up the iron rods, and stood tall and alert in the back, watching closely. Report to Zhang. Under our supervision, we successfully deleted local data, including user information, loan orders, and collateral photos. However, the data previously uploaded to the overseas headquarters cannot be deleted due to lack of permissions. Next to Zhang Ming, a thin young man with thin-framed glasses and a middle part was reporting to him slowly. This person was named Yu Yadong, the only member who hadn't participated in the revenge, simply sitting quietly. Zhang Ming found it curious and asked him, "Don't you hate these guys?" "I do." "Then why don't you take action?" "I'm tired." Zhang Ming found this person interesting. Even more interesting was the reminder that popped up from the system. Detected that zombie Yu Yadong has developed hostility towards the host, generating loyalty. Current loyalty level, 5%. Note, the higher the loyalty, the more loyal the zombie will be. and the more unconditionally it will obey the host's commands. But be careful, as a rapid decline in loyalty may lead to backlash risks. Jiang Ming looked around and found that not only Yu Yadong, but also other rescued employees had generated a small amount of loyalty to varying degrees. These people have been tamed for so long that their psychology is somewhat distorted. By liberating them, they have developed a certain dependency on me. Jiang Ming speculated, feeling a bit regretful. If only the ones who were tamed were cute girls, with high loyalty, each one could transform into a maid calling me master, obediently completing their master's tasks. How delightful that would be. Unlike this current group. Sigh, forget it, now is the time to strive. Maids can be discussed later. If the data is cleaned up, then let's proceed to the second step. Jiang Ming stood up and surveyed the crowd. I said I came here for fairness. This group of guys, not only have they deceived and scammed, but they also frequently threatened others with compromising photos. For the sake of fairness, they must also be forcibly photographed. As soon as these words were spoken, Tiger Brother and the others turned pale. No! Each of the burly men, bruised and battered, now transformed into shy girls. Jiang Ming ignored their protests and waved his hand. Strip for me. The supervising employees rushed forward, tearing violently, fabric flying everywhere, and in no time, smooth, plump bodies rolled onto the ground. Oh my! The scene was too beautiful, somewhat blinding. If any female colleagues feel unwell from seeing the bodies, they can apply to leave temporarily. I won't. A short-haired woman in her 30s stepped forward instead. I insist on looking closely, even if it disgusts me. Jiang, I apply to be the photographer for these pigs' compromising photos. Damn it, when I was photographed back then, I was forced to pose in one perverted way after another. I must take revenge for that. I want to closely photograph the worms on their bodies and make it artistic. Jiang Ming was taken aback by this woman's aura and stepped back, asking Yu Yadong, and learned her name was Guo Xiaoling. Guo Xiaoling, right? Fine, then you will be fully responsible for the photos. Thank you, Zhang. Zombie Guo Xiaoling loyalty increased by 10%, current, 12%. Tiger Brother and the others saw Guo Xiaoling approaching with a camera, and they all clamped their legs together, letting out piercing screams. But the more they screamed, the broader Guo Xiaoling's smile became. A terrifying woman. Jiang Ming shivered and asked Yu Yadong, how do these guys usually use compromising photos to threaten others? They usually send them to the client's family and friends or post them on social media, completely ruining the client's social life. Have you all been sent such photos? Yu Yadong shuddered, gritting his teeth. My photo was once uploaded to a pornographic website. That's somewhat better. Probably not many people saw it. Jiang Ming comforted. Unexpectedly, this ignited Yu Yadong's greater fury. Not at all. That website is for 0 to 1. After my photo was uploaded, my phone never stopped buzzing, and my girlfriend broke up with me. Jiang Ming, these bastards are really something. In that case, for the sake of fairness, you will be responsible for uploading their photos to the website and sending them to their families. Yu Yadong's cold face rarely showed an excited smile. Thank you, Zhang. Zombie Yu Yadong loyalty increased by 10%, current, 15%. After the photoshoot was completed, Yu Yadong published the photos. All of a sudden, Tiger Brother shouted, please, just blur the images, even a straight male label would be fine. Yu Yadong coldly refused. Jiang Ming glanced over and saw that the label he left on Tiger Brother's photo was, Contrast, M, Top 10 Tianfu Food List, Seeking Training. Exciting! Wang Ting poked his head out to eavesdrop, but Jiang Ming pressed him back down with a slap. Little brat, no peeking. Wang Ting pouted and asked, Brother Ming, you said you came here to do 3 things, and you've already done 2. What's the last thing? Wang Tang's question echoed everyone's thoughts, and everyone stared intently at Jiang Ming. The third thing must also be fair. His gaze locked onto the employees. Although you may have been deceived or abducted to come here, if you didn't have greed in your hearts, it wouldn't have come to this. Moreover, even though you were forced, you also became part of the scam, harming the innocent. So, to be fair, the assets you have stored here, the bonuses promised by the company, and all the funds on the company's books, I will donate in the name of the Redeemer to welfare organizations. Any objections? Everyone shook their heads. Let it be donated. If Jiang Ming hadn't come, they wouldn't have been able to withdraw any more money anyway. Just consider it a loss and start over. Alright, you can leave now. Just then, Tiger Brother's phone in his pocket rang. Mr. Chang, it's an overseas call. Yu Yadong took the phone and pointed around. There are quite a few cameras hidden here. They must have found out. Don't panic. Jiang Ming took the phone, and as soon as he pressed the answer button, a voice on the other end erupted in anger. Tiger, what the hell is going on? Why is there no money in your account? All the client information has vanished. The group needs an explanation from you. Jiang Ming dug in his ear, annoyed. All you do is ask. Aren't you old enough to check the VCR yourself? VCR? The person on the other end was momentarily confused, then realized Zhang Ming was referring to the surveillance in the room. He hung up, and 2 minutes later, called back. The voice was much colder. "Kid, you're something. Dare to tell me your name?" Zhang Ming snorted coldly. "You think you're worthy? I'm your daddy." UVE stirred up trouble, angered a Lord-level zombie. Survival points plus 100. Oh, it can be like this? Zhang Ming immediately lifted the restrictions, spewing all sorts of fragrant insults at these overseas fools who only knew how to scam their fellow countrymen. After tiring himself out from cursing, he let Wang Tang take over. Although Wang Tang's insults were simple, his not yet broken voice had a more lethal impact. The Lord-level zombie is continuously generating resentment. Survival points plus 66. The Lord-level zombie is continuously generating resentment. Survival points plus 99. "I will kill you, I will kill you." An angry roar came from the other end of the phone. "You better show up, or I'll curse you." Zhang Ming hung up after tiring himself out. Anyway, he had the number saved. There would be plenty of opportunities to rack up survival points later. I didn't expect the Lord-level zombie to be so friendly, supporting mutual integrity. I like it. After seeing Zhang Ming unleash a torrent of insults, everyone surprisingly showed satisfied smiles. A chill ran down their spines. If this isn't perverse, what is? "Ah, you guys haven't left yet?" As soon as Zhang Ming spoke, the others suddenly realized and hurried to leave. "Run, don't let the group's people catch us and take us back. Run as far as you can. Goodbye, Mr. Zhang. May the mountains remain green and the waters flow long. A great favor. No need to say thanks. We'll meet again." As everyone left, only Yu Yadong and Guo Xiaoling remained, staring blankly in place. "Why aren't you leaving?" Zhang Ming asked. Yu Yadong sighed. "I can't go home with no face." Guo Xiaoling simply said, "No money, no home." Zhang Ming stared at the loyalty numbers above their heads. One was 18%, the other 15%. Unknowingly, he had improved a bit more, far ahead of the other employees, and his loyalty to Zhang Ming had long surpassed that of an ordinary person. Since that was the case, Zhang Ming had a sudden idea and casually said, "How about you two work for me?" Yu Yadong and Guo Xiaoling looked up in unison and asked, "Boss, what kind of work do you do?" I can't just say I'm a student, right? The projects I'm working on are quite large, involving outdoor survival, logistics, transportation, warehouse reserves, jewelry trading, and various other aspects." Zhang Ming spoke confidently, and his casual boasting left Wang Tang beside him wide-eyed and speechless. Yu and Guo were not foolish either, and they asked, "Zhang, what is your company's name?" "Not decided yet." "Where is the company located?" "Also not determined." "Zhang, are you just making empty promises?" Zhang Ming admitted generously, not deceiving them. "The company is indeed still in the preparatory stage, but what I mentioned is true, and you don't need to worry about the funding. As for whether you believe it or not, that's up to you." Zhang Ming didn't try to persuade them hard. It would be better if they came, but it didn't matter if they didn't. As long as there was cash flow, the next employee would be even more obedient. Before leaving, Zhang Ming left a note. "You have 24 hours. If you come to a decision, call my secretary." Seeing that the note had the number of his little genius watch, Wang Tang almost couldn't hold back. Struggling to suppress a laugh, he played the role of the secretary well and opened the door for Zhang Ming. "Zhang, what's your step?" Zhang Ming's mouth twitched, almost unable to hold it in. A 13-year-old secretary, truly something. Inside, Yu Yadong and Guo Xiaoling exchanged glances. "Are we doing it? Clearly just a kid. Can you really take what he says seriously? You call this a kid?" Yu Yadong pointed to the old sofa shattered in the corner. Guo Xiaoling swallowed. He is indeed a remarkable person, but could he be too unreliable? At least he's honest. I've had enough of being deceived. Alright then, I'll call him tomorrow. Oh, by the way, are we doing it? Didn't I just say I'll call tomorrow? I meant the other doing it, just the two of us. Shower first. Zombie Guo Xiaoling loyalty increased by 3%, current 18%. Zombie Yu Yadong loyalty increased by 2%, current 20%. How strange, their loyalty has actually increased again. Zhang Ming felt puzzled. What had happened? "Brother Ming, I finally got a ride." Wang Tang waved happily by the roadside. "Coming." After getting into the ride-hailing car, it wasn't long before Wang Tang leaned against Zhang Ming's shoulder and fell into a deep sleep. After all, he was still a child, busy for most of the day, and exhausted. "Aunt Sang, don't worry, Wang Tang is staying at my place tonight. Summer vacation handwriting assignment? Don't worry, I'll supervise him to finish it. I'll remember Uncle Wang's instructions, and you should rest early. Good night." After reassuring Wang Tang's mother, Zhang Min, Zhang Ming instructed the driver to turn down the radio. The night was deep, and the sky in the suburbs was exceptionally clear, with brilliant stars illuminating the traveler's return path. The radio in the car played the chimes of midnight. "It's not easy," surviving another difficult day in the apocalypse. Zhang Ming looked at the fleeting shadows outside the window, smiling and revealing his white teeth. Successfully passed the second day of the apocalypse. Survival points, 4,399 points. System evaluation, quiet, you can navigate trade in the home of the evolved. Active, you can beat zombies in the apocalypse. I feel you are invincible. Go ahead and dominate the apocalypse. Performance score, reward, golden level supply box. Why does this system feel like a string of nonsense? Zhang Ming was not affected by the system, maintaining a steady mindset, steadily improving himself. If there really is a bug fix in the future, on the day the world falls into the apocalypse, he can still face it with a full spirit. Open the supply box. Several golden lights burst forth in the storage space, dazzling and brilliant. The first item is a stack of black paper, A4 size, printed with blurred blood red text that is hard to read. When his mind touches it, an item information description pops up, low-level zombie contract. You can sign a contract with ordinary zombies with a loyalty of over 20%, controlling the contracted zombies to serve you. As their loyalty increases, they will provide you with more survival points. What a treasure, just in time. Counting, there are a total of 5 contract papers, which means he can recruit 5 zombies in total. 1 for Yu Yadong, 1 for Guo Xiaoling. I'll see if Uncle Wang is interested tomorrow. After the contract, the zombies can provide survival points. As long as I expand the scale in the future, I can completely lie back in exchange for survival points. Zhang Ming silently calculated, his gaze drawn to a bottle of blood red ink placed next to the zombie contract. The colors are similar, perhaps there is some connection. Entry ink. Can refresh an entry of a contracted zombie, effect random. Contracted zombies have entries? Zhang Ming couldn't understand and could only wait until tomorrow to see the effect after signing the contract. The third prize is another evolution fruit, resembling a strawberry, with red flesh dotted with shiny star spots, crystal clear and dazzling, making Zhang Ming drool. Divine Beauty Red Fruit, a first-level evolution fruit, evolved from strawberries, very rare. The surface of the fruit is embedded with beauty star spots, rich in a large amount of evolutionary material, with powerful beauty-enhancing effects. Unable to resist, he swallowed it in one big bite. The sweet and sour juice erupted in his mouth, and his taste buds exploded. The fatigue of the day was swept away, and every pore in his body opened up, feeling completely relaxed. You absorbed a large amount of evolutionary energy, and your evolution level has risen to first level 12%. Not bad. If I can get a few more rare evolution fruits like this, second level evolution is just around the corner. Suddenly, the car slammed to a halt. While Zhang Ming steadied himself, he quickly reached out to support Wang Tong, preventing him from being disturbed by the sudden stop, allowing him to continue sleeping like a baby. Damn, are you Peng Yuyan? The driver exclaimed, his eyes wide as he stared at the rearview mirror. Zhang Ming followed his gaze and realized that his originally plain appearance had transformed into sharp brows and bright eyes, with a three-dimensional profile, looking strikingly handsome after the transformation from the Divine Beauty Red Fruit. Sorry, you've mistaken me for someone else. Understanding the situation, Zhang Ming didn't blame the driver for his surprise. He feigned calmness, but the corners of his mouth couldn't help but lift. Sorry, young man, it's mainly because you look too handsome. When the light swept over just now, you looked like a star, making me laugh. It's fine, uncle. I just looked in the mirror and was almost stunned by my own handsomeness, let alone you. The uncle's mouth twitched. This kid really has thick skin. You have intimidated the zombies with your unique appearance. Reward survival points +5. Zhang Ming chuckled and pulled out a baby bottle from his pocket. The uncle looked at it in surprise. Playing so perversely? Zhang Ming looked at this newly obtained reward, unable to hide his excitement. Rare treasure baby bottle. The baby bottle carries a mother's love and care. Carrying the baby bottle, you will bear the blessing of maternal love, receiving exclusive protection in the apocalypse, making survival easier. Rare treasure, a special item that embodies spiritual power, extremely rare in the world, each with unique effects. It is said that this spiritual power comes from the deities above, very mysterious. Deities? Isn't that a bit far-fetched? The system frequently sent information reminders. You stayed alone with 2 zombies in a narrow space for over 10 minutes. Reward survival points +12. Received the blessing from Baby Bottle. Wow baby, you're amazing. You actually dared to ride in a car driven by a zombie, accumulating survival points +15. Received the blessing from Baby Bottle. Baby is so brave, not even afraid of a sleeping zombie in your arms. That's awesome. Accumulating survival points +20. Zhang Ming was completely speechless. Although gaining more survival points was a good thing, the way it was phrased was truly embarrassing. After all, he was a strong man, and being praised like this made his skin crawl. Even more bizarrely, Zhang Ming discovered that the survival points rewarded by the baby bottle were not given directly. They were actually stored in the bottle in the form of milk. To obtain the accumulated survival points, he had to drink the milk. Hey, I'm just a 216-month-old baby. Isn't it reasonable to have a sip of milk? Zhang Ming brought his mouth to the nipple and gently sucked. Slurp, not to mention, it was quite tasty. The flavor was like buffalo milk, light and with a hint of sweetness. Received survival points plus 15 from baby bottle. Received survival points plus 20 from baby bottle. Drinking milk added survival points, so Zhang Ming stopped pretending and took a big gulp, instantly filling the air with the scent of milk. The driver in the front row was about to break down. How could such a handsome young man have such a bizarre taste? What kind of person are you from our homeland? It's already strange enough to drink milk in the middle of the night, and using a baby bottle? And making weird chuckling sounds while drinking? The driver thought he had picked up something unsavory. He immediately pulled over and kicked him out. Get out, I'm not doing your business anymore, and I won't take your money. Zhang Ming reluctantly said, Master, just turn at the intersection ahead and that's the destination. I'm not driving anymore, get out of the car. Master, don't panic, I'm really a good person, just having a sip of milk, it's really good, why don't you try it? The driver was so scared he bolted out the door, leaving the car behind. You successfully repelled a normal zombie, reward survival points plus 3. This really wasn't my intention. Zhang Ming put down the baby bottle, licked the milk stains on his lips, looking completely innocent. There was no choice but to walk home. The moment he picked up Wang Tang to get out of the car, Wang Tang mumbled in his sleep, wow, it smells so good, I want to drink Nani. Instinctively, Wang Tang bit down on Zhang Ming's muscular chest. Zhang Ming, his face darkened suddenly, and he slapped Wang Tang hard. Wake up, get up and do your homework. Remembering what had advised him over the phone, Zhang Ming immediately punished Wang Tang to practice writing as soon as he got home. He didn't stop until Wang Tang had completed all the writing practice requirements for the entire summer vacation. Wang Tang practiced writing with tears in his eyes, unable to understand how he had angered Brother Ming after just a nap. He had tried to resist, thinking Zhang Ming's handwriting was ugly, like chicken feet, and there was no reason for him to practice alone. But after seeing Zhang Ming get a shot in the arm, every stroke he made was fluid and vigorous, the characters he wrote were powerful and dynamic, resembling the work of a calligraphy master. Brother Ming, have you taken drugs? It wasn't drugs. Zhang Ming felt that his body had completely adapted to the specialized injection he received last time, so he gave himself another shot. This shot was obtained by trading 5 bags of White Elephant instant noodles at the Evolver's Home Force specialization, Wonderful Brush, which granted him unparalleled calligraphy skills, blending various styles with a unique ancient charm. Whenever he wanted, he could effortlessly write in any font or style, but he could never admit to taking drugs. What do you know? My achievements in calligraphy today are all thanks to my diligent practice day and night, along with a bit of talent and intelligence. The sweat and hardships behind this cannot be erased by your mere accusation of drug use. If you're bad, just practice more. I'll punish you to write 3 more pieces. Wang Tang cried. He thought, Brother Ming, it's fine for you to say that without shame, but can you at least hide the syringe first? The next day at noon, Zhang Ming lazily got out of bed. He had slept soundly and felt refreshed. You spent the night under the same roof as a zombie, showing great courage, reward survival points plus 50, received the blessing of the baby bottle. Baby, you slept so well, this will definitely help you grow taller, accumulating survival points plus 80, the Lord level zombie is continuously generating resentment, survival points plus 3, the Lord level zombie is continuously generating resentment, survival points plus 2, no way, that boss from overseas is still complaining? Zhang Ming found it amusing and took a big gulp from the baby bottle. So comfortable. He stretched lazily and kicked Wang Tang, who was sleeping next door. The latter screamed, I don't want to practice calligraphy anymore, waking up suddenly. Good morning, Brother Ming. Good morning, Tingzi. Check if you have any messages on your phone watch. Wang Tang rubbed his sleepy eyes and mumbled, there's a message from that guy Yu Yadong from yesterday, saying he and Guo Xiaoling agreed to join our company. Zhang Ming nodded, that's good. You contact them, and let's go eat at the Drunken South River restaurant. Wang Tang was overjoyed. Wow, Brother Ming is generous. I've heard the food there is delicious, and there's king crab to eat. Can I order one? Zhang Ming waved his hand, order whatever you want. By the way, invite your dad to join us, our company is about to get underway. Mentioning this, a gleam of excitement flashed in Zhang Ming's eyes. The company was just a formality. The key was to have a suitable excuse for Yu Yadong and the others to sign the zombie contract. Brother Ming, I've notified everyone, reserved a table at the restaurant, and arranged for the king crab. Wang Tang transformed into a competent little secretary, taking care of everything for Zhang Ming. Let's go, off to eat king crab. Yay! With millions lying in the bank, their confidence was unshakable. The two wore smiles brighter than the midday sun and rushed out the door. The Drunken South River is a renowned seafood restaurant in Nanjing City. The seafood sold is delivered fresh from the seaside daily, with a wide variety that is highly praised by food lovers from all over. However, the prices are not cheap, averaging around 500 per person. In the past, Jiang Ming wouldn't have dared to think about dining here. At most, he would take Wang Ting to peek at the fish tanks piled up at the entrance and see what fresh seafood had come in, just to satisfy his eyes. But today was different. With a full wallet, he stood tall. The two strode into the restaurant, walking with confidence, trying to act like regulars, but they almost couldn't find their private room, which was quite embarrassing. The bright moon over the sea private room is here, please follow me. The waitress struggled to suppress her laughter, her smile whiter than a crescent moon. If she hadn't corrected their direction in time, Jiang Ming and his companion would have almost barged into the ladies' restroom. Thank you. Jiang Ming's face turned red, and Wang Tang's little face flushed as they quickly entered the private room and slammed the door shut, as if that would stop the embarrassment from spreading. President Jiang Yu Yadong and Guo Xiaoling had arrived early, standing up politely to greet them. Wang Qingkuan, sitting next to them, was taken aback by their respectful attitude and didn't know how to react for a moment. Dad, are you still dazed? The boss is greeting you, sit down. The boss serves dishes, you turn the table, right? Why aren't you getting up to call President Jiang? Almost forgot, from now on, we'll keep work and personal life separate. It's not appropriate to call you dad at work. I'll just call you old Wang. Wang Tang's arrogant attitude almost made Wang Qingkuan pull out his 7 wolves knife to put on a good show of fatherly love. No respect. Jiang Ming slapped the back of Wang Tang's head and said to Wang Qingkuan, Uncle Wang, don't listen to his nonsense. Just call me Xiao Ming like before. Wang Qingkuan waved his hand. No, let's do as he says. It's good to keep public and private matters separate. From now on, I'll call you Manager Zhang, and him Little Wang. Not being a family, they didn't enter the same door. Jiang Ming was truly impressed by this pair of resentful father and son. Before long, the waiter brought in the dishes. Stir-fried king crab from the typhoon shelter, geoduck sashimi, steamed grouper, chicken soup with fish maw. The sight of such delicacies made everyone present drool, slurping sounds rising and falling. Let's eat first, then discuss work. Jiang Ming commanded, and everyone moved their chopsticks in unison. Yu Yadong and Guo Xiaoling, who had been imprisoned for months and had been eating like pigs, were so moved by the sight of such delicious food that tears nearly choked them. Zombie Guo Xiaoling loyalty increased by 2%, current, 20%. Zombie Yu Yadong loyalty increased by 1%, current, 21%. The Wang father and son also devoured the food like a whirlwind, especially Wang Qingkuan, who savored the taste of time from the meal. Remembering the past, the Wang family had once been so prosperous, but their business had suffered setbacks, leading to their decline. Now, tasting such delicious food again, Wang Qingkuan sat there, his eyes filled with the image of himself from 20 years ago, full of vigor at a banquet, tears of nostalgia shimmering in his eyes. Detected that zombie Wang Qingkuan has changed his hostility towards the host, generating loyalty. Current loyalty, 8%. Uncle Wang was finally convinced, and Jiang Ming let out a slight sigh of relief. Unfortunately, the loyalty was still a bit short of the 20% needed to sign a contract. He would need to apply more pressure. As the meal was nearly finished, Jiang Ming took the initiative to put down his chopsticks. Except for Wang Tang, who continued to eat without restraint due to his pampered status, the other three stopped and waited for Jiang Ming's instructions. Now that we've eaten and drunk enough, let's talk about business. I have a preliminary arrangement for the company. Last time you two asked me what the company would be called, I pondered over it last night and finally settled on the name, Apocalypse Survival Limited. What do you think? Wang Tang choked, glancing at Jiang Ming, thinking to himself that his brother must have slept soundly last night. How could he have been pondering? Wasn't this just something he casually mentioned in the car? Jiang Ming shot him a fierce glare, staring Wang Tang into tightening his lips, obediently gnawing on a crab leg, afraid to say more. Manager Zhang, I don't understand. Why name it Apocalypse? Yu Yadong asked. Jiang Ming thought for a moment and briefly explained the previous prophecy about the apocalypse. As expected, Yu and Guo found it hard to accept, feeling it sounded even more absurd than a scam company's pitch. Jiang Ming then changed his wording. To put it simply, the company's business is very straightforward. It's to design survival plans for those wealthy customers who are afraid of dying. Specifically, it involves helping them handle valuable jewelry, exchanging for large amounts of supplies, and in the future, establishing shelters, etc. With this explanation, the two suddenly understood. Even Wang Qingkuan had a new realization. Manager Zhang, no wonder you have so many treasures. It turns out you've been getting them at low prices from the wealthy under the guise of apocalypse survival. Then you sell them at high prices, making huge profits in between. You really are a genius. Even the obscure combination of apocalypse plus antiques can be thought of. I can say you were born to be a middleman. It could be done this way? Zhang Ming himself hadn't expected that a casual remark would be interpreted by Wang Qingquan as a business strategy. But he had to admit, with this understanding, the logic was coherent and quite plausible. Uncle Wang, this is where you're wrong. You emphasized that this isn't called being a middleman. It's called being a treasure appraiser. Zhang Ming took the opportunity to tease him. Wang Qingquan immediately smiled apologetically. Right, treasure appraiser. It's my fault for not seeing clearly. I toast to the appraiser with tea instead of wine. Everyone followed his lead, toasting Zhang Ming with tea or juice instead of wine. After putting down his cup, Zhang Ming raised his eyebrows, his tone becoming passionate. Now, I will briefly outline the positions and benefits for the three of you. Uncle Wang, you have been deeply involved in the business circle for many years, with extensive connections and a thorough understanding of jewelry and antiques. I hereby appoint you as the manager of our company's business department, responsible for handling valuable jewelry and promoting large transactions. I will offer you a base salary at the highest market standard, along with a 10% rebate as a bonus. Can you accept this? Wang Qingquan had helped Zhang Ming handle a jade bracelet yesterday, but it felt more like doing a favor for a friend. Hearing these words now, he suddenly realized that this was a career with vast prospects, and his heart surged with excitement. Thank you, General Manager Zhang. I will definitely work hard and contribute to a bright future for the company. Zombie Wang Qingquan loyalty increased by 12%, current, 20%. The loyalty is finally sufficient. Zhang Ming smiled and turned to Yu Yadong and the others. You two once went astray and were deeply involved in fraudulent activities. Fortunately, you have found your way back, and I will give you both a chance to reform. Yu Yadong, as a key technical staff member with outstanding business capabilities and expertise in handling complex issues, I hereby appoint you as the director of the company's comprehensive department, primarily responsible for procurement of supplies in the apocalypse and selecting warehouse locations. Guo Xiaoling, although you are a delicate woman, you have a fierce temperament, are bold and competitive, and can hold your ground. I hereby appoint you as the director of the Human Resources Department, overseeing personnel management. Currently, the company is understaffed, so you will assist Yu Yadong in his work. I will also handle your compensation according to the highest market standards, and I will set bonuses based on the company's future performance. What do you both think? Zombie Guo Xiaoling loyalty increased by 5%, current, 25%, Zombie Yu Yadong loyalty increased by 5%, current, 26%, the two were moved to tears, and the answer in their hearts was clear. Looking at the loyalty levels of the three, Zhang Ming was very satisfied. Since that's the case, we can sign the contract. Just as he was about to take out the agreement, Wang Tang, who had been engrossed in enjoying food, suddenly looked up. Minggu, what about me? Zhang Ming suddenly realized that Wang Tang still had no record of loyalty. Could it be that this kid harbored rebellious thoughts? System, what are the conditions for activating loyalty in zombies? Zhang Ming asked the system in his mind. It requires awakening the sleeping heart of the zombie and having a profound positive impact on it. Zhang Ming's heart sank. Fortunately, the system had a bug that counted ordinary people as zombies. Otherwise, if it were a true apocalypse, the first step of awakening the heart would be incredibly difficult. Real zombies are mindless and bite indiscriminately. Apart from physical awakening, Zhang Ming couldn't think of any other methods. It seems that in a normal apocalypse, contracting zombies should be a very difficult task, but I didn't expect it to be so simple on my side. Zhang Ming felt a sense of glee, but then thought, wait, others can activate their hearts as long as they feel moved. Why can't Wang Tang? Is this brat really heartless? Warm reminder, activating loyalty is a mutual process. If the host lacks a desire for control over the zombie, it cannot be activated. Zhang Ming suddenly understood, so that's it. I have a desire for control over others, hoping to have the zombies work for me or complete special tasks. But with this silly kid, I only have pure brotherly affection. Ah, my foolish Odo. Zhang Ming rubbed Wang Tang's head and replied, you're just a little kid, still not fully grown, and you want to find a job? Go study. Wang Tang pouted in dissatisfaction, his eyes filled with grievance. Zhang Ming laughed and said, but since it's summer vacation, I can offer you a part-time job. Wang Tang's eyes lit up instantly. I'll temporarily arrange for you to be my little secretary. If you perform well, I'll reward you with food and gaming freedom. If you don't, your summer homework will double. Do you agree? Wang Tang only heard food and gaming freedom and immediately declared, I will definitely complete the task. After sending the children away, Zhang Ming pretended to reach into his backpack, but in reality, he took out 3 zombie contracts from the storage space and placed them in front of Wang Qingquan and the others. By the way, I forgot to mention, the specific employment contracts for our company will be drafted by Guo Xiaoling later. For now, the three of you need to sign a special contract. The three looked at the blood-red, blurry patterns printed on the black paper and frowned. Whose contract is this color? Mr. Zhang, what is this? Zhang Ming shook his head mysteriously. This is confidential and cannot be disclosed. You just need to listen to me, close your eyes, and place your palms on the contract. The three exchanged glances. Although it felt awkward, they complied. At that moment, Zhang Ming finally understood why only those with loyalty over 20% could sign the contract. If an ordinary person had no loyalty, they would just think Zhang Ming was crazy for making such a ridiculous request. Do you want to pay 1,000 survival points to contract this zombie? Shameless businessman. Zhang Ming's mouth twitched. The system only informed him of the extra charge at this critical moment. There was no way around it. The atmosphere had reached this point, so Zhang Ming could only pay with tears. Spending 3,000 survival points, all three zombies were successfully contracted. The detailed information of the contracted zombies immediately appeared before him. Zombie name, Wang Chengkuan. Attribute, Shrewd, Intelligence +3, Energy +3. Production efficiency, 7 survival points/hour. Zombie name, Hua Shaoling. Attribute, Fanatic, Enthusiasm +3, Energy +2, Intelligence -1. Production efficiency, 7 survival points/hour. Zombie name, Yu Yadong. Attribute, Dexterous as Operation +2, Intelligence +2, Sleepy, Energy -5. Production efficiency, 2 survival points/hour. Special note, production efficiency refers to the rate at which zombies provide survival points back to the host, determined by loyalty and attribute traits. Zhang Ming calculated briefly. The 3,000 survival points he just spent could be earned back in less than 10 days through the contracted zombies. It could be said to be a profitable deal. However, the extra, sleepy, attribute on Yu Yadong made Zhang Ming quite uncomfortable. No wonder he looks so weak, can't get energized all day, and I don't even know what he's doing at night. Zhang Ming examined Yu Yadong's frail posture and shook his head. Out of concern for his employees and to improve work efficiency, he took out the attribute ink he obtained yesterday. This thing could refresh an attribute of a contracted zombie, and it might have miraculous effects. He began to try it out. After 1/3 of the ink bottle vanished into thin air, Yu Yadong's sleepy attribute disappeared, replaced by a red attribute. Lust +10, Energy +10. Zhang Ming? What the hell is this? At the same time, Yu Yadong urgently tore off his clothes, his face turning extremely red. So hot, hurry, give it to me. Just as he was about to rush towards Wang Chengkuan next to him in a daze, Zhang Ming quickly poured down the attribute ink again to refresh the attribute. A purple attribute replaced it. Career-oriented, Energy +2, Enthusiasm +3, Intelligence +2, Life -1. After equipping this attribute, Yu Yadong's work efficiency reached 24 survival points/hour, far ahead. What do you want me to give you? Wang Chengkuan was utterly shocked by Yu Yadong's recent outrageous behavior. What does it mean for a man to strip in front of me? Being an old-fashioned person, he found it hard to understand. Give me. Yu Yadong's brain stuttered due to the attribute change. After a pause, he suddenly slammed the table. Give me tasks. I want to work. Boss, life is about work, hurry, and arrange work for me. I can't wait a moment longer. He was like someone who had been injected with chicken blood, his eyes ablaze with fierce flames, his ambition overflowing, a stark contrast to the image of the weak-willed young master from before. Hua Shaoling sighed inwardly. Why didn't you have this kind of energy last night? Useless guy. Zhang Ming replied helplessly, then you go find a suitable warehouse too. Before he could finish, Yu Yadong had already dashed off, leaving only the trailing sound of his voice. I'm off. Wang Tang burst into laughter. Did brother you sneak some kidney treasure? Why is he suddenly so energetic? Zhang Ming tapped him with his chopsticks. You little brat, always learning the wrong things, even know about kidney treasure. Of course I know. Wang Tang said proudly, my dad often sneaks kidney treasure before bed. After eating, he's full of energy, making noise all night, but the next morning, he's still listless. Wow, that's explosive. Zhang Ming and Hua Shaoling exchanged glances, pretending they hadn't heard anything, quietly retreating to the back of the dining table to leave space for Wang Chengkuan to act. They watched as he, unable to hold back, pulled out his belt and approached his son, ready to implement some tough love. Instantly, the private room was filled with Wang Tang's pig-like screams. President Zhang, I'll go assist Yadong. Hua Shaoling left, and Zhang Ming silently sipped his tea, ignoring the cries nearby, until Wang Chengkuan returned, panting. President Zhang, you brought the other 6 jade bracelets, right? Zhang Ming nodded and took out 6 brightly colored jade bangles from his storage space. Wang Chengkuan carefully accepted the treasures and said, by the way, the buyer, Mr. Zhang, just sent me a message inviting you to the jewelry exhibition this afternoon. Are you going to show your face? Zhang Ming thought for a moment. After all, this was a major client, and it would be wise to meet him. He nodded. All right, I'll go. Wang Teng pouted, lying on the ground, trembling as he stretched out his little hand. I want to. No, you don't. Go home and do your homework. Wang Teng quickly withdrew his little hand, whimpering. A Cullinan parked at the entrance of the restaurant. A short, middle-aged man with a square face got out from the back seat. He had a flat-top haircut, a bushy beard, and wore a green ring on his hand that reflected a brilliant shine in the sunlight, clearly worth a lot. Boss Zhang, you're too polite. The visitor was the buyer of the jade bracelets, Zheng Qian, the owner of Zhengde Jewelry. Zhang Ming didn't expect him to be so courteous, choosing to come personally to greet him. Mr. Zhang, it's a pleasure to meet you. I must say, you are exceptionally handsome, shining like a gem. Since getting in the car, Zheng Qian's gaze had not left Zhang Ming's face, his eyes gleaming with shrewdness, as if appraising a rare treasure. Your special aura has sparked a zombie's strong interest. Protect your vital parts and escape quickly. Reward survival points +5. Received a blessing from the survival milk bottle. My baby is so good looking, even zombies can't resist. Accumulating survival points +18. Mr. Zhang, you're too kind. Zhang Ming subtly shifted to the side, creating some distance from Zheng Qian. Wang Qingkuan, sitting in the passenger seat, stretched his neck and turned to say, President Zhang, I didn't notice until Boss Zhang mentioned it, but did you put on makeup today? You do look much more handsome than usual. Zhang Ming glanced at his exceptionally handsome face in the glass and shook his head, sighing, looks are just the cheapest thing about me, not worth mentioning. Wang Qingkuan secretly rolled his eyes and quickly opened the car window for some fresh air. The air in the car was too heavy, he was having trouble breathing. Mr. Zhang suddenly said seriously, Mr. Xiao Zhang, you're good-looking and humorous. Have you considered becoming an internet celebrity? Zhang Ming could hardly believe his ears. Boss Zhang, if I remember correctly, don't you sell jewelry? Why are you getting into the internet celebrity business? Hi, we need to keep up with the times. Boss Zhang took out a beautifully crafted album, the cover image featuring the jade bracelet that Zhang Ming had traded to Wang Qingkuan yesterday. Mr. Xiao Zhang, in business today, having a product is not enough, you also need a story. What do you think of the story I'm about to tell? A handsome young man lives deep in the mountains, learning the art of jewelry carving from a master. His skills have already reached a high level, yet he remains unaware, until he turns 18, when his master sends him down the mountain to experience the world. The 7 jade bracelets he casually creates flow into the world, astonishing everyone. Zhang Ming laughed. A master coming down the mountain? Boss Zhang, you've watched too many short dramas. No one would believe that kind of plot. Boss Zhang chuckled as well. The effectiveness of a plot lies in its presentation. Mr. Xiao Zhang, 90% of our clients are women. So, you want me to use my looks to seduce customers? Sorry, I have principles. I'll pay more. Principles aren't set in stone. Boss Zhang, let's have a pleasant cooperation. Zhang Ming shifted back, leaning in closer. After some discussion, they finalized the plan. From now on, they would establish a long-term partnership, with Zhang Ming playing the role of the young craftsman in the story, continuously producing various jewelry pieces. Boss Zhang would purchase them at a 10% discount off the market price, considered as the cost for personal IP incubation. Sitting in the passenger seat, Wang Qingkuan couldn't help but exclaim, so being handsome can really pay off. I've learned something. Zombie Wang Qingkuan loyalty increased by 1%, current, 21%. By the way, Boss Zhang suddenly said, Mr. Xiao Zhang, you need to come up with a stage name. What do you think it should be? Zhang Ming pondered for a moment and said, the protagonist in the story is a young craftsman who emerges from the mountains, and when he makes a sound, it's astonishing. My name has Ming in it, so I'll call myself. Boss Zhang eagerly awaited, imagining a name full of meaning. I'll call myself Mingren. The result was an instant letdown. Mingren is quite good. It can also cater to the two-dimensional customers, Zhang Ming explained with a grin. Boss Zhang helplessly complied and took out a signature pen, asking, I wonder how your handwriting is? If it's good, you can sign these promotional albums, and we can use them as prizes to kick off the first wave of popularity. Before Zhang Ming could respond, Wang Qingkuan slapped his forehead. Oh no. His handwriting is just as ugly as my Tenger's, it's completely unpresentable. Zhang Ming didn't explain, silently lifting his hand to write. His spirit and energy merged at the tip of the pen, and with fluid movements, he wrote the ancient characters Mingren, the strength penetrating the paper, carving out a rich ancient charm, each stroke mesmerizing. Wow, is this your handwriting? Wang Qingkuan gasped, his eyes nearly popping out. Uncle Wang, practice makes perfect. The past is the past, now is now, they can't be compared. Zhang Ming feigned profundity, pausing to exhale, exuding an air of sophistication. Wang Qingkuan couldn't help but shake his head in amazement. a thought forming in his mind. Tanger and Xiaoming's writing skills were originally on par, but now they're worlds apart. It really pays off to practice. I must make Tanger practice writing hard when we get back, or else he'll get a beating. Poor Wang Tang had no idea of the storm that awaited him in the future. Great handwriting! Boss Zhang clapped in approval, pulling out several promotional albums for Zhang Ming to sign. After signing, the vehicle arrived at the foot of a small mountain. Zhang Ming opened the window, taking a breath of the fresh air outside, and noticed a sign that read Yunman Mountain Villa. After a brief inquiry, he learned that this was a high-end private club in Nanjing City, usually open only to members. Ordinary people could only enter with an invitation. The jewelry exhibition today is open inside, and those attending must be either rich or noble. Their status is certainly not ordinary. What are those? Zhang Ming's eyes moved as he noticed a small group of people lined up at the entrance of Yunman Mountain Villa, waiting to enter. Boss Zhang explained, although they were invited to the event, they have to wait at the end of the line because the member who invited them has a lower status. They can only enter after we are all inside. I see. So, Boss Zhang, your membership level is quite high then? Haha, it's only about 3 stories high. Mainly, I'm one of the exhibitors at this exhibition, so I have some privileges to enter directly. Boss Zhang is impressive. Just as Zhang Ming was flattering him, a gasp came from the crowd outside. Zhang Ming? What are you doing here? Zhang Ming turned to see 2 familiar faces at the end of the line. Chen Shirhan was struggling to hold a small sun umbrella, shrinking her developing body to avoid the scorching sun. Sweat beads slid down her pale arms, and the humid air made her bangs stick to her forehead, unable to lift at all. Under her long, curved eyelashes were a pair of white apricot eyes, filled with surprise. Her good friend, nicknamed Big Mouth Girl, Lu Ziwen, was tiptoeing in the shadow cast by the sun umbrella, making an exaggerated expression and letting out that gasp. What a coincidence, Zhang Ming replied lightly. Are these 2 your friends? It's hot outside. Why not get in the car and go in together? Zheng Qian's invitation sounded to the 2 girls like falling from a scorching hell into a cool cloud, their eyes filled with anticipation almost turning tangible. No need, Zhang Ming glanced at Chen Shirhan, her last message before blocking him flashing in his mind. After we go our separate ways in college, we are no longer from the same world. Let's not keep in touch. It's better for someone like me from another world not to disturb you too much. Let's drive. The engine roared, and the car kicked up dust as it left. The exhaust sprayed onto Chen Shirhan's face, finally allowing her bangs to flutter again. But her expression was darker than the exhaust fumes. That's too much. What's wrong with giving us a ride? Han, your family has helped him for so many years, and this Zhang Ming is simply a white-eyed wolf. Enough. Chen Shirhan gritted her silver teeth, the veins on her pale arms bulging, and she was sweating even more. She was very angry. She had never been this angry before. Zhang Ming, she roared in her heart. That phrase, someone from another world, might not have been understood by others, but Chen Shirhan understood it clearly. You and I will never be from the same world. Even if you can get in the car and enter the venue, it won't change that. Immediately, a huge doubt gave rise to uncontrollable suspicion from the depths of her heart. Ziwen, why do you think Zhang Ming can get in the car and enter the venue without waiting in line? She asked Lu Ziwen, her eyes dark and terrifying. I don't know, maybe he knows some rich friends? He's an orphan, and he has no skills. How could he know such people and have them willing to take him to the exhibition? What do you mean, Han? Don't forget, he went to Huliuxiang a couple of days ago. Lu Ziwen suddenly widened her eyes. You mean, he went there not to buy, but to sell? Chen Shirhan didn't reply, but her tactical retreat clearly indicated her attitude. But the person in the car just now was a middle-aged man. Oh my god. Lu Ziwen seemed to discover a new continent. Her gossip spirit suddenly awakened. Could he be this? Lu Ziwen curled her fingers. Who can say for sure? Chen Shirhan sneered. He must have obtained the invitation through dirty dealings. How despicable. Thinking this way, Chen Shirhan felt much better. Lu Ziwen noticed that her best friend's expression had improved, so she dared to mention it slightly. Han, why don't you urge that guy Xiang to let us in? He invited us over but made us wait half an hour at the door. What kind of situation is this? Chen Shirhan proactively explained for him. Xiang Yang might be busy inside. He is one of the staff for this high-end jewelry exhibition, and usually, university students would fight tooth and nail just to get a spot. Lu Ziwen smirked. Oh, you're already defending him before you're even together. Don't talk nonsense. I didn't mean it that way. The only reason I accepted his invitation is to see some high-end treasures, so I won't be fooled by cheap stuff from men in the future. You know me, even though Xiang Yang is nice, he's still far from my standards for a partner. The man I want should at least be able to buy me this. As she said this, she opened the chat history with Xiang Yang, where there were photos he had secretly taken at the venue. When she said this, she zoomed in on a photo of a jade bracelet. If Zhang Ming were present, he would immediately recognize that this bracelet was the same one sold to Zhang Qian yesterday. Wow, so beautiful. This bracelet is said to be worth over $1 million. I really want to see it in person, Lu Ziwen exclaimed, enchanted. Yeah, it would look so good on me. Chen Shirhan extended her pale arm, imagining the envious gazes around her when she wore the bracelet, as if in a dream. At that moment, I would be so beautiful, and he would be so handsome beside me. The sound of cicadas' chirp, chirp interrupted her daydream. Back to reality, the sweltering heat was unbearable, and the sunlight was blinding. Why? Zhang Ming could just sit in an air-conditioned car and go in? What a great deal! No matter how much she tried to hide it, Chen Shirhan still felt resentful towards Zhang Ming, to the point of being a bit defensive. Hey, Xiang Yang, when can I get into the venue? She couldn't wait any longer and immediately called Xiang Yang, her earlier pretense of restraint vanishing. Hanin, I'm so sorry. I was planning to come get you, but something big happened. Xiang Yang's mysterious and excited voice came through the phone, drawing the two girls' attention, making them forget the sweltering heat as they sweated profusely. What happened? Hurry up and tell me, don't keep me in suspense. Hee hee, I have good news for you. The designer of that jade bracelet you like is here. He also brought 6 other exclusive designs. Each one is exquisite and of excellent quality. The prices are going to skyrocket. The key is, that designer is a hidden genius, and not only is he young, but he's also said to be incredibly handsome. Unfortunately, I was too far away to see clearly. I only heard those middle-aged wealthy women screaming. Chen Shirhan could no longer remain calm and urged, then let me in quickly. I want to meet that young designer too. Wait, they're drawing lots at the venue. The sound of screams echoed through the phone, and after 2 minutes, Xiang Yang's voice returned, even more excited than before. Wow, Hanin, I'm so lucky. I want a signed commemorative album from that designer. This is a big win. I heard someone say that the young designer's calligraphy is also exceptional. His signature might sell for a high price. Hanin, I'll give you this treasure. Will you be my girlfriend? Perhaps too excited, Xiang Yang couldn't help but confess. Chen Shirhan, however, completely brushed it off and shouted impatiently, just get me inside first. I'm going to melt. Oh, okay. After another 10 minutes of fussing, Chen Shirhan finally stepped into the mysterious estate. The courtyard was a well-organized sea of green, with uniquely shaped, meticulously trimmed gardens, and colorful flowers competing to bloom. Walking under the rainbow cast by the central hot spring, Chen Shirhan felt as if she had become a princess. This is the place I should be living in. Yeah, Han, this place is really beautiful, just like you. She looked at Xiang Yang's flattering expression and subtly revealed a hint of disdain. Clearly, it was the other party who had invited her in, yet at this moment, she felt like the true owner of the estate, disgusted by such a servile underling. Wow, Han, look, isn't that Zhang Ming? Zhang Ming was once again discovered by Lu Ziwen. He was currently walking away in the shadow of the flower bed, facing away from the crowd, looking quite sneaky. That's the direction of the parking lot. Sneaky? You can tell he's up to no good. Maybe he stole something and is trying to run away. Chen Shirhan's speculation shocked the two. No way, selling his body is one thing, but stealing is illegal. Zhang Ming can't be that bold, right? Let's go take a look. The three quietly followed, only to see Zhang Ming get into a Panamera. Why did he change cars? It doesn't look like the one we saw before. Maybe he switched trading partners and is busy doing something unclear in the car. Car play? Playing so extravagantly? The three observed secretly and found that the car drove away. Xiang Yang, I remember you said you came in a BMW, right? Hurry, bring the car over, we need to catch up. Chen Shirhan directly issued the order. Xiang Yang was surprised. Aren't we going to the exhibition anymore? Han, aren't you curious about that young designer? Chen Shirhan gritted her teeth, her eyes revealing determination. Not anymore, I must find out what Zhang Ming is up to. Why can Zhang Ming frequently change luxury cars while I can't? If Chen Shirhan couldn't figure this out, she feared she wouldn't be able to sleep. Wow, Xianggu is impressive, driving a BMW at such a young age. Lu Ziwen saw Xiang Yang actually drive over a small fish head car. Small but quite cute? You call this a BMW? Chen Shirhan was completely thrown off. Xiang Yang awkwardly scratched his head. A horse is still a kind of horse. Han, why don't you get in first, or we won't catch up? Chen Shirhan took a deep breath and got into the car, gritting her teeth. Squeezed in the cramped back seat, she couldn't even stretch her legs. Her mind kept recalling the image of Zhang Ming in the car, sitting comfortably in a spacious back seat, even able to cross his legs leisurely. Why is that? Han, my car may be small, but the atmosphere for listening to music is great. What song do you want to hear? Shut up. What song is Shut Up? I can't find it? You shut up. Xiang Yang obediently closed his mouth and focused on driving. In his line of sight, the tail of the Panamera slowly appeared. Mr. Zhang, where did you say you were going? Zheng Qian's driver was arranged to take Zhang Ming home, but upon hearing the destination, he found it hard to believe. Zhang Ming lazily leaned against the wide back seat and yawned. Huliaxiang. Mr. Zhang, that place isn't very good. The driver, a local, was quite familiar with Nanjing City and had heard many legends about Huliaxiang. It's fine, just take me there, master. May I ask, Mr. Zhang, what are you going there for? I want to play poker. The driver was instantly speechless and silently drove. This young man, Zhang Ming, indeed wanted to play poker with the sisters in Huliaxiang. It wasn't that he was feeling repressed, mainly, poker had high returns, and he could easily earn a lot of survival points. Unlike at the jewelry exhibition, where Zhang Qian protected him too well, insisting on maintaining the image of a young craftsman, arranging bodyguards wherever he went, preventing him from getting close to those crazy fans, which was quite a pity. Old Zhang is ruining me. Recalling the proud figures of several wealthy sisters, Zhang Ming sighed with melancholy. Having a bad stomach, what's wrong with enjoying the soft life? The engine turned off, and the car stopped at the entrance of the back willow alley. Zhang Ming adjusted the collar and belt that had been messed up by the rich women, preparing to get out and rely on his own hands to work hard for wealth. The driver suddenly said in a deep voice, Mr. Zhang, that Bao Jun behind us seems to have been following us all the way. Zhang Ming yawned. It's fine, don't pay any attention. As a newly evolved individual, his senses were heightened, and he had noticed 3 sneaky figures following him since he was at the villa, but he didn't take it seriously. If they like to follow, then let them continue. A corner of Zhang Ming's mouth secretly lifted as he swaggered into the back willow alley. That posture resembled that of a regular customer. Ha, I've caught you red-handed. You little pest. In the small Baojun, Chen Shirhan, who was huddled and secretly taking photos with her phone, suddenly sat up straight, excitement flashing in her eyes. Let's go in. I need to capture more evidence. With both eyewitnesses and physical evidence, let's see how my parents will defend him. Chen Shirhan's eager figure was stopped by Xiang Yang. Han Hang, calm down. I've heard that the back willow alley is very chaotic. It's better not to go in. Chen Shirhan retorted. Chaotic? Have you been there? Xiang Yang waved his hands desperately, his anxiety rising. How could I? I would never go. Is it that you don't dare to go or you don't want to go? I don't dare. So you want to go then? That's not how it should be understood. Chen Shirhan huffed. You men are all the same, disgusting. I see you also have the potential to be a pest. Ziwen, let's go, ignore him. Lu Ziwen actually didn't want to go either, but feeling the fierce light in Chen Shirhan's eyes, he reluctantly got out of the car. Xianggu, just park the car here. If something happens later, it will be easier for us to get help. Don't! Xiang Yang suddenly became assertive, throwing out the signed album he won in the jewelry exhibition raffle. This thing is a gift for you. Consider it compensation for making you wait in the scorching sun. Chen Shirhan, from now on, we're even, don't contact me again. With a stomp on the gas, the small Bao Jun made a beautiful drift. A voice floated out of the car window. I've never even touched a woman, and I'm already a pest? This indiscriminate fighting style, who can stand it? Let them come. Then the small Bao Jun disappeared around the corner. Han Hang, look at how this is escalating. TCH, men are indeed unreliable. Let's go, hurry up, don't lose them. Lu Ziwen genuinely felt that his best friend was going crazy. In the cold, damp alley, the stench from the sewers occasionally wafted through. The 2 women walked cautiously on the slippery stone path, as if treading on thin ice. Before them lay only deep darkness, like a path leading to hell, where Zhang Ming's figure was nowhere to be seen. Lu Ziwen trembled. Han Hang, where's Zhang Ming? Chen Shirhan forced herself to stay calm. He must have found a room to have fun. Along the roadside, the sound of dull thuds occasionally came from the tightly locked bungalows, like a haunting melody, making Lu Ziwen's heart race. Han Hang, something's not right. I heard there are rows of girls waiting for customers in the back willow alley, but why haven't we seen any today? Could there be something unclean? Ah, don't scare yourself. Chen Shirhan suddenly raised her voice, her sharp tone breaking the silence of the alley, echoing strongly in the crowded passage. Hey, found it! A surprised old smoker's voice came from around the corner behind them. The 2 women were startled, their legs going weak, leaning against the wall as 2 sturdy figures approached them. Damn it, I don't know which heartless guy almost took all the girls. Luckily, there are still 2 left to relieve some pressure. Oh, the remaining 2 are still new faces, fresh like students. Hello, students, especially the one on the left. She's really beautiful, definitely a campus beauty level. I can't imagine how many admirers she has. Hey, what others are reluctant to touch, I want to stand up and kick hard. Then I want the one on the right, big mouth, nice figure, her face is just a bit off. but with the lights off, it's all the same. The frivolous voices approached, the inky darkness rippling like water, revealing 2 large yellow buck teeth, dragging out 2 greasy, lewd faces. Chen Shurhan always had ladybugs on her lips, but when she faced them for the first time, she was so scared that her soul almost flew away, her face devoid of color. Little sister, name your price. One of the large yellow buck teeth opened and closed, emitting a soft, greasy tone, sounding like a devil whispering in her ear, the breath carrying the stench of the sewer. Ah! Chen Shurhan screamed and wanted to run, but was immediately blocked. Sister, what are you shouting about? Not doing business anymore? Chen Shurhan shook her head in panic. You have the wrong person, we are students. That's exactly what we want, students. The eyes of the two in the darkness lit up. I wish you were in school uniforms. I'd even pay extra. Lu Ziwen was so scared she started to sob. But we're not selling ourselves. If you're not selling, what are you doing here in Lu Alley? Sunbathing? Uncle, we came to find someone. Find someone? The two in the darkness exchanged glances. It really seems like they're not selling. What should we do? Since they've come here, whether they sell or not is up to them. We'll talk about it later. The two reached out their dark hands, strong and powerful. The strength displayed was completely beyond what the little girls could resist. No, if this continues, I'll call the police. Still want to play role-playing? Sure, police flower, come judge me. Ha ha ha. In the darkness, a laugh filled with extreme lewdness echoed. Chen Shurhan's face was streaked with tears, watching as she was about to be dragged into a small house by the roadside. Regret surged in her heart. It's all Zhang Ming's fault. Why did I come in with him? Damn it, that bastard Zhang Ming. Just as despair filled her, a ray of faint sunlight appeared around the corner of the dark alley, illuminating a handsome face. It was Zhang Ming, whom she despised deeply. Like to play stalker? Are you going to keep playing next time? Zhang Ming leaned against the wall, his profile angled at 45 degrees towards the sunlight, exuding confidence. I won't dare again, Zhang Ming. Help! Lu Ziwen, less burdened than Chen Shurhan, waved and shouted. Surprisingly, the person behind her actually let her go, not making things difficult at all. I haven't even made a move, and I've scared one away. Has my kingly aura become this powerful? Zhang Ming felt secretly pleased, but just as he took a step, he heard a shocking remark that almost made him stumble. Damn, new goods have arrived in the alley, even a southern girl is here. So pretty, I want to change a bit of this. Lu Ziwen, oblivious, gratefully said, Woo, Zhang Ming, you're so nice, willing to sacrifice your backside to save me. I'm not selling myself. Zhang Ming was truly anxious. The scene he had imagined for his entrance should have been that of a hero bringing justice, making a handsome appearance. But how did it turn into a naive duck at the alley's end, posing and attracting customers? He didn't know where things went wrong, and Zhang Ming was very angry. Little brother, don't be afraid, uncle will be gentle with you. Go to hell. Zhang Ming kicked out, as if kicking away the entire summer, dispelling much of the darkness in the alley. He clearly saw a greasy bald man fly out, and it took a long time before the sound of him hitting the ground reached them. You have conquered the elite zombie, evil, with force, reward survival points plus 100. Wow, little Zhang, you're so strong? The door behind Zhang Ming opened, and two beautifully dressed ladies stepped out first. They were dressed provocatively, revealing large swaths of springtime beauty, casually draping their arms over Zhang Ming's shoulders, their demeanor extremely intimate. Chen Shurhan's delicate face, like a pear blossom in the rain, suddenly darkened. Stealthily taking a picture of Zhang Ming flirting with the girls on her phone, she snorted softly. As expected, he's a playboy, and not just one. She suddenly stopped, realizing she had spoken too soon. One after another, more girls emerged from the room. 2, 3, 4. The narrow alley was suddenly packed with hot young women. Chen Shurhan widened her eyes and counted. There were actually more than 10. 10 at once? What the hell, young man? How many kidneys do you have? The older man, surprised, gaped, thinking this guy was a pro. Drawing on his years of experience in the flower scene, he quickly made a judgment. There's a huge misunderstanding. However, Zhang Ming was too lazy to explain to the older man, waving his hand dismissively. I've also booked those 2 young ugly girls, you can leave. The older man, indignant, retorted, little brother, can't 10 satisfy you? Can't you share 2? Do you have that many bullets in your gun? Zhang Ming scoffed, I'm a dual revolver, exactly 12 bullets. Do you have a problem with that? The older man was enraged. There's no one as unreasonable as you, and you even hurt my brother. I must go find Brother G to settle this. Hearing Brother G's name, the girls around shivered. Someone stepped forward to appease. Big brother, don't be angry. These 2 girls are new and don't know the rules. Let me, help you cool down. At the same time, the girls beside Zhang Ming urged, Little Zhang, Brother G is the one in charge of the back alley. He's not to be trifled with. Brother G values rules the most. You're fighting on his turf without permission, that's already breaking the rules. You should hurry and run. Brother G is trained for 2.5 years, he's really fierce when he fights. Several disobedient girls have been seriously hurt by him. For our sake, you should leave quickly. Brother G? Actually, 2 naked girls covered their clothes and ran out from behind him, bruises on their skin. No wonder he was so angry, he must have been disturbed during an intense encounter. Brother G, it's me, old Pooh. This little brat is hogging everything, not only taking all the girls but also injuring me and my brothers. You have to take charge of this matter for me. The fallen ladybug squeezed out its last bit of strength and let out a hoarse roar. Upon hearing this, Brother G turned his gaze to Zhang Ming. His narrow eyes suddenly lit up. Oh, what a handsome young man. You, why didn't you send this new duck to my room first? A flash of murderous intent crossed Zhang Ming's eyes. You have encountered an elite zombie. Traits, poison/evil/madness. Trait level, intermediate. The madness trait is due to the zombie being affected by drugs, causing their mind to become deranged, which reduces their pain sensitivity. Brother G, Xiao Zhang is not a duck, he's a customer. The girl named you explained tremulously. Xiao Zhang, it seems you two have a good relationship. Brother G squatted down, half closing his eyes, revealing a dangerous glint. Report to Brother G, the girl you raised has long been turning her elbow outward. She was just talking bad about you and trying to help this kid escape. Old Pooh seized the opportunity to report. Oh, you, is this true? You trembled, collapsing to the ground. You dares not. Hee, your expression can't hide from me. It's obvious it's true. One by one, they get tempted by beauty, and they don't even want to do business anymore. Good. It seems you've been lacking training lately. Hearing the word training, the girls nearby trembled in fear, clearly recalling some terrifying memories. It's over, we're doomed. Xiao Zhang, you should take the chance to run. A sister with a good relationship secretly reminded him. Zhang Ming calmly spoke. I'm not the kind of person who drags others down. Besides, I've been unhappy with that middle part hairstyle for a long time. If I deal with him, you'll all be free. The girls found it hard to believe. Xiao Zhang, do you still think we're playing a bragging game? Stop boasting. And we can't escape at all. Our ID cards are being held by him. I forgot to remind you, he's not alone. Brother G whistled, and the iron shed door on the second floor opened one after another, with a series of cold-eyed thugs stepping out, some just waking up, others just finishing up, the only commonality being the dangerous glint in their eyes. You have encountered an elite zombie. Traits, poison/evil. Trait level, beginner. You have encountered an elite zombie. Traits, poison/evil. Trait level, beginner. Hee, all the same kind, then I won't hold back. Zhang Ming stretched his muscles, his gaze icy. Tie that little brat up in my room, then take all the bitches back for proper training. With a command from Brother G, the thugs revealed mocking smiles and walked to the edge of the platform, ready to jump down. The first one landed right on top of Zhang Ming. A foot came down, aiming to kick Zhang Ming's head open. Ah! Some sisters screamed, but the scream abruptly stopped, overshadowed by a cry of agony. Zhang Ming made a slight move, catching the falling thug's pant leg with a speed unimaginable to ordinary people, and slammed him down onto the ground. In an instant, a pool of blood appeared on the slick stone slab. The enemy fainted in the blink of an eye, looking quite peaceful. You have conquered an elite zombie, poison/evil, with force, reward survival points plus 200. Not good. Brother G, who was dozing off, suddenly jolted awake. This person is not simple, don't jump down. Unfortunately, it was a beat too late. Ha! The thugs froze in mid-air, looking somewhat dazed. Looking down, they were met with Zhang Ming's dangerous yet greedy gaze. Survival points actively jumping into my arms, is there such a good thing? Zhang Ming stopped pretending. Without waiting for the other party to land, he took the initiative to leap up, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks, sending gusts of wind that propelled the group of little karami like cannonballs into every corner of the alley. In an instant, dust and smoke rose, and screams echoed, while only Zhang Ming landed safely, his hairstyle not even disturbed. I'm not one to boast, he said lightly, causing the girl's eyes to shimmer with hope once more. Listen to Xiao Zhang, let's go. Ayu, the oldest among the girls, which also implied she had been tormented the longest, had been yearning to escape this place day and night, and now finally had a bright opportunity. She looked deeply at Zhang Ming. Be careful. Then she pulled the still-dazed Chen Shirhan and Lu Ziwen, taking a shortcut to flee. The other girls gritted their teeth and followed suit. Hey, don't touch me. Chen Shirhan instinctively wanted to speak up but was harshly scolded by Ayu with a shut up, making her too afraid to say more, cautiously trailing behind. As the crowd dispersed, the alley suddenly felt much wider. Zhang Ming turned back, quietly watching Brother G. It's your turn, middle part. Bang! A gunshot rang through the entire Holu alley. Ayu led the girls to smash open the chicken coop safe, retrieving their identification, but before they could shout for freedom, the gunfire from behind made everyone's hearts tremble. How could there be gunfire? Xiao Zhang wouldn't. Trust him, we have no other choice. Ayu suppressed the growing fear in everyone's hearts, releasing her tight grip on Chen Shihan's arm, saying, "You two go, it's safe now." Lu Ziwen, putting away her fearful expression, forced a smile at Ayu. "Thank you, sister." Chen Shihan, however, pouted, saying nothing, only rubbing the spot that Ayu had just grabbed. "What, do you think I'm dirty?" Ayu said coldly. Chen Shihan remained silent, shrinking back 2 steps, her actions seemingly saying it all. Ayu sneered, stepping forward, reaching out to pinch Chen Shihan's smooth chin. "What are you doing?" Chen Shihan cried out in panic. "You little brat, even if I'm dirty, I'm the one who saved you, remember that." With a light slap, Ayu's hand landed on Chen Shihan's face. A clear purple-red handprint appeared on her fair, baby-fat cheek. "This slap is for Xiao Zhang. If he really gets into trouble, it's because of you stupid girls." Ayu turned and walked away, and the other girls gathered around. "TCH, looks good, but the heart isn't great. If given a choice, who wants to do dirty work? Lucky guy, don't look down on others." "Oh, isn't this the girl who almost got stripped just now? You're really clean, especially that backside, I saw it clearly, hee." "Sister Ziwen, we're leaving first. As for this bare-bottomed lady, please step aside, you're blocking the way." The ladies exchanged words, making Chen Shihan's face turn even redder from the slap. "Goodbye." Lu Ziwen waved cautiously, avoiding her friend's almost predatory gaze. "Hanin, let's hurry and call the police, otherwise Zhang Ming will be in danger." "I don't care about him. It's better if he dies, that damn ladybug," Chen Shihan shouted in anger. Lu Ziwen tentatively advised, "That's not good, after all, he did save both of us. He's the one who caused it. If it weren't for him looking for Jay, would so many things have come out? What's worse is, he actually instructed that kind of dirty woman to hit me. My parents have never hit me. Woo woo." The more Chen Shihan spoke, the more agitated she became, bursting into tears. Lu Ziwen comforted her friend, cursing Zhang Ming with harsh words. Secretly, however, she edited and sent out a report to the police. "I can only do this much, but don't die, Zhang Ming." Lu Ziwen glanced at the dark alley behind him. "Why did you stop cursing? That look in your eyes shows you're worried about him?" Chen Shihan suddenly spoke up, startling Lu Ziwen into quickly averting his gaze and putting on a fierce expression. "Zhang Ming, I'm telling you, you're just a filthy bug." She unleashed every curse she could think of, and only then did Chen Shihan's expression soften a bit. Bang! Another gunshot rang out. Zhang Ming crashed through the earthen wall and ducked into a roadside bungalow, the bullet whizzing past his ear and leaving a dark hole in the wall. "Kid, you think you're tough, huh?" came the mocking laughter of Brother Ji from behind. To be honest, Zhang Ming hadn't expected Brother Ji to pull out a handgun. The key was that the bullet had shot out from his crotch, catching him off guard. If it weren't for his quick reflexes, he might have been hit. "My current physical condition can't withstand firearms." After gauging the speed of the gunfire, Zhang Ming silently made a judgment, dodging the third bullet with a swift sidestep, but he was cornered against the wall, with nowhere to retreat. He stopped and turned to face the approaching Brother Ji, his expression calm. "Not running away?" Brother Ji spat a thick phlegm on the ground and grinned. "I understand your thoughts, luring me into this room, fantasizing that your fists are faster than bullets within 7 steps, right?" As the distance between them closed to 7 steps, he laughed menacingly. "Let me tell you today, within 7 steps, the gun is faster and more accurate." Bang! The flame of the gun erupted, the black bullet slicing through the dusty air, hitting Zhang Ming's forehead. But it was just an afterimage. Zhang Ming tilted his head at the perfect moment, narrowly avoiding the fatal shot, and took advantage of the brief moment after the recoil to close the distance like a ghost. Brother Ji's pupils constricted, and as he instinctively prepared to fire a second shot, Zhang Ming's iron grip had already firmly seized his right wrist holding the gun. With a crack, the wrist broke. Brother Ji grunted, but the fierceness in his eyes did not fade. He quickly drew a dagger from his waist and slashed upward. Zhang Ming easily stepped back to avoid it, but realized the other party's intention was to create some distance, allowing him to leap high and gain space for a downward kick. The wind from his leg howled, and a cold glint suddenly appeared as a sharp blade shot out from the heel of Brother Ji's shoe. If he had reacted a moment slower and tried to block the kick with his hand, he would have been caught off guard. Really crafty. Zhang Ming snorted, energy surging through him, unleashing power beyond that of an ordinary person. "All this flashy stuff, good thing I'm better." Without using any techniques, relying purely on strength, Zhang Ming forcefully pushed upward, and Brother Ji, suspended in midair, suddenly found he couldn't come down. Ha! Where did gravity go? The force from below was so great that it propelled him toward the ceiling, crashing hard. The entire small room shook violently, and the accumulated dust fell in a flurry. Thud! Brother Ji fell, leaving a human-shaped bloodstain on the ceiling. Who the hell are you? Brother G, covered in blood, still cursed loudly. Jiang Ming picked up the handgun that had fallen to the ground. The dark muzzle was aimed at Brother G, the one who will kill you. Bang! Bang! Jiang Ming suddenly turned, simultaneously firing the gun in a fluid motion. At the same moment, an iron arrow grazed his shoulder, narrowly missing him. Ah! With a scream, a shadow fell from the platform outside, the bullet hitting his shoulder and splattering a large spray of blood. This person was the sixth man arranged by Brother G, holding a compound crossbow, lying in wait on the second-floor platform to deliver a fatal blow at the critical moment. Most people wouldn't be able to withstand so many underhanded tricks, but Jiang Ming was not an ordinary person. Who exactly are you? Brother G asked this question once again, his tone no longer as frenzied as before, even tinged with a hint of fear. I already told you, the one who will kill you. Jiang Ming raised his gun again, aiming it at Brother G. Brother G's expression froze, and he suddenly spoke. Is this your first time shooting a gun? Nonsense, I do it all the time. I mean shooting a real gun. You can't fool me, you don't even know how to hold one. Oh, is that what you meant? Then yes, this is indeed my first time. Jiang Ming admitted candidly. Your first time shooting, and you're this accurate? Just lucky. No, it's not just luck. Your reflexes and muscle control are far beyond what an ordinary person should have. Brother G took a deep breath, suppressing the fear in his heart. You're not an ordinary person. Who exactly are you? Jiang Ming repeated for the third time, the one who will kill you. Brother G suddenly laughed, and then his laughter grew louder, eventually turning into a maniacal cackle until he coughed up blood, but at a certain point, it abruptly stopped, transforming into a cold statement. You don't dare to kill me. Why not? If you wanted to kill me, you would have done it already. You wouldn't be so verbose. Jiang Ming chuckled lightly and put the gun away. That's right. Young man, your methods are strange and unpredictable, and your future is limitless. But this is Lone Country. If you kill me, you'll only stir up trouble and ruin your bright future. Jiang Ming nodded. Indeed. I've thought for a long time about how to deal with you pests, but I haven't come up with a good idea. Brother G took the initiative to say, young man, think differently. The underworld isn't just about killing. You have skills, I have connections, we can totally cooperate. By the way, don't you like to have a bunch of women? Don't worry, with me around, you'll have as many women as you want, all for your pleasure. Jiang Ming's eyes lit up. Thanks for the reminder, I suddenly have an idea. What idea? A good idea to clean up your group of pests. Jiang Ming's lips curled up as he took out a thick syringe from his storage space. The red reagent inside the tube looked particularly eerie at that moment. What is this? Brother G appeared flustered for the first time. This is called the Heartless Pile Driver, also known as a man's gas station. After injection, it can turn a person into a macho man. Such a good thing, you should keep it for yourself. I've been strong enough for a long time, using it would be a waste. Don't you like to mess with women? Then let it make you feel good to death. Don't come over. Jiang Ming's eyes were cold as he jabbed the needle into Brother G's upper arm. He injected just a tiny bit of the reagent, and Brother G's body shook violently. A flood of memories washed over his mind, a myriad of emotions erupted. He looked dazed, moaning and shouting, drooling uncontrollably, his body trembling incessantly. Little G stood up and sat down repeatedly, vomiting everywhere, until he finally collapsed completely. The chicken was destroyed, and Brother G ceased to breathe. His death was somewhat tragic, but he deserved it. Now, even if Conan comes, he would have to check the footage. Jiang Ming scanned the area, confirming there were no cameras, then turned his gaze to the small Karami lying in the alley, wailing and screaming. Keeping them is also a disaster. A family should be neat and tidy. Jiang Ming approached each one, injecting them one by one. Instantly, the entire alley caught fire, with strange moans rising and falling, lively as if it had returned to the grand scene of its opening day. As night deepened, the alley, pierced by the evening breeze, fell into a dead silence after the commotion. Various colored liquids spread through the cracks in the stone slabs, emitting a strong stench. Suddenly, red and blue lights flickered in, illuminating the dark alley. The sound of police sirens blared, and hurried footsteps approached the alley. What the hell? The first officer to arrive couldn't help but curse. Is this a silver party? The officers looked out and saw a group of tattered bodies of fruit vendors piled together, intertwined in strange postures. The ground was filthy, yet each face radiated a wonderful expression. This is too twisted. Even for an old officer with decades of experience, witnessing the bizarre scene made him feel nauseous. Boss, give me a bowl of fatty intestine noodles. Jiang Ming came out of the alley and casually found a roadside noodle shop to sit down. He urgently pried open a glass bottle of soda and gulped it down, letting out a loud belch as if he were expelling all the resentment in his heart. Apt. The shop played a catchy, brainwashing tune, bombarding his ears. The catchy melody struck his soul, gradually drowning out the strange screams echoing in his mind. Before long, the noodles were served, their aroma wafting through the air, dispelling the stench that had accumulated in his nostrils from the cracks in the alley's stone pavement. They deserved to die. Feeling the cool air from the air conditioning, Zhang Ming said seriously, his expression no longer as dark as water. It was his first time killing someone, and he was quite unaccustomed to it. But as he continued, perhaps he would get used to it. This was the apocalypse, uniquely my apocalypse. Killing zombies was my homework. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and Zhang Ming smiled, slurping a mouthful of noodles while catching a glimpse of beautiful legs under a short skirt on the street. So delicious, he exclaimed from the bottom of his heart. He completely detached from the state of slaughter, his tense nerves relaxing, allowing him to handle the information popping up from the system. Kill elite zombie, reward survival points plus 500. Kill elite zombie, reward survival points plus 300. A total of 13 people, all wiped out, with generous rewards. Received baby bottled blessing. Wow, my baby is so amazing, able to kill zombies, great job. Accumulated survival points plus 6,666. Congratulations on your first zombie kill. Activating the task system, detecting excess completion of the novice task. Reward survival newcomer gift pack pro version X1. Damn, how many days has it been? And only now do I get the novice gift pack. Zhang Ming sighed. After all, he was not in a true apocalypse. Unlike other survivors who could kill zombies anywhere, he was in a society governed by law, which made it quite difficult. Opening the gift pack, Zhang Ming frowned. As expected, all the rewards were based on the standards of survival in the apocalypse. A case of drinking water, a bag of 5-in-1 instant noodles, several pieces of jerky, a baseball bat for self-defense, a box of cold medicine, and even 2 ultra-thin safety items, which had to be said to be very considerate. If a true survivor of the apocalypse needed to go through this, they would surely feel like they had struck gold. But for Zhang Ming, who was enjoying hot fatty intestine noodles and drinking chilled soda, it was of no use, except for that last item. Zhang Ming let out a soft "oh" and discovered a crystal card hidden beneath the safety items. The moment his consciousness touched it, a series of prompts popped up. Successfully activated the Courage Pass, a reward for the brave. For each zombie killed, different points are awarded based on the type of zombie. Accumulate points to unlock more rewards from the pass. Current points, 70. Next reward points, 100. Can claim 2 points rewards, awarded for successfully reaching 1 point and 10 points milestones. Good stuff. It seemed the system really encouraged survivors to kill zombies. Zhang Ming silently thought, claim the rewards. Received points reward, survival points plus 100. Received points reward, survival points plus 500. Buff of the brave. Buff of the brave, during the buff period, your lucky strike probability against zombies increases by 10%. Triggering a lucky strike doubles the damage and has a very low chance of obtaining lucky fragments dropped by zombies, lasting for 72 hours. This is interesting. Zhang Ming drank the soup in one gulp, wiped his mouth, and stepped back into the night, his eyes shining brightly. Kill. What are you talking about? There are police everywhere outside. Let's avoid the spotlight for now. As Zhang Ming stepped outside and saw a group of police patrolling nearby, he immediately chose to retreat. He obediently returned home, waiting for the chime of midnight. Woo woo! Before he had fully entered, the sound of crying rushed into the house like a gust of wind. Chen Deming and Lu Huiwan were sitting in the living room watching the news when they suddenly heard their daughters wailing, their hearts nearly skipping a beat. Han, what happened? Don't be afraid, just tell Dad. The two were startled to see their daughter come home crying in the middle of the night, her hair a mess and her clothes disheveled, their faces turning pale with worry. But Chen Shirhan could only cry, unsure how to express herself. She desperately wanted to pour out all the grievances she had suffered throughout the day, but when it came to her lips, it turned into stammering. She probably understood that all of this was her own doing, not to mention that in the end, it was Zhang Ming who saved her. If her parents found out, they would definitely support Zhang Ming without question. Damn Zhang Ming, she couldn't help but mutter, which Chen Deming overheard, causing him to frown and quickly ask, Han, did Zhang Ming bully you? Chen Shirhan bit her lip, tears welling up, and nodded, as if she had suffered a great injustice. That little brat, he didn't do anything to you, did he? Graduating from high school and already so eager, if you really end up together, what will happen? Chen Deming cursed under his breath, but his voice grew softer as he noticed his daughter's face change dramatically. Dad, what do you mean? What do you mean if you really end up together? You don't want me to marry Zhang Ming, do you? Chen Deming patted his daughter's hand and comforted her gently. Dad didn't mean that, and I won't force your marriage. It's just that little Ming has grown up under the watch of your mom and me. He's a good kid, and I feel like you two are somewhat compatible. Pa! Chen Shirhan pulled her hand back as if shocked. jumping onto the sofa in a fit of rage. I will never marry Zhang Ming in this lifetime. He's just a jerk. PC, fighting, being kept and selling himself. He's done nothing but evil. Stop being kept in the dark all the time. Go ask him what good things he's done. Chen Shirhan tossed her long hair and stormed back to her bedroom. Why does everyone side with him? Her sobbing erupted, the bedroom door slammed shut, followed by a series of frustrated thuds against the wall. Smack! Lu Huijuan's slap landed on Chen Deming's face. Look at how you've upset our daughter. Chen Deming touched his face, looking somewhat innocent. I didn't know Han would react so strongly. What exactly happened between her and little Ming? Why are they fighting every day? Fighting is one thing, but those scandalous things she mentioned are the key. Little Ming is a good kid. I still don't believe he would act so recklessly. Alright, I'll ask him right away. Chen Deming took out his phone and dialed Zhang Ming's number. Hey, Uncle Chen. Zhang Ming had just finished showering and walked out of the bathroom when he received Chen Deming's call. No PC, you can rest assured. I've always remembered what you taught me about keeping myself clean. Being kept? That's even more impossible. It's only me who would keep others. Oh, I didn't mean to say I really want to keep someone. As for fighting, that is true, but don't worry, let me explain it to you slowly. And so, Zhang Ming began to narrate the story he had already crafted in his mind, taking his time to unfold it. The story was quite cliché, just the classic hero saving the beauty. The general content is that Chen Shirhan was almost taken advantage of by a few thugs in the back alley of Lu Lane when Zhang Ming made a dazzling entrance, like a hero, and rescued her. Afterward, Chen Shirhan's harsh words were merely because she felt embarrassed at being seen by Zhang Ming in such a situation and wanted to save face. After all, Han Hang is a young lady, and it's really hard for her to admit to something like this. I completely understand. Uncle and aunt, please don't ask her too much. What's done is done, and fortunately, I was there at the critical moment to prevent a disaster. Oh dear, Uncle Chen and Aunt Lu, why are you being so polite with me? We're all family, saying thank you feels too distant. Dumplings? Sure, I'll definitely come for dinner tomorrow. With just a few words, the attitude of the old Chen couple changed dramatically. At first, they were sternly educating the younger generation, but by the end, they were so moved that they were almost in tears, hurriedly saying thank you. They treated Zhang Ming as if he were part of the same elder generation, saying things like, Han Hang is still young and doesn't understand, you need to help Uncle keep an eye on her more in the future. Zhang Ming nodded and laughed. I wonder how many times Chen Shirhan would punch the wall after hearing this. After hanging up the phone, the old Chen couple finally relaxed. I told you, this kid Ming wouldn't mess around. Lu Huijuan's previously clouded expression completely cleared, and her lovely crow's feet smiled. But this is just his side of the story. Besides, he's been acting mysteriously lately. When I asked him, he said he was doing business, which is quite strange. I'll ask him properly when we have dinner tomorrow. Old Chen suddenly became serious. All right, Lu Huijuan nudged her husband. Teenage boys like to act mysterious to attract girls, you know that, right? Back then, you were always acting mysterious by the window studying astronomy to get my attention, and you had me spinning in circles. And what happened? To this day, you've read the three-body problem 3 times and still don't understand it, pretending to be an astronomy enthusiast. Old Chen's face turned red, feeling a bit embarrassed, and he stubbornly said, no matter what, I really did like astronomy back then. It wasn't just for show. But Ming is clearly not like that. He usually can't even keep track of his accounts, yet he says he's doing business? You believe him? You might as well believe I'm Qin Shi Huang. Lu Huijuan retorted, not necessarily. Ming has always been full of ideas. Maybe he really has something big in the works. Oh please, something big? If Ming can get into college and find a stable job that pays $4,000 with weekends off, I'll be grateful. Wealth Treasure Account 5188 received 30 million Dragon Coins. Balance 34,952,350 Dragon Coins. Seeing the payment notification on his phone, Zhang Ming couldn't hide his joy. Today's jewelry exhibition was very successful. Boss Zhang sold all 7 jade bracelets at a high price, making quite a profit, so he promptly settled the remaining payment that same day. Zhang Ming was also a straightforward person. According to their previous agreement of a 10% rebate, he directly transferred 3.5 million to Wang Qingquan. The moment the other party received the payment, a notification popped up in Zhang Ming's eyes. Zombie Wang Qingquan loyalty increased by 20%, current, 41%. Taking this opportunity, he also reviewed the transactions made today at the Evolver's home. Sold 100 small bags of wafer biscuits, 24 bottles of mineral water, 10 bags of white elephant instant noodles, 12 bags of snail noodles. Harvest, 4,950 survival points, 12 pieces of valuable jewelry, 2 specialized injection syringes, 1 first-level evolution fruit. It was quite a bountiful harvest. However, the real highlight was the survival settlement at dawn. Today, I successfully broke the 10,000 survival points mark. The rewards must be substantial. Zhang Ming's eyes sparkled as he awaited the chime of the midnight bell. Ding! Midnight had arrived. Successfully passing the third day of the apocalypse, personal survival points earned, 13,656, contract zombies earned survival points, 720, total survival points, 14,376. System evaluation. After lying low for 3 days, finally striking, the first kill took down 13 elite zombies in a row. You call this a new survivor? The younger generation is formidable. The younger generation is formidable. Performance score, S reward, diamond level supply box. Opening the supply box, for dazzling beams of light shook Zhang Ming's spirit. One of the golden beams was particularly eye-catching, and as the light faded, it left behind a bottle of golden liquid. Gold attribute potion. When given to a contract zombie, there is a 57% chance to activate a golden attribute, with effects being random. Random effects, huh? Zhang Ming thought of the red attribute lust he had rolled for Yu Yadong today. The effect was indeed a bit too perverse. I hope this golden attribute is more reliable. Gathering his thoughts, Zhang Ming's gaze turned to the second reward. Oh my! The reward was a handgun, or more accurately, it should be called a water gun, as the top of the gun head would look like a magazine for storing water. Powerful energy handgun, a device that stores and compresses energy and fires it, with power far exceeding that of ordinary firearms, capable of effectively threatening the energy barriers of second-stage evolved beings. Magazine capacity, 3 rounds, must be replenished after use. Additional note, second-stage evolution, the second layer of the human genetic lock is unlocked, generating a special biological energy. Objects that can store and utilize energy are generally referred to as energy devices. Second stage evolution? Zhang Ming glanced at his current evolution level, first stage evolved, 13%, not far from the second stage. If it can threaten second stage evolved beings, this gun must be incredibly powerful. Zhang Ming suppressed his curiosity to fire a shot. Firstly, bullets were precious, and secondly, the power was too great, fearing it might harm the innocent. Although the apocalypse I am in is somewhat peaceful, having multiple trump cards is always a good thing. Zhang Ming silently put away the handgun, just as the third beam of light faded, releasing a mist that swirled and danced, faintly revealing a hint of green. Zhang Ming gently blew a breath of ethereal energy, and then saw the true form within the mist. It was a sprouting branch with new leaves. At the top hung a white jade-colored fruit, shimmering with a spiritual luster, imprinting a blurry human face. Continuous white mist was slowly exhaling from the 7 orifices of the face. Cloud Smoke Longevity Fruit, a first-tier superior evolution fruit, rich in vibrant life force. Regular consumption can enrich chi and blood, clear meridians, dispel fatigue and hidden ailments, thus prolonging life and enhancing vitality. Special reminder, the branches and buds of the Cloud Smoke Longevity Fruit can be used for planting, but the soil environment requirements are quite strict. It can be planted? As a descendant of Shinnon, Zhang Ming had a special sentiment towards farming. He eagerly dug out a flower pot from the balcony, then quickly dashed to the rooftop to borrow some fertile soil from a neighbor ant, filling it into the pot. Carefully planting the branch of the Cloud Smoke Longevity Fruit into the soil, he sprinkled a large amount of water, and placed it in a spot where the sun could shine. Everything was ready, waiting for the flowers to bloom. Maturity, 0.2%, estimated maturity time, 99 days, useful. Seeing the text appear in his vision, Zhang Ming felt a surge of joy, but then couldn't help but click his tongue. But not very useful, the progress is too slow. Is it because the soil isn't fertile enough? With a turn of his eyes, Zhang Ming suddenly came up with an idea. Since he couldn't get chemical fertilizer for now, he would use some all-natural fertilizer. Zhang Ming looked at the tender branch and took off his pants. Splash. Maturity, -0.1%. Estimated maturity time, never? No, the maturity dropping is one thing, but going negative is a bit too much. Zhang Ming sighed helplessly and had no choice but to repeat the previous steps, obediently replacing the plant's soil with fresh earth. Maturity, 0.1%. Estimated maturity time, 99 days. The wild boar can't eat fine bran. I don't blame you. Zhang Ming shook his head, contemplating the grand plan of planting trees, knowing he could only take his time. Crunch! Zhang Ming turned his frustration into appetite, taking a bite of the white jade fruit, producing a crisp sound. The fruit was round and plump, its skin crisp and sweet, the rich juice overflowing in his mouth, the translucent flesh melting away, transforming into a wisp of life that surged through his limbs. In an instant, he felt completely at ease, every pore opened, expelling waves of turbid air, and his soul was invigorated, his spirit lifted. So comfortable. Zhang Ming opened his bright eyes, which sparkled with brilliance. At 18, the prime of youth, having just consumed a fruit rich in life energy, the passage of time left fewer marks on him. His skin was so tender it seemed to glisten with moisture, and his energy burned within him like a blazing sun, inexhaustible and boundless. No joke, 7 times in one night is definitely not just talk for me now. Evolution level, first stage evolver, 18%, the words that appeared in his vision pulled him from his involuntary hum, and he immediately donned a resolute expression like a Sigma male. No joke, energy isn't meant for that. Investing limited energy into infinite evolution is the priority. Zhang Ming thought of the kinetic energy pistol and the system's description of the second stage of kinetic energy evolution, feeling an endless yearning. The dark yellow light gradually faded, revealing the true form of the fourth reward, a plain, withered yellow scroll. Upon opening it, the scroll displayed a grayish-white tone, depicting vague mountains and rivers, with the terrain unclear. Only in the center of the image did a bright red flame symbol ignite, catching the eye. This looks a bit like a map? Zhang Ming thought to himself, intrigued. At the same moment, the system popped up relevant information. Airdrop map, task item. Using the airdrop map can initiate an airdrop mission. Completing the mission can yield rich rewards. Special note, the airdrop boxes that descend during the mission are full of opportunities and dangers, all left to fate. However, the fixed rewards of the mission involve unlocking permissions of this system, which will play a crucial role in subsequent evolution. Would you like to use the airdrop map? Countdown, 10 seconds. If the countdown ends, the task will be automatically declined, and the map will be destroyed. 10, 9, 8. Damn it, only 10 seconds to think. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Ming silently thought, use. To be honest, he originally intended to develop cautiously and was reluctant to engage in such risky matters. But the 10-second countdown and the system's unlocking permissions clearly forced him to accept. Although the apocalypse he was in seemed calm, it was merely a temporary bug in the system. If the bug were fixed, the hidden turmoil would likely erupt all at once. Remembering the terrifying dangers faced by the survivors in the Evolver's home, Zhang Ming felt anxious. Before achieving true invincibility, it was hard to find real peace. Damn it, let's do it. It's just an airdrop. Maybe it will give me a level 3 helmet to secure a win. As the light faded, the airdrop map transformed into a beam of light and disappeared. At the same moment, a virtual map unfolded in Zhang Ming's mind, with the target location ignited in rising flames, particularly eye-catching. Successfully activated airdrop mission. Mission requirements. Please reach the designated location and find the task item airdrop gun for launch within 72 hours. Yunshan City, Shinmu Rainforest. Zhang Ming sensed the location of the airdrop point in his mind. The Shinmu Rainforest is located in the southwestern part of Yunshan City, with a warm and humid climate, abundant rainfall, original forests, tropical plants, and various rare animals. It is an excellent place to experience tropical charm and natural scenery, making it one of the most famous attractions in the Dragon Country. However, it is somewhat far from Nanjing City. The task requires arrival within 48 hours, so time is of the essence. Zhang Ming quickly booked a direct flight to Yunshan City on his phone. Due to the summer vacation being a peak travel season, flight tickets were scarce, and Zhang Ming spent a considerable amount of money to secure a first-class ticket for the evening. My first time flying is in first class, I must say. Being rich is great. Zhang Ming glanced at the 8-digit balance on his text message and felt very secure, completely free of the nervousness that usually accompanies a first flight, instead feeling a hint of the excitement he had before a spring outing in his childhood. Buzz, his phone vibrated. Aunt Lu sent a message urging him. Zhang Ming suddenly remembered that he had agreed to go to Chen Shirhan's house for dinner last night. He quickly took a shower, changed into a brand new sports t-shirt, and immediately radiated youthful energy. With a smile as bright as a spring day, he walked down the street like a walking magnet for attention. Wow, he's so handsome. When did such a handsome guy come out of our neighborhood? He really is handsome. Even if I were young, I would have to avoid his brilliance. Passers-by couldn't help but whisper, their words reaching Zhang Ming's ears, making it hard for him to suppress a smile. After the evolution, I look radiant, and having eaten the divine beauty fruit and the cloud smoke longevity fruit, it's hard not to be handsome. You look radiant, attracting the attention of many zombies, feeling no fear in your heart, shining with confidence. Reward survival points plus 30, receive the blessing of Baby Bottle, a handsome big boy, perfect figure, how handsome can he be? Survival points plus 35, Zhang Ming. This Baby Bottle is getting more abstract, I might as well rename it Abstract Baby Bottle. While Zhang Ming complained, he found a corner with no one around to finish the milk, collecting a large number of survival points. Aunt Lu. Before he could knock, Lu Huiman opened the door. I knew it was you, Xiaoming, just by the sound of your big feet. Come in, wash your hands, and eat. Oh, who are you? Standing in the doorway was a woman in an apron, her face showing surprise, instinctively blocking with the spatula in her hand. Time had only left faint traces at the corners of her eyes, unable to conceal her mature and beautiful demeanor.
Aunt Lu, it's me, Xiao Ming. Lu Huimin couldn't believe it. Xiao Ming?
Did you get plastic surgery in the stick country? Zhang Ming's mouth twitched. Aunt, I've always been this naturally beautiful, you just haven't seen me in a long time. Old Chen came over, took a look, and quickly put on his glasses to examine him closely, exclaiming, "What a pretty girl."
Zhang Ming's face darkened, changing the subject. Where's Xiao Han?
Ahem, that girl is about to go on a summer trip with her friends, saying something about a hiking adventure. I don't understand, but she's gone to buy outdoor gear. Old Chen's eyes flickered. It seemed that while Chen Shirhan was buying things, the key was that he didn't want to see Zhang Ming. Come on, Xiao Ming, Aunt made dumplings and stewed your favorite coconut chicken, try some.
Lu Huimin tried to smooth things over, unwilling to linger on the topic of Chen Shirhan.
Zhang Ming didn't dwell on it either, smiling in agreement. Alright, I can smell the food from far away. Hey, you dog nose, eat slowly, there's plenty. The meal was lively and cheerful. Although Zhang Ming had some disagreements with Chen Shirhan, Uncle Chen and Aunt Lu treated him sincerely, and the simple meal made him feel the taste of home. Yesterday, he had eaten a lot of mountain delicacies and seafood at the drunken Nanjing restaurant, but even the most delicious food couldn't compare. Xiao Ming, you said on the phone yesterday that you were in the jewelry business. You were joking, right? Chen Deming picked his teeth with a toothpick, seemingly casually inquiring, but the shrewd glint in his narrow eyes suggested that nothing could escape his notice.
I'm not joking.
Zhang Ming directly took a crystal-clear jade bracelet from his pocket and handed it to Aunt Lu.
Aunt, this is for you. Lu Huimin's big eyes instantly lit up. Wow, what a beautiful bracelet. It looks expensive at first glance, right? Just a small amount, only a few hundred.
Zhang Ming said lightly, silently erasing the unit 10,000 that followed the few hundred.
Oh, in that case, I won't be polite. Ah, old Chen, did you see?
The kid has grown up and knows to give me a jade bracelet.
You stingy old man, after so many years of marriage, you've never given me one.
Old Chen felt a bit embarrassed, deliberately putting on a stern face to hide his awkwardness. Xiao Ming, you're about to go to university. It's the time to spend money, don't be so extravagant. Lu Huimin quickly reacted, deftly taking off the bracelet and handing it back. Right, it's my fault for forgetting this. Xiao Ming, I appreciate your kind gesture, but quickly returned the bracelet.
There's a lot of money to spend for university. Zhang Ming gently pushed Lu Huimin's hand back, proudly saying, Aunt Lu, just accept it.
I've made quite a bit of money in business, and my tuition and living expenses are more than enough.
Really? The couple spoke in unison. What kind of business can you, at such a young age, do? Just a small business. You remember Wang Tang, right? That snotty fat kid.
His dad is a second-hand dealer, quite well known in the circle, but he doesn't know how to use a computer. One time he asked me to help with an order, thought I was good, so he took me along with the business, and I made some small money.
Not much, just a few tens of thousands.
Zhang Ming spoke eloquently, sharing a freshly made-up story as a deep user of B. Fortunately, he didn't habitually say, thanks for the invite, just got off the plane, or he would have almost slipped up.
Hearing the words tens of thousands, the couple's eyes widened like copper bells.
For a freshly graduated high school student to earn tens of thousands was already beyond their traditional understanding. Little did they know, Zhang Ming had reported a lower figure. Aunt Lu had high blood pressure and a weak heart, so Zhang Ming didn't dare to stimulate her too much.
Xiao Ming has done well. Come, let's have a drink. With Wang Qingkuan's endorsement, Chen Deming was completely convinced and immediately filled Zhang Ming's glass.
It's all thanks to Uncle and Aunt for educating him well since he was little. Zhang Ming displayed a face full of eagerness to improve, making the couple beam with joy. Cheers! After 3 rounds of drinks, Zhang Ming, having evolved and renewed himself, showed a remarkable tolerance for alcohol, downing half a bottle of white liquor as if nothing had happened. In contrast, Chen Deming was already drunkenly slumped over the table, mumbling a bunch of incoherent words.
You little rascal, aren't you usually out after one drink? Why are you so strong today?
You've done well. In the future, when you're with Han Hang, I can rest easy. That girl Han Hang is smart, but her heart is fickle. One moment she likes calligraphy and paintings, the next she's shouting about hiking. Sigh.
Calligraphy and paintings?
Zhang Ming casually asked. Chen Deming suddenly perked up, the alcohol instantly clearing a bit from his mind, hurriedly grabbing a signed art book from the coffee table. After holding it in for a long time, he finally found an opportunity to praise his daughter, unable to hide his excitement. Han Hang is also quite good, She said she met a famous calligrapher yesterday and got his autograph. Look how beautiful the writing is. According to her, it can sell for quite a bit. Is a signed art book also called calligraphy and paintings? Zhang Ming silently scoffed, and when he saw the first glance of the book, he couldn't suppress a smirk. Isn't this the one I casually signed at the jewelry exhibition yesterday? By the time it reached Chen Shirhan's mouth, it had turned into a gift from a calligraphy master? I want to find a chance to frame it, Chen Deming said earnestly. No. Zhang Ming's expression was strange, almost unable to hold back. Uncle Chen, it's not necessary. If you like this character, I can write it for you. You write? Chen Deming burst into loud laughter, his drunkenness making it especially boisterous. Wife, Xiao Ming is drunk, he's even saying such nonsense. Ha, don't we both know his dog paw writing? Zhang Ming didn't refute, silently dipped his chopsticks in the soup and wrote on the table, a scholar should be viewed with new eyes after 3 days apart. The strokes flowed like a dragon, full of rhythm. Chen Deming immediately stopped laughing, burped, blinked in surprise, and pointed at the writing on the table. Wife, I'm a bit drunk, I can't see clearly. Why does Xiao Ming's dog paw writing look somewhat nice? Lu Huiwan rubbed her big eyes, dazedly shook her head. I thought I wasn't drinking either. Why are my eyes blurry? Xiao Ming's writing looks just as good as the signatures in the album Hanhang brought back. Zhang Ming smiled. Uncle Chen, you're drunk, and Aunt Lu, you must be tired from cooking. You both should go rest. I'll wash the dishes. The couple nodded dumbly. I might really be drunk, tired. They both unconsciously walked towards the bedroom, and soon the sound of snoring filled the room. The midday sunlight spilled onto the dishes, making the grease shine with a bright luster. Zhang Ming put on an apron and silently washed the dishes. The crisp clinking of the dishes brought him a sense of tranquility. The apocalypse, oh the apocalypse, you should come a bit slower. Taking off the apron, a glint of determination flashed in Zhang Ming's eyes. Tonight, he would set sail to explore that mysterious airdrop mission. Regardless of whether the apocalypse had truly arrived, he had to possess the strength to protect it all. Turning off the light, Zhang Ming quietly prepared to leave. The sound of a key turning came from outside. Chen Shirhan burst in, drenched in sweat, and when she saw Zhang Ming standing in the living room, she was startled. How are you in my house? Zhang Ming looked Chen Shirhan up and down. She was panting heavily, drenched in sweat, dressed in a set of hiking clothes, looking like she was about to embark on an adventure. A travel backpack, half her height, weighed her down, exposing large areas of her fair skin. Zhang Ming averted his gaze and said lightly, Your parents called me over for dinner, didn't you know? Of course I knew, otherwise, why would I be out in the middle of the day, dying from the heat? All of Chen Shirhan's displeasure was written on her face, and her words became increasingly sharp. They called you over, and you just came? Zhang Ming frowned, feeling displeased, and then he heard her suddenly lower her voice, saying quietly, Do you know you're a wanted criminal now? A group of people died in Holiuxiang. It's gone viral online. Others might not know, but I absolutely know it was you. If you don't report me, that's one thing, but you dare to come looking for my parents? Aren't you putting them in danger? What if they get charged with harboring a criminal? The more Chen Shirhan spoke, the more fearful she became, her gaze filled with resentment. Why do you suspect me so much yet not report me? Oh, I get it. It's because you were also at the scene, afraid you can't clear your own suspicion, right? Zhang Ming coldly pressed, forcing Chen Shirhan into silence, and it took her a while to react. It really was you. You disgusting murderer, get out of my house, you're not welcome here. I warn you, stay away from my parents. A cold light flashed in Zhang Ming's eyes, a wave of murderous intent surged, forcing Chen Shirhan to retreat repeatedly until she shrank back against the wall, trembling. Chen Shirhan, don't forget, if it weren't for me, this disgusting guy who saved you yesterday, you would have been ruined and left on the roadside. So, Zhang Ming squatted down, looking down at her, exuding a strong sense of pressure. Keep your self-righteous words to yourself, or I won't mind teaching you a lesson on behalf of Uncle Chen and Aunt Lu. Buzz buzz buzz. Chen Shirhan was so frightened that her mind went blank. When she finally regained her senses, she found no one in front of her. Zhang Ming had already left. Woo woo. The sound of sobbing suddenly erupted, growing louder and louder, as a light drizzle turned into a torrential downpour. Chen Shirhan cried out, Dad, Mom, Zhang Ming bullied me, scolded me, and almost hit me. The couple was awakened by the commotion outside, rubbing their sleepy eyes as they pushed open the bedroom door. After hearing their daughter's cries, they no longer felt the righteous indignation they had the night before. They had already believed Zhang Ming's heroic rescue story, thinking their daughter was just too sensitive and couldn't get along with him. Their focus shifted entirely to her safety, repeatedly reminding her to be careful of bad people outside, with an implicit desire for her to stop participating in outdoor hiking adventures. Chen Shurhan could hardly believe her ears. Your daughter has been bullied to tears, and yet you still side with him. What bad person? The worst person is Zhang Ming, don't you understand? Chen Shurhan shouted in anger. Look, you're getting anxious. How could Xiao Ming be a bad person? Exactly, Xiao Ming is a good kid. Han Hang, you misunderstand him too deeply. He has been doing some small business with Wang Qingquan recently and has made quite a bit of money. He's not what you think, selling himself or being kept by someone. Look, he earned money to buy me this jade bracelet. Isn't it beautiful? Beautiful? It's too beautiful, the color is so bright, it looks fake. Just a street vendor's item worth only 200 or 300. And it was bought with money earned from selling himself. Disgusting. Chen Shurhan was so angry that stars danced before her eyes, her gaze filled with prejudice, devoid of any tears. She completely failed to notice that the jade bracelet on Lu Huiman's wrist was very similar to the one she had seen at the jewelry exhibition yesterday, and even of a noticeably higher quality. But it's not just about making money. Xiao Ming has been secretly practicing his calligraphy, and his skills have improved tremendously. The characters he writes are so lively and powerful, they're almost catching up to the signatures in your art book. Chen Deming praised. What do you mean almost catching up? I remember it all. I wasn't drunk or seeing things. The characters he wrote looked exactly like the signatures in the art book. Lu Huiman chimed in. Chen Shurhan took a deep breath. She was on the verge of exploding, gritting her teeth and saying, "Are you two joking? If Zhang Ming's writing were good, would the Chinese teacher have pulled out his essay to criticize it by name? This is a different time. What's that saying? Right, a scholar should be viewed differently after 3 days. He wrote that at the time." Chen Deming pulled his daughter to the table. If you don't believe it, look. Hey, where are the characters? The dining table was spotless, with not a trace of grease. Zhang Ming was always very serious about cleanliness. Ha, don't tell me Zhang Ming wrote it and then wiped it off. Chen Shurhan intended to mock, but unexpectedly, Chen Deming completely missed the sarcasm and nodded seriously instead. Oh, it's not good that Xiao Ming is so sensible. If he's going to clean, he should clean, but to wipe away such beautiful characters, what a pity. Seeing the look of regret on Chen Deming's face, Chen Shurhan completely broke down. They would rather believe such an absurd thing as Zhang Ming's writing being beautiful than believe their own daughter? Ah, I can't stay here any longer. Chen Shurhan grabbed her already packed luggage and newly bought outdoor gear, striding out of the house. Zhang Ming, I hate you. You only lost your parents. Why do you have to take mine away too? Whoa, you deserve to die, you really deserve to die. On her journey away from home, Chen Shurhan continuously poured out the gloom in her heart to the lonely hot wind, unable to let go for a long time. Akia Zhang Ming sneezed. In front of him was a dilapidated shop, the ground piled high with cardboard boxes, making it hard to find a place to stand. In the corner hung a massive spider web, and from time to time, mice scurried through the ceiling's crevices, shaking down old dust that filled the air with a stifling odor. Old Wang, is this the temporary base you found? Are you brave enough to break a few more? Zhang Ming questioned Wang Chengquan. Before the company was officially established, a foothold was necessary. Previously, Wang Chengquan had confidently assured that there was a good place. And this is what it turned out to be? We're not short on money, there's no need to be so frugal. Old Wang wiped the black grime from his nose and explained, Zhang, the company is just starting out, saving a bit is never wrong. Besides, it's better to keep a low profile for now. Wang Chengquan fumbled in the dark for the fan switch, and when the blades started turning, they emitted a loud, grating noise. Before the wind could even blow out, everyone couldn't stand it and urged him to turn it off quickly. Old Wang sighed and added, Zhang, there's something I haven't told you. Last time we had great success at the jewelry exhibition, but it also drew too much attention. A group of jewelers has united to boycott us and restrict our shipping channels. Zhang Ming frowned slightly and asked, what does Boss Zhang say? The other side is powerful. Boss Zhang can only act as a middleman to assist in negotiations. But I've talked until I'm blue in the face, and I can't withstand their outrageous demands. They clearly want to take us for a ride. Old Wang said gloomily, clearly feeling defeated. Zhang Ming chuckled and replied, there's no way around it. If you want to enter the circle, you have to pay some price. This money is necessary. Go ahead and negotiate boldly. It's okay to take a little loss. By the way, drink this, it might help you. Zhang Ming took out a bottle of golden liquid and placed it in front of Old Wang. What is this? Don't ask, just drink it. Would I harm you? At this moment, Wang Chengquan's loyalty reached 41%, and he trusted Zhang Ming immensely. Without much hesitation, he downed the bottle of golden potion in one go. Ding! Golden entry activated successfully. Gold medal instructor, energy +5, enthusiasm +5, charm +5, additional entry skill, Howl howl, the scream of a contracted zombie is filled with charm, capable of lowering the psychological defenses of nearby zombies, creating a strong sense of closeness. Zhang Ming looked at Wang Chengkuan with a complex expression. How do you feel after drinking it? Burp. It tastes like medicinal wine. After drinking, my body feels warm and invigorating. Woohoo! Wang Chengkuan's face was flushed, and he suddenly let out a howl. Zhang Ming felt nothing unusual, but the other two employees were different. Wu Xiaoling's face inexplicably flushed, and her gaze towards old Wang was filled with watery affection. Whatever suggestion old Wang made, she immediately nodded in praise. Brother Wang is right. Who says this place is shabby? This place is just perfect. Emotional value was at its peak. The passionate Yu Yadong, who had the entry of career-mindedness, was also deeply influenced. As soon as old Wang expressed an idea, Yu Yadong responded vigorously. The floor is dirty? I'll clean it. Brother Wang, sit, I'll handle the heavy work. They were all eager to improve. It was no small feat to gather these three talents in such a small, shabby room. Strange howls, flattering praises, and passionate emphases echoed from time to time, creating quite a lively atmosphere. Meanwhile, Zhang Ming, as the boss, seemed somewhat superfluous. Zhang, you can go on your business trip. The company is in our hands. Just rest assured. Woohoo! Brother Wang is absolutely right. Safe travels, Zhang. Business trip? I want to go on a business trip too. Zhang, when you come back, please arrange for me to go on a serious business trip. Woohoo! Zhang Ming quietly left the shop and took a taxi to the airport. I need to get out of here quickly. If I stay any longer, I might go crazy too. It's too scary. Zhang Ming looked fearful. The driver asked, where to, handsome? Zhang Ming replied, airport. Woohoo! Oh no. Leaving the company to those three should be fine, right? Zhang Ming gazed out at the speeding street scenery, feeling a bit uneasy. Just as he was about to make a call to remind someone, his phone rang on its own. The caller was Wang Tang. Hey, Tangzi, what's up? Woo-woo, Minggu, you're so ungrateful. What's going on? You went to Yunshan City to have fun without taking me along. I've been stuck at home practicing calligraphy every day. It's too miserable. Zhang Ming replied seriously, don't talk nonsense. I'm on a business trip, not on vacation. Isn't it still fun? My dad mentioned your itinerary, and he kept shouting woohoo woohoo, so I guess you must be having a great time. Zhang Ming felt embarrassed, thinking that this golden phrase was a bit too much. Old Wang, at his age, was making such a fuss at home. It was really disrespectful. Normally it would be fine, but if he suddenly shouted like that while the couple was resting in their bedroom at night, no amount of kidney tonic would help. Minggu, tell me honestly, did you go to Yunshan City to explore the Shinmu rainforest? Wang Tang's sudden question interrupted Zhang Ming's thoughts, making his heart tighten. The exploration of the Shinmu rainforest was part of airdrop missions released by the system, and he hadn't told anyone about it. How did Wang Tang guess? How do you know? Zhang Ming asked urgently, his tone slightly serious. Oh, it's all over the internet, so stop hiding it. Wang Tang hummed, thinking Zhang Ming was just pretending. In fact, Zhang Ming had been so engrossed in the path of survival evolution these past few days that he hadn't paid attention to the heated discussions online. After hearing Wang Tang's words, he finally opened a news app and found several strange headlines dominating the hot search. Mysterious beast cries heard deep in the Dongbai Hanbai mountain range, sound waves rolling, shaking the heavens, accompanied by wind and thunder, causing avalanches in the snow mountains. A strange oasis has appeared in the western desert, exuding a captivating fragrance, as if a rare treasure is being born. Experts remind, please do not blindly venture into dangerous areas. Witnesses claim dozens of corpses have been transported out from these perilous places, and the police are keeping it secret. Breaking news, last night, a heavenly light appeared in the Shinmu rainforest of Yunshan City, likely becoming a new danger zone with great opportunities. Adventurers, hurry up before the authorities can seal it off. As he navigated through the crowded airport, Zhang Ming casually glanced around. A large number of travelers were dressed in outdoor adventure gear, hurrying towards the boarding area for flights to Yunshan City. The greed, excitement, and eagerness in their eyes reflected the spirit of adventurers, yearning for thrills and impatiently wanting to encounter a mysterious opportunity. The system is ridiculous. A mere airdrop mission has caused such a commotion, attracting everyone. Zhang Ming's expression was not good. He had thought this trip would allow him to secretly pick up treasures and quietly amass wealth, but now the whole world knew about it, and he almost missed the flight. The airdrop location I opened is in the Shinmu rainforest, so it attracted otherworldly phenomena here. How did the other dangerous areas in the country form? Could there really be other survivors besides me who have also activated airdrop missions? Zhang Ming's hurried steps suddenly halted, a chill running down his spine. Looking around, he felt as if there were hidden eyes in the dense crowd, watching him like needles in his back. "Sir, please show your identification." "Sir? Oh, sorry." Zhang Ming came back to his senses and handed his ID to the ground staff to check in.
"Do you need to check in any luggage?"
"No need." Having storage space on him was a good thing. He could travel light on every trip. Just like now, he only carried a crossbody bag as a disguise for his storage space, with no other luggage at all.
Normally, that would be fine, but now it was a special time.
Therefore, as soon as he arrived at the boarding area for the flight to Yunshan City, he immediately attracted curious glances from many fully equipped adventure travelers.
A familiar voice suddenly rang out from the crowd. "Zhang Ming, why is it you again?" Lu Ziwen once again spotted Zhang Ming's figure in the crowd.
Zhang Ming turned to look and saw 5 familiar faces squatting on the floor outside the waiting area, all of them his classmates. Chen Shirhan was among them, her face pale, as if seeing Zhang Ming at the airport was like seeing a ghost. "Hello, Zhang Ming." What a coincidence, a short, sweet girl in the crowd waved at Zhang Ming.
Zhang Ming smiled back. Yeah, I didn't expect to see you here, it's been a while."
Chuyu was the class's life committee member, gentle in nature and sweet in appearance, and was said to be a little rich girl, well liked by her classmates. Zhang Ming was no exception. It wasn't that he was greedy for wealth or beauty, but mainly because Chuyu was approachable and treated everyone equally, not ignoring Zhang Ming just because he was a little invisible in class.
"Wow, Zhang Ming, you've become so much more handsome in just a few days,"
Chuyu exclaimed, covering her mouth in surprise, her eyes sparkling.
"Ha, you've become much prettier too," Zhang Ming sincerely complimented.
This wasn't just empty flattery. Chuyu's features weren't particularly outstanding, at least not compared to school beauties like Chen Shirhan. In the past, with her hair in a bun and wearing a school uniform, she appeared quite plain, completely overshadowed by the refined beauty of someone like Chen Shirhan. Now, out of school, she had learned to dress up, permed and dyed her hair, and her overall aura had improved significantly, presenting a vibrant image of a sweet young girl. It was hard to refuse a kind-hearted sweet girl, and Zhang Ming was no exception. The two chatted and laughed, leaving the other classmates hanging for a while, which made a few of them look rather displeased, especially Chen Shirhan, whose face had turned a deep shade of anger. She could tolerate being ignored by Zhang Ming, and even managed to endure hearing him praise Chuyu as the prettiest in class right in front of her. But when she heard that Zhang Ming was also going to Yunshan City during their conversation, she couldn't hold back any longer and loudly questioned, "Zhang Ming, why are you going to Yunshan City too?
Did my parents send you to keep an eye on me?"
Zhang Ming was taken aback, looking at Chen Shirhan as if she were foolish.
"Are you out of your mind? Stop pretending."
Chen Shirhan retorted firmly, "My dad keeps saying that going to Yunshan City for an adventure is dangerous, and he and my mom are worried. He said if I insisted on going, he would find someone to take care of me. I didn't agree to his request, and then I saw you at the airport. What are the odds of that? I advise you to stay away from me. I don't need you to take care of me at all." Zhang Ming found it amusing, and before he could respond, 2 male classmates who had been silent stepped forward.
The tall, muscular athlete Pan Jiejun stood up to block Chen Shirhan, his gaze slightly disdainful as he said, "Zhang Ming, I don't care whether it's your uncle and aunt's intention or not, anyway, we don't need you.
I'll take care of Xiaohan while she's out." After saying that, he flexed his muscles intentionally. Zhang Ming was speechless. Where did this sycophant come from? "Zhang Ming, if you really came here for the reason Xiaohan mentioned, then I suggest you quickly refund your ticket and not waste your uncle and aunt's money." Another male classmate, the class monitor He-Foam, also spoke up. He was well aware of Zhang Ming's family background, and his words clearly carried another meaning. If you, Zhang Ming, weren't relying on others, you wouldn't be able to afford a plane ticket. Zhang Ming grinned. He didn't expect there to be another sycophant. He was too lazy to continue the argument and just said to Chuyu, Yeah, see you another time." Chuyu nodded with a smile. She actually wanted to pull Zhang Ming into their group, thinking that having one more classmate would make it livelier. But seeing the displeased looks from Chen Shirhan and the others, she didn't dare to speak up. "Good dogs don't block the way." Zhang Ming put away his smile and coldly said to the obstructive Pan Jiejun. The latter furrowed his thick black brows, feeling dissatisfied with Zhang Ming's attitude, but then thought that Zhang Ming was merely a defeated dog scared off by his pressure, and a sense of pride as a victor suddenly arose. He pretended to be magnanimous and stepped aside. Zhang Ming was not polite either, striding straight through and walking towards the lavishly decorated entrance ahead.
"Where are you going? That's the first-class VIP lounge, not the exit. You country bumpkin, can't even find your way?" Pan Jiejun led the mockery. The others couldn't hide their amusement and disdain either.
Only Chuyu, small and delicate, tiptoed and made a mouthing gesture. "You're going the wrong way, the exit is behind."
Her little face looked somewhat anxious.
Zhang Ming gently shook his head at Chuyu, then immediately replaced it with a cold sneer directed at Pan Jiejun, simply spitting out 2 words, "Idiot." Then, amidst the puzzled gazes of the crowd, he gracefully walked into the first-class lounge. Damn it, this country bumpkin can't even find his way and still dares to insult me.
Let's wait and see him get kicked out. Pan Jejun cursed angrily, revealing a resentful look, waiting to see Zhang Ming's embarrassment. The tickets to Yunqian City have already skyrocketed. If it weren't for people like us who happen to buy them early, the current price would be outrageous.
Not to mention this is first class, Zhang Ming is really putting on airs. He phone adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses on his nose, speaking with an air of confidence.
Chen Shihan and Lu Ziwen exchanged glances, filled with confusion.
In recent days, Zhang Ming had brought them too many shocks. To be honest, they couldn't grasp him anymore. Who knows what kind of tricks he could pull next. Look, Zhang Ming really booked first class, Xu Yu shouted excitedly. Everyone followed her gaze and found Zhang Ming elegantly seated on a soft, comfortable sofa on the second-floor viewing terrace of the first-class lounge, holding a cup of espresso and smilingly nodding at Xu Yu. How is this possible? Where did Zhang Ming get the money to book first class? It must be Shirhan's parents who bought it. They really spent a lot for her safety.
Damn, uncle and aunt must have been fooled by him.
Shirhan, quickly inform your parents. They mustn't waste money. Everyone chimed in, leaving the person involved, Chen Shirhan, bewildered. Tears swirled wildly in her eyes. My parents would rather spend money on him than on me? Why do I have to sit on the cold ground while he gets to enjoy such good fortune?
This isn't fair. Zhang Ming, you jerk. Ahem.
Zhang Ming choked on a mouthful of coffee. Damn it, this is torture. Acting cool is really not easy. But fortunately, your arrogant actions have stirred the zombie horde, causing them to become restless. Resentment points plus 66,
plus 99, plus 108.
Hee hee, nice. The moon was bright and the stars sparse, the evening wind howled. The plane Zhang Ming was on successfully took off, leaving a graceful silhouette on the airport's viewing glass as it soared into the sky. Still a step too late. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed from the viewing platform as two groups of figures rushed in. One group was dressed in police uniforms, led by a tall man with flowing hair and a few freckles on his face. This man had an ordinary appearance, but his eyes shone like torches, as if he could see through people's hearts with a casual glance. A passerby recognized him. He was Zhou Su, the star deputy captain of the criminal investigation team in Nanjing City, a name that resonated throughout the criminal circles in Nanjing City, privately cursed by criminals as a wild dog. Because when he investigated cases, he didn't stick to the rules, avoiding the academic approach, preferring to take unconventional paths, brutal yet effective. There were rumors that he often used the ancient technique of the Great Awakening Fist during interrogations, which could make criminals quickly realize their problems, leading to extremely high case-solving efficiency, thus earning him a fearsome reputation, making criminals anxious and no one dared to provoke him. But at this moment, this ruthless person stood before a slender woman in a trench coat, lowering his head.
Miss Liang, the plane has just taken off. Is there still time? Should we contact air traffic control to intercept?
Zhou Su respectfully asked, only to receive a cold reply. No need, we are in charge here. It's none of your business.
Let's go. Damn, what an attitude.
Zhou Su cursed inwardly. Recalling the scene from 2 hours ago, he felt even more furious. At that time, the team had made a breakthrough in analyzing the clues related to the Huliuxiang case.
They discovered that 3 students from Nanjing No.
1 high school had gone to the alley that day, Zhang Ming, Chen Shirhan, and Lu Ziwen, who happened to be classmates. Further investigation revealed that Zhang Ming's bank card was involved in a large transfer and there were frequent surveillance records of him entering and exiting Huliuxiang. Plus, the 3 of them had taken the same flight today. Everything was too coincidental, making it hard not to raise suspicions. These 3 guys must be closely related to the case.
Let's go. We need to meet these 3 little brats.
Just as he was directing the mobile team to take action, this woman suddenly parachuted into the office and called off the operation.
Zhou Su hadn't even had the chance to shout, "Who do you think you are?"
when he saw that the accompanying personnel beside the woman was actually a leader from the municipal bureau, nodding and bowing beside her.
At that moment, he understood. Who do you think you are? He immediately complied, halting the operation and waiting for the big shot's instructions.
He then learned that this woman was named Liang Yi, the head of a special operations team sent down from above. He didn't even know how high up, responsible for the Huliuxiang case.
Zhou Su couldn't understand why a small street brawl case like Huliuxiang would attract such a big shot.
Until he recalled the gruesome deaths of those petty criminals and that the suspects were just a few young kids, his doubts deepened. He had secretly inquired with his superiors, receiving a vague response. Don't ask what you shouldn't, the world has changed. Zhou Su thought of the recent discussions in the office about the news regarding dangerous places, and he had a vague suspicion, yet he found it hard to convince himself to accept such a bizarre existence.
Withdraw, Zhou Su muttered, issuing the order. Since Liang Yi didn't need them,
he couldn't be bothered to stick his warm face against a cold butt. He decided to leave work early, have a drink, and enjoy some time with his lovely wife. Wasn't that delightful? He got into the police car, the roaring sound waves rushing over his head. A military plane sped away, and he knew Liang Yi and the others were on it. Instantly, his desire to mess around diminished, and he slammed the accelerator, heading straight to the police station. He wanted to see what this world had turned into. Why were a few young kids attracting so much attention? Especially that one named Zhang Ming, who had a fortune of millions right after graduation and was so capable of getting into trouble. There had to be a big problem. Guys, I have successfully boarded the plane. In 3 hours, it will land in Yunshan City, where the newly dangerous place, the Divine Tree Rainforest, is located. For this trip, brother who has really spent a lot, nearly $30,000 just to buy this last first-class ticket. Please show some love and help brother who recovers some of it. Love you all. Zhang Ming's mouth twitched. He had never expected that his seatmate on this journey would be a popular live-streaming host. This person was about 30 years old, with long limbs, messy hair, and a long, curly beard that trembled slightly like a spring. He could be described as somewhat ugly, with an extremely wide distance between his eyes, enough to tire a snail trying to crawl from one eye to the other. But his voice was magnetic, especially when he spoke with a hoarse tone while asking for gifts. It was surprisingly pleasant to hear, far surpassing those who relied solely on sound cards. Excuse me, handsome, did I disturb you while I was recording my vlog just now? Brother Beard noticed Zhang Ming's gaze and immediately apologized with the utmost sincerity. Ha, it's fine. I'm just curious since it's my first time interacting with a big streamer like you, Zhang Ming flattered. You're joking, handsome. I'm just a small streamer. To be honest, buying this first-class ticket has nearly emptied my savings, Brother Beard joked self-deprecatingly. Zhang Ming looked him up and down. He was dressed in professional outdoor gear, the brand being the top-tier Stonebird, with just one jacket costing over 10,000 yuan, not looking like someone short on cash. Wait, why is his Stonebird logo shedding? Brother Beard awkwardly covered his clothes and explained in a low voice, I'm not afraid of you laughing. The clothes are knockoffs. As long as the audience can't tell through the screen, it's fine. Outdoor streaming is tough these days. If you don't buy some good gear, the audience thinks you're unprofessional, no matter how much knowledge you have. They call it outdoor adventure, but most of the time, I'm just making a fool of myself in front of the camera to earn some quick views. Zhang Ming looked at him deeply, surprised that this burly man had such a delicate mind and a clear understanding of reality. He took out his phone and said, no matter what, meeting is fate. Brother, what's your account name? I'll follow you. Brother Beard's thick beard split into a grin. Brave Explorer Brother Beard, that's my ID. Zhang Ming clicked into his profile and saw he had just about 100,000 followers, with a viewing rate that wasn't very high. His early works focused on hardcore adventures, which no one watched, but later he switched to outdoor antics and gradually built up a small fanbase. Are you familiar with the Shenmue Rainforest? Zhang Ming browsed through his past videos and found that this guy had solid skills, and a sudden idea struck him. Very familiar. When I was cycling around the Dragon Country, I stayed in the Shenmue Rainforest for almost a month, trying to learn from some foreign bloggers to shoot survival videos. But no one watched them. After looking into it, I realized those profitable survival videos all relied on big names like Big Thunder Girl. I couldn't compete at all. Zhang Ming almost burst out laughing. But thinking back, he often saw some young beauties cooking and fishing in the forest, dressed scantily. No one cared about how the fishing was going. All they saw was her bending over, squatting, showing off her impressive figure. Since you're familiar with the Shenmue Rainforest, I happen to need a local guide. Are you interested? Well, Brother Beard looked a bit troubled. What's wrong? Have you never guided anyone before? Not really. I've helped my top supporter a few times. I've been a guide a few times, Brother Beard corrected seriously. Zhang Ming smiled, opened his live stream room, and took a glance. The top supporter's spending was about 10,000 yuan. Small change. So, you only guide your top supporter, right? No, it's just guiding. Zhang Ming moved his finger, easily gifting over 10,000 yuan, and his fan engagement immediately shot up to the top position. Alright, you have a new top supporter now. Zhang Ming put down his phone and leaned back strategically. Brother Beard checked the back-end data and was instantly dumbfounded. Handsome, I didn't say I had to have a top supporter to help guide. Mainly, I have a live streaming plan this time, needing to go deep into the Shenmue Rainforest to uncover dangerous mysteries, and it might be very dangerous. Zhang Ming clapped his hands and said, what a coincidence. I just happen to have the same intention. As for the live stream, you don't need to worry, just treat me as a special guest. Besides, with this handsome face of mine in front of the camera, your live stream's traffic will surely soar. Oh right. Brother Beard was persuaded and quickly thanked him. Then thank you, little brother. No, thank you, top supporter. With me on this journey, you can rest assured, I'll make sure everything is arranged perfectly. Detected that zombie beard brother has developed hostility towards the host, generating loyalty. Current loyalty level, 2%. Oh wow, Zhang Ming didn't expect the other party to be such a pure streamer. The rewards are genuine. Without a second thought, he gifted nearly 10,000 in rewards. Zombie beard brother loyalty increased by 1%, current, 3%. Thanks, Big Brother on the leaderboard. Big Brother, do you want juice or cola? I'll go get it for you. Goodness, even stealing the flight attendant's job? Zhang Ming looked out at the flowing clouds and couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle. Nighttime, 10:10 p.m. The plane successfully landed at Yunshan City's Shinmu Airport. This airport is not large and is located in a relatively remote area, specifically built for tourism in the Shinmu rainforest. It only gets busy during the peak tourist season. At this moment, it coincided with the summer vacation peak, and with the hype of the mysterious and dangerous area, the airport exit was already bustling with people. Vehicles were circling in and out, shining blinding lights, illuminating the area as if it were daytime. As soon as he reached the airport exit, the noisy shouts came rushing towards him with the hot air, invigorating him and banishing any sleepiness. Hotels, limited rooms, charter service available. Less than 2 kilometers from the rainforest. Life is flavorful, Yunshan snacks are delicious. Come and try. Carpooling, 100 per person, half price for kids, first come first served. Hey bro, want a girl? I'll arrange it. Zhang Ming declined the various vendors' invitations and quietly walked to the edge of the empty road to wait. Beard Brother said he had arranged a car, which saved him a lot of trouble. Before coming, he never expected it to be so lively here. If he had to call for a car last minute, being overcharged would be the least of his worries. With the crowd surging, it would probably take a while to get out of the airport. Zhang Ming, a cheerful voice called out his name. Turning around, he saw Chu Yu and the others approaching. Besides the joy in her eyes at seeing an old classmate, the expressions of the other four were particularly complex, especially Qin Shirhan, who felt gloomy, clearly puzzled about why her family would spend money for Zhang Ming to sit in first class, yet she didn't call to ask, even turning off her phone to show her firm stance of running away from home. Did you call for a car? Chu Yu bounced up to Zhang Ming and casually asked. Yeah, Zhang Ming nodded. Oh, how much is the fare? No charge, a friend is giving me a ride. Wow, you actually have a local friend, that's so convenient. Chu Yu couldn't hide her envy and continued. The prices for calling a car here are outrageous, and the drivers are really arrogant. Of course, there are cheaper options, but the cars are in bad shape, smell of smoke, and Hanin and the others can't stand it. They might be unlicensed cabs. Chu Yu chattered on, and suddenly, Chen Shirhan interjected with an authoritative tone. Zhang Ming, have your friend give us a ride too, name your price. 1 second, 2 seconds. Zhang Ming ignored her completely, not even glancing her way. Instead, he smiled at Chu Yu and said, Yeah, you go on. You were just talking about unlicensed cabs, and then what? He looked genuinely interested. This difference in treatment nearly made Chen Shirhan explode with anger. Chu Yu sensed the tension between the two, lowered her voice, and cautiously suggested, Zhang Ming, why don't you ask your friend if he can give us a ride too? The price is negotiable, just as long as the car is clean. Before Zhang Ming could respond, he heard Chen Shirhan scream in anger, no need. Even if I have to walk, I won't sit in his car. Zhang Ming shrugged, indicating he couldn't help it, but a playful smile appeared on his lips. Chu Yu sighed, wanting to persuade them further, when she heard several sycophants chime in. Pan Jiejun said, Yeah, don't be silly. You believe he has friends in this godforsaken place? You might as well believe I'm Qin Shi Huang. He foamed. Yunshan is 2 provinces away from our Nanjing. Zhang Ming is a native of Nanjing, and the chances of him having friends here who can drive to the airport to pick someone up at night are very slim. Lu Ziwen, even if, for once, he really has a friend driving over, it might just be a beat-up old car. Whether it can fit so many people is one thing, the mountain roads are rugged, and it might fall apart while driving. Ha ha ha. A few of them laughed out loud. Even Chen Shirhan's angry expression softened a bit, the corners of her mouth slightly curling up. Just then, a powerful engine roared into their ears. A gust of wind howled as a black MPV screeched to a halt in front of them. The window rolled down, revealing a bearded face in the passenger seat. Brother Ming, you've been waiting long. The voice was filled with flattery. It's fine. Zhang Ming nodded lightly, just as he stood up. The rear door of the car slid open automatically, revealing a clean interior. There was no smell of smoke, only a faint scent of lavender. The driver was a woman with big waves in her hair, whom the bearded man had mentioned before. She seemed to be an old friend. She was wrapped in a white tight-fitting shirt, her front bulging, showcasing her graceful figure. Unexpectedly, the bearded man had such good fortune. Hello,
is the person outside your friend? Do you want to come up together? It should fit if we squeeze a bit. The woman appeared very enthusiastic. Zhang Ming didn't respond, smiling as he watched his classmates outside, dumbfounded. It's just a Mercedes V. What's so impressive about it? My uncle has an Alfred. It's just that it's in another city, otherwise. Pan Jiejun became increasingly sour, and noticing no one was paying attention to him, he huffed in annoyance. Class leader He Feng took a deep breath, pursed his lips, and remained silent for a long time. He was known for his calmness and wisdom, and when faced with problems, he would habitually analyze them rationally to arrive at the correct conclusion. But today, regarding Zhang Ming, every analysis he made was completely wrong. His face was turning red from frustration, gradually losing the confidence to speak. Good for you, Zhang Ming. It seems like there are people everywhere willing to support you. Chen Shirhan muttered under her breath, for a bit of money, you must be really desperate to even go for that ugly bearded guy. Her best friend, Lu Ziwen, hesitated and suggested, the car should belong to that big sister, she seems nice. Why don't we chip in for a ride? No way. Chen Shirhan retorted sharply. I said, even if I have to crawl over, I won't get in the same car as Zhang Ming. If you all want to get in the car, go ahead, you don't have to care about what I think. She turned and walked away, as if she had made a firm decision. The others exchanged glances, shaking their heads helplessly, and had no choice but to decline the woman's invitation. Alright then, the woman was a carefree person. It was just a polite offer, and she wouldn't insist after being refused. The engine roared, and the car sped away. From a distance, they saw Zhang Ming sitting in the back seat, extending his arm out the window, waving casually. Look at him, so smug. Pan Jiejun was so angry he stumbled over his words. So what do we do next? Shu Yu asked. Let's just take that cheaper van from before. I'll pay. Chen Shirhan knew she had dragged the team down and wanted to make up for it. But Hanin, didn't you say it smelled heavily of smoke? No matter how strong the smoke smell is, it's still much better than the stench coming from Zhang Ming's flashy self. Chen Shirhan spat in disdain and strode towards the old van parked by the roadside. Boss, we want to hire the van. However, as soon as she opened the door, a mix of sweat, stinky feet, and smoke hit her nose, making her gag. Zhang Ming, I hate you. Ugh. The zombies are continuously generating resentment. Survival points plus 11, plus 38, plus 66. A smile flickered in Zhang Ming's eyes as he continued chatting with the beautiful woman. After a brief understanding, I learned that her name is Sister Hong, and she runs a guesthouse in the commercial area at the entrance of the Shinmu Rainforest Scenic Area. How did I meet Brother Huzi? Ha, you probably won't believe it, but I used to chase that deadbeat. Unfortunately, I was rejected. Ha ha. When these words came out of Sister Hong's mouth, Zhang Ming first doubted his ears, then his eyes. No way, sister? What do you see in him? Is it his beard or his lack of hygiene? Standing together, calling it Beauty and the Beast would be an insult to the beast. He. Brother Huzi shyly smiled. It made Zhang Ming look at him with a bit more respect. Could this guy have some extraordinary qualities? The car stopped in front of the Shinmu International Hotel. Minggu, I'll drop you off here. Tonight, I'm staying at Sister Han's place. You're staying at the best hotel in this area. I can't afford it. Zhang Ming got out of the car. Wait a minute. You're staying with Sister Hong tonight? He turned around and saw Sister Hong naturally resting her hand on Brother Huzi's shoulder. Her eyes were burning with a certain heat, eager to ignite the fire. Minggu, is there anything else? No, just reminding you not to work too hard tonight. You have to come pick me up early tomorrow. Don't worry, I'll remind him. In the end, it was Sister Hong who said that. As soon as her voice fell, the car roared away. Looks like Brother Huzi's skill is not simple, Zhang Ming sighed. Hey, little brother, want a sister? Fresh and tender. Before he even entered the hotel, someone was already shoving a small card at him. Is this how they test the officials? Zhang Ming waved his hand to refuse. Walking into the hotel, looking at the empty luxurious suite, the sounds of intense battles from next door echoed in his ears, making him feel a sense of loneliness. What was the number on that card again? He meant no harm, he just wanted to report it. The neighbors were too dedicated to their work, it was so noisy. He ran to the bathroom, where it was quieter. He reached out. Glancing at the clock, it's almost midnight for the settlement. I wonder what I can get today. Damn, stop yelling. The hotel was terrible, with no soundproofing. Little did he know, it was because his evolution level was getting higher, and his senses had stepped up a notch. He could hear every move from next door clearly. Stop calling me daddy. I don't have a daughter like you. Keep it up and I'll call the police. His angry shout instantly silenced the other side. The world suddenly quieted down. Just then, the system's settlement sound rang out. Successfully passed the fourth day of the apocalypse, personal survival points earned, 776,
contract zombies earn survival points, 1800, total survival points settled, 2576, system evaluation, yes, just chill and it's done. Not fighting zombies, not looking for supplies, are you here to sunbathe in the apocalypse? Performance score, B, reward, silver level supply box, Zhang Ming.
The system is even mocking me. Damn, is this all the reward?
Opening the silver supply box, the reward was mediocre. Apart from an evolution fruit, the rest was junk. Jian chestnut, a first-level evolution fruit, eat it with the skin to enhance skin resistance, protect against wind, cold, and scratches. Zhang Ming swallowed it whole, skin and all, and immediately frowned. The taste was slightly bitter, and the texture was poor, like eating dirt. But the effect was pretty good. After eating it, his skin layer became much tougher. He lightly scratched his arm with a fruit knife, leaving only a faint mark, no blood. The reward came quite timely. Tomorrow I'll enter the rainforest, so I don't have to worry about mosquito and rodent bites.
Mainly, I was busy traveling today and didn't have time to collect survival points.
Fortunately, those lovely classmates helped brush some data, otherwise, the reward would probably be worse. Zhang Ming checked the system's back-end data records and saw that Chen Shirhan's data was still slowly fluctuating.
The zombie Chen Shirhan is continuously generating resentment. Survival points +1, +1, +1.
The speed has slowed down quite a bit, need to step it up. Zhang Ming's lips curled into a mischievous smile as he opened his camera and took a series of shots inside and outside the luxurious business suite, doing a simple room tour, clicked to upload it to his moments, and posted, "A hotel that costs thousands a night is just like that." Chen Shirhan deleted him from her friends, but Zhang Ming wasn't worried at all that she wouldn't see it. With someone like Lu Ziwen around, the news would definitely be relayed immediately. Sure enough, in a cramped youth hostel suite, Chen Shirhan and others were squeezed onto a narrow bunk bed, exhausted yet unable to sleep due to the stiff wooden bed and the snoring of their housemate. At that moment, Zhang Ming's moments felt like a slap in the face, a dimensional blow to them. The spacious room in the picture, the comfortable mattress, the clean bathroom, the neatly arranged welcome fruits.
Everything was a luxury.
Zhang Ming is really despicable.
Poisoning us late at night, how wicked.
Zhang Ming must be doing this on purpose. The friends hurled insults at him, which only fueled Chen Shirhan's anger, making her jealousy burn even hotter.
How much did his parents give him? Why do I have nothing?
He must be sent by his parents to punish me for running away from home.
The more this happens, the more I can't give up.
Zhang Ming, just you wait.
Woo woo.
Chen Shirhan hugged the cold sheets and cried, then caught a whiff of the musty smell from the sheets, recalling the dilapidated van they came in, and her stomach churned again, feeling nauseous.
Zhang Ming. Ugh, the zombie Chen Shirhan is continuously generating resentment. Survival points +9, +39, +99. Not bad, not bad.
Zhang Ming, with a satisfied smile, comfortably lay on the soft bed and fell into a deep sleep, dreaming sweetly. The next morning, Zhang Ming woke up early. He enjoyed a nice breakfast at the hotel, just as Sister Hong and Brother Huzi arrived by car. Big beard, didn't sleep well last night? Zhang Ming slyly glanced at the two, seeing Sister Hong glowing with health while Brother Huzi had sunken eyes and was yawning repeatedly. Ahem, thinking about today's adventure made me a bit too excited to sleep, Brother Huzi said, avoiding eye contact.
He.
Zhang Ming saw through it but said nothing, smiling as he got into the car.
Let's go.
The car wound around the mountain road for more than 10 minutes, arriving at an open area.
This was the starting base for the Shinshu Rainforest hiking project.
At this moment, the lawn was packed with people, guides, tourists, internet celebrities, reporters, you name it.
Family, today's adventure journey officially begins.
Brother Huzi timely started the live stream. The distance from the base camp to the rainforest entrance was his golden time for streaming. Once deeper in, there would be no signal.
A few scattered comments floated in the live stream.
Brother Huzi looks a bit sluggish today. Did he go looking for an antidote for centipede poison last night? Oh, Brother Huzi's top supporter has changed. No wonder he looks so haggard. Which family member can't control their hands and is sending gifts again?
Everyone else is sharing coins and just accompanying, but you have to stand out, right? Room manager, please ban this person, thanks.
Damn, Brother Huzi, quickly move the camera. That handsome guy next to you is so damn good looking. Brother Huzi turned the camera to Zhang Ming, smiling as he introduced, "This is Minggu, who will explore the mysterious Shinshu rainforest with me today. Everyone give him a warm welcome." The comments immediately erupted in celebration. So handsome, slurp slurp, no handsome guys allowed in this live stream. Protecting the ugliest Brother Huzi in the world. Minggu, I'm sorry, I've already made 3 mistakes at the first sight of you, but that's human nature. Please don't take offense.
Brother Huzi, I order you to take off your outdoor gear and let Ming wear it.
I know this is difficult, but it's an order.
Why is Ming only wearing a short-sleeve shirt? Won't he get scratched in the rainforest? Brother Huzi turned to look at Zhang Ming, scratching his head. Oh right, Ming, I just realized you didn't bring any gear at all? That's really dangerous. Zhang Ming paused for a moment. To be honest, he had completely forgotten. He had clothes in his storage space, but taking them out in front of so many people felt like publicly defecating. It would scare the onlookers. Plus, after eating some chestnuts last night, the damp, cold air and the complex environment of the rainforest didn't seem to affect him much, so he subconsciously didn't think much of it. It's fine, I'm an athlete. This is enough for me. Zhang Ming used a popular meme to explain, causing the live stream audience to burst into laughter. So you're an athlete? No wonder you're so confident. A hoarse voice suddenly came from behind. Zhang Ming turned to see a middle-aged man with a buzz cut and dark skin approaching. Brother Fei. Brother Huzi called out, and in a low voice introduced him as Li Fei, a local guide. Every year, a few arrogant people like you die while hiking in the Shenmu rainforest, you know? Li Fei ignored Brother Huzi and adopted the typical lecturing tone of a middle-aged man. Zhang Ming thought the other party meant well, so he didn't say anything and just smiled and nodded. But the more he listened, the more it fell off. The rainforest doesn't welcome people like you. The farther you roll away, the better. If you want to die, go somewhere else. Don't delay our progress. What are you standing there for? Get lost. Zhang Ming's cold gaze flashed. Are you teaching me how to do my job? The invisible killing intent forced Li Fei to take 2 steps back before he steadied himself. Damn it, it's one thing to lecture him in his senior's tone, but to keep saying get lost, that's not a good way to talk. Zhang Ming wouldn't tolerate that. You're so young, yet so full of malice. No wonder you guys get bullied by him. Li Fei's words were directed at those behind him. Chen Shirhan and the others gradually stepped forward. I see. Zhang Ming sneered. Li Fei had no connection to him, yet he came over to scold him for so long. It turned out someone was backstabbing him. Brother Fei, I didn't say anything wrong. This kid is just putting on a show. If he insists on seeking death, let him go. Why care? Pan Jiajun mocked. Li Fei snorted through his nostrils. I hate pretentious people the most. You little brats are with me, so you're under my protection in the rainforest. No one dares to disrespect me, so how could I let you be bullied by him? His imposing manner made him seem like the very person he claimed to despise. Hey, you little brat, do you dare to make a bet with me? A bet? Zhang Ming found it amusing. What do you want to bet on? Since you're so impressive, let's see who can reach the entrance of Shenmu village in the rainforest first, starting from the base camp. If you lose, you have to apologize to my team. Is that a problem? Zhang Ming countered. What if I win? Ha, if you win, I'll take your surname. I'm not interested in being your father. You. Fine, if you win, I'll help you greet Shenmu village. On my account, the villagers will let you in smoothly. Zhang Ming frowned, indicating he didn't quite understand. Brother Huzi explained quietly, Shenmu village is adjacent to Shenmu rainforest, inhabited by a group of primitive and cunning villagers who often fleece tourists. If you don't pay a price, they might very well refuse you entry. Recently, rumors about the dangers of Shenmu rainforest have been rampant, and these cunning villagers might become even more aggressive. Does the government not care? Local tyrants, hard to manage. Plus, there's a lack of surveillance in the rainforest, so it's hard to trace any dirty tricks they pull. Zhang Ming's eyes lit up. No surveillance? That's great. I like it dirty. Brother Beard had a puzzled expression, thinking to himself that Zhang Ming looked fair and handsome. So why did he have such a peculiar hobby? Oh, you accepted the bet? Li Fei saw Zhang Ming approaching and assumed he had accepted the wager. Unexpectedly, as Zhang Ming passed by him, he only left behind 2 words, idiot. This was ridiculous. Zhang Ming had no interest in such a boring bet at all. He directly took Brother Beard and set off towards the rainforest. Good, good, good. Li Fei repeated 3 times, clearly furious. You guys stick close to me, we'll catch up to him. The road is slippery, he can't possibly go too fast. Ah, where is he? In the time it took to turn his head, Zhang Ming had already disappeared from sight. He's wearing flip-flops and can walk this fast? Flip-flops and shorts were Zhang Ming's summer standard. He dressed comfortably and had come this way. Although it had rained last night, making the muddy dirt road a bit slippery, Zhang Ming moved swiftly in his flip-flops, each step landing precisely, leaving deep, solid footprints in the mud, not a bit askew, showcasing his powerful muscle control. Brother Beard, struggling behind, was exhausted. At first, he was only a step behind Zhang Ming, barely keeping up. The livestream comments began to mock him without restraint. Didn't Brother Beard say he was a national-level mountaineer? And this is all he can do? What a joke! Turns out it's true that the more you have, the worse you are. No amount of gear can cover up being a noob. Streamer, why do you keep following Mingu? Do you like eating dust? But gradually, everyone realized something was off. It wasn't that Brother Beard was too slow,
it was that Zhang Ming was truly moving like the wind. Even more terrifying was that Brother Beard was already drenched in sweat and panting, while Zhang Ming looked as if nothing was wrong. Mingu, are you really an athlete? When Zhang Ming encountered a fork in the road and couldn't discern the right direction, he intentionally waited for Brother Beard to catch up. He came up, using all his strength to ask, "Huh, I guess so," Zhang Ming chuckled. "Then what sport do you practice to have such good stamina?" "Me, I know a little about everything." Brother Beard's eyes instantly sparkled. Zombie Brother Beard loyalty increased by 5%, current, 8%, Zhang Ming was taken aback. This works? It seemed that as a hiking enthusiast, Brother Beard had a reverence for enduring stamina and a strong physique that surpassed monetary value, making him the most appealing presence in his heart, thus significantly boosting his loyalty. Suddenly, there was a rustling commotion in the tall grass by the dirt road. A few figures stumbled out. Leading the way was a crew-cut guy, his head covered in a layer of what was unclear mud or excrement, who was none other than Li Fei, the one who had been shouting earlier. "Quick, stick close to me. Taking the shortcut will definitely be faster than that guy." Damn! Li Fei caught sight of Zhang Ming and, startled, slipped, directly bowing to Zhang Ming on the spot. "Maybe customs are different. We don't bother people like that where I'm from," Zhang Ming said with a light laugh. As soon as he finished speaking, cries of "ouch" erupted. The people following Li Fei, including Pan Jiajun, couldn't stop in time and all crashed into him. Zhang Ming was quick-witted and managed to catch Chuyu mid-air, preventing her from clumsily falling into the dirt ditch along with the others. Thank you, Zhang Ming. Your reflexes are so fast," Chuyu said, still shaken, staring at Zhang Ming in disbelief. "It's nothing," Zhang Ming steadied her and then teasingly looked at the classmates in the ditch, deliberately saying, Yeah, could you please tell them that the ditch is not a resting place? When traveling, basic manners are essential." Chuyu almost couldn't hold back her laughter. The classmates in the ditch instantly turned red, especially Qin Shirhan, who, besides feeling embarrassed and angry, was overwhelmed by a strong sense of jealousy. Why is it that in a crisis, the one being saved is Chuyu and not me? Did my parents raise you for over a decade for nothing? Zhang Ming, you ungrateful wolf. The zombie Qin Shirhan is continuously generating resentment. Survival points +6, +6, +6. He Zhang Ming waved his hand proudly. You all keep playing in the mud. I'm leaving now. Seeing Zhang Ming leave, the few people in the ditch eagerly tried to climb out, but the more anxious they became, the more they slipped, rolling in the muddy ditch. Ouch! Don't move, let me climb out first. Li Fei, who was at the bottom, was the angriest. When he finally climbed out, he was covered in mud, with chaotic footprints all over his back. His upright buzz cut was soaked with muddy water, and his head looked like a moldy potato, listless. Crack! A tourist who followed closely behind took out their phone to take a picture. The rainforest really has big secrets, even potatoes have come to life. Oh, it's a person, sorry. Li Fei was furious, he had never suffered such a great humiliation. Zhang Ming, you wait for me. He struggled to pull out his phone from his wet pants pocket. Hello, village chief, this is Li Fei. I have something to ask of you. A sinister glint flickered in Li Fei's eyes. The toll is 500 yuan per person. Why not just rob them? Zhang Ming frowned, dissatisfied with the news brought back by Brother Hu. Not far away, a faint mist gathered in the woods, like a giant dragon exhaling, wrapping the vast rainforest in mystery. The mountain breeze gently blew, revealing a dark little path, which was the entrance to the sacred tree rainforest. But at this moment, the entrance was blocked by 7 or 8 villagers from the original village, engaging in the dirty business of "this road is mine, leave the toll." Brother Ming, there's no way around it, they are using the pretext of protecting the ancestral land. Usually, the officials have a hard time managing it, let alone now during this special period of danger. The village chief of Sacred Tree Village has a few acquaintances with me and gave me a discount. If it were someone else, it would be 1,000 per head. When you're out, it's better to avoid trouble. Brother Hu wanted to persuade, but before Zhang Ming could respond, a thin old man walked out from Sacred Tree Village. Village chief, Brother Hu called out, and Zhang Ming realized this man was the village chief of Sacred Tree Village. Huzi, you can pay 500. But this person can't. The village chief got straight to the point, his drooping eyelids suddenly lifting, revealing an unfriendly gaze. Brother Hu immediately panicked. Village chief, how can you not keep your word? You just agreed to 500 per person, and we are 2 people going in together. What I say goes, the village chief said sternly. Zhang Ming laughed and stepped forward to ask, so what do you mean? How much toll do I have to pay? The village chief was a head shorter than Zhang Ming, but that didn't affect his tough attitude. He raised his head and pouted, arrogantly stating a number, 50,000. Zhang Ming squinted slightly. What if I don't pay? Then get lost. The village chief commanded, and several strong young villagers stepped out behind him. Each wielded hard wooden sticks wrapped in thorns, their gaze aggressive. "Everyone, don't get excited, let's talk this out." Brother, who was startled, his mind quickened, and he immediately thought of a possibility. "Village chief, did Li Fei say something to you?" "Oh, that's all a misunderstanding. I know he has a good relationship with you and has helped introduce a lot of business, but you also know, Brother Fei is this kind of person." The village chief waved his hand to interrupt Brother Hu's persuasion. "Huzi, if you want to enter, pay the money. Otherwise, get lost together, there's no misunderstanding here." This, Brother Hu looked at Zhang Ming with a troubled expression, but he found Zhang Ming looking relaxed, stretching and moving his muscles. "There really isn't any misunderstanding," Zhang Ming said. Brother Hu was left in a fog, asking, "Brother Ming, what are you going to do?" Zhang Ming looked around and confirmed, "You just said there's no surveillance here, right?" "Aha. The network signal is too poor, the live stream is cut off, right?" "Yeah, that's great, the authorities won't interfere here, we can go all out." "Ha!" Zhang Ming smiled at Brother Beard and said, "By the way, you just asked me what sport I practice as an athlete, right?" Brother Beard nodded dumbly. "I've learned a bit of everything, but my major is martial arts." In an instant, Zhang Ming vanished from his spot. The gust of wind lifted Brother Beard's beard, which he hurriedly smoothed down, afraid of missing such a shocking scene. "Wow, you call this a sports student?" Bang! Zhang Ming struck and broke the sturdy wooden stick in half. The villagers' incredulous expressions had not yet faded when Zhang Ming's ghostly figure floated over. "This is Wansheng Fist." Zhang Ming threw a punch, causing a villager's shoulder to collapse, blood splattering as he patiently pointed out to the stunned Brother Beard behind him. "This is Bagwazang." With another palm strike, the pursuing villager hadn't even reacted before he fainted, falling into a baby-like sleep. "Watch this move." Zhang Ming quietly stepped forward with his left foot as a pivot, launching a rising dragon kick with his right foot, the flip-flop striking the villager's jaw, blood spraying into the air. Southern Fist, White Crane style. He effortlessly transformed this group of originally fierce villagers, their eyes returning to a simple purity, all embracing the earth once more. Yet the drool or blood from the corners of their mouths couldn't be stopped. "All done, wrap it up." Zhang Ming clapped his hands, ending the fight. He turned around, revealing a harmless smile. "Just know a bit of superficial skill, sorry to make you laugh." Brother Beard, who had witnessed the whole thing, gasped, "This is just superficial. My goodness." Zombie Brother Beard loyalty increased by 15%, current, 23%, Zhang Ming's lips curled up. His guess was confirmed. For wanderers like Brother Beard who yearn for freedom, just money isn't enough to impress them, they need real skills, especially in speed and self-defense. After all, when wandering outside, these are the two things they desire the most. Coincidentally, Zhang Ming had a bit of both. How could he not captivate Brother Beard? "Brother Ming, you're amazing." Brother Beard expressed his admiration, his eyes filled with almost tangible reverence. Looking at Zhang Ming, it was not just respect for the top brother, but also a deep-seated worship. With enough loyalty, Zhang Ming wasted no time and took out the zombie contract for him to sign. Brother Beard didn't hesitate at all and signed it directly. Zombie name, Brother Beard. Attribute, tenacity, endurance +3, energy +2, charisma -5. Production efficiency, 16 survival points/hour. Hey, the attribute isn't bad. Zhang Ming didn't expect a pleasant surprise, his lips slightly curling up, but soon fell again. He saw the village chief, trembling as he picked up the broken stick from the ground and walked over. "Young man, don't underestimate me. In my youth, I was invincible within 10 miles. Ouch, you sneak attacked." With a crisp sound, Zhang Ming sent the old village chief flying, knocking him out cold. "What a mess, seeing your old age, I couldn't be bothered with you, and you still want to act shamelessly." Zhang Ming snorted. In such a place, he had no time to respect the elderly or care for the young. After his strength soared, he would restrain himself from bullying others, but he would never show mercy. The future world would only become more chaotic. He needed to maintain a bit of malice in his heart to free himself from constraints and move forward boldly. "You have conquered the elite zombie, evil, by force, reward survival points +100. You have conquered the elite zombie, evil, by force, reward survival points +100. With a loud bang, Zhang Ming kicked the barricade away, simple and violent. "Go!" Zhang Ming took the lead and charged into the rainforest. "Got it." Brother Who transformed into a loyal little brother, closely following behind. "Village chief, are you alright?" An injured villager struggled to get up from the ground, using all his strength to help the village chief up. Cough, cough, cough. The village chief grimaced in pain, and after waking up, a strong hatred surged in his eyes. "That damn kid, no sense of martial ethics, not even sparing an old man like me." The villager spat out a mouthful of blood, his face filled with fear, and said, "I don't know where that little brat came from, but he strikes fast and hard, like a wild beast. Village chief, what should we do? The village chief pondered for a moment, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. That kid injured our people and dismantled the barricade, ruining our livelihood. He has completely cut us off, so we can't be polite anymore. Village chief, are you thinking of? The village chief nodded. Let that group of guys out. The villager worriedly said, but what about the other tourists? The village chief said fiercely, humph, those desecrators of the rainforest deserve to face the wrath of the rainforest. Even without that damn kid, I would do the same. You must understand, the wrath of the rainforest is something we cannot stop. It is fate. The villager took a deep breath and nodded seriously. All right, I'll spread the news right away. Suddenly, the village chief thought of something, his expression changing dramatically, becoming solemn as he deeply knelt towards the rainforest, reciting fervently, God, your loyal subjects have done their utmost to intercept the filthy desecrators, but the enemy is too treacherous. I humbly request you to unleash your wrath and cleanse all sins. A gentle breeze swept through the forest, blowing the old man's white hair, as if the deity was responding. It's done, it's done. The old village chief, looking almost mad, ran deep into the rainforest, muttering incomprehensible words. Dear travelers, please do not crowd. The entrance to the sacred tree rainforest is just ahead. Li Fei waved his hand, his loud voice calling out, resembling a tour guide. He had already washed the mud off his face with clean water, shaking off the gloom of falling into the mud, looking spirited. Behind him, besides Chen Shirhan and the other 5, there was a group of travelers following closely. Someone loudly questioned, Li Guide, are you really not lying to us? Is this really the only small path into the forest? Li Fei explained emphatically, there are countless paths, but the others are either overgrown with thorns or filled with strange rocks, extremely rugged. Only this path is convenient and easy, and it passes through Sacred Tree Village, allowing us to experience the primitive culture, achieving multiple benefits. If it weren't for my good relationship with the village chief of Sacred Tree Village, I wouldn't let so many people in together. Another traveler quietly complained, it would be even better if it were free. Li Fei heard this and immediately laughed, rebutting, little brother, that's not fair. You must know that the Sacred Tree Rainforest is said to be the dwelling place of deities. Disturbing it without reason is already presumptuous. If the deities take offense, how can we mere mortals bear it? The villagers of Sacred Tree, as descendants of the deities, receiving donations from us is like honoring the deities, not only averting disasters but even earning some blessings. The more he spoke, the more animated he became. To be honest, just a few months ago, I brought a college entrance examination student to Sacred Tree Village. Normally, he could only score for a second-tier university, but after receiving blessings, he turned around and scored. Before he could finish, his voice seemed to be blocked, and he suddenly froze in place. How many points did he score? Some onlookers shouted, but Li Fei remained unmoved. Gradually, people began to notice something amiss. Ahead on the deep path leading to the rainforest, 7 or 8 wooden barriers lay shattered and overturned, wood chips flying everywhere. The muddy dirt road was pockmarked, accumulating a foul-smelling pool of blood. Broken hardwood sticks were scattered about, their cracked surfaces smooth, reflecting a chilling sheen. Confused footprints were densely packed, some deep, some shallow, yet not a single person was in sight. Ha! No one! Li, didn't you say there were villagers guarding this place? Ha! Doesn't the absence of people mean we can just go in? The tourists reacted quickly, disregarding Li Fei's objections, and rushed into the rainforest. Wait! If you enter recklessly like this, you'll anger the spirits. Li Fei was still arguing, but the tourists paid him no mind and strode forward. Li Ge, the people are gone, she reminded him, snapping Li Fei out of his daze. Where are the people? Where the hell are they? Li Fei roared. His plan with the village chief was to lead the tourists across for a windfall, while the chief dealt with Zhang Ming. But now, both money and people were gone, vanished into thin air. There are signs of a struggle here. Li Ge, do you think those villagers were chased away? He Feng observed the traces on the ground, analyzing calmly. Chased away? How is that possible? The people in Shinmu village are all crafty, each one is more ruthless than the last. This time, more than 10 strong men gathered, who could chase them away? Could it be Zhang Ming's doing? Lu Ziwen suddenly spoke up, drawing everyone's attention to her. Zhang Ming? He's not capable. Impossible, Zhang Ming is just quick on his feet. He's not strong enough to be a match for the villagers. Pan Jejun and He Feng chimed in one after another. Li Fei waved his hand, utterly unconvinced. But, Lu Ziwen recalled what she had seen in the back alley and wanted to argue, but was immediately silenced by Qin Shihan's serious gaze. You can't say that. Don't let anyone know we have anything to do with the back alley. Hearing Qin Shihan's quiet reprimand, Lu Ziwen nodded repeatedly, not daring to continue. All right, no matter what happened, we're here now. So let's go into the rainforest and find out, Li Fei said, regaining his spirits and stepping into the rainforest first. The others exchanged glances and followed suit. Once again, we're a step too late. A cold wind swept through, and the heavy military boots made a squelching sound as they stepped on the mud, splattering the pooled blood everywhere. Liang Yi, the leader of the special operations team, bent down to pick up a broken hardwood stick. After observing it for a while, a glimmer of joy appeared in his almond-shaped eyes. Xiao Wu, you're the strongest in the team. Can you break this thick stick? A muscular young man stepped forward from the team, took the stick, and shook his head. It's hard to even step on it, let alone with such a smooth cut. Clearly, it's not something an ordinary person can do. The joy in Liang Yi's eyes deepened. That means we haven't found the wrong person. Let's move faster and catch up. This group of unexpected guests, wrapped in trench coats, transformed into a whirlwind of black, diving deep into the rainforest. In no time, they disappeared from sight. The mist in the rainforest grew thicker, slowly obscuring the entrance. From a distance, the entrance turned into a dark abyss, combined with the blood-soaked ground, as if it led to an unknown place in hell. Roar strange beast roars echoed deep in the forest, as if to shatter the heavens. Did you hear the sound of beasts roaring? Zhang Ming suddenly stopped, stepping on a broken branch that snapped crisply, clearly audible in the quiet rainforest. Beast roars? Brother, who paused to catch his breath, dug in his ears, and shook his head. I didn't hear anything. He added, Minggu, don't worry. Although there are wild beasts everywhere in the rainforest, the path I'm taking you on is specially opened for hikers. Forest rangers regularly spray insect repellent, so you generally won't encounter any deadly beasts. As soon as he finished speaking, a shadow leaped down from the vines above, making a hissing sound. Be careful! Zhang Ming reacted quickly and intercepted it mid-air. Upon closer inspection, it was a snake as thick as a bull, with greenish-yellow skin on its back and 4 black stripes running down its body to the tip of its tail. Phew, don't panic. This should be a black-striped rat snake. It looks scary, but it shouldn't be venomous. Huzigu took a deep breath, eager to showcase his extensive outdoor knowledge. But the next second, he was instantly proven wrong. Hiss! The large snake opened its mouth wide, revealing 2 thick fangs that glimmered with a dark sheen. With a hiss, it shot out 2 streams of venom, flying towards Huziji's face at an astonishing speed. What the hell? Huzigu was so startled that he lost his wits and couldn't react in time. At a critical moment, Zhang Ming kicked out. The force was just right, causing Huzigu to roll on the ground, narrowly avoiding the venom, which only grazed the edge of his pants. Hiss! Smoke rose from Huziji's groin as the venom burned a large hole in his protective pants. If it had been just a moment slower, it might have burned him directly. Did you say it wasn't venomous? Zhang Ming teased, using his other hand to grip the snake by its neck, completely immobilizing it. The snake struggled violently, trying to break free, but it was futile against Zhang Ming's iron-like grip. Zombie Huzigu loyalty increased by 5%, current, 28%, thank you, Minggu. Huzigu scrambled to his feet, using a dagger to cut away the part of his pants that had been contaminated by the venom. Even wearing open-crotch pants was much better than being surrounded by venom. This shouldn't be the case, Huzigu said, leaning in to examine the black snake, a puzzled expression on his face. This is indeed a black-striped rat snake, and logically, it shouldn't be venomous. Moreover, it's much larger than a typical black-striped rat snake, and its fangs are sharp and glistening. Could it be a new species? Zhang Ming nodded. It definitely isn't an ordinary snake. A string of text information appeared before his eyes. You have captured an evolved beast, reward survival points plus 50, evolved beast, a beast that has consumed evolutionary substances and undergone mutation. It generally evolves mutated organs within, and consuming it can yield evolutionary substances. Zhang Ming swallowed hard and said, hand me the knife. Huzigu just passed the knife over, still not realizing what was happening, when Zhang Ming swiftly struck down, directly killing the black snake. Wait, Minggu, I forgot to tell you, the black-striped rat snake is a protected species. With that cut, we might end up in jail as brothers. Zhang Ming's face darkened as he shot him an angry glare. Huzigu hurriedly explained, but this one is clearly an anomaly, not within the protected category. Zhang Ming's expression softened a bit. He turned the knife, slicing open the snake's body and extracting a crystal-clear gallbladder that emitted a fresh, fragrant aroma. Slurp! Zhang Ming instinctively produced a lot of saliva. The evolutionary substance was immensely attractive to him as a newly evolved being. Without a second thought, he swallowed the gallbladder whole. The taste was bitter and fishy, slimy at first, but after a moment, it had a hint of sweetness, refreshing and pleasant. The frown on Zhang Ming's face immediately relaxed. Evolution level, first stage evolver, 21%, not bad, not bad. Zhang Ming nodded in satisfaction. Huzigu clicked his tongue in amazement. Bro, you're really fierce. Compared to that outdoor survival expert Bear Grylls, you're not far off. Zhang Ming smiled and said nothing. Bear Grylls is just like that, give him a century egg, and he'll behave. The two were having a great time when suddenly, bursts of laughter echoed from the dense forest not far away. Looking up, they saw the figures of tourists gradually approaching. Why are so many people suddenly here? Maybe it's because you, Minggu, removed all the roadblocks set up in Shinmu village, allowing everyone to come through without obstruction. Jiang Ming felt helpless. Long Country was a populous nation, and wherever you went, it was always crowded, even in dangerous places. He even spotted a sunset travel group trailing behind. The elderly men and women looked spirited and rosy-cheeked, their vitality seemingly stronger than that of ordinary young people. It seemed that their substantial pensions provided them with solid support. Suddenly, a piercing scream erupted from the crowd, triggering a wave of panic. The screams rose and fell, echoing through the forest. Jiang Ming and his companion had yet to understand what was happening when a rumbling sound quickly approached, shaking the ground. Is it an earthquake? No, a herd of beasts is charging over. Huzigo crouched down to listen, his face pale. Are there really beast herds passing through this rainforest? I don't know, this has never happened before. Regardless, Minggu, we should run first. Okay. As soon as he finished speaking, a harsh rustling sound came from the grass behind them. A dark shadow was rapidly closing in. Stand behind me. Minggu, be careful. Jiang Ming took a defensive stance, waiting for the scattered wild beast to charge. Tiger? Gray wolf? Wild leopard? Various common forest predators flashed through Jiang Ming's mind, and he felt a slight excitement, imagining himself as Wu Song, ready to confront that fierce creature. It's coming! The wind howled as Jiang Ming raised his fist. Jiang Ming, what are you doing? Jiang Ming gathered his strength and punched the air, the gust of wind whistling past. Pan Jejun, who had just emerged from the bushes, was so frightened that he knelt on the ground. The wind from that punch barely grazed his ear, causing a dull pain. If it had hit his face directly, wouldn't his head have exploded? Why are you here? Jiang Ming asked, disappointed as he retracted his fist. Damn it, do you know you almost hit me in the face? Pan Jejun instinctively retorted, still thinking he was facing the old Jiang Ming. But a flash of something in Jiang Ming's eyes made his heart skip a beat. No! If he said one more word, that punch might not just almost hit him. The current Jiang Ming could do anything. Why had Jiang Ming become so terrifying? Was that punch something a normal high school student could throw? Pan Jejun was puzzled, but his expression changed rapidly. Hitting me in the face wouldn't dirty your hands, right? He stepped forward, pretending to help Jiang Ming wipe his hands. There was no trace of resentment in his eyes. This guy is hiding deep. Jiang Ming brushed his hand away and asked, why are you here alone? Pan Jejun feigned a sudden realization, crying out, oh no, I almost forgot the important matter. Jiang Ming, Han Hang and the others are trapped by a herd of wild boars, in grave danger. You need to go save them. Wild boars? Jiang Ming remained unmoved, coldly staring at Pan Jejun, pressing him, if they are trapped, how did you get out? Pan Jejun trembled, looking pitiful. I'm sorry, I was just too scared and found a chance to slip away. I know you'll blame me for abandoning my teammates, but that herd of wild boars is really terrifying. What's so scary about wild boars? Huzigu said instinctively from behind. These are not ordinary wild boars. Their eyes are blood red, like they've opened the Sharingan. If you don't believe me, look at that one behind. Pan Jejun threw a stone hidden in his palm, shooting it into the bushes. In an instant, a furious snorting sound erupted from the grass. The earth rumbled, and a massive black shadow rapidly approached. Hey, this beast has been chasing me all the way, so I'll leave it to you, Jiang Ming. Pan Jejun strode away, letting out a cunning laugh of a small man who had succeeded. Jiang Ming coldly fixed his gaze on the retreating figure, deeply etched in his mind. Without much hesitation, he suddenly turned around and threw a punch. From the grass behind him, a wild boar over 2 meters long leaped up, its wide mouth and tusks exuding a chilling aura. There was one thing Pan Jejun hadn't lied about. The wild boar's eyes were indeed blood red, resembling the Sharingan, another mutated beast. With a clang, Jiang Ming's fist collided with the boar's forehead, producing a sound like metal striking metal. Jiang Ming staggered back 2 steps, steadying himself, while the boar's massive body crashed to the ground, splattering mud everywhere. It didn't die? Jiang Ming's heart sank. His full-strength punch had at least 1,000 pounds of force. If it had struck an ordinary wild boar, it would have splattered fresh brain matter. Yet this beast shook its dazed head and wobbled back to its feet. The bloodlight in its eyes flared, and blood-colored energy surged over its body, especially condensing into 2 blood spikes on its tusks, exuding an astonishing pressure. You have withstood the impact of an evolved beast, reward survival points plus 50. This pig has really become a spirit. Jiang Ming's pupils constricted as he rolled to the side with lightning speed, narrowly avoiding a charge from the wild boar. Once the beast opens its eyes, its speed skyrockets, and those tusks are incredibly sharp. It's not easy to deal with. Jiang Ming glanced at his arm, which had just been grazed by the boar's tusk, leaving a bloody mark. Roar! The wild boar, as if on steroids, charged at him again. Beast, take this! To Zhang Ming's surprise, Brother Huzi actually made a move, throwing a handful of dirt that hit the boar's red eyes. The boar instantly lost its direction, its steps disoriented, stumbling like a drunkard and crashing into a nearby tree, its sharp teeth embedding deep into the trunk, unable to move. Minggu! The pig crashed into the tree. Good opportunity. Zhang Ming chuckled. This Brother Huzi had some skills. Without slowing down, he rushed over, found the right angle, and punched the boar's stuck tusk. With a crack, the tusk broke, and the boar let out a piercing howl, bloodlight gushing from its eyes, wanting to uproot the tree and trample Zhang Ming. Unfortunately, Zhang Ming wouldn't give it that chance. He yanked the broken tusk from the tree and, with a swift motion, stabbed it into the boar's bright red eye, twisting it forcefully. Boar blood mixed with brain matter gushed out in an instant. The boar barely had time to let out a muffled wail before it crashed to the ground, lifeless. This tusk. Zhang Ming pulled out the tusk and examined it closely, noticing the attached boar blood slowly seeping into the tooth socket, disappearing without a trace. Soon after, the broken tusk grew a new tip, radiating an eerie bloodlight, sharp as ever. It can absorb blood and regenerate. What a good thing. Zhang Ming's face lit up as he played with the tusk like a dagger, unable to put it down. He didn't forget to cut off the other tusk as well, saving it as a hidden weapon. You have successfully killed a first-tier mutated beast, red-eyed frenzied boar, reward survival points plus 200, received the blessing of milk bottle. Even if we can't meet with red faces, can we not meet with red eyes? The red-eyed little pig let you bully my baby, hum. Accumulated survival points plus 256, what a bountiful harvest. Wait. There's still the most important evolutionary material to collect. Zhang Ming twisted his wrist, and the tusk in his hand transformed into a scalpel, precisely extracting another well-preserved boar eye, exuding a strong stench of blood that made one nauseous. Minggu, don't tell me you're going to eat that directly? If it were Xiaoho-chun, he would throw up a big one. Brother Beard covered his nose, standing far away, afraid that the juices from the bursting eyeballs would splatter on him. What do you know? This is a good thing. Ugh. Zhang Ming swore he had never eaten anything so disgusting in his life, sticky and gooey, with a strong, bloody stench, reminiscent of the taste of mucus flowing back into the esophagus after a cold. After taking a bite, anyone who could keep it down would be a miracle. Ha! Zhang Ming spat it out, but once the outer layer of the pig's eye shell broke apart, it revealed a plump, fragrant pearl inside. This is the purest evolutionary substance. Zhang Ming swallowed it whole, and a cool sensation instantly swept through his mouth, stirring up an energy storm that surged deep into his body. Evolution level increased to stage 1, 22%. Hey, got it. Next time, just remove that disgusting outer layer before eating. Honestly, the taste of the evolutionary substance isn't bad at all. Zhang Ming wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, revealing an expression of enjoyment. His demeanor resembled that of a man-eating demon, causing others' sanity to plummet. If it weren't for Brother Beard's high loyalty, he would have run away long ago. Let's go! Zhang Ming waved his hand, filled with excitement. To save people? Brother Beard asked, remembering that Pan Jejun had said before fleeing that Zhang Ming's classmates were still trapped in the encirclement of wild boars, in grave danger. Oh, right, almost forgot about that. Let's save someone while we're at it. Brother Beard's mouth twitched. It turned out Zhang Ming was originally after the pig's eye. One wasn't enough, he was already addicted? This taste was too unique. Ah, it hurts. He foam-gritted his teeth, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. At that moment, a dark blood hole appeared on the back of his white thigh, near his buttocks, bleeding profusely. It hurts, but bear with it. If the bleeding doesn't stop, you might die. Chuyu anxiously pulled out a bandage to wrap his wound and pressed down on it. Damn that Pan Jejun. He foamed, who usually valued etiquette and never swore in front of others, couldn't help but curse as he recalled how Pan Jejun had pushed him toward the wild boars to escape. Getting angry won't help, the priority now is how to escape? Chuyu looked around anxiously, for wild boars with red eyes surrounded them. The reason they hadn't attacked yet was that they were enjoying their meal. Several corpses of tourists lay beneath their feet, still uneaten. Chuyu, you should come up. Once those beasts finish eating, it will be too late. Lu Ziwen called softly from the tree above. But what about Hifeng? Chuyu was in a dilemma. Don't leave me behind, Chuyu, please. Hifeng grabbed Chuyu's arm as if it were his last lifeline. Hifeng, are you even a man? At this critical moment, you still want to drag a girl down with you? Chen Shirhan, hiding among the branches, mocked coldly. Damn you, Chen Shirhan, shut up. Hifeng stopped pretending, cursing more fluently. You dare to curse at me? Chen Shirhan trembled with anger, shaking the trunk and causing a shower of leaves to fall. A wild boar, happily munching, turned its gaze toward them.
Damn it, everyone shut up. Li Fei, hiding deep in the treetops, was scared and sweating, threatening, "You little brat, if you keep babbling, I'll throw you down to feed the pigs, believe it?" Chen Shurhan dared not speak anymore, hiding herself behind the dense leaves, afraid of being seen by the wild boars. "It's over, that wild boar is coming over." Lu Ziwen whispered a warning from below. "He Feng, let go of me." Shuyu panicked as she saw the wild boar approaching step by step. "Shuyu, I don't want to die, please, carry me up the tree. You're the best person, right?" He Feng grabbed her arm and wouldn't let go. "You, let go. How could I possibly carry you? Just try it, please, I don't want to die." The wild boar was getting closer, its heavy breath suffocating. "He Feng, how can you do this? Chuyu is helping you, and you still want to harm her. You scumbag, let go of Chuyu." "Shut up, it's best if the ones below get eaten. If we feed the wild boar, we might have a chance." "Are you too stupid?" With Li Fei's words, the trees fell silent. "No, don't. One, Han Hang, save me," Chuyu pleaded. Lu Ziwen tried to lean down, but Chen Shurhan stopped her with a hand. She said nothing, just gave a serious look. Lu Ziwen understood everything. "I'm sorry, yeah." Tears of guilt streamed down her face, falling onto Chuyu's desperate cheeks. "Aren't we best friends?" Chuyu murmured to herself, her heart sinking like it had fallen into an ice cave. The wild boar snorted and charged forward excitedly. "It's over." Chuyu closed her eyes in pain, waiting desperately for death to come. At that moment, a loud "what the hell" rang out from above. Chuyu was blocked from seeing what was happening by the shadow cast by the wild boar, but Li Fei, standing on the treetop, saw everything clearly. Zhang Ming leaped high from a small slope, like a meteor falling to the ground, landing on the wild boar's back. A flash of cold light appeared in his hand as two sharp tusks pierced the wild boar's wide-open mouth, slicing back as it opened its jaws. Blood sprayed, and the wild boar's jaw was completely severed, dropping to the ground. What just happened? Chuyu, who had thought she was about to be swallowed by the wild boar, was now confused. Where did the pig's mouth go? Before the wild boar could go mad and open its bloodshot eyes, the tusk stabbed into its brain, twisting violently to end its life. The pig didn't even have time to let out a wail before its massive body toppled to the ground, revealing Zhang Ming's imposing figure on its back. "Damn, He Feng, did the wild boar just assault you?" Zhang Ming's thought process was always surprising. Seeing the blood hole on He Feng's thigh, he couldn't help but come up with such an idea. He Feng's face stiffened, feeling like he wanted to die. "Zhang Ming, ha!" A fragrant breeze wafted by. Chuyu dove into Zhang Ming's arms like a fledgling bird. "Thank you for saving me." "Woo-woo, they didn't save me, only you did. I almost got taken away, woo-woo." Chuyu cried loudly, tears and snot flowing, like a wrong little girl, mumbling incoherently for a long time. After figuring out what had happened, Zhang Ming scanned the crowd with a cold gaze, especially focusing on Yi Feng. This guy clearly wasn't assaulted by the wild boar, but his malicious act of repaying kindness with harm couldn't be washed away even if he was gored by the wild boar a dozen times. "It's okay now." Zhang Ming gently patted Chuyu's shoulder. She immediately hugged him tighter. Although Chuyu was small, she was fully developed, and her thin clothes couldn't hide her summer fruits. A wave of impact made Zhang Ming a bit breathless. Cough cough, yeah, I know that heroic entrance was cool, but it's not time for victory yet. Zhang Ming gently reminded her, and only then did Chuyu react, blushing as she stepped away from his embrace. "Oh no!" she gasped softly, seeing the remaining 3 wild boars approaching them, flames of anger burning in their eyes, puffing hot air from their nostrils. "They look angry, Zhang Ming, be careful." "Don't worry." Zhang Ming held the wild boar tusks in both hands, his eyes ignited with high fighting spirit. Roar! With a roar from the wild boar, the battle between the two sides began. Can Zhang Ming take on 3 by himself? Lu Ziwen was anxious, instinctively clasping his hands together in a prayer gesture. At this moment, even Li Fei and He Feng, who had previously been at odds with Zhang Ming, were repeatedly shouting, "Go for it! Kill these beasts!" Only Chen Shurhan had a unique perspective, her complex gaze fixed on Zhang Ming and Chuyu in the arena. In a volume only she could hear, she murmured, "What a hero saving a beauty, huh? Such a cliché script is truly nauseating. Among so many people, I am the one who has helped you, Zhang Ming, yet you don't even glance at me, only focused on saving the beauty and showing off. If I were the only one here, you probably wouldn't even bother to save me, would you? Ungrateful wolf, Zhang Ming, you really are an ungrateful wolf." Chen Shurhan's expression stiffened. She didn't even know what her feelings were. Jealousy? Envy? Resentment? I don't know. I really don't know. But I just can't stand you, ungrateful wolf, trying to please others. Clearly, I am the one who sacrificed the most, even sharing my parents' love with you.
How dare you disregard my life and only save a classmate who is just an ordinary relationship to you? Is it lust? But Chuyu isn't even as pretty as me. Her figure isn't even just a bit bigger. Is that all it takes for you, Zhang Ming, to be so shallow? Whether Zhang Ming was shallow or not, the people present might not be sure, but they were certain that he was becoming less human. Is this still a human being? This is too ridiculous. The praise from the rivals held no hint of human sentiment, only genuine feelings. Li Fei lay atop a tree, observing Zhang Ming's every move, already completely convinced by him. Zhang Ming boldly charged into the wild boar's encirclement, showing no fear. His tusks flashed up and down, blood splattering wherever he went. The wild boars, filled with ferocity, poured their bloody energy into their bodies, stirring up terrifying power, trampling and crashing, attempting to block all exits and crush Zhang Ming beneath their feet. But Zhang Ming's reactions were always a beat faster than theirs, and danger always lagged behind him. From a distance, his every move was like a startled swan, graceful as a swimming dragon, dancing freely within the wild boar's encirclement. Whether it was a slide into the belly of a wild boar, slicing out large pieces of intestines with his tusks, or jumping atop a wild boar's head, piercing down with twin stabs, shattering the wild boar's restless soul. As the beastly breath gradually ceased, Zhang Ming stood on the back of a wild boar, like a victorious matador, drenched in beast blood that bore witness to his incredible hunting prowess, exuding heroic spirit. Just then, the clouds parted, and the midday sun pierced through the rainforest mist, shining on Zhang Ming's face, which wore a faint smile, radiant and extraordinarily handsome. Not only the naive girls present, but even an old man like Li Fei felt a surge of emotion. He nimbly jumped down from the tree and rushed over to Zhang Ming, shouting with respect, "Ming good, thank you for saving my life." Zhang Ming smirked, "Oh, isn't this Director Li? Long time no see, becoming so humble? What happened to that bravado of wanting to kick me out of the rainforest?" In this line of work, Li Fei had thick skin. He offered a cigarette, trying to ingratiate himself. "Oh, wasn't that me not recognizing the mountain? Here, Ming gu, you've worked hard, have a smoke." "Get lost," shouted Huzi Gu, who had just jogged over. Zhang Ming was anxious to save people and hadn't waited for him. It was only now that he arrived, panting. Seeing Li Fei trying to please Zhang Ming, he immediately panicked, feeling as if his home had been invaded. Huzi Gu swiftly slapped the cigarette out of Li Fei's hand, saying sternly, "Doesn't Ming gu not smoke?" Then he switched to a bright smile. "Come on, Ming gu, have some water." Chuyu also blushed as she squeezed in, pulling out a tissue and gently saying, "Let me help you wipe the sweat." The three of them vied to show their kindness, making Zhang Ming feel incredibly comfortable. Humph! Just as Qin Shihan climbed down from the tree, she caught sight of Zhang Ming's smug expression and felt a surge of anger. "Don't be mad, Han Hang. After all, it was Zhang Ming who saved us," Lu Ziwen whispered in comfort. "He only saved us as an afterthought. The person he really wanted to save is probably someone else." Chen Shihan's sarcastic remark was overheard by Chuyu, causing her round face to flush even more, resembling a ripe apple. Zhang Ming, you came back specifically to save me, right?" She spoke shyly, her voice barely above a whisper. I guess so," Zhang Ming replied bluntly, "but there are a few other reasons." "Other reasons? Could it be because of me?" Upon hearing this, Chen Shihan couldn't hide a flicker of joy in her heart. "At least you understand a bit," she commented with an air of maturity. However, Zhang Ming's next action exceeded everyone's expectations. Can't forget the main business. If it takes too long, it won't be fresh." Zhang Ming immediately pulled out a thong and plunged it into the corpse of the wild boar beneath him. He twisted it forcefully in the eye socket, extracting a bloodied eyeball. "Everyone?" The surprise didn't stop there. Zhang Ming proceeded to peel open the pig's eye in front of everyone, producing a disgusting squelching sound. The group frowned, desperately trying to suppress their urge to vomit, while the clever bearded brother had already slipped away far. Chen Shihan said in disgust, "You can't be planning to." She couldn't finish her sentence before she retched. It was because she saw Zhang Ming swallow the peeled pig's eye whole. Look, her retching sounded like a trumpet heralding a flood, and her companions covered their mouths, gagging. Chuyu was the one who held out the longest. She gritted her teeth and stubbornly asked, "Zhang Ming, you came over to save us just to eat these eyeballs?" Zhang Ming nodded excitedly. "They're really tasty, do you want to try one?" Seeing the fresh pig's eye offered by Zhang Ming, Chuyu could no longer hold back, bending over to vomit profusely, tears streaming down her face. It seemed that besides disgust, there was a hint of another emotion hidden within her retching. Zhang Ming looked at her deeply and sighed inwardly. He wasn't lacking in emotional intelligence, his blunt demeanor was just a facade, and he understood a bit of what girls felt. Unfortunately, this wasn't the time for romance. Zhang Ming gazed into the distance, the map in his mind growing warmer. They were getting closer to the drop zone, and a huge crisis seemed to be brewing quietly. Zhang Ming couldn't afford to be careless and advised everyone, "The road ahead is too dangerous. you don't need to go any further. Bearded brother, take them back. Bearded brother felt a bit regretful for not being able to follow Zhang Ming to the end, but considering the current danger, he knew that going deeper would only be a burden, so he nodded helplessly. Ming-gu, be careful. With me around, I'll make sure everyone gets out of the forest safely. Don't forget about me, Ming-gu, you can rest assured. Li Fei also chimed in. With the two of them there, Zhang Ming felt much more at ease. Alright then, Zhiyu, you all go first. Zhang Ming's words were interrupted by Qin Shihan. You think you can just order us to leave? On what grounds? Zhang Ming sneered. On what grounds? On the grounds that my fists are strong. Without saying another word, he directly slapped Qin Shihan across the face in front of everyone, the sound crisp and clear, leaving a bright red mark. Have I spoiled you too much? Zhang Ming said coldly. You! Qin Shihan wanted to explode but once again felt Zhang Ming's beast-like gaze locking onto her. An invisible aura of menace surrounded her, making her tremble like a leaf. Qin Shihan, I told you last time, if you keep being so ungrateful, I won't mind teaching you a lesson on behalf of Uncle Qin. Now, do you understand? Qin Shihan, scared to the point of losing all color in her face, nodded dumbly. I'll leave right now. She trembled as she spoke, no trace of malice remaining, as if the slap had awakened memories of her obedient girlhood. Help! A familiar voice suddenly echoed from the woods behind. Pan Jejun, with his head full of wet leaves and covered in dirt, ran back. You bastard, how dare you come back? He foam was so furious he jumped up, forgetting that his thigh was still bleeding, gritting his teeth in pain as he fell to the ground. Pan Jejun ignored everyone and looked directly at Zhang Ming, wailing, Zhang Ming, help! Zhang Ming was taken aback, already noticing a massive shadow following Pan Jejun. What the hell are you doing here? Zhang Ming couldn't help but curse. At that moment, the golden sun broke through, the mist in the forest rising, revealing the true form of the monster in the shadow. It towered a head above the surrounding treetops, nearly 3 meters tall. The enormous pig's head had bristles standing upright, each one distinct, glinting with a metallic sheen, incredibly sharp, with leaves falling on it being sliced to pieces. 2 towering tusks jutted from its wide mouth, shining with a chilling light, adorned with spiral ridges, resembling 2 electric drills, with bits of flesh still hanging from them, striking terror into the heart. Its pig-like eyes were blood red, as if 2 lanterns had lit up in the forest, radiating a sinister glow. You have encountered a leader-level beast, Red-Eyed Boar King. Your luck is truly unmatched, granting you plus 100 survival points. Oh my god! The people behind gasped in shock, their legs trembling. Zhang Ming withdrew his gaze, his expression darkening, urgently shouting, Big Beard, get the people out, quickly. Brother Beard understood the urgency of the situation and dared not delay. Go, everyone follow me. Zhang Ming, you must survive. Shuyu's eyes were filled with reluctance, turning back every 3 steps. Brother Beard had no choice but to grab her arm and flee desperately. For heaven's sake, can we just get a room when we get back? Now, run. Though his words were rough, they made sense, and Shuyu was not one to act recklessly. She lowered her head and hurriedly followed the group to escape. Just as footsteps sounded behind them, Zhang Ming also sprang into action. That guy is coming for me. Zhang Ming sensed the creature fixating on the pig's blood still lingering on him, its eyes filled with vengeful flames. Since it was a blood feud, it could only end in a fight to the death. Zhang Ming dared not be careless, his eyes flashing coldly as he summoned his evolutionary energy, spreading it throughout his body. With a full-speed burst, he closed the distance of several dozen meters in the blink of an eye. The Boar King hadn't reacted yet when its thick, black snout was stabbed twice, oozing thick snot mixed with filthy blood, utterly disgusting. Roar! The Boar King howled in pain, shaking off Zhang Ming's pursuit, its eyes bursting with bloodlight. A layer of blood-colored energy instantly enveloped its body. Zhang Ming's heart sank. He could clearly feel that the bloodlight on the Boar King was more substantial than that of an ordinary wild boar, as if it truly wore a layer of blood-colored armor. Zhang Ming swung his tusk dagger with all his might, aiming for the boar's soft underbelly, but the sharp fangs felt as if they were stuck in a quagmire, unable to penetrate. Damn it, I can't break through its defense. Zhang Ming's heart raced, quickly letting go, bringing his hands together to shield his chest against the Boar King's charge. With a loud crash, the moment Zhang Ming made contact with the Boar King, it felt like being hit by a small mountain. His whole body struck as if by lightning, falling to the ground like a broken kite. His organs shook, blood surged up, and he swallowed back a mouthful of fresh blood. This is a bit tricky. This was Zhang Ming's first injury since the apocalypse, the blood adding a fierce glint to his eyes, igniting his fighting spirit. In front of the Boar King, he pulled out 2 broken tusks from the wild boar carcass beneath him, carrying a sense of humiliation akin to a challenge. Roar! The Boar King let out a thunderous roar, shaking the forest. Zhang Ming licked the blood from the corner of his mouth, ready to launch a second charge. Suddenly, Yu Guang caught a glimpse and discovered that Brother Huzi had actually brought everyone back in a panic. "What's going on?" Big Beard said with a mournful face, despairingly. "Minggu, we can't escape." Zhang Ming followed his gaze and saw a herd of ordinary wild boars surrounding them, numbering about 20, blocking all their escape routes. Hu, the wild boar king on the opposite side, let out a triumphant grunt, wearing a confident expression. "What should we do, Minggu, Zhang Ming?" Everyone's gaze turned to Zhang Ming, who had become their only hope for salvation. "There's no way out." Zhang Ming took a deep breath, and under the incredulous stares of the crowd, he pulled out a water gun-shaped pistol from his pants. Earlier, to avoid being hindered in battle, he had already discarded his backpack, and now, to conceal the existence of his storage space, he had no choice but to resort to this tactic of pulling a gun from his pants. Although it was quite ridiculous, at least it provided an explanation. "Damn, Minggu, you're amazing. You still have stuff in your pants." Li Fei's ambiguous words made Zhang Ming's face turn cold, almost prompting him to give him a bullet first. Hiss hiss. The wild boar king snorted loudly, its advancing steps suddenly halting, its eyes fixed on the object in Zhang Ming's hand, seemingly sensing something and feeling a hint of wariness. Zhang Ming smiled and said, "I originally wanted to spar with you and hone my skills, but you brought your little brothers without any martial ethics. Then don't blame me for giving you a lesson, so you know the times have changed." Zhang Ming aimed the gun at the wild boar king. The astonishing defensive bloodlight surrounding the opponent resembled the energy shield described by the system. However, judging from the power emanating from the wild boar king, it clearly did not reach the second level of evolution. It must have evolved the youth version of the energy shield prematurely due to some special reasons, with its effectiveness somewhat diminished. Even a proper energy shield would struggle against the threat of an energy pistol, let alone this youth version. "The advantage is mine." Zhang Ming was very confident, his finger moving towards the trigger. Bang! A thunderous gunshot exploded in his ears. Zhang Ming's eyes widened in disbelief. It wasn't him who fired the gun. Roar! The wild boar king let out a piercing howl. A pitch-black bullet pierced through its protective bloodlight, penetrating its thick skin, decisively embedding itself between its brows, exploding into a splash of bright red blood. It actually broke through this beast's defense. Zhang Ming was deeply astonished and suddenly turned to look. A dark gun barrel emerged from the branches. It was a Barrett sniper rifle, and the person holding it was a beautiful sister with short brown hair and a stern expression. Dressed in a black trench coat, wearing high-top military boots, and with a row of sniper bullets hanging across her chest, her exquisite figure was perfectly outlined beneath her combat uniform. Wild, beautiful, like a thorny rose blooming on the battlefield. "Get down!" She spoke sparingly, her cold voice carrying an irresistible pressure. Everyone immediately dropped to the ground, not daring to act recklessly, including Zhang Ming, because behind her, another row of gun barrels appeared. All automatic rifles, exuding a deadly aura, and even 2 RPG launchers were raised. What a joke! Zhang Ming, holding a small water gun, had been shouting that the times had changed, which was truly childish. Only in the face of true power would the wild boar king and its group of beasts understand what it meant for all beings to be equal. What it meant that all fear stemmed from insufficient firepower. Fire! At the command of the cold beauty, a dense line of fire erupted. In an instant, the flames illuminated the entire forest. Awu, the miserable whales rose and fell, and the steaming blood mist spread. Faced with the overwhelming hail of bullets, the weak blood energy on the ordinary wild boars was like a flickering candle in the wind, and their thick skin could not protect them. Under the concentrated firepower, the massive wild boars had nowhere to escape. After a round of gunfire, the wild boars' bloated bodies were already riddled with holes, their skin torn to shreds. Blood flowed like a river on the ground, with a heap of rotten meat floating, faintly surrounded by flickering flames, sending wafts of roasted meat aroma into the air. These wild boars, relying on their tough skin and thick flesh, are just flaunting their power. "If you ask me, putting them in a pressure cooker for a few hours would make them behave," Zhang Ming said, eyeing the pile of roasted meat, unable to resist wiping the drool from the corner of his mouth. "Indeed, if we add some star anise, bay leaves, and other spices to simmer, that flavor." Shem brother whose words made the companions around him salivate uncontrollably. At this moment, looking around, the scene was one of desolation. The wild boar army had suffered heavy casualties, no longer posing any threat. Only a lone wild boar king remained, struggling to stand alone, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. As long as they had enough truth ammunition behind them, they had nothing to fear. Roar! A thunderous roar erupted from the wild boar king's wide mouth. In the blink of an eye, it had become a solitary figure. The drastic change left it disoriented. The blood flames in its giant eyes flickered and rose, in a fit of rage. Bang! The cold gunshot pierced through the entire forest once more. The dark sniper bullet struck the wild boar's nostrils, blocked by a surge of blood energy, only causing a massive green snot bubble to pop out. The damage was minimal, but the humiliation was immense. In a fit of anger, the wild boar king felt its pride wounded. In an instant, its blood-red pupils glowed with a demonic light, igniting the blood energy throughout its body, transforming it into a blazing wild boar, a wave of heat surging forth. The grass beneath its feet was burned into a circle of black ash, with a tendency to spread outward. Shoot its eyes! Zhang Ming sensed something was wrong and hurriedly shouted at the cold-faced beauty holding the sniper rifle. Initially worried that her pride would lead her to ignore him, he was surprised when, just as he finished speaking, the third sniper bullet was fired. The target was the wild boar king's blood-red eyes, striking with pinpoint accuracy. How could this be? Shuyu exclaimed instinctively, and everyone around her wore a serious expression once again. The sniper bullet, which had previously been ineffective, now fell into the blood flames surrounding the wild boar king, unable to penetrate even a fraction, until it lost all its kinetic energy and fell to the ground as a blackened lump of metal. Open fire! At the command, a dense line of fire rained down from the sky once more. At the same time, 2 RPG rockets were launched, creating 2 waves of scorching air. This time, it has to work. A glimmer of hope lit up in everyone's eyes, only to be overshadowed by the rising quills of missile-like hair. Zhang Ming never imagined he would learn a lesson from a wild boar. It turned out to be the one that understood the progress of the times, even launching missiles like in modern warfare. The wild boar king was enveloped in blood-red flames, igniting the tips of every quill. With a series of light explosions, quill missiles detached from its body, soaring into the sky and launching indiscriminately in all directions. Wherever they passed, they exploded into fiery bursts, leaving deep craters behind. The most concentrated cluster of quill missiles aimed directly at the location of the Special Operations Team. If they fell, it would be carpet bombing, with nowhere to hide. Liang Yi put down her sniper rifle, feeling a bit dazed. No matter how rich her combat experience or how exceptional her military training, she could never have predicted that a wild boar would play with missiles. "Captain, hurry, let's run," a trembling teammate urged from behind. Liang Yi looked up at the falling flames, as if they had stolen all the light from her eyes, making it so dazzling. There's no escaping now. In the final moment, she shed her long-held icy facade, reverting to the tone of a past girl. The frost on her face melted, revealing a rare smile. Her teammates behind her were mesmerized, feeling that seeing their captain in such an adorable state before the end was worth their lives. Ah! A hoarse roar, filled with gritted teeth and effort, shattered the bizarre fantasies of those facing death. The crowd looked up into the air, gasping in disbelief. What the hell? What is he doing? My god, is this guy a reincarnation of Lu Zhishan? Liang Yi gaped, unable to close her mouth for a long time. First, she saw Zhang Ming soar several meters into the air, momentarily stunned. Then she realized he was actually carrying a massive tree that could be embraced by 2 people, and she was taken aback. Finally, she watched as Zhang Ming kicked the tree several meters away, landing it above the crowd, blocking the rain of bristle missiles falling from the sky, and she couldn't help but exclaim in her heart, "Awesome." "Get down!" Zhang Ming mimicked Liang Yi's initial tone, coldly issuing the command. The soldiers hesitated for a moment, then quickly reacted, dropping to the ground and covering their heads to avoid the danger. Boom, boom, boom. The dense bristle missiles were prematurely detonated by the tree, erupting in a series of crackling explosions, sending waves of intense air currents rippling. Zhang Ming was blown to the ground by the shockwave, helplessly watching as a few stray bullets pierced through the dense branches and leaves, landing near Liang Yi and the others, exploding. Faintly, he could hear the soldiers' painful roars. "This is all I can do, the rest is up to your own fate." Dust flew, and the airwaves rolled as Zhang Ming quickly retreated to his original position. "It stinks!" Chen Shirhan and the others crawled out from the belly of the wild boar carcass. When the wild boar king launched the bristle missiles, Zhang Ming keenly observed that the missile distribution seemed intentionally designed to avoid the area where the wild boar carcasses were placed. It seemed that the wild boar king, being heavy on loyalty and affection, was unwilling to trample on the bodies of its companions. This gave everyone a chance to survive. Hiding in the belly of the wild boar, they narrowly escaped the missile bombardment. "Big Beard, if you guys are okay, hurry over and save people. Every life counts." Big Beard nodded, worried. "What about you, Mingo?" Zhang Ming calmly glanced at the distant wild boar king. At this moment, the blood flames surrounding it had become ethereal and faint, as if they were about to extinguish, extremely weak. The recent barrage of bristle missiles had clearly drained its long-accumulated power. Without the protection of the blood flames, it could not stop the bullets shooting towards it. Its massive body was riddled with wounds, covered in bullet holes, blood flowing profusely. Not to mention, an RPG missile had exploded at its feet, blowing its tail up and leaving half of its rear in tatters. A man and a pig locked eyes from a distance, igniting a strong smell of gunpowder. Zhang Ming picked up two tusks again, his cold gaze aimed directly at the wild boar king. Take advantage of its weakness and kill it. I'm going to slay it. Sensing Zhang Ming's movement, the wild boar king turned and ran, as if it had made a certain decision. Beast, where do you think you're going? Zhang Ming hadn't even taken a step to pursue when a cold cylindrical object pressed against the back of his head. The round metallic texture made Zhang Ming very clear. It was the barrel of a gun. Don't move. You, cough cough, are under arrest. A weak, cold voice sounded from behind. No way, officer. Are you really going to arrest me at this critical moment? Zhang Ming looked at the stumbling figure of the wild boar king fleeing inside helplessly. Now that the wild boar king was severely injured, it was the perfect opportunity to take it down. Don't move, quickly put down the tusks in your hands, and put your hands on your head. The gun barrel pressed forward, making Zhang Ming's head throb. At such a close distance, if the gun were fired, Zhang Ming might not be able to dodge, so he had no choice but to comply, dropping the tusks and obediently yielding. Your name is Zhang Ming, right? Liang Yi stepped in front of Zhang Ming, kicking the tusks on the ground, carefully examining his face, repeatedly comparing it with the information in her mind. Officer, you have the wrong person. My name is Li Fei. When out in the world, identity is something one gives oneself. Beside him, Li Fei was taken aback and exclaimed, but quickly regained his composure and interjected, Officer, I am Zhang Ming. Liang Yi snorted, do you think I'm a fool? Zhang Ming retorted, if you weren't a fool, you should let me go right now and take down that wild boar. Liang Yi seemed not to hear Zhang Ming's words and continued, Zhang Ming, I, as the leader of the Special Operations Group of the Anomaly Investigation Bureau of Manhwa, announce that you are under arrest and must cooperate with the investigation from this day forward. You are suspected of several serious offenses. The source of your enormous wealth is unknown, smuggling valuable jewelry, gathering crowds for PC, and committing 13 murders in Holu Alley. Do you have anything to explain regarding this? The people around were stunned. Li Fei exclaimed, Brother Ming, what you did is too extreme. It's like you're going against the criminal law, heading down a twisted path. I sincerely apologize again for my previous presumptuous actions. Brother Hu gasped, exclaiming, are sports students this fierce now? Several classmates who were unaware of the situation had their eyes nearly popping out, expressing disbelief. We are all students, how can you do so many things? This makes it seem like we only know how to study, how dull. Chen Shirhan, who had been slapped by Zhang Ming earlier, seemed to have her soul drained, feeling dazed. At this moment, hearing Liang Yi's verdict, her exhausted thoughts revived, and her dim eyes suddenly lit up. Zhang Ming is really a murderer. Ha, Mom and Dad, did you hear that? I didn't lie to you. The police said so. So what if he saved me a few times? A murderer is still a murderer, a filthy thing. Quick, take him away. Zhang Ming remained silent, calmly surveying Liang Yi in front of him. Her short hair was a bit messy, her forehead was bruised and slowly bleeding, and her face was very pale. She was covered in dirt and leaves, looking somewhat disheveled. Although her body seemed frail, she stood upright like a proud pine tree in the snow, yet her back was slightly hunched, and her legs trembled slightly. Clearly, she had sustained serious injuries. The fact that she managed to rush over to arrest Zhang Ming must mean she held some strong conviction in her heart. Sister, you're hurt like this, don't push yourself. You don't need to worry about that. I absolutely won't fall before I take you back. With a salary of a few thousand a month, why are you risking your life? Sorry, my salary is over 10,000. Just come with me honestly. Heh, you don't even have an ID. Who would believe you? Why would anyone go with you? The wind in the wilderness blew over, lifting Zhang Ming's bangs and revealing a pair of bright eyes. Not good, Liang Yi thought to herself, wanting to dodge. But Zhang Ming's movements were quicker than the wind. Her wrist went limp, and the gun was in Zhang Ming's hands. The cold muzzle was aimed at Liang Yi's soft chest. You're too injured. You know you can't be my opponent, so why bother? Liang Yi's eyes reddened slightly, with a hint of stubbornness. But I must do this. Many brothers sacrificed themselves to bring you back, and I must give them an explanation. Why are you so determined to bring me back? What exactly does the Anomaly Investigation Bureau do? Zhang Ming asked, showing particular concern for this unit. Zhang Ming, you were an ordinary person before. Something must have changed recently, right? Liang Yi's words struck Zhang Ming like a bolt from the blue, shattering his heart. The deepest secret within him was so easily exposed by her. You don't need to be so nervous. We mean you no harm. From your recent act of risking yourself to save someone, it's clear you are not a ruthless criminal. As for those heinous crimes, they are merely the results of the police's preliminary investigation, without concrete evidence. Furthermore, I can tell you directly that we represent the country, and at this critical moment, we really need talents like you. So, come with me. This statement struck like a bolt from the blue, but this time it shattered Chen Shirhan's heart. What the hell? He's a murderer. How can he be considered a talent? A national-level talent? I can't accept this. In a moment of heaven and hell, Chen Shirhan felt her blood pressure nearly explode. The others were entangled in the word mutation that Liang Yi had mentioned, looking at Zhang Ming as if he were a monster. Mutation? What kind of mutation? Can I also mutate? Confusion filled their hearts, yet their eyes hid a trace of curiosity and fervor. Zhang Ming furrowed his brows and asked Liang Yi, "How did you discover the matter of mutation?" It seemed he had touched on the crux of the issue, as a flicker of worry crossed Liang Yi's eyes, and she said solemnly, "There have been various strange phenomena occurring in several places across the country, which are the perilous areas mentioned in the news. These perilous areas are fraught with danger, and many people have died. The authorities discovered several bodies that were different from the norm. Combining the bizarre cases reported by the police from various regions, it was found that these individuals, like you, suddenly mutated, possessing extraordinary powers, committing serious crimes in various places, yet coincidentally appearing near the perilous areas. The authorities refer to people like you as anomalous individuals. After preliminary assessments, there is a consensus that there seems to be something in the perilous areas attracting you anomalous individuals. Am I wrong?" Facing Liang Yi's intense gaze, Zhang Ming nodded, "You're right." Liang Yi became anxious. "I don't care what's inside the perilous areas. You must not go. There have actually been many perilous areas appearing all over the world, and many anomalous individuals have died. The thing attracting you there may be hiding a huge conspiracy. Come back with me. We can discuss the matter of the perilous areas in detail later." Zhang Ming sneered, "Go back with you? Aren't I just going to be treated like a lab rat?" The authorities must be desperate, wanting to uncover the secrets of the anomalous individuals immediately to gain control. Powers that exceed the rules are definitely not permitted by the upper echelons. I understand that much. Liang Yi paused, not refuting Zhang Ming's words. She exhaled slowly. "Anyway, I am here to follow orders, and I've said what I needed to say. This matter has a high confidentiality level, and there are many truths I really don't know. But the only thing I know is..." She looked at Zhang Ming sincerely, slowly speaking, "Your actions saved my life and the lives of many team members, which is why I rushed over to persuade you, to prevent you from going to your death." After saying this, Liang Yi's body softened, swaying as if she would fall. She had long been weakened by the shockwave from the explosions, and standing for this long was purely a struggle to hold on. Zhang Ming reacted quickly, supporting her and gently laying her down on the ground. "You've worked hard, I understand your meaning. Take care of your injuries. Big Beard, I'll leave her in your hands." Brother Beard jogged over, quickly taking out a medical kit from his backpack to stop Liang Yi's bleeding and apply medicine. He then resolutely turned and stepped deeper into the rainforest. "You have to go?" Zhang Ming paused and replied, "I have to go." The emergence of a creature like the Wild Boar King had already posed a serious threat to his life, not to mention those anomalous individuals hidden among the crowd, indicating that he was not the only one in this world with a system. To live better, he had to become stronger to combat the terrifying apocalypse that would erupt in the future. The airdrop map in his mind radiated waves of intense heat. The airdrop point was getting closer, right in the direction the Wild Boar King was fleeing. Zhang Ming cast aside all distractions, transforming into a cheetah as he sprinted, disappearing from everyone's sight in the blink of an eye, plunging into the depths of the rainforest, shrouded in thick fog. "Zhang Ming is so fast." The crowd erupted in incredulous exclamations as they first experienced Zhang Ming's terrifying acceleration. "Is it because he's mutated that he can be this fast, this reckless?" Li Fei asked, his fiery gaze fixed on the wild boar's corpse lying on the ground. Previously saved by Zhang Ming, he hadn't had time to recover and had only thought Zhang Ming was incredibly strong, never considering the possibility of mutation. Now, awakened by Liang Yi's words, a burning desire for power ignited within him. "What do you think is in the depths of the rainforest? Even someone like Zhang Ming is fascinated by it. If we could obtain it, could it also promote mutation and awaken powerful abilities?" Li Fei's words were like a giant stone thrown into the calm minds of the crowd, stirring up waves of excitement and desire. "Not good. That brat Pan Jiejun has already run over there." He Feng, who had a grudge against Pan Jiejun, had been keeping an eye on him. As soon as Pan Jiejun moved, He Feng shouted in alarm, "Damn it, the timid starve while the bold get fat. I'll give it a shot too." Li Fei was the second to rush into the depths of the rainforest. The realization that mutation could lead to strength was like opening Pandora's box in everyone's hearts, driving them into a frenzy. "Quick, someone help me up, let's go together." He Feng's thigh was injured, making it hard for him to move, and seeing others run off made him anxious. Unfortunately, no one paid him any mind. Lu Ziwen was also a bit tempted and looked at her best friend, Han Han. Chen Shirhan nodded firmly, a glint of malice flashing in her eyes. Zhang Ming, oh Zhang Ming, so you've secretly mutated, wanting to amaze everyone. How is this different from those who claim not to study but end up topping the exams? Humph, as long as I mutate too, I'll be stronger than you, Zhang Ming. One day, I will trample you underfoot and avenge the humiliation of that slap in public. Let's go. Chen Shirhan pulled Lu Ziwen and hurried after the others. Hey, don't go. If you go over there, it's just sending. Brother who had spent the most time with Zhang Ming, knew all too well that his own strength compared to Zhang Ming's was like a floating object against the vast sky, completely worlds apart. If Zhang Ming thought it was dangerous, for ordinary people to go in would be no different from sending themselves to their doom. Unfortunately, this group of people wouldn't listen to advice. Brother Hu sighed and glanced at Chu Yu, who was still standing in place. Little sister, you're not going too, are you? Chu Yu shook her head and obediently said, I won't go. If I go, I'll just be a burden to Zhang Ming. I'll wait here for him to come back. He phoned, anxious, said, Chu Yu, such a good opportunity, you have to go. How about this, you help me, and we can keep each other company. Chu Yu's expression turned cold as she picked up a large stone from the ground and smashed it down hard on Yifeng's uninjured foot. Almost forgot, you nearly got me killed just now. No, Chu Yu, don't. Ah, Yifeng fainted from the pain. Now he can't go and cause trouble, and it's much quieter. Chu Yu revealed a sweet smile, with dimples at the corners of her mouth, looking very cute. Brother whose heart skipped a beat, he couldn't mess with this little lowly. Bag. Liang Yi, who was in a semi-conscious state, suddenly spoke up. Chu Yu leaned in close to listen carefully, understood her meaning, and searched around nearby until she found the waste bag Liang Yi had dropped earlier. Inside was a radio device and a military telescope. Following Liang Yi's instructions, Chu Yu used the radio to send a distress signal to headquarters. Then she set up the telescope to observe the depths of the rainforest. The fog was thick, but this telescope had excellent fog-penetrating capabilities. After searching for a while, Chu Yu suddenly exclaimed in delight, Ha, I see Zhang Ming. Brother Hu exclaimed, how's Minga doing? He was chasing that wild boar, almost catching up. But, Chu Yu suddenly fell silent, her face turning pale. Brother Hu was startled and hurriedly urged, Sister, I can't take the fright. What did you see? Hurry and tell me. Chu Yu put down the binoculars, her hands trembling slightly. I saw a patch of crimson mist appear in front of Zhang Ming, and within the mist, there were several huge shadows. I couldn't see clearly what they were, but each shadow was no smaller than that wild boar just now. Isn't Minggu in danger then? Brother Hu snatched the binoculars and looked in the right direction. In the lens, Zhang Ming was following the wild boar's tracks, just arriving at the edge of the crimson mist. It's so hot. Zhang Ming wiped the sweat from his forehead, his whole body damp. Following the blood trail left by the wild boar king, Zhang Ming noticed a unique fragrance of evolutionary substances in the air, sticky and extremely humid. The ancient trees around were lush and green, their trunks towering into the clouds, seemingly tainted by the aura of evolution, exuding vibrant life, definitely not ordinary. The airdrop point should be nearby. In his mind, the flame symbol on the airdrop map was burning brightly, reminding him that he was close to the target location. Pushing aside the nearly 2-meter-high grass, a wave of heat hit him. Zhang Ming's eyes brightened as he seemed to enter a crimson space. Looking around, everywhere was thick crimson mist. He could vaguely see flickers of fire in the mist, steaming up thick hot air. The mist touched the ground, cooling into a crystalline liquid, forming a large blood-red lake. Upon closer inspection, he found that there was indeed blood in the lake, along with various animal bones rising and falling. The water was boiling hot, and he could see the beast's blood that had fallen into the lake bubbling and rolling. Moreover, it seemed to have corrosive toxicity, as he could see the dry bones of those beasts slowly being burned into black ash by the lake water. Despite this, the injured wild boar king still cautiously stepped into the lake, its face showing a painful expression, its body twitching and trembling. But Zhang Ming keenly observed that the wounds all over the wild boar king's body were healing at a visibly rapid pace. Is this returning to the spring water? Zhang Ming didn't dare to rush in, fearing an attack from the enemy's spring water. Suddenly, Zhang Ming heard a donkey's bray, the sound wave sweeping away much of the mist on the lake's surface. This is, Zhang Ming gasped, discovering several tall shadows vaguely standing in the lake. One of them was the donkey that had just brayed, looking over 2 meters tall, its skin glowing with an eerie light, surely also a mutated beast. Next to it stood shadows of other mutated beasts, like wild bulls and wild horses. Zhang Ming observed that the closer one got to the center of the lake, the denser the mist became, and the shadows of the mutated beasts grew taller. The donkey let out another painful sound, dispersing the thick mist at the center of the lake. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Ming hurriedly glanced and seemed to see a large rooster, a giant python, and a big black monkey confronting each other deep in the lake. The three were massive, like three giant walls lying across the lake's surface, cautiously approaching a budding lotus flower in the center of the lake. The lotus was sinister, with just a crimson bud, yet it was making a repetitive exhaling motion like a human, spraying out a large amount of red smoke. Its roots below were transparent and crystalline, seemingly rooted in the void, looking as if they were floating in midair. Each time the mutated beasts approached the demonic lotus, their expressions turned painfully contorted. Yet each mutated beast was both pained and joyful, tirelessly advancing, their eyes filled only with a fervent pursuit of the lotus, as if it were a coveted treasure.
Could this lotus be the airdrop gun I'm looking for? Zhang Ming exclaimed in astonishment.
He recalled the requirements of the airdrop mission, which demanded that he reach the designated location and find the mission item airdrop gun within 72 hours for launch. In the current situation, it seemed that only this lotus flower could bear such an identity.
There's no other choice. Zhang Ming took a deep breath, braving the heat, and walked towards the lake.
The hot air hitting his face made him shiver slightly, but he resolutely extended his fair, tender foot and stepped into the water.
Hot, hot, hot.
He quickly pulled his foot back. The lake water was scalding hot, just that one step felt as if his foot was directly burned by fire.
Oh dear, oh dear.
The strange beasts in the lake were attracted by Zhang Ming's movements, and seeing his awkwardness brought them great amusement. Especially that donkey, which laughed unabashedly, its voice particularly unpleasant. The wild boar king glanced over, a strong killing intent flashing in its eyes, but it did not act recklessly. It was holding back. Once its body was fully healed, it would surely charge out and trample Zhang Ming into a pulp. I still need to practice. Zhang Ming believed that after his evolution, his physical quality had improved rapidly, but compared to these tough-skinned beasts, his pure physical strength was still lacking. However, from that recent attempt, Zhang Ming clearly sensed a domineering power coursing through his body, subtly repairing and strengthening his flesh.
This lake water must have its benefits.
He circulated the evolution energy throughout his body, splashed into the lake with a splash, barely enduring the scalding heat at the water's entry point.
Woohoo, refreshing. The eyes of the beasts all turned towards him. Even the three giant beasts in the center of the lake were no exception, their gazes filled with murderous intent.
TSK, don't be so stingy, let's all soak together. Zhang Ming was unfazed, even taking out soap from his storage space to create bubbles, washing himself clean in the process. It's so hot, I'm sweating, a wash feels much better, hope you guys don't mind.
The beasts?
Watching the soapy water float beside him, several beasts jumped up in anger, but the commotion only intensified the stinging pain caused by the lake water, and one by one, they sat back down in pain. Their resentful gazes were fixed on Zhang Ming, wishing they could swallow him whole.
Zhang Ming continued to ignore them, humming a tune while bathing, as if he were on vacation.
At that moment, the airdrop mission updated, and the system sent a prompt, detected that the host has arrived at the target area. Please obtain the mission item airdrop gun within the specified time, otherwise the mission will be considered a failure.
Countdown, 1 hour 59 minutes 59 seconds. Countdown, 1 hour 59 minutes 58 seconds. Zhang Ming's expression stiffened. Damn system, you did this on purpose.
Why didn't you prompt me earlier or later, but wait until I'm bathing to tell me?
And the time given is way too short. Zhang Ming dared not continue his antics, took a deep breath, and swam closer to the center of the lake.
The intense pain halted his progress. A violent force surged into his body, penetrating everywhere, sweeping through him in an instant.
Zhang Ming's whole body turned red, resembling a red-skinned duck, sizzling and steaming.
His eyes were filled with blood, resembling the wild boar king's blood-wheel eyes.
Could it be that the wild boar's blood-wheel eyes were scalded out?
Zhang Ming dared not move forward, realizing that the closer he got to the center of the lake, the hotter the water became, and it also had a hint of toxicity. Once his body slightly adapted, he sensed a mist continuously seeping into his body from the lake water, exuding a scorching heat, yet it was also damp and sticky, like patches of dogskin plaster sticking to various parts of his body, continuously baking him. Throughout the process, crystalline energy essence continuously infused deep into his cells, strengthening them in some way, giving rise to a wave of humid heat, but it vanished in an instant. It seemed that these energy essences had merely passed through without being truly absorbed by the cells.
What's going on?
Zhang Ming was puzzled. Detected that the host is absorbing the essence factor of the energy scorching mist.
Absorption failed due to evolution level not reaching the second tier.
So, absorbing the energy essence, the resulting humid and hot energy seems to be this so-called scorching mist energy.
Compared to pure evolution energy, its power is greater.
Unfortunately, I haven't reached the second tier of evolution, so I can't absorb it.
Zhang Ming gazed at the vast lake,
wondering how rich it must be in energy essences. Unfortunately, it was like having a treasure mountain but being unable to obtain it, which was quite frustrating. Wait, these beasts haven't reached the second tier of evolution either, yet they're bathing here? Zhang Ming's mind raced, considering a possibility. Although he couldn't absorb the energy essence, as long as he continued to soak, allowing it to wash through his body repeatedly, it would enhance his physical strength, which would also be quite beneficial. Zhang Ming's gaze locked onto the wild boar king. This guy had tough skin and thick flesh. Besides relying on its racial talents, the key reason was that it had soaked long enough to significantly strengthen its body, allowing it to withstand the lake's scorching heat and continuously approach the demon lotus at the center of the lake. Zhang Ming calmed down and fell into deep thought. He raised his consciousness, looking down as if the lake's surface were a circular target. The lotus was at the center of the lake, which was the 10-ring position. He swam over from the lake's edge and was now at the 2-ring position, already feeling the humidity wrapping around him, the heat unbearable. If he moved forward even a little more, a more intense energy essence would break through his body's defenses and cause damage, unless he was given time to slowly temper his body to adapt to the energy essence's wash. But the system of the groove only gave him 2 hours. It also required him to reach the 10-ring area, the center of the lake where the energy essence was most concentrated. It was known that those 3 massive beasts only dared to linger between the 8 and 9-ring areas, not daring to venture deeper. The wild boar king's physical strength was clearly a level above Zhang Ming's, and it was currently suffering at the 6-ring position. Zhang Ming's delicate and tender body, although protected by evolution energy, could not possibly adapt to the lake's intensity in a short time and rush into the center of the lake. This task is clearly impossible. Could there be another bug? It was not unusual for the groove system to have a bug, but this time it was a bug that was disadvantageous to Zhang Ming, making it hard for him to cope. This is troublesome. Zhang Ming tried to reach forward, and as soon as he touched the lake water in the 3-ring area, the evolution energy gathered at his fingertips evaporated in an instant, and the explosive energy essence surged directly into his index finger, causing massive destruction. In the blink of an eye, his index finger was a bloody mess, with the wound oozing with humid poison, continuously eating away at him. If Zhang Ming hadn't withdrawn his hand quickly, his entire palm would have likely been burned and rotting. You fool, you fool. The beast, a donkey, once again revealed its bright yellow big teeth, laughing loudly and shamelessly. Zhang Ming was instantly furious, feeling extremely frustrated. This stupid donkey was at the very end of the many beasts, yet it could still venture into the 4-ring area? It was much stronger than him. Not as good as a donkey. Zhang Ming clearly read such an evaluation from the mocking eyes of the other beasts. This is infuriating. Zhang Ming was caught in a dilemma. Advancing posed a great risk of injury. Once he lost the ability to resist, he could very well be attacked by other beasts taking advantage of the situation, not to mention the wild boar king lurking nearby, ready to pounce. Retreating meant missing a golden opportunity to strengthen his body while also giving up the airdrop task, rendering all his efforts in vain, a tremendous loss. Now, being looked down upon by so many beasts, especially with that donkey's shameless laughter, Zhang Ming's heart suddenly made a decision. The success of the mission doesn't matter. I must charge into the 4th-ring area and smash that stupid donkey's big teeth. Amidst the astonished gazes of the beasts, Zhang Ming pulled out several glistening fruits from thin air. These were the first-level evolution fruits he had harvested over the past few days at the home of evolvers, obtained through trading with a self-heating hot pot. Once consumed, the fruits would transform into a surge of evolution energy for the body to absorb. However, the body's capacity was limited, often allowing only a portion to be stored and utilized, while the remaining energy would slowly dissipate, leading to waste. So, Zhang Ming kept this in mind, thinking that when he encountered danger in a perilous place, he could pop some pills, consuming a large amount of evolution fruits to temporarily enter an infinite firepower state, freely unleashing the evolution energy within him. Clearly, now was the time. The evolution energy could withstand the scalding of the lake water and accelerate the body's adaptation to the essence of kinetic energy. If he had an infinite number of evolution fruits, he might really be able to rush straight to the center of the lake. Unfortunately, that was not possible. However, reaching the 4th-ring area and allowing his body to adapt to the intensity of the lake water there should be achievable with these few fruits. You wait, you stupid donkey. Zhang Ming swallowed the fruits whole, tossing them into his mouth like candy. In an instant, a massive amount of evolution energy surged into his body, which he then directed to resist the erosion of the kinetic energy essence. The two forces fluctuated in a delicate balance. During this process, Zhang Ming, with steady and swift steps, gradually launched himself toward the 4th-ring area. Hey, hey! The donkey panicked. This foolish kid is coming for me. The wild boar king wasn't even his match, having been chased relentlessly, its skin nearly bursting. If he catches me, won't I be beaten into a rolling donkey? No way, I have to run. The donkey couldn't fathom Zhang Ming's true capabilities and, with a kick, tried to flee deeper into the lake. Relying on its thick skin, it could risk stepping into the fifth ring area. At most, its skin would be burned into gelatin, but its life would still be intact. The two sides chased and fled, caught in a tug-of-war, drawing cheers from other beasts who were enjoying the spectacle. But just as everyone was getting excited, and Zhang Ming was about to touch the donkey's rear, he suddenly stopped moving. The donkey had stepped into the critical zone between the fourth and fifth rings, its big teeth nearly sparking from the pain. Turning its head, it saw that Zhang Ming had actually stopped chasing. That brat must be out of energy. The donkey let out a huge sigh of relief, regaining a disdainful expression, as if to say, is that all? Hey, hey! It even let out a mocking cry. To its surprise, Zhang Ming not only didn't get angry but even showed a face full of joy. The donkey's expression turned serious, as if to say, what's going on? A glint of mockery flashed in Zhang Ming's eyes. I'm waiting for a cooldown. What are you waiting for? Then, at a terrifying speed, he shot directly to the donkey's side. The dense essence of kinetic energy around him seemed to vanish, not hindering him in the slightest. The donkey thought, has it activated? Its shocked expression was as if it had encountered a cheat, its donkey face stretching long. If someone pointed out that Zhang Ming had activated a cheat, he would smile and shake his head, saying, I really didn't, just encountered a little bug. Just then, the rare item, baby bottle, which he had long ignored, suddenly stirred. Rare item, baby bottle, a system with a groove, not fixing the malicious bug, just trying to mess with my treasure, huh? If you can't make a system, don't, there are plenty of people who can. Don't be afraid, my treasure, this vegetable basket system can't bully you. Isn't it just a bug? I can create one too. System prompt, the host's baby bottle has undergone a mutation, evolving into a kinetic energy bottle. Rare item, kinetic energy bottle. On top of the basic functions of the baby bottle, it can consume survival points to help absorb and transform kinetic energy essence. Zhang Ming discovered that the milk bottle had split into a large and a small part, creating two spaces, one above the other. If it weren't for the nipple still being there, one would think it had turned into a gourd. Consumption of survival points can activate absorption mode. Current consumption, 10 survival points/second. Upon checking the system, he found he had over 10,000 survival points, which was quite a fortune, fully sufficient to support the energy milk bottle and activating absorption mode. Activate absorption. As he silently thought this, the energy milk bottle flew into Zhang Ming's body, popping the nipple off, and an invisible suction force surged out from the bottle. The energy essence rushing into Zhang Ming's body hadn't even had time to circulate through his limbs before it was sucked away by the milk bottle. Consumption of survival points can activate transformation mode. Current consumption, 1,000 survival points/1 cubic unit of energy. Damn, that's expensive. And what is this 1 cubic unit of energy? I have no concept of it at all. Relying on his substantial wealth, Zhang Ming spent 1,000 survival points to give it a try. The result nearly made him spit blood. Rare treasure energy milk bottle. Don't rush, energy is the energy needed for the second stage evolution. It's still too early for you to use it now, but I will help you store it in the bottle for you to drink later. There's no choice but to store it. All these changes happened in just a few breaths. As Zhang Ming figured everything out, he happened to see the arrogant face of the donkey. Without saying a word, he leaped and appeared beside the donkey. The energy essence in the 5-ring area was indeed domineering. As it surged into his body, Zhang Ming felt every pore tremble in terror. But that was all. As soon as the essence entered Zhang Ming's body, it was all sucked away by the energy milk bottle, causing him no harm at all. It allowed him to swim effortlessly in the lake, moving freely. Those who didn't know would really think he was just soaking in a hot spring. Just now, you were laughing so happily. Zhang Ming patted the trembling shoulder of the donkey, smiling. The donkey, upon being patted by Zhang Ming, repeatedly bobbed up and down in the lake, stimulating the surrounding energy essence to whirl madly within it, causing it to spasm in pain. The donkey's skin was scalded into a viscous substance like donkey hide gelatin, slowly rolling off, taking large chunks of flesh with it. The donkey, originally over 2 meters tall, was now nearly the same height as Zhang Ming, its melted flesh turning into a pool of blood water, bubbling away. Oh dear, oh dear. The donkey cried out in a mournful tone, begging for mercy, but its voice was truly unpleasant. Zhang Ming pondered, oh, I understand now, you think the water temperature isn't hot enough, right? No problem, I'll take you in for a nice soak. The donkey, in a panic, clashed its big teeth up and down, almost learning to speak human language to curse. Unfortunately, there was no chance left. Zhang Ming grabbed its hoof and swam, swimming into the 6-ring area. Suddenly feeling a lightness in his palm, Zhang Ming turned around to see no trace of the donkey. The last remaining big teeth quickly closed under the rhythm of oh dear, and were finally dissolved by the lake water. Old donkey, you really can't stand being boiled, huh? As the old saying goes, dragon meat in the sky, donkey meat on the ground. This refined old donkey must be very tasty, but too bad I didn't get to taste it. Zhang Ming shifted his gaze to a corner of the six-ring area, where the wild boar king was now sweating profusely, quietly retreating, wanting to escape from the sea of suffering. It was terrified of making even the slightest sound that would attract Zhang Ming's attention, moving with extreme caution. So much so that when Zhang Ming's palm landed on its pig head, it startled the wild boar king greatly. If I can't have donkey meat, then I'll settle for a bowl of spicy pig blood stew. How about it, old pig? Zhang Ming's smiling expression seemed to the wild boar king like that of a devil. Oh whoa! With a series of tragic pig squealing cries, the wild boar king was enthusiastically invited by Zhang Ming into the seven-ring water area, and soon the aroma of meat wafted through the air. Zhang Ming swallowed the wild boar king's mutated eyeball and tore off a pig leg, biting into it. Oh my, it's really delicious. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire lake boiled over. Ghost! All the strange beasts went mad and fled. Zhang Ming, however, smiled as he stared at the group of strange beasts, his eyes glinting with greed. You have successfully killed a first-tier strange beast evil donkey, reward survival points plus 800. You have successfully killed a first-tier lord-level strange beast red-eyed violent pig king, reward survival points plus 2000. I'm rich. These aren't just strange beasts, they're treasures. Hey, big treasures, don't run away. Zhang Ming focused on the three largest beasts in the center of the lake and approached them. Just now, your looks were quite disdainful of me coming in to take a bath, weren't they? Zhang Ming couldn't forget the scornful gazes of the three creatures when he first stepped into the lake. The three strange beasts shook their heads frantically, full of spirit. Zhang Ming smiled and approached. As long as you don't mind, let's all have a good soak together. He patted the nearest big rooster. What do you say, brother chicken? The rooster was 3 meters long, with a blood-red comb on its head, resembling a burning sun, looking quite imposing. At this moment, however, it was frightened by Zhang Ming's words and flapped its wings, trying to fly away. You're showing your chicken feet. Zhang Ming grabbed its flailing feet and slammed it hard against the lake surface. The rooster fell, splashing water everywhere, and the toxic mist surged, causing the surrounding energy essence to go wild, all rushing into its body. Cock-a-doodle-doo. The rooster let out a painful cry, activating the blood-colored energy that covered its body, but it couldn't stop the blood holes from burning through its flesh, emitting a strong charred aroma. Ha, brother chicken loves to play with water, count me in. Zhang Ming splashed water on the big rooster, making its entire head unrecognizable, its comb burned through and drooping down to its forehead, completely turning it into a drenched chicken. So much fun! Zhang Ming saw the big rooster struggling to stand up from the water again, wanting to spread its wings to escape. Deep water bomb! He directly executed an Iron Mountain lean, knocking the rooster off balance, and it fell headfirst into the lake bottom. The rooster stopped moving, slowly sinking, leaving a surface of chicken feathers, burning with intense heat. Before long, thick smoke erupted from the lake bottom, bringing with it a rich aroma, as if chicken soup was being cooked. Brother chicken is great, no need for more salt. Zhang Ming tasted the lake water, letting out a moan of enjoyment. The remaining big black monkey and the giant python, witnessing this scene, felt their hearts racing, stirring painful memories from deep within their bloodlines, recalling the terrifying domination of the human race over them in the past. This must be a person from Nangguan, the kind that eats everything. I can't fall into his hands. I remember now, I remember everything. I'm not a king of strange beasts, I'm just a little country snake, please let me go. The two beasts tried to escape, but they were in the center of the water, surrounded by wildly violent energy essence, making it far from easy to move. In contrast, Zhang Ming was completely unaffected, floating in a backstroke in front of the two beasts, waving his hand. How do you two culinary friends usually cook? Why are you drooling while talking? The two beasts were so scared they nearly wet themselves. What a waste, a pot of fine chicken soup ruined by your stinky urine. Compensate me for the chicken soup. Zhang Ming struck with thunderous force, pushing the waves, sending a large surge towards the giant python. The latter was so frightened its snake heart nearly broke, and it quickly coiled its tail, leaping off the lake surface, narrowly avoiding the crashing waves. But the splashing water left its thick snakeskin marked with starry burn scars. Hiss! It flicked its tongue, its long slit eyes flashing crimson, and the ringed patterns on its skin immediately secreted a thick layer of blood-colored energy covering its body. The violet energy essence in the lake crashed against the energy layer, erupting into thick white smoke, hissing loudly, yet it couldn't break through the defense, being kept outside. The giant python seized the opportunity to catch its breath, crawling on the water's surface, its sleek body swaying and rising and falling with the waves, shooting towards the shore at a terrifying speed. "The snake's too slippery, I can't catch up," Zhang Ming said helplessly, having to give up the chase. "Ha!" A large black hand suddenly descended from the sky, precisely pinching the python's tail and lifting it gently into the air. The python? It twisted its body and looked back, only to find that it was that big black monkey that had caught it, its eyes bulging with anger. He. A cunning smile appeared on the monkey's dark face, clearly intentional. It was massive, stuck in the middle of the lake, unable to move. If the python escaped, it would be completely isolated and helpless. No matter how tough it was, Zhang Ming would still play it to death. Rather than that, it was better to have a backup. "I'm on early shift." Although he didn't understand snake language, Zhang Ming could sense the python's emotions from its rapid hissing. "Monkey brother, loyalty." Zhang Ming sincerely gave a thumbs up to the big black monkey. Without its help, the snake meat he had worked hard to obtain would probably slip away. But the situation was not as tense as Zhang Ming had imagined. After an initial burst of rage, the python calmed down, patiently listening to the big black monkey whispering in its ear. The two seemed to be plotting something. Zhang Ming was speechless. "You two aren't even the same species, and you can still chat?" It turned out that these two seemed to have really reached an agreement. After their communication, a fierce glint sparked in their eyes, united against the outside. Roar! The big black monkey let out a fierce roar, swinging its massive arm down. The python it held in its hand suddenly flashed in front of Zhang Ming, hissing as it opened its gaping mouth. With their combined effort, the speed was incredibly swift, leaving no time for a reaction. What the hell? A combo move. A strong, foul stench hit Zhang Ming's face as he spread his arms, bracing himself against the python's upper jaw to avoid being swallowed. Hiss! The python's agile tongue took the opportunity to lash out repeatedly, shattering the protective energy Zhang Ming had set up around himself, blood slowly blooming across his body. "Damn it! I actually got kissed by a snake." Zhang Ming redirected his energy into his hands, pushing outward with all his might, trying to bounce back and leap out through the gap in the enlarged snake's mouth. But an unexpected scene unfolded. Before he could exert himself, the python seemed to be startled by something and hurriedly spat him out. "What's going on? Did it choke?" Zhang Ming washed the foul slime off his face with lake water and looked up to see the black monkey not holding back at all, wanting to smash the python along with Zhang Ming onto the lake surface, dreaming of killing two birds with one stone. The python realized it had been tricked by the cunning monkey and immediately hovered its body, trying to control itself away from the lake surface. But under the immense force, the inertia was terrifying. After a brief stalemate, the black monkey roared and launched another attack, swinging down with all its might. The python had no way to resist, forced to turn into a long whip and lash towards the area where Zhang Ming was. Bang! It was as if a thunderclap sounded on the lake's surface. The concentrated energy essence was compressed and exploded, sending up a massive splash of water, the terrifying shockwave lifting Zhang Ming off his feet and crashing him heavily onto the lake's surface, the force penetrating his lungs, and after a moment of numbness, he coughed up a mouthful of filthy blood. "Coming again?" Zhang Ming's eyelid twitched as he saw the black monkey once more swinging its giant arm, lifting the nearly lifeless python high. At that moment, the blood-colored energy smeared on the python's skin shattered completely, and a large bloom of blood erupted from its belly. With each rise and fall, it was as if a rain of blood had fallen. Zhang Ming dared not resist head-on, leaping into the lake with a splash, diving down with all his strength, frantically drilling towards the bottom. The fierce wind roared, and the terrifying whip shadow arrived as expected, exploding once again on the lake's surface. The shockwave of the air surged outward, crashing against Zhang Ming's back, causing his blood to churn violently, leaving deep blood marks on his skin. "This monkey has gone mad. If it lashes out a few more times, I really won't be able to hold on." Zhang Ming, not being a good swimmer, couldn't hold his breath for long. He hid behind a stone at the bottom of the lake to rest, hoping to wait out the monkey's frenzy. He had prepared his defenses but did not wait for the monkey's third whip. Could it be that the python has been played to death by it? Zhang Ming secretly surfaced and witnessed a shocking scene. The big black monkey, inspired, had tied the unconscious giant python in a circular knot, using it as a lasso. It then swung the lasso like a cowboy, aiming to snatch the ethereal lotus rooted in the void. "This monkey has become a genius." Zhang Ming panicked. The lotus in the void was a task item he had worked hard to find. He couldn't just watch as the big black monkey successfully stole it. "Hey, you dead monkey, stop it." Zhang Ming, disregarding his wounds, swam with all his might toward the center of the lake. At that moment, the black monkey had already tied the lotus with the lasso made from the giant python and was pulling it out from the transparent pit in the void. He could vaguely see the roots of the lotus starting to loosen. The energy essence erupted instantly, stirring up whirlpools of energy, causing the lake water to rush back in, transforming into a crimson mist that continuously surged toward the center of the lotus. The surroundings changed dramatically, the thick fog obscuring everything, but he could faintly see the enchanting lotus radiating brilliant light, seemingly on the verge of blooming. This is promising. The big black monkey forced out an ugly smile, its teeth yellow and dirty, with remnants of flesh stuck between them, making Zhang Ming feel nauseous. I can't let this guy succeed, otherwise, it's really over. Zhang Ming charged forward, and suddenly, a chill ran down his spine. A massive shadow shot out from the thick fog beneath him at an incredible speed. What the hell? There's another expert? A dull crowing sound echoed, and Zhang Ming instantly thought of an old acquaintance. You really didn't die, brother chicken. The rooster emerged with a bald head, completely unrecognizable, leaving only a hard beak that thrust upward with vengeful fire. The system had not issued a kill prompt, making Zhang Ming wary. A cold glint flashed beneath his feet, but instead of panicking, he felt overjoyed and came up with a brilliant idea. Thanks, brother chicken, thanks. The rooster's desperate struggle was merely a reflection of its dying light, a futile effort that seemed impressive but was actually blind, missing its target. Zhang Ming followed the rooster's momentum, kicking to adjust its position, aiming the sharp beak directly at the big black monkey's rear. Go for it, brother chicken, deadly strike. The sharp beak plunged deep into the dark alley, spraying blood everywhere. Ah! The black monkey let out a terrifying scream, unable to tell if it was in pain or pleasure. Its body went limp, and it loosened its grip, the tightly held giant python slipping down. It's mine! Zhang Ming jumped onto the python's tail, charging toward its head. There, the python's neck formed a loop, just tight enough to encircle the lotus. At that moment, the snake's body fell, taking the lotus with it, swaying precariously in midair. Zhang Ming stretched out his hands, ready to catch the falling lotus, when the unconscious giant python suddenly opened its eyes, gaping its massive mouth and swallowing the lotus whole. What the hell? It's all a trap! Zhang Ming roared. Hissed the giant python excitedly flicked its tongue, its slender eyes gleaming with the joy of a successful scheme. It endured excruciating pain and humiliation, pretending to be dead, all for this moment to seize the fruit of victory. Everything went as planned. Once it swallowed the lotus, it could evolve to a higher level. I remember now, I remember it all. I'm not some little snake from the countryside, I am the overlord of this forest. The sudden sound of crack abruptly halted the fantasy of the overlord snake. The giant python, in terror, realized that it had momentarily stopped breathing, unable to swallow the lotus in its mouth. Turning its head, its eyes bulged once again. It's you again! The large, dark-faced monkey blocked its path once more. Recovering from the intense pain in its rear, it pulled out the corner of the chicken's mouth, tearing out a large spray of blood, while its other hand turned into a vice, tightly gripping the python's esophagus, preventing it from swallowing. What a great opportunity! As the clam and the snipe fought, the fisherman benefited. Zhang Ming would not miss such a chance. He grabbed the bloodied and foul-smelling corner of the chicken's mouth that had passed through the air, but it could not hide the sharp gleam at the tip. This thing could pierce even the coarse rear of the big black monkey, let alone the tender belly of the giant python. Zhang Ming pulled up the chicken's beak and inserted it into the python's belly, moving upward along the esophagus, carving a bloody path with the force of a crescent moon. At the end of the path bloomed a stunning lotus, soaked in blood yet untouched, pure and elegant, like a single beam of light in a pitch-black world, igniting the flames of desire in everyone's eyes. It's mine! Zhang Ming leaped high, grabbing the root of the lotus. Chirp! The big black monkey furrowed its thick brows and roared, wanting to snatch it away, a shadow suddenly flashing in its amber eyes. Hiss! The python's tail wrapped around its sturdy arm, causing it to miss the lotus, while the long, snake-like eyes gleamed with mockery. Ha, monkey, is this your day? Where's the monkey strength you used to play me before? If I can't have it, you can't either. The python said nothing. Its playful expression seemed to convey everything. Roar! The big black monkey was completely enraged, grabbing the python's body and tearing at it madly. The python, unwilling to back down, retaliated with its last strength, leaving several sharp tooth marks on the monkey's solid chest. What a pity! I didn't evolve into a venomous creature. The python fell to the ground with a thud, its unyielding tail thrashing about, dispersing the red mist in the forest. The nearby beasts, still lingering, were astonished, halting their steps and turning to look at Zhang Ming in the thin mist. They saw the surrounding fog gathering towards the lotus in his hand. The closed flower bud quietly opened to the sides, stretching and blooming with a crystalline luster, illuminating the entire forest. In Zhang Ming's eyes, there was also a dazzling brilliance. Congratulations! You have successfully obtained the mission item, Airdrop Gun. The Airdrop Gun is actually a special second-tier evolution fruit called Void Spirit Lotus. You can activate it with blood to send information to the unknown region's mother lotus, thus calling down an airdrop. Void Spirit Lotus, a second-tier top-grade evolutionary exotic plant, easily influenced by the environment to produce different attributes of energy essence. Current energy attribute, Scorching Mist, with adhesion and intense heat effects. Special note, the Void Spirit Lotus takes root in the void, capable of penetrating layers of space to spread signal seeds linking to the mother lotus, transmitting information, commonly used for cross-border positioning. This airdrop gun is quite unique. Zhang Ming poured his blood into the center of the flower. The once pristine lotus was instantly stained with a touch of dazzling red. The petals fluttered, as if sucking in the evolutionary energy from Zhang Ming's blood. The blood light soaked a small part of the flower body, clearly not enough, as the flower core frequently opened and closed, displaying extreme thirst. Little greedy cat. Zhang Ming shook his head and let out more blood. This time, the flower absorbed enough blood, transforming into a blood lotus, plump and enchanting. In the depths of the void, it seemed to establish a mysterious connection with Zhang Ming, allowing his eyes to pierce through the void, fatally seeing an energy route extending into the sky, reaching a larger void beyond. Gulu gulu, a faint sound echoed in his ears, and he could see blood-colored energy bubbles continuously rising among the roots. What a miraculous existence! Could it be that above the high heavens, there really is another realm? Zhang Ming raised his head and gazed into the distance, his thoughts drifting with the rhythm of the signal transmission, constantly rising and falling. Airdrop mission update, airdrop gun launch successful. Please hold your position and wait for the airdrop to arrive. Countdown to arrival, 59 minutes 59 seconds. I have to wait another hour? Zhang Ming's heart sank. A turbulent aura surged towards him. Looking around, a circle of towering beasts, led by a large black monkey, surrounded him completely. Each of them had fiery eyes, drooling, fixated on the blood lotus in Zhang Ming's hand, their greedy expressions unmistakable. Roar! The large black monkey let out a furious roar, sounding the horn of battle. The beasts charged forward, claws and teeth bared. In an instant, the sound of hooves thundered, dust billowed, and strange cries echoed in his ears, as if a horde of demons were dancing wildly. You really think I have no way to deal with you? A cold glint flashed in Zhang Ming's eyes, and in a blink, a small handgun appeared in his hand. Gigi, the beasts hesitated for a moment, then burst into strange mocking laughter, charging at him even more fiercely than before. After evolving, they had developed considerable intelligence, each of them wearing expressions that clearly said, "Is that all you've got? A small handgun? Are you just scratching an itch?" The large black monkey took the lead, smashing down with a fist the size of a grinding stone, the wind from its punch tearing through the air with a series of shrill sounds, showcasing its immense power. Even a python as thick as a water barrel would struggle to withstand it, let alone the small Zhang Ming. The large black monkey's eyes sparkled with the light of victory. This punch was bound to hit. Unfortunately, Zhang Ming had a gun. Boom! A loud explosion resonated through the forest. A terrifying shockwave swept through, scattering the beast horde into disarray, causing them to collide with one another and kick up clouds of dust. One by one, they got up, covered in dirt, their eyes filled with disbelief. What kind of handgun is this? So powerful. Woo! A piercing wail suddenly rang out. The large black monkey retracted its fist, horrified to find that there was no longer a fist, only a mass of shredded flesh, a shocking sight. Boom! A second gunshot followed closely. The large black monkey was so frightened that its fur stood on end. Thanks to its racial talent, it reacted quickly, using its tail to wrap around a nearby pangolin to shield its chest. Pangolin? It didn't even have time to scream before being blown into a pile of fragments amidst a terrifying roar. The large black monkey climbed onto a branch using the hanging vines, staring at the gun in Zhang Ming's hand with a face full of fear. Although the pangolin had blocked the attack, the energy bullets fired from the handgun were truly terrifying, hitting the monkey from afar, the aftershock shattering its protective energy and breaking two of its ribs. Ow. The other beasts scattered like birds and beasts, fleeing in all directions. They came quickly and left even faster. In no time, there was not a single beast within a 20-meter radius of Zhang Ming. Zhang Ming blew on the gun muzzle, raising his gaze to the monkey in the tree, provocatively saying, "Come down, where's that monkey spirit you had earlier?" To his surprise, the large black monkey paused for a moment and actually jumped down. Zhang Ming? The large black monkey leaped among the other beasts, chattering away. Seeing that some of the beasts didn't understand, it used its hands, feet, and tail to gesture patiently. From a distance, Zhang Ming even understood its meaning, and his expression darkened. Has this monkey really become clever? He was horrified to discover that the large black monkey was frantically pointing at the energy storage chamber at the top of the energy handgun, clearly having identified the fatal flaw of the handgun's insufficient ammunition. GGGG. Ow, 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 ow. The beasts, with their strange accents, facilitated this exchange, seemingly finalizing their plan. Zhang Ming noticed their scattered pupils once again, the flames of revenge and greed flickering violently. Roar, the largest of the strange beasts, led by the big black monkey, suddenly let out an angry roar. To Zhang Ming's surprise, they were not facing him, but rather a group of mountain chickens and wild rabbits behind him. The chickens and rabbits had also evolved to half-human height, possessing strength far beyond that of ordinary poultry. However, compared to the few giants in the arena, they appeared utterly weak. Attacking the weaker ones? Zhang Ming snorted coldly, understanding the big black monkey's strategy. Oppression existed everywhere, and the realm of strange beasts was no exception. Under the pressure of the strong, the weaker mountain chickens and wild rabbits were forced to the front of the line, facing Zhang Ming directly, ready to charge. They were small, but numerous, with over 20 of them. If they really charged, they would pose considerable pressure on Zhang Ming. After all, he only had one gun, and there was only one bullet left in it. This was the beastsy tactic devised by the big black monkey, old-fashioned yet practical. This monkey really knew how to read military strategy. It was quite unbearable. Fearing there wouldn't be enough cannon fodder, the big black monkey also led a few other giants to exert pressure on the mid-tier forces in the group, forcing a bunch of old bulls and wild horses to follow behind the mountain chickens and wild rabbits as reserve cannon fodder. Some strange beasts attempted to resist, but before they could organize an effective attack, the big black monkey smashed one of their heads with a punch, splattering brain matter everywhere. The big black monkey babbled an explanation, and the meaning was clear. The human brat only had one bullet. Taking him out would only kill one unlucky guy. If you disobey, I'll turn you all into unlucky guys. Under the threat, the weak strange beasts dared not resist. Keek, the big black monkey showed a fierce expression. The pain from its severed hand made it hate Zhang Ming to the bone. At this moment, the strange beast legion it led was ready to go, a perfect opportunity for revenge. With a roar, the cannon fodder strange beasts charged recklessly. Fine, you forced me. Amidst the astonished gazes of the beast horde, Zhang Ming instead put away his energy pistol. He surrendered? The big black monkey hadn't even had time to let out a triumphant laugh before its expression froze instantly. Not just it, the other strange beasts also stopped in their tracks, their faces filled with tension. G.A. He. Woof. Various beast roars echoed, all expressing a no. But none could stop Zhang Ming's next crazy action. He single-handedly lifted the lotus and swallowed it whole. The void spirit lotus belonged to the top-tier evolution fruit of the second realm, rich in a large amount of evolutionary material, and it also produced energy that could only be absorbed after reaching the second-tier evolution. Additionally, Zhang Ming found through the system that this void spirit lotus, due to its role as a task item, was endowed with purer evolutionary energy, which could cause a drastic change in the surrounding environment, allowing ordinary beasts to embark on the path of evolution. Zhang Ming was still far from the second realm. Swallowing such a peerless treasure could very well lead to his explosive death. But he had no choice. The strange beasts had surrounded him. The evolutionary energy from the spirit fruit he had previously consumed was also nearly exhausted, and his internal energy was depleted. Without the enhancement of evolutionary energy, relying solely on his mortal body, Zhang Ming could not possibly be a match for these giants. Rather than die under the trampling of the strange beasts, it was better to take a gamble, turning a bicycle into a motorcycle. Moreover, Zhang Ming was not completely without support. Nipple, save me! Zhang Ming roared with a fierce face, and then he saw red poisonous mist spraying out from his 7 orifices. After swallowing the void spirit lotus, a terrifying heat wave erupted within him. In an instant, large amounts of poisonous mist surged forth, infiltrating every limb and bone, merging into his internal organs. Wherever he went, it was as if a rain of acid had fallen, corroding his muscles and bones until they were riddled with holes, the blood that had just flowed out evaporating into a mist of blood vapor in the heat. Amidst the blood mist, Zhang Ming's vitality was rapidly consumed, and even a cloud of poison mist burrowed into his brain through his veins, intent on burning through his soul. Get moving! At the brink of consciousness, Zhang Ming ignored the risk warnings popping up from the system and insisted on operating the baby bottle. Even if the consumption at this moment had multiplied tenfold, reaching 100 survival points per second, he still activated the absorption mode of the baby bottle to save his life. A storm of suction erupted from the baby bottle, giving direction to the drifting poison mist, which surged madly into the bottle. The burning pain within him eased slightly, granting Zhang Ming a moment to catch his breath. Baby bottle, darling, the bottle's capacity is insufficient. It's about to overflow. Zhang Ming? You can't play me like this. Isn't this just pure exploitation? The baby bottle became bloated and difficult to move, causing the suction storm to weaken, and it seemed it would soon be unable to absorb anything. A large amount of poison mist leaked from the bottle's mouth, continuously invading Zhang Ming's body and wreaking havoc. You can consume survival points to activate the conversion mode. Current consumption, 1000 survival points per 1 unit of energy. Quickly switch to energy conversion mode. Zhang Ming consumed a large number of survival points, converting the energy essence absorbed into the baby bottle into energy that the human body could directly utilize, freeing up space in the bottle. But with the ongoing conversion, if the energy was not absorbed by the body, it would still occupy space in the bottle. The only way was to forcibly absorb the energy. Baby bottle, darling, don't rush. The energy is needed for the second stage of evolution. It's still too early for you to use it, but I will help you store it in the bottle for later. The baby bottle repeated its reminder like a rigid AI program. Damn it, switch to manual. What the hell is this timing? I don't care about your nonsense. Zhang Ming was determined. He used his will to control the baby bottle, pouring all the converted energy into his body. Boom! A silent roar erupted from within him. Zhang Ming felt his body lighten suddenly, as if his soul had been instantly extracted. His drifting consciousness floated aimlessly in the void until the mist before him parted, revealing twinkling starlight that illuminated a door reaching into the clouds. The door was open, and inside wafted the familiar aura of first-stage evolution energy. But as he delved deeper into the dark world beyond the door, he vaguely sensed a new energy presence. Behind the door stood a second portal, tightly locked, engraved with intricate runes, emanating mysterious waves. The new energy presence was coming from within the second portal. It's the aura of energy. A flash of insight surged through Zhang Ming's mind, and he instantly understood. These doors seem to represent genetic locks. If I can open this door, perhaps I can unlock the second layer of the genetic lock and step into the second realm, officially using the energy. Knock, knock, knock. Unable to contain his excitement, Zhang Ming knocked on the door but received no response. Open up. He knocked harder. The door remained closed, but a discomforting pressure emanated from within, like a lofty will, filled with disdain for mere ants. It felt as if he had become a young fool, traveling thousands of miles to the ground floor, just to hear the arrogant old man shout, "Get lost!" It was incredibly frustrating. I won't get lost. Zhang Ming's anger flared, and he kicked the door hard. Old man, open the door. The door remained tightly shut. Zhang Ming refused to give up, employing various methods, whether smashing or kicking, even urinating all over the door, mimicking the Monkey King by writing "I was here." When the sizzling sound rang out, the wool inside the door showed a clear fluctuation. The entire space trembled noticeably. Old dang, I'm just peeing right now. If I end up doing something else later, don't regret it. What do you care about this and that? Zhang Ming couldn't help but hum lightly. The pleasant tone stirred the entire space, causing it to vibrate violently. Zhang Ming shook his body and pulled up his pants. He noticed that the big door had silently opened a crack. Wouldn't it have been better if it had been like this from the start? You really need me to put in some effort to behave. What a little glutton. Zhang Ming chuckled mischievously, wanting to push the door open. Suddenly, a surge of furious will shot out from within the door, like a hurricane passing through, directly scattering his consciousness. The space shattered, and his awareness returned. It was as if he had awakened from a dream, and Zhang Ming opened his eyes again. What is this? Zhang Ming was pleasantly surprised to find that the energy expelled from the baby bottle could now be used by him. With a thought, a layer of faint red toxic mist attached to his palm, harmless to him, but capable of enhancing his physical strength. Have I successfully evolved to the second stage? No, not completely evolved. This energy can't be absorbed, only utilized, and will disappear once used. Perhaps it's a compromise from that old dang behind the door? Thinking of that crude action in what felt like a dream, Zhang Ming couldn't help but smile. Indeed, the brave enjoy the world first. In just a moment, he had gained the combat power of a second stage evolver. Although the evolution isn't complete, it's more than enough to deal with you guys. A fierce light flashed in Zhang Ming's eyes as the surging toxic mist clung to his palm, and he struck out towards the sky. There, a pitch-black fist, covered in coarse monkey fur, was descending. The big black monkey was in a panic. It had guarded the virtual spirit lotus for several days, silently absorbing the evolutionary material, waiting for the flower to bloom, and had long since submitted in its heart. For it, the virtual spirit lotus had granted it a new life, bestowing it with supreme power, like an evolutionary fairy illuminating the world, sacred and elegant, not to be sullied. Therefore, in its view, when absorbing the evolutionary material from the fairy lotus, it should act gently, so as not to cause the fairy any pain. But what about Zhang Ming? He swallowed the lotus flower whole, biting and chewing it, gulping it down without a shred of pity. What was the difference between this and brutally trampling on the goddess it held in its hands right in front of the big black monkey? The key point was that not only did he trample, but Zhang Ming also wanted to enjoy it all by himself. The big black monkey, fearing it would be too late and that there would be no evolutionary scraps left, anxiously swept its tail to clear away the obstructing beasts, charging ahead. The last time it did this, it got shot and suffered a painful severed hand. This time, it couldn't care less, its eyes already red with urgency. There was only one thought in its mind, to smash Zhang Ming with a slap, and while the evolutionary material in the lotus had not been completely absorbed, to quickly mix it with Zhang Ming's flesh and blood and swallow it down. Roar! The big black monkey leaped high, swinging its tail and twisting its body to throw a punch. The remaining right fist, filled with revenge and greed, smashed down hard towards Zhang Ming's crown. The sound of the wind was fierce, carrying the momentum of a rolling boulder. A light poochie sound unexpectedly rang out. The terrifying impact of a meteor colliding with the earth did not occur. After the big black monkey's fist came down, it sank into the mud, and the violent fist wind was silently swallowed. The big black monkey's expression changed suddenly, revealing a clear and foolish gaze it completely couldn't understand. Zhang Ming had actually blocked this grand punch with a simple palm. Was it just because there was a sticky toxic mist in Zhang Ming's palm? Wait, how could this brat control the mist released by the Lotus Fairy? My fairy, could it be that you? No, this brat is not right. The big black monkey's mind raced, and in an instant, hundreds of thoughts realized that Zhang Ming was not easy to deal with, and it immediately wanted to withdraw its fist and escape. But it found that its fist was stuck in the toxic mist in Zhang Ming's palm, unable to move. Monkey head, still want to run? Zhang Ming's murderous intent was evident, and more toxic mist spread from his pores, all converging into his palm, clinging to the big black monkey's fist like a maggot that couldn't be shaken off. Chirp! The big black monkey panicked, and seeing Zhang Ming's grimacing smile made its spine chill. Let it burn! With a thought, Zhang Ming ignited the toxic mist with a scorching corrosive aura. There was no visible flame, but hot white smoke began to rise from the big black monkey's arm, accompanied by the smell of roasted meat. Ow! The big black monkey convulsed in pain, watching helplessly as its arm was corroded by the toxic mist in Zhang Ming's palm, turning into a pile of charred flesh. Terrifyingly, the rot showed no signs of stopping and continued to spread upward. First, it was the monkey's fist, then the forearm, and soon it was about to reach the monkey's head. The big black monkey was scared out of its wits, driven by the instinct to survive. It swung its tail and cleanly severed its charred arm. Turning to escape, it suddenly heard Zhang Ming's eerie voice behind it. Don't look back. Let's change the game. The big black monkey shivered violently, the current of fear coursing down its spine to its tail. Its fluffy tail stiffened in response, the hairs standing on end, but soon it softened again. This was because Zhang Ming had grabbed its tail. Without giving it any time to react, he swung it around. Just now, you swung that big python to hit me, and you enjoyed it, huh? Zhang Ming believed in an eye for an eye. Having just been forced to flee, he had to return the favor without any changes. Get out of here! With the boost of energy, his strength soared to a terrifying level. The big black monkey, which weighed nearly as much as a small mountain, felt like a yo-yo in his hands, being tossed up and down, rolling violently among the beast herd. The massive body of the black monkey, enhanced by speed, unleashed terrifying destructive power, crashing down on the smaller beasts as if they were being struck by a heavy hammer. Thud, thud, thud. The sounds of collisions rang out continuously, and one by one, the bodies of the exotic beasts exploded, splattering blood and brain matter everywhere, leaving behind a series of stinking blood pits on the ground. You have successfully killed a first-tier exotic beast, Red Wild Rabbit, reward survival points plus 300. You have successfully killed a first-tier exotic beast, Sweat Blood Earth Horse, reward survival points plus 500. Ow, ow. The exotic beast seemed to face a terrifying butcher, no longer harboring any thoughts of snatching treasures, and fled in panic. Some of the more timid beasts were so frightened that their livers and gallbladders shattered, their legs giving way, kneeling on the ground in hopes that Zhang Ming would spare them. What awaited them was Zhang Ming's merciless blow to the head. It was chaotic. Just a moment ago, when they were surrounding me, they stood tall, but why were they so soft now? Not to mention that these exotic beasts were all living survival points. Zhang Ming would never go easy on them. The milk bottle inside him continued to operate, like a gold-swallowing beast, consuming a large amount of survival points every second, nearly depleting Zhang Ming's resources. Now was the perfect opportunity to earn survival points. Zhang Ming was full of energy, and swinging the big black monkey became even more powerful. Holding the big black monkey, he transformed into a battlefield meat grinder. Every swing of the monkey's hammer sent a large spray of blood flying, and survival points surged. The milk bottle spun rapidly, continuously inputting a large amount of energy into Zhang Ming's body, which was then consumed with each strike. In this give and take, a certain harmonious balance was achieved. The immense energy brought by the virtual spirit lotus was also continuously consumed in this process, causing Zhang Ming's body to gradually lose its bulk. He still hadn't successfully evolved to the second stage and was still unable to absorb energy normally. However, under the continuous wash of the scorching mist, energy and the nurturing of a large amount of evolutionary energy, his physical body underwent a qualitative leap. Compared to before, his meridians became more resilient, and his skin's resistance improved by a notch. Without the enhancement of energy, my current physical strength might have already caught up to the previous wild boar king. Zhang Ming was eager to try, controlling the energy within him to transform into toxic mist that dissipated into thin air, not clinging to his physical form. Relying solely on his raw strength, he swung the great black monkey again and found it slightly strenuous, but it was not impossible. What a reckless bull, just right for me to practice on. Zhang Ming ended the energy attachment state, his strength dropping a notch, giving the nearby beasts the illusion that he was exhausted. A beast the size of a small truck, a wild bull, let out a moo, thinking it had seized an incredible opportunity, and charged at Zhang Ming, panting heavily. Zhang Ming gathered all his strength and threw a punch, colliding hard with the bull's solid head, both sides stepping back 2 paces. The wild bull was a bit dazed, but Zhang Ming grew more courageous with each battle. Practice proved that he could now completely resist the beasts with just his physical body. Suddenly, his fighting spirit soared. Come again! Zhang Ming turned his steps and charged out once more. The bull's eyes widened in shock. I'm coming for you! The bull turned and ran, but Zhang Ming moved like the wind, shadowing it, and jumped onto its back, raining down punches. The bull tried several times to throw him off but failed each time. In the end, it was beaten to death by his flurry of punches, dying with its eyes wide open. You have successfully killed a first stage beast, Fierce Bull, reward, survival points plus 800, good, let's continue. Zhang Ming wiped the bull's blood from his face, his eyes ignited with intense battle intent. The more he fought, the more skilled he became at controlling his physical strength, and he would grow stronger. Don't run, bull. He jumped onto another fierce bull's back and continued to pummel it. Last time, it took him 7 punches to kill a fierce bull. This time, with his improved control over strength, he only needed 5 punches to take down another. Ah, good, bring it on. Zhang Ming, bloodied and exhilarated, launched into a frenzied killing spree. The sounds of various beasts' screams filled the arena, making it seem like a slaughterhouse. Airdrop countdown, 2 minutes 23 seconds, finally getting close. Zhang Ming leaned back against the decaying head of the great black monkey, taking a moment to catch his breath. Looking around, within 100 meters, blood flowed like a river, and the bodies of various beasts rose and fell in the sea of blood. It was nearing sunset, the dying sun resembling blood, casting its light over the blood sea, as if the sky and sea were merging, turning the entire world into a shade of crimson. Zhang Ming stood amidst it, blending with the blood-red surroundings, like a demon just awakened from a sea of blood. Finally, it feels a bit like the apocalypse. Zhang Ming chuckled lightly, his body slightly fatigued, but his spirit was incredibly invigorated. In this battle, through a frenzied slaughter, he finally consumed the excessive energy that had accumulated within him. The remaining energy was stored in the baby bottle, waiting for him to absorb it after successfully evolving to the second stage. The Void Spirit Lotus also provided a massive amount of evolutionary material, bringing his evolution level to first stage evolver, 99%, just a step away from leaping through the Dragon Gate to complete the second stage evolution. Of course, the most surprising thing was that under the repeated wash of the scorching mist energy, although he couldn't fully inherit the properties of adhesion and scorching due to insufficient evolution level, his flesh resistance was greatly enhanced, and his muscle strength was elevated by a notch. Now, he could resist the attacks of first-stage beasts with just his physical strength. In the human world, that meant he could withstand bullet fire. Of course, he couldn't do it without injury, but he was strong enough. As for the survival points, Zhang Ming checked his account. The survival points consumed by the baby bottle were replenished through killing the beasts. It can be said that there was hardly any significant consumption. It's still thanks to these enthusiastic beast friends for their generous contributions. Zhang Ming smiled as he glanced at his old companion, the big black monkey beneath him, suddenly remembering something, his mouth curling into an exaggerated grin. Mutated organs. Most of these beasts had developed mutated organs, which concentrated the essence of evolution. Consuming them could directly enhance one's evolution level. Zhang Ming immediately took action, pouring his heart and soul into bidding a final farewell to the pile of beast corpses. In no time, various mutated organs were collected into his bag. Now that his evolution level had hit a bottleneck, he was afraid of wasting them, so he simply stored them in his storage space for future needs. Zhang Ming wiped his bloodied hands, feeling a sense of satisfaction from a bountiful harvest, and with the nearby glaring blood red, he indeed looked a bit like a psychopathic killer. Zhang Ming, are you even human or a ghost? Lu Ziwen, like a concept deity, once again spotted Zhang Ming first. Chen Shirhan, following behind her, turned pale with fear. The thoughts of revenge that had been swirling in her mind were long gone, and she didn't dare to meet Zhang Ming's eyes. "What are you two doing here?" Zhang Ming asked. Before Lu Ziwen could answer, hurried footsteps sounded from behind. "Sister Lu, who are you talking to? Did you find Zhang Ming? Oh my god." Li Fei, who had rushed over, was terrified by the hellish scene before him. Ming bro, did you do all this?" Zhang Ming did not respond, instead questioning their purpose for being there. Li Fei scratched his head and said, "Isn't it said that there are great opportunities deep in the rainforest? We just wanted to rush in and try our luck. If we stumbled upon something, we could become as strong as you. Of course, mainly we were worried about your safety, thinking that even if there were no opportunities, it would be good to help you," he quickly added. Zhang Ming certainly did not believe him and waved his hand, saying, "Enough, there are no opportunities here, it's actually very dangerous. You should leave quickly." The airdrop was about to descend, and he didn't want unrelated personnel to interfere, lest trouble arise. "Wow, what's that in the sky?" It was Lu Ziwen again, gasping in surprise. Zhang Ming was so annoyed that his teeth itched. He casually replied, "It's nothing, just some unusual weather." "Ming bro, I haven't read much, don't lie to me. What kind of weather is this unusual?" Li Fei also spoke incredulously. Zhang Ming was somewhat uncertain. The system's countdown had ended, and he knew the airdrop was coming down, thinking that only some airwaves from the falling items would appear in the sky. So he didn't even look and just brushed it off as unusual weather. But everyone's reaction was so intense that it surprised him a bit. It was just an airdrop, how exaggerated could it be? He suddenly turned around and looked up at the sky. Oh my god! Influenced by Li Fei, Zhang Ming's tone was equally filled with astonishment. He saw the blood-red sky suddenly shatter, transforming into scattered particles of light, resembling the pixelated sky from the game Minecraft. In the next moment, the light particles rearranged, forming a deep passage that connected to a foggy space, indistinct and unclear. Boom! The area around the passage crackled with lightning, causing violent fluctuations in space, a grand spectacle that echoed for miles. Countless beings looked up, curiously staring at the deep passage. Slowly, a long, strip-like object struggled to squeeze out from the passage. Zhang Ming's morbid curiosity was piqued. He couldn't help but feel that this scene increasingly resembled the heavens pulling out a long, rigid piece of poop. Holy shit! He was done for. Pulling poop aside, making such a big commotion made it impossible for him to sneakily take the airdrop. The system always pushed him to the forefront of every situation. At this moment, countless eyes were fixed on this thing, making him feel as if he were about to steal dung. "That's not dung, brother Huzi, it's a coffin." "No, it's 4 coffins." Putting down the military binoculars, Chuyu excitedly corrected the big bearded man's strange perception. "Coffins? Little girl Chuyu, are you sure you didn't see it wrong?" The big bearded man was incredulous. "Absolutely certain, I looked very carefully. It's 4 coffins, bound together in a cross shape," Chuyu asserted. "Strange, how could coffins fall from the sky?" "I don't know. Do you think this might be related to the opportunities in dangerous places?" As Chuyu spoke halfway, Liang Yi, who was lying in her arms, suddenly sat up in shock, grabbing the binoculars to look at the sky. "Oh, team leader, you're awake." Liang Yi ignored her, focusing on the coffins descending from the sky, and after a long time, she finally put down the binoculars, murmuring, "Could it be that Zhang Ming succeeded?" Chuyu heard her words and instantly became ecstatic. "Are you saying that Zhang Ming successfully passed the test in the dangerous area and seized the opportunity?" Liang Yi recalled something, her face suddenly turning pale. That might not be good news. There could be even more terrifying dangers ahead. "Ah!" Chuyu exclaimed anxiously, "What should we do?" Just then, the roar of helicopter rotors sounded from behind. The three turned to look, and it was the reinforcements that Chuyu had called for using the radio equipment. Liang Yi let out a slight sigh of relief. "Let's go, get on the helicopter to help Zhang Ming." The helicopter's rotors whipped up a massive gust of wind, blowing aside the dense foliage, revealing the figure of a black man. He was hidden in the shadows of the leaves, and unless one looked closely, it was hard to notice his presence. His dark skin served as his natural camouflage. "Damn, the cops are here." He spoke in authentic Cantonese. It seemed he was an old Guangzhou man who had come from far away. "I need to quickly grab the airdrop." The black man's eyes gleamed with a cruel light. He was also wearing a pair of flip-flops, and with a light step, he vanished from the swaying branches, appearing 10 meters away in an instant. Clearly, he was no ordinary old Guangzhou man. Deep in the rainforest, in a dark cave, wisps of white smoke began to rise. An excited and hoarse voice echoed through the cave as the smoke spread. "I can feel it. The great ancestors, the god of the rainforest, is about to awaken." The village chief of Shinmu village suddenly opened his eyes, 2 lines of blood slowly flowing from his eye sockets. At this moment, he was sitting in a dried-up pool, in the center of which stood a statue of a strange beast, round like a grinding disc, covered in suction cup-like patterns, with 2 large eyes bulging out, eerie and terrifying. The wisps of white smoke were drifting out from the spring beneath the statue. Instantly, the young villagers behind the chief straightened their backs, brimming with energy. Thanks to Zhang Ming, they were all injured and had pent-up rage for revenge with no outlet. If the legends were true, and the god of the rainforest awakened, it would grant them, the descendants, boundless power. At that time, we can trample that stinky brat underfoot. I want to break his lifeline and avenge my second brother. Everyone be quiet, let's hear what the chief has to say first. In an instant, the cave fell silent, all the villagers staring at the chief with fiery eyes, shining with hope. Kill! The old village chief thought of being kicked away by Zhang Ming, who lacked martial ethics, and his beard trembled with anger. Just then, the noise of a helicopter rushing overhead sounded. His expression darkened further, and he said fiercely, not just that stinky brat, but also this group of despicable outsiders. Anyone who dares to pollute the rainforest must die. He slammed his fist down on the stone slab at the bottom of the pool, causing several lines of blood to burst forth. Die! Die! The villagers responded to his call, as if completing some kind of ritual, chanting fervently as they pounded their fists against the dry stone slabs. Lines of blood burst forth, flowing like a river into the desiccated spring. In an instant, the white mist in the cave thickened. Faintly, it seemed a cold gleam flashed from the monstrous eyes of the beast statue, vanishing in an instant. How could it be a coffin? Zhang Ming's eyes sparkled like lightning. From a distance, he could see that the airdrop that had fallen was actually 4 pitch-black coffins, bound together in a cross. This is a bit ominous, and Zhang Ming's expression grew increasingly grim. He noticed that the trajectory of the airdrop was slightly off, moving further away from his position. Recalling how the airdrop appeared, resembling the action of the heavens taking a dump, he couldn't help but complain, can't they even squat properly? He didn't know if the system felt embarrassed itself, but it quickly provided an explanation. Due to the connection factor generated by the void spirit lotus being unable to be absorbed by the host, it is continuously ejected outside, causing a mess on the ground, which in turn affects the drop point determination. Please adjust to a suitable position to receive the airdrop. Zhang Ming, heh. He pinpointed the location and quickly rushed toward where the airdrop had fallen. With a loud boom, the airdrop crashed into the hillside, creating a deep pit and stirring up a cloud of dust. Zhang Ming leaped to the top of the hill, waving his hand to disperse the dust. As the dust settled, an unexpected guest suddenly appeared before his eyes. Hey ha, didn't expect this, did you? This treasure is mine. Not just Zhang Ming, but also Li Fei and others who had come to join the excitement were incredulous. Pan Jejun had actually reached the airdrop's landing spot before anyone else. I just remembered, Pan Jejun is the best at geography. With an outstanding sense of direction, he probably predicted the drop point from the very beginning, Lu Ziwen whispered. I was wondering where that brat ran off to, turns out he was hiding here waiting. Li Fei cursed, though he couldn't hide his envy. This airdrop was clearly the greatest opportunity in this perilous place. If it weren't for Zhang Ming's terrifying strength, he would have wanted to rush up and snatch it for himself. But now, it had been stolen by Pan Jejun. Zhang Ming, everyone gets a share. This treasure doesn't have your name on it. Put away that arrogant look. Once I use this opportunity to mutate, I will soar to the skies, forever keeping you beneath my feet. Pan Jejun appeared almost mad, immediately hugging the coffin lid, his eyes shining with a fervent light as if he had found a treasure. Verifying visitor information. A hollow mechanical voice suddenly echoed. Pan Jejun was astonished to find an unknown beam of light scanning back and forth over him. Verification failed. Visitor gene sequence does not match, not an airdrop designated recipient. Warning, please stay away from the airdrop, or the purge program will be activated. Warning, please stay away from the airdrop. Hearing the system's warning, Zhang Ming halted his hurried steps, watching Pan Jejun with amusement, and said, Sorry, brother Soaring, this airdrop has a master, hurry and step aside, go somewhere else to slowly rush over. What a humiliation! Pan Jejun's heart bled. The treasure was right in front of him, how could he just let it go empty-handed? I don't believe it. He completely lost his reason and attempted to pry open the coffin with his bare hands, eager to glimpse the treasure's splendor. Warning ineffective, activating purge program. The cold mechanical voice rang out again. Immediately, with a hissing sound, a murky black gas erupted from the coffin's seams, striking Pan Jejun's arm. Ah! A horrific scream shattered the hearts of everyone present. Pan Jejun's entire arm began to rot and ooze at a visible speed, the veins turning black and swollen, bulging up, and showing a continuous trend of corrosion moving upward. First the forearm, then the upper arm. It was clear it was about to spread to his chest.
Jiang Ming, save me. I dare not anymore.
Pan Jiejun's pleading voice had barely faded when Jiang Ming's machete had already struck down upon his arms. With a splatter, the blade flashed twice, and Pan Jiejun's tainted arms fell to the ground. The cuts were clean, spraying out black blood. Jiang Ming frowned, realizing the severed parts were not enough, and swiftly made 2 more cuts, removing more than half of his shoulders until red blood gushed from the wounds before he finally sheathed his knife.
My hands. You call this saving someone?
The blade was so sharp that Pan Jiejun didn't feel pain at first and even had the energy to curse. But the next moment, excruciating pain hit him, shattering his consciousness, and he fainted.
Zombie virus?
Jiang Ming, too lazy to pay attention to the clown's outcry, focused on the severed arms, feeling a chill in his heart. He had once seen a zombie slave named Xiao Fang at the House of Evolvers. Although her skin was not as severely decomposed, the texture of her skin after zombification was identical to the severed arms before him.
If just a puff of toxic gas can cause zombification, doesn't that mean zombies can be artificially created? Jiang Ming thought of a more terrifying possibility, feeling anxious. His gaze towards the airdrop grew increasingly complex. Could this airdrop be opened? Would it be Pandora's box, bringing disaster to the human world as soon as it was opened?
Just as Jiang Ming had a fleeting thought of retreating, he heard the airdrop's merciless voice. Detected unknown intruder at airdrop. Self-destruct sequence will initiate in 1 minute for self-preservation. Jiang Ming's face darkened. You're also a damn system. With no choice, he gritted his teeth and activated the airdrop. Otherwise, letting it self-destruct would lead to even more unpredictable consequences. At least opening the airdrop was part of the system's task. It couldn't be too much of a trap, right? Jiang Ming took a deep breath, channeling energy to protect his vital points, cautiously approaching the airdrop and gently placing his hand on the coffin lid.
Here we go. Verifying visitor information. Verification successful. Visitor's genetic sequence matches airdrop target.
Jiang Ming's tense nerves relaxed a bit. At least the first step was successful, and he wouldn't be treated as an intruder.
He certainly didn't want to face the terrifying zombie toxin. Initiating Evolver system scan.
Jiang Ming frowned slightly, not expecting that picking up an airdrop would require such a complicated authentication process. With a click, a hidden compartment at the center of the 4 coffins opened, and a curved light ring flew out, resembling a drone, hovering in midair and bursting into brilliant rainbow colors. The curved light ring floated above Jiang Ming's head, releasing a weak electrical signal that resonated with the system within him. Soon, all of Jiang Ming's data was scanned in red, detailing his physical fitness, evolution level, survival points, rewards obtained in the system, and the inventory of supplies in his storage space, all examined clearly. Even the adult films he had hidden in the corners were scanned and labeled as adult video material.
Yet, in such detailed circumstances, Jiang Ming was astonished to find that the airdrop had not scanned the existence of the rare item, baby bottle. What was going on? Received instructions from rare item, baby bottle, baby, shoe. Jiang Ming inhaled sharply, not daring to speak more, fearing to arouse the airdrop's suspicion.
Evolver system scan complete. Visitor Jiang Ming qualified as qualified. Detected on this planet, Blue Star, the number of qualified individuals has reached the required amount of 10, scanning the planetary environment. The curved light ring soared into the air, showering a large amount of information beams, conducting a comprehensive scan of the surrounding environment. However, Jiang Ming fell into deep thought because of the airdrop statement. There are 10 qualified individuals on Blue Star.
10 qualified individuals, meaning 10 people successfully obtained the airdrop? Doesn't that imply that these 10 qualified individuals all possess systems that are at least as strong as mine?
It seems the number and strength of extraordinary beings in this world far exceed expectations.
Jiang Ming felt a sense of urgency. He desperately needed to become stronger and hoped the rewards from the airdrop wouldn't be disappointing. Is the detection complete?
Jiang Ming noticed the halo in midair had stopped spinning and immediately rubbed his hands together like a fly, eagerly watching as the halo slowly descended.
Now, it should be able to activate the airdrop, right? Warning, environmental scan failed.
Detected planet, Blue Star, the virus content in the air is too low, failing to meet the level 1 apocalypse standard.
Retrieving environmental data, about to upload to headquarters. What the hell? Jiang Ming was truly panicked.
He never expected that the apocalypse bug would be exposed. Although he didn't know where the headquarters mentioned in the airdrop was, if this information got transmitted, there would definitely be no good outcome, and it might attract some terrifying existence to investigate.
Don't upload the data, bro, let's talk it out. Reporting me isn't fun.
Jiang Ming repeatedly made requests, but the other party remained unmoved. Instead, when Jiang Ming pulled the halo down from midair, it directly issued a warning. Warning, detected that the evolver is obstructing the operation of the detection system. Clearing program will be initiated. Zhang Ming was startled, his whole body shivering. He activated his evolutionary energy once more to cover himself, concentrating on the coffin seams, fearing that it might spew out toxic gas that could turn people into corpses. Suddenly, a reverse electrical signal shot out from his internal system, following the previously detected trajectory, and shot back into the halo. Warning, detected that the evolver is obstructing the operation of the detection system, about to. In the previous second, the halo was still formally broadcasting warnings. In the next second, its voice system completely malfunctioned, emitting a crackling noise. Zhang Ming found it somewhat familiar and suddenly recalled that on the first day of the apocalypse, his internal system also emitted such electronic noise before encountering a bug. Could it be? Zhang Ming's eyes widened as he stared at the halo floating in mid-air. He saw the colorful light it emitted become completely chaotic, turning bizarre, with various colors alternating in a dazzling display, resembling a disco ball, making it hard to look at. It can't be that it's also bugged. Zhang Ming had a shocking guess, or is it that my system carries a virus that infected this thing too? Otherwise, how could this perfectly fine halo be bouncing up and down like it was dancing? After a duration equivalent to a song, the halo finally stopped its frenzied operation, and the brilliance surrounding it returned to the original rainbow glow. It was as if it cleared its throat. After a burst of electronic static noise, the halo once again resumed its cold mechanical tone. Environmental scan detection successful. Detected planet, blue star. The virus content in the air meets the Level 1 Apocalypse standard. As per regulations, an application will be submitted to headquarters for the Apocalypse upgrade of Blue Star. The Apocalypse can be upgraded? Doesn't that mean the virus content in the air will increase? Although Blue Star has a bug and no virus, could it still be affected? Zhang Ming felt uneasy, sensing this wasn't a good idea. But this time the system didn't stop him, and he could only let things take their course. The halo continued. While waiting for the planet upgrade, the target visitor can activate the evolution chamber for system updates and body enhancement. Zhang Ming's eyes lit up, and he no longer strained to think about unnecessary matters. Right now, becoming stronger is the way to go. Quick, open the airdrop chamber for me. The halo said. Conditions to open the evolution chamber. Pass the strength assessment. Bang 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 bang. 4 coffin lids were blown open in succession by the air currents, revealing 4 mummified corpses, wrinkled and completely devoid of human semblance, resembling 4 massive human-shaped pieces of dried meat. What are they trying to do? Zhang Ming felt a surge of curiosity and stepped closer to observe. One of the corpses suddenly opened its eyes, nearly scaring the soul out of him. What the hell? Zhang Ming's pupils constricted, and he quickly took a large step back. He saw that a tube was connected to the back of the corpse, pumping in waves of black gas, which was the corpse virus he had encountered before. In the instant the toxic gas was absorbed, the corpse revived, its open eyes glowing with a ghostly green light, looking like a specter. Strength assessment requirement: eliminate these 4 zombies. Friendly reminder: don't panic, the zombie's strength will be adjusted to match your own, which is the level of first stage evolution. Good luck. The halo spun rapidly, shooting out 4 lasers that struck the receivers inside the coffins. In the next moment, the tubes behind the zombies fell off, as if they had shed the shackles that restricted their movement. Roar! The 4 zombies snarled and crawled out of the coffins, their decaying flesh scraping against the ground as they measured this brand new world before them. Zhang Ming's heart skipped a beat. He had once said that one must never let fools possess systems and bring zombies into a peaceful world. As a result, today he had become the fool he had spoken of. The peaceful Blue Star had finally welcomed the authentic specialty of the apocalypse, a group of real zombies. In the first moment of locking eyes with them, Zhang Ming realized that despite his efforts to avoid it, the true apocalypse had quietly arrived. The monsters crawling out of the coffins look like zombies. Could Zhang Ming's previous prophecies about the apocalypse actually be true? Zombies? How could zombies appear out of nowhere? What the hell is Zhang Ming doing? These 4 corpses are terrifying to look at. Even if Zhang Ming is strong, can he really take on 4 at once? It's over, the zombie virus is contagious. If Zhang Ming gets bitten and turns into a zombie, what will we do? Run! The fear that zombies instilled was far beyond that of exotic beasts. It felt more like a bloodline suppression, a chill penetrating to the bone, freezing the blood in their veins. Chen Shirhan and the others felt a surge of weakness and collapsed to the ground the moment they witnessed the zombies' appearance. Not to mention them, even Zhang Ming, who had crazily slaughtered exotic beasts, found it hard to remain calm. The raspy voices, rotting skin, and the stench of decay constantly assaulted Zhang Ming's senses. The worry of being bitten and turning into a zombie lingered in his mind. Moreover, these wrinkled creatures were not only terrifying zombies but also possessed the strength of first-stage evolution. Hu Zhang Ming mobilized all his energy, operating it frantically, unleashing all his strength, not daring to be the slightest bit careless. Tactically, he focused on counterattacks, not daring to strike recklessly. Roar! The first zombie, moving with a crooked gait, charged at him. Jiang Ming dodged and retreated, his mind racing as he wondered why this zombie wasn't moving in a straight line and what the significance of its crooked trajectory was. He couldn't figure it out for now, but he remained cautious, steadily retreating. Another zombie charged in from the right, swinging its emaciated arm, its dark red claws aimed at Jiang Ming's chest. Danger, danger, danger. Jiang Ming's internal alarm rang loudly. Even though he was still a distance away from the zombie, he hurriedly executed a series of rolls, causing the zombie to miss its grasp by 2 seconds. Being so cautious had made him clumsy, and he lost his balance, falling to the ground. What kind of move is this? Jiang Ming was still on guard. The remaining 2 zombies charged in unison, flanking him from both sides. Jiang Ming's escape route was blocked, leaving him with no choice but to protect himself. Cautiously, he took a thick cotton jacket from the storage space to wrap around his arms and fists, fearing contamination from the zombies. Once securely wrapped, he finally threw a punch. The force of his punch seemed fierce, but in reality, it was just a feint, not aimed at defeating the enemy, but merely to clear a path through a zombie's attack, hoping to gain a sliver of retreat space. Crack! Jiang Ming widened his eyes in shock as he retracted his fist. He never expected that a casual punch would completely shatter the zombie's arm. What's going on? Have I become unbelievably strong? Wait. Jiang Ming pondered carefully and felt something was off. Although he had absorbed the pure evolutionary energy of the virtual spirit lotus, greatly increasing his strength, and his body had been repeatedly washed by the scorching mist technique, making him incredibly powerful, he shouldn't be able to crush a zombie of the same power level with just one punch, right? After all, zombies are considered significant beings in the apocalypse, not to mention that these ones had descended from another world via airdrop, so they shouldn't be this weak. He quickly replayed the battle in his mind, and after discarding the terrifying filter he had on zombies, he discovered an incredibly embarrassing truth. What a mess, all this time. It turns out you guys are just that weak. Jiang Ming suddenly realized. It turned out that the first zombie's crooked steps had no deeper meaning. It was simply a dislocated right foot, making it a bit lame and causing it to walk awkwardly. The second zombie suddenly falling to the ground was not some mysterious technique, but purely because it couldn't keep up with Jiang Ming's pace and fell flat on its face. The last 2 zombies that flanked him were even more foolish. Initially thinking there was some combination move, they ended up colliding into each other after Jiang Ming disrupted their steps, and shockingly, they began to bite each other. It's all my fault for being overly cautious despite being strong, Jiang Ming said, brushing aside his slightly messy bangs, looking relaxed. Facing the second wave of attacks from the zombies, he took his time and responded calmly. With a crack, his fist directly smashed through a zombie's chest, shattering its dried-up organs completely. Jiang Ming was surprised to find that the zombie did not die and felt no pain. Instead, it became more ferocious, snapping its sharp teeth and trying to bite him up his arm. No pain, unafraid of death, acting purely on instinct, Jiang Ming gathered useful information about zombies. With a guess in mind, he immediately conducted an experiment. Instead of withdrawing his arm from the zombie's chest, he drove it upward, executing an uppercut that completely smashed the zombie's head. The shattered head fell to the ground, finally closing its mouth, and the green light in its eyes dimmed and extinguished. The head is the only vital point, Jiang Ming concluded. With this experience, the remaining battles became very simple. Jiang Ming lifted one leg in the air and struck 3 precise blows to the heads of the remaining 3 zombies. With a spin, the 3 heads completed a 180-degree turn in succession. The zombie bodies maintained their attacking posture, but their heads had completely perished, standing still like specimens, unmoving. Done. Jiang Ming easily ended the battle. This time, his bangs remained perfectly in place, and the entire process was relaxed and pleasant, completely different from the tense fighting style at the beginning. He was now completely at ease. Is that it? Li Fei and the others were incredulous. These were zombies from another world, and yet Jiang Ming had resolved them with just 3 punches and 2 kicks? Jiang Ming's strength had reached a terrifying level. Some of the doubts in Li Fei and Shen Shihan's minds instantly vanished. They couldn't help but feel a bit puzzled. If you're this amazing, why were you so timid in front of the zombies at the beginning? Were you just messing with us? Jiang Ming had grievances he couldn't express. It wasn't an act. He truly hadn't expected a formidable zombie to be so weak. If zombies are this weak, then isn't the apocalypse something we can just stroll through? Jiang Ming was filled with ambition, but then he thought again, these were just zombies created by an airdrop, their strength tailored to individual evolution levels and planetary environments. Perhaps the airdrop system had a bug, inaccurately scanning and assessing the environment, resulting in such useless zombies. If the bug were fixed, it might be a different story. In short, I'm still enjoying the benefits brought by the bug. Once the benefits disappear, I need to possess powerful strength myself. Moreover, thinking about the fact that zombies could actually be artificially created, a layer of shadow fell over Zhang Ming's heart. How terrifying must the existence that could create zombies be? Zhang Ming calmed his restless mind and silently walked towards the airdrop. Becoming stronger was the only truth. Strength detection passed, evolution pod can be activated. For coffins tilted and fell away, revealing a blue evolution pod hidden in the middle. With a hiss, white mist surged forth, and the pod door slowly slid open. The space inside was not large, just enough for him to stand. Wires and components flickered in and out of view, emitting a soft glow, like lively electronic spirits cheering, waiting for his entry. After working so hard for so long, I can finally enjoy it. A gunshot suddenly rang out, shattering Zhang Ming's beautiful dream. Ah! A scream came from behind. No one expected that just a second ago, the invincible Zhang Ming would be shot in the back. Damn it, I was so cautious. And there's that old bastard. Zhang Ming's body swayed and fell into a pool of blood. So painful. Zhang Ming gritted his teeth, cold sweat seeping from his back. Glancing at his injury, his left shoulder was completely caved in, a large chunk of flesh sliced away. His left arm was utterly immobile. It's the bullet from a kinetic energy pistol. From the edge of the wound, Zhang Ming keenly sensed the lingering kinetic energy aura. He had fired such bullets before and was very familiar with them. The bullet was aimed at the heart, seeking a one-shot kill, so ruthless. If I hadn't reacted quickly, I might have been in real danger. Zhang Ming's face darkened as he fixed his gaze on the figure jumping down from the tree trunk in the distance. It was a black man. Could he be a foreigner? Damn, your reflexes are really quick. Not dead yet. The fluent Cantonese mixed with Mandarin momentarily left Zhang Ming at a loss. What foreigner? It turned out to be a genuine local. Hee hee. But in the end, you can't be faster than me. Zhang Ming's eyelids twitched, giving rise to an ominous premonition. He wanted to withdraw, but the pain in his left shoulder slowed his reaction. Buzzing, a whirring sound of a spinning propeller came from above. A drone rapidly approached from the cover of the dense forest, finally hovering above Zhang Ming's head. The drone was equipped with a large bowl-shaped device. Electric currents surged, releasing intense energy fluctuations, tilting downwards to form a hemispherical energy field that trapped Zhang Ming inside. Zhang Ming threw a punch, unleashing terrifying power against the surface of the energy field, causing it to vibrate rapidly, dissipating all his punch's force, leaving barely a tremor, not even a crack. Better save some strength. Being covered by the devolution field will cause the evolution energy within to continuously drain, ultimately devolving back to an ordinary person, making escape impossible, the black man said proudly, revealing a confident smile. Ever since obtaining the devolution field, he had been adept at tricking people. First, a sneak attack, then covering with the field, waiting for the opponent's evolution energy to be exhausted, making it easy to take control. This insidious combo had already caused several evolved beings to fall into his trap. In his eyes, Zhang Ming was clearly among them. Kid, enjoy the last few minutes of your life. I'm not in a hurry, let's have some tea first. Old Black conjured up a simple glass tea set out of thin air, boiling water, and brewing tea in one go. It seemed he had truly learned something valuable in the Guangdong area. Is it going to absorb the evolutionary energy within me and make me regress? Zhang Ming felt incredulous, looking up at the big bowl device floating in midair. He saw energy surging at the mouth of the bowl again, creating a special gravitational magnetic field that resonated with the evolutionary energy in his body, attempting to pull it out. If left unchecked, as Old Black said, the energy within him would rapidly deplete, completely losing the power to resist. Detected third-party program invading the evolution system. Would you like to reverse rewrite? Zhang Ming was dumbfounded. It could be done this way? Old Black was very pleased with Zhang Ming's surprised expression, his dark face beaming with delight as he said, hee hee, are you feeling the terror of the regression field? I won't hesitate to tell you, this is a program item targeting the system within you. If you still want to break through with brute force, it would be nothing but a fool's dream. Zhang Ming nodded affirmatively. He then glanced at the information prompt that appeared in his vision. Program rewrite progress, 3%, indeed, there was no rush, take it slow. Zhang Ming also took out a set of tea utensils from his storage space. Compared to Old Black's set, his was more exquisite. On the antique tea table, a Aishing purple clay teapot sat steadily in the center, with several roux-kiln teacups neatly arranged on one side, their sky-blue glaze resembling a clear sky, delicate and warm. On the other side, a golden-toed teapot was soaked in tea, glistening. Zhang Ming also took out an incense burner, inserting a sleep-inducing incense that slowly burned. He burned incense and savored tea, feeling at ease, appearing out of place with his surroundings, like a banished immortal. Now it was Old Black's turn to be dumbfounded. Wait, buddy, do you know you're about to die? Of course. Then how can you still be in the mood to drink tea? The world is vast, but tea is the greatest. Old Black looked at him with newfound respect, feeling a sense of destiny in finding a like-minded friend in the sea of suffering in the apocalypse. He raised his teacup, offering a toast from afar, facing danger without fear, smiling in the face of life and death. Your mindset impresses me. Let's toast with tea instead of wine. Zhang Ming accepted calmly. He couldn't help but mutter in his heart, silly Old Black, I'm waiting for the cooldown. What are you waiting for? He glanced at the information prompt again. Program rewrite progress, 7%, his smile grew even wider. Old Black thought it was a friendly smile, putting down his teacup and sighing, brother, finding a like-minded tea friend among the extraordinary is truly rare. To be honest, I really don't want to lay a hand on you. Then let me go, Zhang Ming said playfully. That won't do. Old Black replied very decisively, a hint of greed barely concealed in his eyes. Not to mention the immense value brought by this airdrop. Just your identity as an evolver would bring me many benefits if I took you down. Zhang Ming was puzzled as to why taking down an evolver would be beneficial. Old Black chuckled, because I follow the path of killing evolution. Zhang Ming was even more confused. Old Black slapped his bald head and exclaimed, got it, you must have just evolved, right? You don't understand anything. Please guide me, Brother Black, Zhang Ming humbly requested. The title Brother Black was quite pleasing, and Old Black's mouth couldn't help but curl up. He straightened his back, adopting an air of a master as he began to explain, alright, I'll let you be an enlightened ghost. Evolvers have different evolutionary paths, corresponding to different ways of obtaining system survival points and focusing on acquiring resources. My evolutionary path is killing, so I need to kill fellow evolvers to gain a large number of survival points, and the rewards I obtain are mostly offensive weapons. Originally, killing zombies would work, but you know, there seems to be a problem on our planet. There are no zombies at all, so I can only kill the evolved ones. Zhang Ming cleverly asked, isn't killing ordinary people useful? Black Brother waved his hand, not useful. Otherwise, do you think I would let those guys hiding in the grass go? The ones hiding in the grass, Li Fei and others, shivered at the words and buried their heads even lower. Zhang Ming appeared calm on the surface, but a storm was brewing in his heart. It seems his system is different from mine. It doesn't mistake ordinary humans for zombies. His way of obtaining survival points is so singular. I can earn survival points whether I survive or kill. And as for obtaining material rewards, I clearly have all kinds. Black Brother thought he had seen through Zhang Ming's thoughts and confidently said, you must be wondering, why can I earn survival points without killing anyone, right? Zhang Ming pretended to be taken aback, showing a face of disbelief, with a feigned admiration in his eyes. Black Brother, thinking he had guessed right, arrogantly curled his lip and said, that's because your evolution route is too trash. It's the most useless, survival, route. As long as you're alive, you get survival point rewards. It seems like lying flat is nice, but the rewards are too few. I'm not wrong, you can earn 100 or so survival points in a day and be grateful, right? Zhang Ming pressed his lips tightly to prevent himself from laughing, forcing out I am. Black Brother laughed heartily. So I say, your evolution path is the most worthless one, compared to my killing evolution path. It's not even worthy of carrying my shoes. Zhang Ming awkwardly scratched his head, pretending to be embarrassed, and chuckled in agreement. Of course, it can't compare to you, Black Brother. Upon hearing this, Black Brother laughed even more wildly, truly believing he was something extraordinary. Program rewrite progress, 56%, then let me ask you. Zhang Ming suddenly spoke. The progress bar wasn't full yet. He could continue to fool him. Besides the killing evolution path, are there other evolution paths? Black Brother paused, pondering for a moment before feigning mystery. You guys in Long Country have an ancient saying, what was it again? Zhang Ming quickly answered, the wise are those who seek the truth? Black Brother's face darkened a few shades. I remembered. That ancient saying is the Tao has 3,000 paths, and all lead to the same goal. Evolution paths are the same, although the ultimate goal is to obtain survival point rewards. The forms are vastly different and encompass everything. In my limited understanding, the number of evolution paths that can surpass my killing evolution path is no more than one hand. Zhang Ming countered, isn't that quite a few? Black Brother was momentarily choked, taking 2 sips of tea to recover, then continued to show off. I don't know the names of these few evolution paths. I just heard that their methods of collecting survival points are quite unique. Some harvest negative emotions, some absorb the faith of their followers, some communicate spiritually with those around them, etc. So they often cover a wide range, making it easier to obtain a large number of survival point rewards. It is said that these types of evolved ones also receive unique system rewards.
What exactly they are, I cannot know. Zhang Ming took a deep breath, unable to hide his excitement. Why can I find shadows of these methods of obtaining survival points in my own path? First, regarding harvesting negative emotions, he was almost constantly engaged in it. From the leader of an overseas crime group to Chen Shirhan beside him, they had been providing continuous survival point rewards. As for absorbing the faith of followers, weren't the contract zombies under him 10 times more devoted than followers? Regarding spiritual communication with those around him, Zhang Ming recalled that in the past few days, he had often triggered various emotions in the zombies, thus providing survival point rewards. Finally, the mention of unique system rewards was just pointing out the rare item, energy bottle, right? The mysterious item that even the strict airdrop inspections couldn't detect. It turns out that the little bits and pieces I take for granted are actually someone else's unattainable desires. The system of the groove, no, the powerful system, I won't curse you anymore. Who says the bugs you created are bad? These bugs are simply amazing.
Zhang Ming muttered to himself, faintly revealing a sense of lonely ambition, fully displaying his high standards. Unfortunately, Old Black couldn't understand and thought he was just a frog at the bottom of a well, feeling inferior after seeing a broader world.
Young man, don't feel inferior.
Although your evolution path is weak, I will carry your will to greater heights.
I understand the customs of the Dragon Kingdom. Next year's Qingming Festival, I will burn paper for you and recount my heroic deeds. Now, you can rest in peace.
Old Black stood up and took a step closer to Zhang Ming.
It's time.
He slowly drew out a black gold machete, his eyes filled with murderous intent.
Program rewrite progress, 100%. It really is time.
Zhang Ming suppressed a smile, pretending to be weak from the energy drained by the devolution field, completing his final act.
Goodbye, little brother. Old Black gave the order to remove the devolution field's blockade on Zhang Ming and swung the knife at him.
At that moment, Zhang Ming appeared weak and helpless, in his eyes just a lamb ready for slaughter. But then, with a clear sound, he suddenly woke from his dream.
What? He exclaimed in his native language.
The devolution field that had appeared out of nowhere blocked the machete in Old Black's hand.
No, you. Old Black stammered in surprise, looking up to see that the field device he had just commanded was now affecting him.
Zhang Ming straightened up proudly, a surge of explosive energy coursing through him, his eyes sparkling with vitality, completely shedding the earlier weak demeanor.
This treasure of yours is not bad, but the next second it will be mine.
With a thought, a gravitational magnetic field rose within the devolution field, resonating with the evolutionary energy inside Old Black, forcing it out of his body. In just a short while, Old Black visibly became exhausted, unable to support his strong body, his legs giving way and crashing to the ground, shattering a whole set of tea utensils.
What does that mean? Let's drink tea first.
Zhang Ming picked up his teacup, sipping slowly, using awkward Cantonese to stab at his heart. Old Black broke out in a cold sweat, seeing his cherished treasure being taken away, and in a fit of rage, he spat out a mouthful of blood.
Why? How did you do it? This is a system item. How could you take control of it?
Zhang Ming set down his teacup, grinning, because your system is female, and my system is male.
When your system meets mine, it just doesn't work. Old Black couldn't believe it. Is there really such a saying? Just learn. The culture of the Dragon Kingdom is profound and extensive. It's not something you can fully grasp just by drinking some tea and learning a couple of ancient sayings. My suggestion is that you listen to Sunshine Rainbow Little White Horse a few more times, trace back to the source, and clarify your own identity. This is the Dragon Kingdom. You, a dead black man, dare to come here to kill and rob treasures, while pretending to be cultured, seeking death. Are you still pretending now?
The status of the two shifted, with Zhang Ming standing outside the field, full of vigor, playing the BGM of a Sunshine Rainbow Little White Horse, and passionately expressing all the grievances he had just suffered. Old Black, on the other hand, was hiding inside the field, dejected, listening to the lyrics with repeated that, he was so furious that he spat blood, the energy within him rapidly evaporating. In no time, he collapsed to the ground, unable to move. Big brother, I was wrong, spare my life, I can be your slave, Old Black pleaded desperately.
Zhang Ming snorted, you really have activated the bloodline of your ancestors.
He removed the degradation force field, and with a flash of lightning, he stomped down, piercing Old Black's right palm. Hidden there was a powerful energy pistol, which Old Black had exhausted his last strength to retrieve, attempting a desperate fight. By the way, I won't burn paper for you next Qingming. A cold light flashed. The gleaming blade reflected a dark head soaring high, blood splattering everywhere.
Successfully killed an evolver, reward survival points plus 3,000.
Courage pass reminder, you have gained 65 kill points, Total points now at 101, you can claim a points reward. Triggered the hero's luck buff, obtained a memory fragment from Lee Dabai. Lee Dabai is dead, his system space is collapsing, you can invade and plunder resources. Such good fortune. Brother Dabai, killing you is really profitable. Zhang Ming, following the fluctuations of his thoughts, invaded the storage space within Lee Dabai's system. The entire space had already shattered, a large amount of resources fragmented into pieces, drifting in the air, shattering, and in an instant, vanishing into nothingness. I must be quick. Zhang Ming, quick-witted, used his thoughts to form a massive hand of nothingness, frantically zero-cost purchasing in the shattered space, which could be considered a final tribute to Old Black. Wow, where did Old Black get so many guns? Taking them all. So shiny, is this diamond? Taking it all. Woohoo, there are evolution spirit fruits, Old Black, thanks. What taste, all Western stuff, garbage, don't want. Ha, what's this? In the last moment before the space closed, Zhang Ming caught a glimpse of a palm-sized token, surprisingly able to withstand the tearing of space, remaining unbroken for a long time. Definitely not an ordinary item. Taking it, he grasped the token with his last thought. The next second, everything went dark, and the entire storage space shattered completely. Consciousness returned, and Zhang Ming carefully examined the token he had snatched at the last moment. The token was made of a blood-red crystal, its material indiscernible. The front of the token bore a character he had never seen before, yet he read it naturally. 3? Does it mean the number 3? Why do I recognize this character? Upon reflection, it was the specialization Miaobi he had previously acquired that had given him knowledge of this character. It seemed this was not a script from Blue Star. He inquired with the system about the token, only to receive the reply, "You currently do not have permission to access information about this item." So mysterious. Zhang Ming carefully stored the token away. The more the system concealed it, the more extraordinary it seemed. However, that was a matter for the future. The immediate priority was to tally the rich rewards from killing Lee Dabai. The large amount of survival points and the gold coins bursting from the storage space went without saying, but the kill reward from the Courage Pass made his eyes shine. Courage Pass, current kill points, 101, can claim 1 reward, granted for successfully reaching 100 points milestone. Activate reward. Zhang Ming silently thought. Gain survival points plus 1000, gain a chance to choose a permanent buff. Please select one of the 3 buffs as a reward. Consideration time, 1 minute. As a wave of heat surged, 3 buff orbs appeared in Zhang Ming's view, with the following effects. Open up. If you do not actively collect survival points for over 10 minutes, the system will automatically generate survival points. The generation rate depends on your determination to slack off. Heavy taste. Consuming the mutated organs of exotic beasts can also repair bodily injuries. Overwhelming victory. For each contract servant you possess, you gain a small combat power boost. Zhang Ming pondered briefly, directly dismissing the first buff option. Slacking off was not an option. At 18, it was the age to strive. Moreover, he couldn't go more than 10 minutes without collecting survival points. Harvesting from Chen Shirhan's resentment. Survival point plus 1. Being too excellent doesn't allow me to slack off. As for the second buff, heavy taste, to be honest, the effect was quite good, but it was too conservative, not suitable for someone as greedy as him. When out putting, pushing through all the way, where's the chance to get hurt? Zhang Ming was filled with bravado and directly chose the buff, overwhelming victory. He had currently signed contracts with 4 zombie contracts, and the moment the buff took effect, his combat power increased by 0.4%? What the hell? Just this much. Zhang Ming took a deep breath, comforting himself that even a mosquito is still meat. Forget it, once the number of contracted zombies increases in the future, the buff benefits will also increase. To put it another way, at least this buff has broad development prospects. He brainwashed himself, finally putting a smile on his face. Triggered the hero's luck buff, obtained a memory fragment from Lee Dabai. In his mind, a pure white light point appeared, playing bizarre images. The moment his consciousness touched it, he was completely sucked in. When he opened his eyes again, Zhang Ming found himself in a vast sea of sand. Looking around, the undulating sand dunes seemed frozen into golden waves, extending towards the horizon. The blazing sun hung high, roasting the gravel until it was scalding hot. His feet felt like they were stepping on charcoal, and the soles of his shoes were about to melt. Oh, I'm not wearing shoes, so it's fine. Zhang Ming then realized he was completely naked, arriving in the form of a soul body, with the fierce wind swirling sand and gravel penetrating his body, rushing past without any hindrance. He felt like a transparent passerby, silently observing the evolution of this world. Sorry, Lee Dabai, I'm rubbing mud. A harsh argument erupted behind him, and Zhang Ming knew the protagonist of the memory world, Li Debai, had arrived. He was engaged in old tricks, successfully ambushing from behind, then setting up a regression field, easily taking down an evolver who was traveling with him.
No way, there's only one airdrop, it has to be mine.
Li Debai grinned, revealing his white teeth, which contrasted sharply with his dark face.
Boom!
Suddenly, the ground shook, and the entire sea of sand trembled, kicking up clouds of yellow sand.
A sandstorm was coming?
Zhang Ming followed Li Debai's footsteps to a small hill and looked out. He saw the earth shaking, with a sandstorm tornado over 10 stories high howling towards them. A strange glow was hidden within the sandstorm, dazzling and bright.
The airdrop is over there,
Li Debai exclaimed, his eyes unable to hide his greed. Not just him, Zhang Ming noticed that heads were popping up from various hills, all evolvers coming for the airdrop, radiating impressive energy fluctuations.
Damn, what's up with that woman?
Following Li Debai's line of sight, Zhang Ming saw at the base of the tornado, a girl with wheat-colored skin floating in midair, barefoot, eyes closed in meditation, seemingly brewing something. Beneath her feet was a group of armed guards, numbering over 20.
Ahead, no passage.
One guard warned the many other worldly beings seeking treasure in broken English.
What the hell, a mere ordinary person dares to show off in front of us otherworldly beings?
A hot-tempered, bearded man rose from the sand, riding the howling wind, and in an instant, he was in front of the guard, grabbing his neck and grinning savagely. "Kid, do you dare to pretend with me?"
What the hell? With a bang, the guard ignited the bomb on his body, blowing up along with the bearded man, without a moment's hesitation.
Zhang Ming widened his eyes, carefully observing and discovering that there was a trace of evil light lingering in the eyes of this group of guards. They were like puppets, with an energy line that was extremely difficult to discern pulling at their backs. The source of it all came from the girl floating in midair. These human bombs must be controlled by that girl. This ability is somewhat similar to my zombie contract, but her level of control is even stronger. Zhang Ming squinted slightly, making comparisons in his mind. Someone beside him also noticed the clue and shouted loudly, "That woman is a problem. Shoot her."
Rat-a-tat-tat.
The bullets slanted down but were blocked by an invisible energy shield in front of the girl.
The dense hail of gunfire, for a moment, couldn't inflict any harm on her.
But it wasn't entirely useless. The girl's delicate brows clearly furrowed.
F***K.
The goddess in his heart was violated, and the guards instantly erupted in fury, transforming into a suicide squad, igniting the fuses and charging forward. Explosions roared one after another, sending dust flying and leaving deep craters, which were quickly filled by quicksand. The otherworlders crawled out of the sand pits, covered in dirt. Under the premise of being on guard, the headless flies-like human bombs posed little threat to them, but they still hindered their progress. Taking advantage of this gap, the girl in midair seemed to be brewing something. Suddenly, she opened her eyes, unleashing a seductive purple-red gaze. Just one look made people's minds sway. A second glance might cause them to explode directly.
Everyone quickly lowered their heads, not daring to look directly.
Roar! The roar of the undead suddenly sounded, and terrifying zombies crawled out from the scorching yellow sand beneath their feet, baring their teeth and clawing at them. Li Debai reacted swiftly, dodging this deadly strike. But there was no joy of having survived. His face darkened several shades instead.
What the hell?
He looked around in disbelief, as zombies crawled out of the sea of sand, seemingly endless.
Yamaro, stop, help me. This woman is too sinister, run.
The otherworlders from all corners of the world let out piercing screams. Zhang Ming watched coldly, silently observing the zombies crawling out of the sand pits. At first, their eyes were still dazed, their movements somewhat sluggish. Gradually, a trace of evil light appeared in their eyes, and a vague energy connection extended from the back of their heads to the girl in midair. Roar! In an instant, the zombies seemed to awaken their consciousness, charging at the fleeing otherworlders, their attack methods no longer stiff, even showing some patterns and routines. The previously lazy zombie horde suddenly gained spirit and a backbone, their momentum fierce and decisive. In just a moment, 7 or 8 otherworlders were buried in the sea of sand. Immediately after, they crawled up again as zombies, joining the main force. The zombie horde grew stronger.
There are actually such strong people on Blue Star? To be able to control zombies and form an army in the future, wouldn't that be invincible?
No, my skills are completely insufficient. Zhang Ming shook his head.
The smugness from his increased strength vanished in an instant.
He vaguely saw the girl in midair wave her hand, as if saying goodbye, or perhaps saying you still need to practice. Li Debai used the regression force field to seal off a large number of zombies and fled in panic from the sea of sand.
With his memory interrupted, Zhang Ming's consciousness returned. Zhang Ming said nothing, only ran. He rushed into the evolution chamber and quickly closed the door. Evolution chamber, activate. With a whoosh, a large amount of pale yellow viscous liquid sprayed out from the conduits above the evolution chamber, carrying a faint smell of blood. Zhang Ming shivered. Is this blood urine? He suddenly regretted entering, but it was too late. The chamber door was completely sealed, and he couldn't push it open. Tap tap tap, the various indicator lights inside the chamber lit up one by one, and the program loaded completely. A dazzling current struck the pale yellow liquid, thoroughly activating it. In the blink of an eye, the viscous liquid became clear and transparent. Soaked in liquid, Zhang Ming suddenly discovered that his lungs could extract oxygen from the liquid, allowing him to breathe smoothly. Even more astonishingly, he felt his spirit merging with the evolution chamber through the medium of the liquid. Hello, Evolver. Congratulations on successfully completing the airdrop mission. I am the guide for this mission's rewards, and I am pleased to serve you. A virtual butler appeared in Zhang Ming's mental world, speaking in a gentle voice. At that moment, the butler's virtual image was not yet fully formed, with a warm prompt nearby indicating that he could freely change the butler's appearance, temperament, and more. Facial customization, huh? Then I won't hold back. Zhang Ming thought hard in his mind and created a maid butler in a black silk fox outfit, charming and alluring, with every frown and smile exuding seduction. Master, please feel free to command Daji. The maid butler's voice was sweet and enchanting, making Zhang Ming's spirit soar. The tone was just right, invigorating. Zhang Ming chuckled and asked, Little Daji, quickly tell your master, what rewards do we have this time? Little Daji obediently replied, in light of your excellent performance in this airdrop mission, we present you with the following rewards. First, a free system upgrade for the master, unlocking higher permissions. As soon as the words fell, the liquid surrounding him continuously released weak electric currents that stimulated Zhang Ming's brain. At the same time, a prompt popped up in his internal system. System is undergoing maintenance and update. Update progress, 1%. Little Daji continued. Second, a free baptism package for the master's second stage evolution. Package specification, advanced. Zhang Ming tilted his head. Baptism package? Why does it sound like a health treatment? In fact, it indeed had a similar essence to a health treatment. The liquid around him began to ripple, undulating in layers, crashing against Zhang Ming's body, as if being kneaded and massaged by countless soft little hands, making him feel ecstatic. Hey, not there. Some sensitive areas were touched, causing Zhang Ming's face to flush. Little Daji reassured him, Master, don't be nervous. What we are doing now is a full-body care project. It's normal to feel uncomfortable the first time. I will be gentler. What do you mean by being gentler? It feels very wrong, like I'm being treated like ouch. Zhang Ming couldn't help but exclaim, it hurt. Suddenly, a cool sensation spread through the liquid, as if some medicinal liquid had been injected. Zhang Ming had sustained several minor abrasions from fighting beasts earlier. Then he was hit by a sneak attack from Li Dabai, leaving a dried blood hole in his left shoulder. Every time he raised his hand, it would pull at the wound, causing excruciating pain. At this moment, a certain healing energy was released from the medicinal liquid, and upon contact with the wounds, it immediately began to heal. Initially, it was very painful, but after adjusting, it felt warm. The gruesome wounds visibly healed at an astonishing speed, restoring to their original state. After the treatment, his body seemed even stronger than before, with his skin radiating a faint glow, and subtle patterns emerging. Zhang Ming also noticed that murky impurities were continuously expelled from his pores, making him feel light and completely relaxed. He raised his hand into a fist, feeling a surge of immense power resonating within him. Clearly, this was not a simple healing process. Little Daji said, the full-body care not only repairs the master's injured body but also includes an opportunity for body tempering, making your physical form even stronger. Zhang Ming was very satisfied, but the surprises were clearly not over. A slight suction force surrounded him, expelling the impurities and excess medicinal liquid, then injecting a colorless energy liquid. The moment it touched Zhang Ming, it transformed into a liquid flame, burning fiercely. Finally, it burned down to a wisp of pure energy mist that entered Zhang Ming's body. Little Daji explained, Master, please get ready. We are now officially starting the second stage evolution. There will be a little pain during the process, but just endure it, and it will pass. Zhang Ming felt a chill run down his spine. The first time he evolved, the excruciating pain that hammered every corner of his body made his soul convulse. It was unforgettable. You call that a little pain? Zhang Ming took a deep breath, preparing himself for the torment. But the imagined agony did not come. He felt that energy drilling deep into his mind, causing his soul to tremble. A strange sensation descended, and his consciousness once again returned to nothingness,
arriving before the towering gate representing the genetic lock in the mist. The gate opened, and that wisp of energy mist smoothly entered, with Zhang Ming following suit. Before the second gate, the energy mist began to fluctuate violently, transforming into a battering ram swinging back and forth. It looked poised to launch itself and crash through the second gate. I didn't expect the principle of the genetic potion to be just about crashing through doors, so simple and crude. Zhang Ming watched the unfolding drama, waiting for the door to be smashed. But unexpectedly, just as the battering ram swung to its maximum extent and was about to break through, the door opened by itself. Zhang Ming felt it was unbelievable. Not just him, even little Daji was puzzled. How could this be? So strange. What do you mean? Zhang Ming asked. Report, Master, the second-tier genetic potion hasn't even taken effect yet, and you have autonomously completed the second-tier evolution. Daji searched the system data and has never seen such a thing happen. Zhang Ming pondered for a moment and asked, does it mean that once the door opens, it signifies the success of evolution and the lifting of the genetic lock's restrictions? Yes, and the wider the door opens, the more completely the restrictions are unlocked. Congratulations, Master, your evolution this time is at a perfect level. This means your foundation for evolution is exceptionally solid, and future cultivation in the second realm will be smooth and unimpeded. Zhang Ming couldn't help but smile. Is there such a good thing? After a bit of thought, he realized that this situation might be related to his previous foolishness at the door. At that time, there was a will of pressure inside the door that was subdued by his urination, which obediently opened a crack. Now that Zhang Ming returned for the second time, accompanied by the second-tier genetic potion, that will might have been afraid he would continue to act foolishly, so it simply opened the door wide. It had a sense of beauty in giving up resistance and choosing to enjoy. Speaking of which, it seems the first door hasn't fully opened. Old buddy, why not just open all the doors? The degree to which the doors opened was related to the foundation of evolution, and Zhang Ming naturally wouldn't forget the first door. Looking from afar, compared to the brightness of the second door, the first door seemed somewhat concealed. No one is paying attention to me, so I can only do it myself. Zhang Ming walked to the front of the first door, just loosening his pants, and before he could lower the sweet dew, the door suddenly pushed open to both sides, revealing a wide passage. Zhang Ming grinned. It really worked. Little Daji felt it was hard to believe. Master, you are amazing. Your first-tier evolution level has also reached perfect. The foundation of evolution is becoming more solid. Daji doesn't understand and wants to ask how you did it? Zhang Ming thought for a long time before cryptically saying, Heavenly Chicken, do not disclose. Congratulations, host, for successfully breaking through the second layer of the genetic lock's shackles. Reward survival points plus 1000 consciousness returned, and the system sent congratulations immediately. Zhang Ming quietly felt his body after evolution, discovering that besides a significant enhancement in overall quality, the biggest change was the ability to freely control and operate his energy. Now, the energy within him was the scorching mist born from the influence of the rainforest environment on the ethereal lotus, possessing the characteristics of adhesion and heat. With a single thought, the evolutionary energy within him would transform into energy, giving rise to a mass of red mist that dispersed around his body, forming a protective barrier. Due to his perfect level of evolution, solid foundation, and limitless potential, the rate at which his internal energy transformed was as fast as lightning, and his maximum energy storage far exceeded that of ordinary people. He absorbed all the energy stored in the milk bottle in one breath, and his evolution level barely rose to evolution level 2, 3%. If it were an ordinary evolver with the same amount of energy, their evolution level would at least reach 10%. This meant that at the same progress, Zhang Ming's reserve energy was more than 3 times that of others. Of course, actual combat could not rely solely on quantity. The quality of energy was also crucial. The energy Zhang Ming possessed, Scorching Mist, was assessed by the system as B-grade energy. Above that were A-grade and S-grade. B-grade is just B-grade. Little Daji also said that energy can be enhanced through the refinement of rare materials, so it's possible to reach S-grade in the future. Zhang Ming was confident about this. Little Daji's next words raised his confidence even further. Master, the last item of this airdrop reward is to provide you with an opportunity for a high-level settlement. Compared to the ordinary settlement you conduct every day at dawn, the rewards from a high-level settlement will be richer, and the chances of rare items appearing will be greater. Zhang Ming was genuinely excited now, rubbing his hands in anticipation, exclaiming, Yay, let's get started. Little Daji nodded cutely and guided Zhang Ming's consciousness into the storage space. She gently waved her small hand, and a large nebula gathered at the top of the space, sparkling with starlight, as a supply box slowly descended from the nebula. With a divine expression, little Daji announced, "Master, congratulations on successfully surviving the 5th day of the apocalypse. You collected 103,240 survival points today, excluding consumption, earned 1,920 survival points by contracting zombies, totaling 105,160 survival points. Survival evaluation: in combat, you are unstoppable, whether facing beast attacks or enemy assaults, nothing can hinder you in the slightest. In terms of evolution, you perfectly completed the airdrop task and, with your extraordinary talent, successfully achieved second-level evolution without external assistance, reaching a perfect level, truly unprecedented." To sum it up in Daji's words, "Master, you are my god." Zhang Ming felt flattered and couldn't help but chuckle. It's still little Daji. Compared to that system's bland evaluation, this is truly objective and reasonable. Little Daji put away her shy smile and continued, "This settlement is a high-level settlement. Reward, starry supply box. Open." She called out softly, and the supply box in the clouds opened, releasing a burst of starlight. It transformed into 7 shining stars hanging in the sky, sparkling brightly. Among them, the largest star erupted with dazzling golden light, enveloping the entire storage space in a layer of golden glow, as if entering a golden world. "Let's pick that biggest one first." With a wave of her small hand, the golden star shot out a beam of golden light, infusing it into Zhang Ming's consciousness. Rare item, true transmission paper. Legend has it that when the ancestors of various evolution paths reached the end of evolution and could not break through, they attempted to create a new evolution path, recorded on a special piece of paper. Who knows if this is that piece? Isn't this obvious? Why act mysterious? It perfectly matches my stereotype of the old ancestor. As the golden light dissipated, a thin piece of paper with a golden border appeared in Zhang Ming's hand. The significance of this treasure was so great that his breathing quickened, and his hands trembled slightly. Taking a deep breath to calm himself, he solemnly looked at the paper. Youth. The moment his gaze touched the paper, the golden border on the right side condensed into golden ink, flowing to the center of the paper, transforming into the 2 characters youth. "Is this greeting me?" Zhang Ming suppressed his astonishment and politely said, "Senior, hello." The golden ink on the paper shifted and transformed again, forming a line of small characters. To practice this skill, one must first. And then there was no further text. A chill crept up Zhang Ming's thigh. He saw that all the golden edges around the paper had condensed into ink, reassembling into a complete phrase. To practice this skill, one must first drop blood to acknowledge the master. Zhang Ming let out a sigh of relief. What a mess, it seems there was just no ink left. This old coot really knows how to break sentences, scaring the life out of people. All right. Though he cursed in his heart, Zhang Ming dared not offend these powerful beings in reality, obediently dripping blood onto the center of the paper. The blood was instantly absorbed, but after a long time, there was no response. Just when Zhang Ming thought something was wrong, the golden ink actually began to jump, appearing quite lively, and transformed into 2 large characters, child. The address became more intimate? Zhang Ming was taken aback, and then saw the golden ink write a lengthy passage. The focus of cultivation in the second realm is to select suitable energy to temper the body. The more energy you store, the better the effect of tempering the body. Among them, energy like boundless ocean that can enhance your storage limit is especially precious, and you should quickly seek to replace the scorching mist energy within you. Zhang Ming realized, so the cultivation of energy emphasizes the accumulation of quantity. It seems my understanding along the way has been somewhat off. Nonsense. 2 concise characters appeared on the paper. Zhang Ming was a bit dazed. What was going on? Only looking at quantity without considering quality is useless. Child, you should choose explosive energies like fiery diamond to temper your body at the fastest speed, forge a golden body, break the shackles of the spirit, and step into the 3rd realm. Zhang Ming felt refreshed. Soon, another new theory rebutted. Shut up, you basket case. Child, listen to me, you can't go wrong. The Overlord energy is truly invincible. Once the will of the Overlord is unleashed, who can compete? Overlord? More like a turtle. In the face of my life and death energy, who dares to claim invincibility? Who dares to say they are undefeated? Old skeleton, be quiet. Child, you have a bright youth ahead, why go seek death? I see this little one is fated for romance. It's better to seek my peach blossom energy, to comprehend the true meaning of evolution in the harmony of yin and yang. Wouldn't that be delightful? Pervert, shut up. What are you shouting for, old virgin? I'm just molding clay. Zhang Ming could hardly believe his eyes. How did it turn into a quarrel? And these legendary ancestors seem a bit too down to earth? There's no trace of a lofty demeanor, just constant foul language. If you said this was a street rogue throwing a fit at the market, it would feel completely fitting. Can such people guide my evolution and cultivation? Humph. Zhang Ming wasn't sure if he heard wrong, but it seemed a displeased snort came from within him. Then he saw a baby bottle float out from his body, smashing down hard onto the paper. Ouch! After writing those two characters, the golden ink calmed down. After a moment of silence, it began to write again, much slower, appearing very serious. Child, you are exceptionally gifted. Perhaps you can truly walk that special path. Oh, Zhang Ming became interested, his eyes shining. The golden ink transformed into a gentle stream, flowing slowly, writing at a leisurely pace. There is no limit to the amount of energy that can exist in the human body. However, most evolutionaries pursue a singular energy, gradually eliminating inferior energies. This is because doing so can save evolution time and avoid energy conflicts caused by too many mixed energies within the body. However, there is a method to fuse the absorbed energies, evolving into entirely new energies. But this kind of energy, not naturally born of heaven and earth, will be rejected by the rules of heaven and earth, causing great resistance in the evolution process. The reason I recommend this to you, child, is that we have discovered you seem to have a unique way to counter the will of the heavenly path. Otherwise, you could never perfectly evolve to the second realm without the aid of genetic potions. So, what is your intention? Will you learn or not? This is the fundamental law. Once accepted, it must be adhered to consistently. Think it over carefully. Zhang Ming pondered deeply. If the description of the rare treasures was true, the group of people he was conversing with should all be legendary figures in their respective evolutionary paths. Setting aside their unruly demeanor, each one stood at the pinnacle of evolution. Yet, even they were blocked at the end of the evolutionary road. This indicated that there was a problem with their path. Moreover, Zhang Ming indeed possessed a somewhat unique talent. His consciousness could actually descend into the void space where the evolutionary gate stood, which was truly unfathomable. Not to mention, he could even physically pull down his pants and urinate in front of the gate, which was probably unprecedented in history. Given this, it was necessary to try this brand new path. I will learn, Zhang Ming declared confidently. From the choice of buffs back then, it was clear that he was not a conservative person, rather, he was greedy. It was absolutely unacceptable for him to let go of the rare treasures within reach. As his words fell, the golden ink trembled violently, like pearls dropping onto a jade plate, and was resewn onto the paper, transforming into a profound scripture. I can't understand it, Zhang Ming replied honestly. He vaguely heard a helpless sigh, and then saw the scripture inscribed in golden light entering his mind. A sense of mystery arose, and Zhang Ming captured a fleeting, indescribable insight. This feeling was ephemeral, and he urgently needed to acquire new energy to verify it. His gaze swept over to two closely adjacent stars in the nebula. Two beams of starlight injected into his consciousness. Wind Spirit Fruit, second-tier mid-grade evolutionary fruit, with the energy Gentle Breeze, which can make the body lighter. System rating, C-grade. Wind Walking Step, second-tier energy technique, paired with wind walking energy. The energy even comes with a matching technique? Zhang Ming was astonished, but now in a state of enlightenment, he had no time to comprehend the technique and focused entirely on the fusion of the energy. As he swallowed the Wind Spirit Fruit, a cool sensation surged through his body, ultimately crashing into the evolutionary gate deep in the clouds. In no time, a wisp of gentle breeze floated out from within the gate, drawn to his body. With a thought, Zhang Ming urged the evolutionary energy within him to transform into the gentle breeze energy, swirling around him. Instantly, his clothes fluttered, resembling a celestial being. But the good times didn't last long. The self-operating scorching mist within him came into contact with the gentle breeze, triggering an abnormal energy riot. The wind fueled the fire, and the fire borrowed the wind's might. The two energies completely spiraled out of control, wreaking havoc within him. Put! Zhang Ming spat out a mouthful of blood, but he didn't panic. Enduring the excruciating pain, he silently operated the fusion method he had learned. Gradually, the two violent energies began to calm down, approaching tranquility. Eventually, with the guidance of Zhang Ming's mental hand, a small cluster of scorching mist attempted to make contact with the gentle breeze. The two sides cautiously touched it first, then slowly became familiar, until finally merging seamlessly into a drop of dark red liquid. Even the system didn't know what to call this newly born energy, but its power was extraordinarily impressive. Little Daji exclaimed, "Master, this droplet of energy might be rated S-grade." Zhang Ming was overjoyed and named it Primordial Energy, symbolizing the energy's first birth and embodying his beautiful vision. Huff, I'm so tired. Zhang Ming gasped for breath. Just fusing this small drop of primordial energy had exhausted all his strength, and his body was a sight to behold, covered in countless wounds. It seemed that the remaining scorching mist and gentle breeze could only be fused later. For now, maintaining the balance of the two within him was already a blessing. "Hey, little Daji, do you still have that potion for body recovery?" Zhang Ming said with a thick face and a smile. Little Daji obediently replied, "Yes, master." A warm sensation spread throughout his body once again. Zhang Ming comfortably soaked in the potion while continuing to check the rewards in the starry material box. From the nebula, a beam of starlight flew out and infused into Zhang Ming's consciousness. Dragon-seeking disc, a type of formation disc that can locate dragon veins in mountains and rivers. The built-in formation can plunder the surrounding corpse chi and gather it within the formation for storage. What is corpse chi? Little Dodgy answered, I'm sorry, Master, I can only answer that question after the world upgrade is complete. Zhang Ming suddenly recalled that the airdrop system had proposed to upgrade Blue Star to an apocalyptic state. This corpse chi is probably something that only exists in a high-level apocalypse. I wonder how the upgrade will be. I hope the world won't change drastically after I exit the cabin. Zhang Ming focused his mind and continued to check other rewards. Basic planting kit includes 10 pounds of low-level energy soil, 10 liters of pure spring water, and 10 seeds of spiritual grain. I can start farming? The innate Shinong bloodline of the Dragon Kingdom people was instantly activated. Zhang Ming remembered that he had previously obtained a branch of the Yanyanshan fruit, but due to the poor soil, the harvest time was exceptionally long. Now with the basic planting kit, perhaps this problem could be solved. I need to buy more land. It's time to set up an apocalyptic survival base, Zhang Ming thought silently. Hybrid beast egg can absorb the blood of exotic beasts, mix genes, and hatch a hybrid beast. Looks like I'm going to be a male mom. Zhang Ming recalled the frenzied slaughter he had done in the rainforest, leaving a pool of beast blood. If this egg could absorb all that messy beast blood, what kind of monster would it hatch? Very curious. Undead ring can contract a corpse spirit to summon in the form of an undead to assist you in battle. Wow! Zhang Ming's eyes lit up. He didn't expect such a treasure. With that, he had collected 7 treasures. Zhang Ming was very satisfied with this high-level settlement. The system is undergoing maintenance and updates. Update progress, 100%. During the installation process, the host needs to enter a dormant state. Just then, the system update was complete. Zhang Ming relaxed his mind and prepared to fall into a deep sleep. He knew that the moment he woke up and stepped out of the evolution cabin would mean he was welcoming another brilliant new life. No sound, but a stunning impact. My name is Zhang Ming, and I'm about to take off again. With a whoosh, the evolution cabin door opened. Fresh air rushed into the cabin, invigorating Zhang Ming. He suddenly opened his eyes, bursting with bright light, his body shining, energy surging, and his physical functions instantly reaching their peak. I've exited the cabin, feeling great. Zhang Ming struck an invincible pose, laughed heartily, and strode out of the cabin, full of vigor. Oh no, where am I? A mouthful of cold wind rushed in, making him instantly obedient. Man, what can I say? Zhang Ming felt incredulous. The evolution cabin he was in was actually being suspended in the air by a helicopter. Ridiculously, this helicopter was actually falling from a great height. Looking up, he saw a stalactite piercing through the tail of the helicopter, emitting thick black smoke. Help! A shout came from above. It was Chuyu, who was actually thrown into midair, tightly held by a bearded man. Brother Ming, you finally woke up. The bearded man's small eyes instantly widened upon seeing Zhang Ming's figure. Get up! Zhang Ming's energy burst forth, and a gentle breeze instantly surrounded him. He pushed his palms upward, creating a cyclone that blew Chuyu back into the cabin, landing safely. The next second, a row of heads popped out from the cabin. Li Fei, Chen Shihan, Liang Yi, and others were all present, their gazes filled with disbelief. His skillful maneuver of capturing flowers amazed everyone. Zhang Ming, thank you for saving me. Zhang Ming and Chuyu waved their hands, smiles evident in their expressions. Mingu, what time is it? Stop flirting. If you keep this up, you'll really end up in prison. The bearded man said with a mournful face. Look at your lack of ambition. Zhang Ming shot him a glare, feeling a bit embarrassed. Then, amidst the gasps of astonishment from the crowd, he boldly jumped from the high altitude. Jumping from hundreds of meters above the ground. Are you trying to die? Zhang Ming can't be awake. He must be dreaming about needing to find a bathroom. Everyone, stop the noise. Just watch my Manga show off. The bearded man had unconditional trust in Zhang Ming. The reality proved his words right. Not only did Zhang Ming not encounter any accidents, but he also moved with carefree elegance. He spread his limbs, letting the breeze envelop him, becoming incredibly light. Like a flurry of petals dancing in the wind, he soared freely, gliding over mountains, weaving through green leaves, creating beautiful waves of air. Finally, he landed gracefully, not touching a single leaf, like a divine being descending from the heavens, ethereal and otherworldly. Damn, this guy is so cool, I'd give him full marks. What are you doing acting cool at a time like this? The plane is about to crash. What should we do? Calm down, just remember what I said. Watch my Manga show off. The bearded man clenched his fists in excitement, knowing just how incredible Zhang Ming's abilities were. "Hold steady," Zhang Ming shouted, his eyes sparkling with eager excitement. Catching a helicopter with bare hands would have seemed like a madman's dream a few days ago, but now Zhang Ming possessed strength that was unimaginable even in dreams. He raised his hands high, a powerful gust of wind bursting forth from his palms, rippling outward, forming a wall of wind that countered the terrifying kinetic energy generated by the falling helicopter. At the same time, a large mass of red mist surged behind him, triggering a sticky effect, adhering to the thick branches of the trees on either side for support. Everything was ready. "Here it comes," he roared, catching the speeding helicopter with his bare hands. The fuselage shook violently, causing his companions inside to tumble and collide, screaming in panic. "He's gone mad. He really isn't awake, and he plans to catch a plane with his bare hands. Oh my, I'm so dizzy. Amitba, Buddha above, grant me safety. Amitba, Buddha above. Buddha won't save fools. The jade pendant of yours is engraved with a Taoist immortal, you idiot." The falling helicopter is affected by gravity and friction. To counter the kinetic energy with Zhang Ming's wind force, it would require, I can't calculate it. Help, I'm still young. I don't want to die. In the narrow cabin, science and theology clashed violently, faith being pulled back and forth between collapse and rebirth, depicting the myriad states of life before death, quite spectacularly. Little did they know, with Zhang Ming around, they would not die at all. "Drink!" Zhang Ming unleashed his full power, energy erupting from him like a volcanic explosion, sweeping through the forest and creating a wide path. Wherever he passed, dirt flew, and trees and rocks shattered. Finally, after 100 meters, he halted the rapidly descending helicopter, averting a disaster of destruction and loss of life. The rotor blades stopped spinning, and the people inside the cabin had yet to react, still screaming in chaos. Zhang Ming walked over and easily removed the cabin door, smiling, "We've arrived, everyone." His voice was like a gentle spring breeze, injecting new life into the nearly withered spirits of those present. "Zhang Ming." Shuyu was the first to react, her legs kicking as she jumped into Zhang Ming's arms, crying uncontrollably, mumbling a bunch of incomprehensible words. It's okay, Zhang Ming let her bump into him, softly comforting her. The remaining people all showed a sense of relief after surviving the ordeal as they descended from the plane, feeling the solid ground beneath their feet. "Zhang Ming, thank you, once again you saved us. We were wrong in the past." Lu Ziwen secretly approached to apologize. Zhang Ming scanned the crowd and noticed that after everything they had been through, his classmates' attitudes towards him had noticeably softened. Even Chen Shirhan no longer displayed a harsh demeanor, instead keeping her head down in silence. Only Pan Zhejun occasionally flashed a hint of resentment in his eyes, likely still holding a grudge over his severed arm. But whenever he met Zhang Ming's gaze, the resentment would dissipate, replaced by a timid attempt to please. This was the change in status brought about by strength. After the battle in the rainforest, no one dared to defy Zhang Ming, fearing that in a fit of anger, he might send them out like the helicopter beside them. "Are you feeling better?" Zhang Ming took the initiative to approach Liang Yi and asked. "Thank you, I'm much better." The cold female warrior Liang Yi rarely showed a hint of a gentle smile, like a glacier melting. "It seems you succeeded." Zhang Ming smiled but did not confirm. "What's going on with this helicopter?" Zhang Ming pointed to the stalagmite stuck in the tail of the helicopter, his expression revealing surprise. This was definitely not a normal situation. Liang Yi said in a low voice, "It was done by the villagers of Shinmu village." "What?" Zhang Ming found it hard to believe. "This stone pillar weighs at least 500 pounds. How did they lift it and insert it into the plane?" Liang Yi lightly bit her red lip. "Zhang Ming, those villagers are incredibly strong. They easily lifted the stone pillar and threw it, hitting the helicopter in midair with precision. I forgot to tell you, while you were sleeping last night, the world changed dramatically. Those villagers have undergone special mutations. They are no longer ordinary people." "Oh?" Zhang Ming narrowed his eyes slightly, a flash of killing intent crossing his gaze. "No wonder they are so confident, actively coming to seek death." He suddenly waved his hand, and a gust of wind howled, scattering a pile of loose stones rushing in from the forest, diverting them from their original path and crashing into the nearby helicopter. With a loud bang, the helicopter's fuel tank exploded, triggering a fireball. The flames illuminated three twisted figures slowly emerging from the shadows of the grass. "You little brat, it really is you. Who are you guys messing with?" Zhang Ming's disdainful attitude ignited the anger of the three. "You arrogant little brat. Yesterday you acted recklessly, ignoring the rules of Shinmu village, forcibly breaking through the blockade and injuring us. Do you think we would forget?" Zhang Ming naturally recognized that the three before him were the troublemakers who had fallen to him yesterday, and he deliberately smiled wickedly. "Oh, I thought it was someone important, turns out it's just a bunch of small fry. What's the matter? Feeling suicidal today and coming to deliver your heads?" The three troublemakers instantly flushed with anger, roaring in succession, "You little brat, don't get too pleased with yourself. The grudge of yesterday's severed arm will be avenged with your blood today. You destroyed my lifeline. Today, just watch me turn you into a eunuch. You bastard, you ruined my right leg. Today I will trample you into a pulp. Behind them, Liang Yi and the others instinctively shrank back, their gazes towards Zhang Ming flashing with a hint of apprehension. So Zhang Ming was this ruthless? He. Zhang Ming sneered. You all seem very confident. The three troublemakers laughed wildly at his words. Ha ha ha, may the ancestral gods grant us infinite power. Today is your day of death. To have you fall into our hands is truly a blessing from the ancestral gods, granting us the opportunity for revenge. Stop wasting words with him, kill him. Zhang Ming slightly narrowed his eyes, noticing the injuries the three had mentioned earlier. The left severed arm, lifeline, and right calf all glowed with a blood-red light, forming a circular monster mark, resembling an ancient tribal totem. In an instant, the three underwent a drastic change, a special evolutionary energy enveloping their bodies. The totem's position flickered with a blood-red glow, each sprouting a round, disc-like tumor, with fine, fuzzy hairs resembling moss growing on the back, and the underside covered in suction cups of varying sizes, making onlookers feel physically uncomfortable, sending chills down their spines. Especially the one in the middle, whose tumor grew at the base of his thigh, was simply grotesque to the extreme. I say, your means of revenge can't just be to disgust me to death, right? Zhang Ming's sharp retort caused the three to flush instantly, their tumors swelling even more. Those who insult the ancestors shall die. The three charged from three tricky angles. Before Zhang Ming could move, Liang Yi behind him suddenly launched a surprise attack, commanding, open fire. The few remaining special team members in the shadows raised their guns and fired. Rat-a-tat-tat. A dense line of fire erupted. The three assailants hurriedly halted, but their faces showed no panic. Instead, a sinister smile emerged. They turned their tumor discs around, using the hard, fuzzy backs to shield against the incoming bullets. Clang, clang, clang. The bullets seemed to hit a wall of copper and iron, producing a metallic roar. Hee, don't waste the bullets, I'll return them to you. Not good. Zhang Ming suddenly flashed and stood in front of Liang Yi and the others. You all take cover. As soon as he finished speaking, the three assailants used the suction cups on the undersides of their tumors to suck up the bullets that had fallen to the ground, transforming into machine gunners from a plant battle game, spraying bullets wildly. The bullets poured out, the firepower even more terrifying than before. Rise! Zhang Ming's clothes fluttered, his hair flying, as he raised an invisible wall of wind in front of him, protecting everyone behind. The incoming bullets lost most of their energy to the gentle breeze, and those that barely passed through the wind wall were enveloped in a red mist emanating from Zhang Ming, rendering them completely immobile. Clink, clink, clink. The metal bullets fell to the ground, and everyone was unharmed. Only Zhang Ming's bangs were slightly disheveled, which annoyed him a bit. Enjoyed shooting, huh? Now it's my turn. The gentle wind blew away the fallen leaves, and Zhang Ming vanished from his spot. Where did he go? Where is he? The three assailants were taken aback. Suddenly, the one in the middle felt a chill run down his spine. I'm right here. Zhang Ming's cold voice echoed in their ears, like a ghost calling for death. The middle assailant reacted quickly, immediately swinging the tumor at his groin, but Zhang Ming easily brushed it aside with the white wind from the outside of his legs. Wind step, a complementary technique of the gentle wind. It allowed him to move swiftly, with the wind at his feet, while also evading certain physical attacks. While Zhang Ming was in the evolution chamber in a state of dormancy, he hadn't completely fallen asleep. His mental awareness was very active, perfect for learning this technique, and he unexpectedly mastered it with ease. This was his first practical application, and although the wind outside his legs was still a bit intermittent and somewhat awkward, he ultimately succeeded in executing it. Such talent made the rare treasure, true transmission on a piece of paper, exclaim, monster. Die! In a flash, a sharp beak appeared in the palm of Zhang Ming's right hand, taken from the broken beak of a rooster. Seeing how incredibly sharp it was, capable of piercing even the rough skin of a big black monkey, he decided to keep it as a weapon. The sharp beak thrust forward, deeply embedding itself into the tumor at the assailant's groin. A piercing noise erupted, and fine barbs grew from the suction cups, tightly gripping the beak, creating sparks from the intense friction. Oh, this is something, but not much. A fierce light flashed in Zhang Ming's eyes as he unleashed a large cloud of scorching mist from his palm, enveloping the edge of the beak, transforming it into a fiery cone that radiated intense heat. Sizzle, the tumor was scorched to the point of curling at the surface, emitting a burnt aroma. The fine barbs, feeling the pain, slowly retracted back into the flesh. The path before the fiery cone was suddenly unobstructed. No, please. The commoners wailed for mercy, but what awaited them was Zhang Ming's merciless gaze. Go down and accompany your ancestors. Flames danced around, and in a surge of heat, a fiery spear struck fiercely, blood arcing through the air. The commoners were cleaved in two, their bodies falling to the ground in succession. "Ah, I will kill you." Everything happened in the blink of an eye. The remaining two commoners, still in shock, watched their companion split in half and could hardly bear it. One on the left and one on the right, they charged forward like madmen. The totems on their bodies glowed with a blinding red light, their speed surging beneath their feet. Before Zhang Ming could make a move, the flesh tumors took the initiative, spitting out suction cups that ensnared Zhang Ming's arms. Each suction cup opened its gaping maw, eager to devour his flesh and blood. Gulp! After just tasting a bit of blood, each suction cup spasmed as if it had consumed something terrifying. The two commoners tried to pull off the suction cups and escape, but they found that the suction cups wouldn't budge. Zhang Ming chuckled, "Since you're here, don't leave." A layer of red mist surged from his skin, activating the adhesion effect, rendering the suction cups completely immobile. "No!" The two screamed in despair, attempting to resist with their frail bodies, but how could they compete with Zhang Ming, whose physique had been reinforced multiple times? Bang! Zhang Ming grabbed the two, smashing them together like striking a gong. With just one hit, they were dizzy and lost all strength to resist. Bang! With another hit, their bones shattered, and their tendons snapped. Bang! With the final blow, the totems extinguished, and the flesh tumors turned into a puddle of mush. The two were devoid of life. Done. Zhang Ming dropped their bodies and casually dusted off his hands. The onlookers behind him were horrified. At first, the villagers found the grotesque tumors disgusting, thinking they resembled monsters. Now, witnessing Zhang Ming's brutal methods, they could hardly tell who the real monster was. Successfully killed a 2-star zombie. Reward, survival points plus 200, corpse energy plus 10. Successfully killed a 2-star zombie. Reward, survival points plus 250, corpse energy plus 12. Received the blessing of the rare item powerful baby bottle. Baby, absorbing more corpse energy will make you stronger, accumulating corpse energy plus 35. Looking at the system prompts that appeared before his eyes, Zhang Ming was somewhat lost in thought. 2-star zombie? Corpse energy rewards? He felt a slight change in his body and realized he had gained a faint enhancement. This corpse energy is a type of evolutionary substance that can be absorbed by the body, transforming into evolutionary energy, enhancing the progress of evolution. The airdrop system once mentioned that Blue Star would undergo a world upgrade. This corpse energy is likely a product of that upgrade. If that's the case, there indeed seems to be a thin layer of corpse energy in the air. Over the years, ordinary humans would accumulate a certain amount of evolutionary substance, leading to slow evolution. After speculating, Zhang Ming inquired with the upgraded system, and the answer confirmed his hypothesis. However, the system's so-called corpse energy was actually a toxic gas that enhanced zombie abilities, which was why it nurtured the powerful 2-star zombies. It seems the bug is still there. The corpse energy that was supposed to bring about the apocalypse has turned into a spiritual energy that allows everyone to evolve. The system is truly something else. Host, you claimed 10 hours ago that you would never curse me again and referred to me as the powerful system, just so you know. Zhang Ming, this guy upgraded and now has a grudge function? Triggered the hero's luck buff, received a fragment of wealth from the villagers of Shenmue, gained dragon coins plus 19. Triggered the hero's luck buff, received a fragment of memory from the villagers of Shenmue, can unlock the journey of memories. Warm reminder, time remaining for the hero's luck buff, 2 hours. Zhang Ming looked at the 19 steel coins that had suddenly appeared in his palm, feeling speechless. What else can I say? I can only thank the system for the little gifts. However, the memory fragments piqued his interest. In his mind, a pure white light point appeared again, and the moment he touched it, Zhang Ming's consciousness entered a memory world. Great Ancestor God, mighty in the rainforest, may the Ancestor God show mercy and grant me supreme power. We shall drive away foreign entities and offer them fresh blood and flesh as thanks for your grace. In a dark cave, incense wafted, and sincere prayers echoed. Zhang Ming saw a group of divine wood villagers, previously beaten to a pulp by him, kneeling in a dried-up pool, bowing to a monstrous stone statue. Each person struck their head until it bled, with blood flowing through the cracks in the stone slab into the spring beneath the statue. Gurgle, gurgle. The next moment, the spring water surged forth, filled with a wave of corpse energy, or rather, spiritual energy. The Ancestor God has manifested. The Ancestor God has manifested. The villagers soaked in the spiritual spring, their injuries rapidly healing. At the same time, totemic marks appeared on their bodies, radiating a blood-red glow. Kill, kill. The villagers regained their spirits, bursting forth with a thunderous killing intent, charging out of the cave. Zhang Ming leaned in closer, wanting to observe the monstrous stone statue carefully. Suddenly, white mist enveloped him, obscuring his vision, and he couldn't tell if it was an illusion or not, but in the mist, it seemed he saw the statue's eyes open, flashing with a blood-red light. The next moment, the memory was interrupted, and Zhang Ming returned to the real world.
Was it the ancestor god who interrupted the memory, or was it a natural break?
Jiang Ming couldn't know, a hint of dread towards the ancestor god growing in his heart. At the same time, he found it hard to suppress his greed. That pool of spiritual spring, purely a product of compressed spiritual energy, was undoubtedly a tremendous treasure for him. In a stone cave.
Jiang Ming couldn't help but start calculating. Jiang Ming. Liang Yi called out twice before Jiang Ming came back to his senses.
Sorry, the battle just now gave me some insights, and I couldn't help but ponder it, which made me lose focus. It's all my fault for being too engrossed in martial arts, my bad.
What a show!
Liang Yi thought to herself, who gets so engrossed in martial arts that they have a silly grin and drool at the corners of their mouth?
Ahem, what do you need me for? If it's just to thank me, then there's no need.
With great power comes great responsibility. This is what we strong ones should do. Of course, if you represent the government and want to reward me 100 or 80,000, I wouldn't mind.
Jiang Ming struck a pose like a wise man, making Liang Yi roll her eyes.
Here, take this. She forcefully shoved a tablet computer into Jiang Ming's arms.
Hey, in front of so many people, you're just giving gifts openly? That would be so inappropriate. How about just transferring the money? My account is.
Liang Yi shouted, what nonsense are you talking? I'm asking you to look at the news. Jiang Ming's face stiffened, but his gaze was quickly drawn to the information on the tablet. In this remote mountain area, only Liang Yi's military-grade computer could use satellite signals to receive the latest news from the outside world.
Headline news. Major explosion.
The spiritual energy of Blue Star has revived. All over the world, the horn of evolution and awakening is sounding, opening a new chapter for Blue Star. At the entrance of Anjia community in Nanjing City, an iron tree suddenly bloomed, producing glowing fruits. According to on-site reporters, the fruits were snatched by citizens, causing a riot.
Citizen Mr.
Lu was originally a vegetative state, but after waking up, he actually turned into a plant.
He even needs photosynthesis. Whoever blocks his sunlight, he gets angry with.
For this, he killed 3 security personnel who tried to stop him, his strength far exceeding that of ordinary people.
Bystanders were astonished. Is this what you call a vegetative person?
An outbreak of wild beasts occurred in Ishan City, with a large number of spirit monkeys rushing into the urban area, causing chaos, looting, and fires, injuring countless people. The Ishan City government immediately launched a military response, only to find that ordinary bullets could not penetrate the skin of the spirit monkeys at all. Ishan City is in grave danger and has sent out distress signals to surrounding cities, urgently needing firepower support. In Fenglin City, ancient trees rise from the ground, piercing the clouds and casting a vast shadow, making the urban area seem to fall into eternal night. Experts say that the distribution of spiritual energy in the air is uneven, with famous mountains and rivers blessed by heaven and earth, rich in spiritual energy. Recently, various forces have launched fierce battles for the mountains, and war is on the verge of breaking out. After reading this news, Jiang Ming had only one thought: the whole country was in chaos.
Jiang Ming, what do you think? Liang Yi asked immediately as Jiang Ming put down his tablet.
What do I think?
Jiang Ming joked. I'm just standing here watching. What else can I think?
Liang Yi replied irritably. I mean, seeing such a huge change in the world, what are your thoughts? To be honest, the government is now recruiting a large number of special talents, including people like you who have systems.
Joining now comes with generous benefits. Think about it?
Jiang Ming looked at her deeply. He didn't expect that the government now had more and more intelligence, even knowing about the existence of systems. I'll think about it. I have important matters to attend to.
Important matters?
Liang Yi was momentarily stunned, then reacted as she heard the sound of a helicopter rotor behind her. The support helicopter had arrived, followed by several villagers from Shenmu village leaping through the forest.
You go ahead. Be careful.
The two exchanged few words. Jiang Ming used his wind step, leaping 100 meters away in a single bound. In no time, the screams of the villagers echoed through the dense forest.
Thanks to Jiang Ming's assistance, Liang Yi and the others successfully boarded the rescue helicopter, flying towards the rainforest's edge.
Little sister, don't worry about Minggu, he's very capable and will be fine. Brother Hu noticed Chuyu staring out the window, fearing she was too worried. Unexpectedly, Chuyu shook her head and said, No, Brother Hu, I feel something has changed. She turned her head, and her eyes actually sparkled with a pink glow.
What the? Little sister, you've mutated?
Brother Hu was shocked. At the same time, in another corner of the cabin, Lu Ziwen exclaimed in disbelief, Han, why has your hair changed color? The sound of the rotor blades whirred overhead as Jiang Ming withdrew his gaze from the distance. Now that he had no worries, he could fully unleash his abilities. Just moments ago, he had obtained memory fragments from killing a villager from Shenmu village. This time, the memory revealed the location of that mysterious cave.
Ancestral god, huh? Let me see what's going on. He tossed the corpse into the pool of blood and headed alone into the depths of the rainforest. The fog grew thicker, and his killing intent intensified. Put! Zhang Ming pulled his sharp beak from the head of a monster, splattering blood everywhere. This creature had the head of a fox, a body like a wolf, but its tail resembled a snake. It was clearly a failed product of evolution. You have successfully killed a first-tier beast. Reward, survival points plus 150, corpse energy plus 10. Since the revival of spiritual energy, the beasts in the forest had become extremely ferocious, thinking they were invincible and biting anyone they saw. This made Zhang Ming's killing intent very heavy. He felt like he would chop twice even if he saw a mosquito. A strong smell of blood wafted from afar, and Zhang Ming knew he was close to his destination. Following the direction in his memory, he returned to the location of the initial airdrop point. He had been slaughtering madly here, leaving a pool of beast blood. The hybrid beast egg obtained from the airdrop mission required a large amount of beast blood for hatching, so he stopped by to collect the beast blood. Zhang Ming suddenly stopped, sidestepping to hide behind a tree trunk. He carefully pushed aside the leaves and observed ahead. He saw 5 village women dressed as peasant women at the edge of a blood pool. It's still the people from Shinmu village. Zhang Ming immediately noticed the totem marks glowing on the women's bodies. One after another, grotesque lumps emerged from their breasts or bellies, opening suction cups that plunged into the blood pool, greedily feeding. Damn it, how dare they steal my blood? Without a second thought, Zhang Ming charged out. He had fought fiercely to gather this small pool of beast blood. If it were easily stolen by a few village women, he would be furious enough to make a Buddha appear and another ascend to heaven. He first tossed the hybrid beast egg into the blood pool to soak, then shouted, "Stop!" The village women trembled in fear. "You little brat, calling out like that. You almost scared me to death. Who do you think you are? How dare you tell us to stop?" One of the women cursed. Zhang Ming was slightly surprised. He didn't expect these women not to recognize him. He had thought he was already on Shinmu village's blacklist, destined to be hunted down. It seemed these women held a low status in the village and hadn't received the same information. Otherwise, they wouldn't be here doing the dirty work of cleaning the battlefield and sucking up the leftover blood. But then again, not recognizing him and cursing like that showed their lack of quality. Since that was the case, Zhang Ming decided to drop the pretense and retorted, "A few old hags, are you deaf? Can't you hear me telling you to stop?" "Oh." One of the women rolled up her sleeves and sneered, "Seeing us like this, you still dare not to run? You've got some guts, little bunny." Zhang Ming mocked, "Heh, you old lumps, with your growth sticking out. Can't you at least show some decency? Those who insult the ancestral god shall die." One of the women charged at him, launching a deadly attack with sharp claws aimed straight at Zhang Ming's forehead. To them, Zhang Ming was just a stranger. After a few exchanges, they actually went for the kill. Their hearts were ruthless to the extreme. However, this suited Zhang Ming just fine. "If you seek death, then don't blame me." Fiery mist emerged from Zhang Ming's forehead, binding the woman's fingertips and rendering her immobile. Not good. She tried to pull away, but the sharp beak that appeared in Zhang Ming's palm had already plunged deep into the lump on her breast. "Ha, so weak?" Zhang Ming was surprised. This time he didn't even add the fiery mist, and the beak pierced straight through the lump, turning it to mush. The woman died on the spot. "Run!" The other women, who had thought Zhang Ming was just a lost tourist, were shocked. They never expected that their sister, enhanced by the ancestral god, couldn't even last a round against him. They quickly retracted their suction cups and fled. But how could they outrun Zhang Ming, who possessed the wind-walking step? A fierce wind swept through, and one head after another fell to the ground, blood gushing forth in 4 streams, splattering into the sky. Yet not a drop landed on Zhang Ming. His speed was too fast. By the time the blood gushed, he was already resting on a large stone among the grass, processing yet another burst of memory fragments. Damn ancestral god! That cursed village chief! Zhang Ming was furious after reviewing the memories. From one woman's recollection, he learned that not every villager could receive the ancestral god's baptism. Usually, only the village chief's capable subordinates were granted such an honor. Others who wished to gain this precious opportunity had to make sacrifices, and the usual way to sacrifice was to offer their tender children to the ancestral god. Zhang Ming never imagined that in this information-rich age, there could still be such ignorant villagers. It was only after seeing another woman's memories that he learned that the sacrifice of children was not the intention of these women. They had been brainwashed. In the memories, the village chief wore a mask adorned with runes, and once it was placed on a woman's head, she would immediately obey and develop an infinite reverence for the ancestral god. Even the cries for help from the children ringing in their ears were directly ignored, as they focused solely on gaining the approval of the ancestral god. They knelt devoutly before the statue, allowing their innocent children to turn into blood and flow into the cold spring. Damn it! In the end,
the memory showed a woman's husband receiving orders to lead a team to a campsite near the highway. The news indicated that a school was organizing a summer camp, gathering a large number of students. For that damned ancestral god, it was a feast of fresh blood. The entire village mobilized more than half of its forces to rush there. Each one was an evolved being blessed by the ancestral god, and ordinary security forces could not stop them. Gurgle, gurgle, the beast blood in the blood pool was completely absorbed by the hybrid beast eggs, leaving intricate patterns imprinted on the surface of the white shells. A heavy aura of evolution emanated from within the eggshells, making Zhang Ming's heart itch with curiosity about what kind of monster would hatch from them. Good baby, you sleep well for now. There will be better beast blood to feed you later. He transformed into a nurturing figure, gently caring for them. The egg shook slightly, emitting a mysterious wave, as if responding to Zhang Ming, which made him even more delighted. Carefully storing the beast egg, Zhang Ming took out a ring engraved with a black skull. Undead ring, can contract a corpse spirit to summon in the form of an undead to assist you in battle. The moment he put on the ring, he felt a sensation and sensed that there were contractable undead nearby. Following the feeling, he walked forward until he arrived at a massive mountain of corpses. Old buddy, what a coincidence! Among the blood sea of the nearby corpse mountain, only the strongest black monkey had produced a corpse spirit. Zhang Ming raised the ring and aimed it at its body. Come on, baby! With a whoosh, a ghostly light shot out from the black monkey's corpse and was absorbed by the ring. Undead servant, black explosive monkey, evolution level, first stage, 78%. Summoning cost, 666 survival points, duration, 3 minutes. Tisk TSK, the monkey isn't very durable. Zhang Ming pouted. However, having multiple helpers was always a good thing. They might prove effective at a critical moment. Zhang Ming got ready and rushed toward the campsite mentioned in the memory fragments. He wasn't keen on being a savior, but with a group of innocent children about to meet a tragic end at the hands of the wicked, it was impossible for anyone to turn a blind eye. Moreover, those evolved wicked beings were all walking survival points. This was not just about killing, it was about picking up money. More importantly, weakening the armed forces of Shenmue Village was indirectly weakening the power of that ancestral god. To be honest, that monster had been absorbing blood power, seemingly striving to revive, which made Zhang Ming uneasy. Kill! Zhang Ming stepped on the breeze and rushed forward. The Wansong River flowed through the Shenmue rainforest, nourishing this land, known as the Mother River of the Shenmue rainforest, nurturing countless subjects. However, at one bank of this mother river, her devout subjects were currently engaged in heinous acts that no amount of river water could wash clean. Please, spare the children. I am willing to do anything. A bald middle-aged male teacher, having thrown away all dignity, knelt at the feet of a group of wicked villagers in Shenmue Village. In response, a merciless fist smashed his head, turning him into a headless corpse. Then go die. The men are useless, but the female teachers can be kept for fun. Hee hee, the female teachers from this noble school are quite appealing. As the deputy head teacher of Class 3 in the first year, Jiang Lin watched in horror as her partner, Teacher Gao, was brutally killed before her eyes, her face drained of color. But she could not show fear, for there were still 25 students from Class 3 hiding in the school bus behind her. She spread her arms wide, like a mother hen protecting her chicks, determination welling up in her eyes. I'll go with you. Can you let the children go? Don't, Teacher Jiang. The children behind her cried out in anguish. Hee hee, that depends on your performance. If we have a good time, maybe we can consider it. Two ruffians from Shenmue Village leered as they approached Zhang Lin, one of them reaching out with a filthy hand, a lewd grin on his face as he tore the floral dress off her. With a whoosh, a sharp wind swept by, revealing a glint of cold light. Just as the lecherous ruffian was about to claw at Zhang Lin's ample chest, he found his hand immobilized. With a splatter, a thick line of blood shot out, and he watched in horror as his wrists fell to the ground. Like to play, huh? I'll play with you, came a mocking voice, and no one noticed how Zhang Ming had arrived. When he spoke, everyone finally realized there was a tall figure standing on top of the school bus. Ah! Only then did the ruffian with the severed hand let out a scream. The previous strike had happened so quickly that his sense of pain seemed to lag behind. It's you, that damn kid. The two ruffians recognized Zhang Ming. They were the ones who had been beaten to the ground the day before. New grudges and old resentments ignited a furious rage within them. Their totem marks instantly burst forth with dazzling light, each growing a flesh lump the size of a grinding disc, exuding an overwhelming aura. Teacher Jiang. Zhang Ming completely ignored the two ruffians, pulling a coat from his space and handing it to Jiang Lin to preserve her dignity. He then softly instructed, "Please take care of the children. If possible, have them close their eyes. It's going to get a bit bloody." As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Ming dashed forward, sleeves billowing as he struck, simultaneously pressing down on the chests of the two ruffians and retreating quickly, moving the battlefield away from the school bus. He found himself caught in the pincer attack of the two flesh lumps, both arms being sucked in, the fine barbs cutting into his flesh. Not good. The two ruffians suddenly realized that Jiang Ming's body was far too tough. No matter how the barbs scraped, they couldn't even break the skin. His blood was even more problematic. Once consumed, the flesh lumps would convulse violently. "How's that? Fun?" Jiang Ming's mocking voice echoed in their ears, sending chills down their spines. One of the ruffians trembled. What kind of monster are you? Why can't even the power of our ancestral god do anything to you?" "Ancestral god?" Jiang Ming felt a twinge of sarcasm, his gaze drifting first to the male teacher lying dead on the ground, then to the female teacher who was on the verge of being violated, and finally to the innocent child peeking through a gap in their hands, covering their eyes. Each of them was covered in dirt, their tender faces marked with various bruises and scratches, tears wetting and drying and wetting again. All of this was caused by the so-called ancestral god in the mouths of these scoundrels. A beast that devours rotting flesh and blood dares to call itself a god? An unnamed fury ignited within Jiang Ming's heart. He had never been this angry before. The energy within him, influenced by his emotions, began to boil unconsciously. Scorching mist erupted from his pores, while a layer of fresh air enveloped him. Though they did not truly merge, they achieved a perfect overlay. The scorching mist flowed along the path of the fresh air tinged with the heat of the mist. Wind and fire intertwined, layering a scorching gale on the outside of his arms, resembling a flaming curved blade. This was not a change in the essence of the energy, but rather a transformation in the way the technique operated. Just like the technique Windwalk from the Clear Wind set, Jiang Ming, in a state of extreme anger, birthed his first self-created martial art. He named it Angry Wind Palm. "As for you two, you're nothing but the dogs of beasts, worse than beasts." With a downward sweep of the angry wind palm, the scorching gust transformed into a blazing curved blade, piercing through the flesh tumor's suction mouth. It created a dazzling display of blade flowers, sometimes slashing horizontally, sometimes cutting diagonally, tearing the two apart into pieces, yet before any blood could flow, they were burned to black ash by the intense heat. The clear wind swept by, leaving nothing behind. Only the raging waves of When Kang roared, striving to wash away the sadness in everyone's hearts. Successfully killed a 2-star zombie, reward, survival points plus 300, corpse energy plus 36, successfully killed a 2-star zombie, reward, survival points plus 350, corpse energy plus 41. The system's pop-up kill rewards calmed some of Jiang Ming's inner fury, and the scorching wind in his palm receded, transforming him back into the sunny, neighborly big brother. "Is everyone alright?" His radiant smile pulled the children back from the depths of despair, and they wiped their tears, bursting forth with the youthful vitality appropriate for their age. "Big brother, you're so handsome. That last palm strike was amazing. First it swiped through, then it pulled back, and finally whoosh, turning them to ashes, simply invincible." Yeah, I saw it too, but you got it wrong. It was clearly a rush forward first, then a swipe." At the age of 13, when they were particularly dramatic, listening to the children's enthusiastic praises, Jiang Ming's resentment was significantly purified. "Your spirit has been purified, gaining spiritual foundation plus 6, special reminder, in the third stage of evolution, the third layer of the human genetic lock will be unlocked, generating a special biological energy in the mind, spiritual power. The key to unlocking the third layer of the genetic lock lies in accumulating a certain amount of spiritual foundation during the second stage of evolution to break through the mental shackles of the human body. Good people are indeed rewarded. I merely did a good deed casually, and unexpectedly received a pleasant surprise." Since that's the case, Jiang Ming suddenly chuckled and said to the innocent children, "Little brother, you praised me so well just now. Your voice was loud and your emotions were full. So, can you say it again? Little brother, huh? And that little sister over there with the bow, yes, you. You said you captured my heroic pose, right? Come on, take a few more shots, let me change my pose. Little sister, Standing aside, Teacher Jiang was about to say thank you, but suddenly it got stuck in her throat, and she couldn't say it at all. Teacher Jiang, do you want to praise me too? Don't be shy, come on." Teacher Jiang was speechless, feeling as if she had turned the tables, as if she had become a student being forced by Jiang Ming, the teacher, to answer questions. The key was, she didn't even know how to respond. Thank you, little handsome guy, for your life-saving grace. In short, I'm very grateful." Jiang Lin, a language teacher, was supposed to be eloquent, but today, facing Jiang Ming's naked gaze, she suddenly found herself at a loss for words. After a long time of brewing, she managed to squeeze out just a few words, making her blush. "It's useless." Zhang Ming sighed, feeling a bit disappointed. Neither Jiang Lin's gratitude nor the children's flattery had once again produced the effect of spiritual purification. It seemed that such opportunities could not be forced, and could only be left to nature. "Hero big brother, can you go save my sister?" A little boy with red eyes bravely stepped forward, pleading with Zhang Ming. "Save your sister? Where is she?" The little boy rubbed his sore nose and said bravely, "She's in class 4 of the first year next door. She didn't have time to escape and was taken away by those bad guys." Zhang Ming's expression darkened, almost forgetting that this summer camp was attended by the entire grade. He had only saved one class, class 3. "Teacher Jiang, how many classes came to this summer camp?" "A total of 6 classes. At the time of the villain's ambush, 3 classes didn't manage to escape and were directly captured. The remaining 3 classes took advantage of the chaos to scatter and flee." "All right, you all stay put and don't move. I'm going to rescue them." Zhang Ming turned to leave, but his arm was grabbed by Teacher Jiang. "Jiang Ming?" Jiang Lin explained, "I'm going with you. This summer camp has outdoor adventure activities, and each teacher and student is equipped with a watch that has GPS tracking. If I go with you, I can help guide you, and the students know me, so they will trust that you are here to rescue them." That made some sense. Zhang Ming didn't hesitate and directly picked up Teacher Jiang, holding her in his arms. "Ahem, time is tight and the task is heavy. Teacher Jiang, I apologize for the offense. This way we can move faster." Teacher Jiang accepted Zhang Ming's rough action with a voice as soft as a mosquito, burying her face tightly in his chest, afraid that the students would see the blush on her face. "Students, listen to the bus driver uncle and don't run around. Teacher Jiang and I are going to rescue people." In an instant, Zhang Ming transformed into a gust of wind, disappearing from the spot while holding Teacher Jiang. "Just now, did Teacher Jiang blush?" "Not just her face, I saw Teacher Jiang's neck turn red too." "Hee, Teacher Jiang just happens to be single, she matches well with this big brother." Yeah. The students giggled, covering their mouths, enjoying the gossip. "Turn right ahead, go straight for 500 meters. Zhang Lin transformed into a voice navigation system in Zhang Ming's arms, issuing clear commands. Zhang Ming didn't need to think at all. He followed the instructions and headed straight to an open forest area. Beneath his feet was a yellow school bus that had overturned, with children hiding inside, sobbing softly. 3 ruffians from Shenmue village stood by the bus, grinning sinisterly, ready to claim their prey. "Who is it?" The sound of rushing wind overhead made them look up instantly, staring at Zhang Ming's position. Just a second ago, they were still dozens of meters apart, and the next second, Zhang Ming appeared like a ghost. Holding Jiang Lin in his arms did not affect his speed at all. The furious wind palm swept through, transforming into flaming curved blades that danced up and down, illuminating the dim eyes of the children inside the bus. "Isn't that Teacher Jiang? Is the big brother holding her boyfriend? So handsome. Teacher Tang, Teacher Wang, we're saved. Teacher Jiang brought her boyfriend to rescue us." Hearing the excited shouts of the children, the 2 homeroom teachers of class 4 could hardly believe their ears. They had just crawled to the window to take a closer look. With a loud splash, a large amount of blood splattered across the bus window, startling the 2 into a scream. What happened? Then came the strange creaking sounds, and the interior of the bus suddenly felt weightless as the vehicle was abruptly righted by some strange thing. The 2 homeroom teachers rubbed their confused heads, and the bus door was suddenly yanked open with a loud bang. "Old Tang, Sister Wang, it's me, Xiao Jiang." Zhang Lin's voice came through, which made them feel somewhat reassured. But the next second, their hearts skipped a beat. They saw Zhang Ming, covered in blood, bursting into the bus with waves of heat, revealing a bright smile. "Hello, students. I'm the big brother who just rescued you from peril. Let me ask, was my previous set of smooth moves cool or what?" "Cool. Big brother, you're awesome." The 2 homeroom teachers didn't see Zhang Ming's actions, but the students by the window had a clear view. They cheered enthusiastically, letting out excited screams. Zhang Ming nodded in satisfaction. He had to put on this act. "But it's not a matter of bad taste, rather. Your spirit has been purified, gaining spiritual depth +9 indeed. The heartfelt praise from the children is the best remedy for healing the soul." Xiao Jiang? What on earth is going on?" The homeroom teacher of class 4 quietly inquired of Jiang Lin. "Sister Wang, there's no time to explain. Quickly take the students to meet by the Wansong River. We need to hurry to save people." With a whoosh, a breeze swept through the carriage. In the next moment, Zhang Ming disappeared with Jiang Lin in his arms. Teacher Wang was astonished. Where did this Xiao Jiang find a boyfriend? That was too fast. "Classmate Xiao Jiang, I'm here. May I ask where the next rescue location is?" "Turn left in 200 meters ahead, slide down the slope, and then go straight for 900 meters. Zhang Ming and Jiang Lin's cooperation became increasingly tacit, and their relationship grew closer as they joked to lighten the atmosphere. It was the first time Jiang Lin was held in the arms of a strange man. At first, she instinctively made a defensive move, crossing her arms over her chest to prevent them from getting too close. But at this moment, she had completely relaxed her guard, allowing her softness to press against Jiang Ming's chest, making it a bit hard for him to breathe. Fortunately, the journey wasn't far, and Jiang Ming quickly arrived at the third rescue location. This time, luck was on their side. The teachers from Class 1, using the dense forest for cover, shook off the pursuit of the troublesome villagers from Shinmu Village, immediately hiding the school bus and letting the students take refuge in a cave while waiting for rescue. "Teacher Chen, I'm Jiang Lin. Quickly let the students out. We need to escape to the riverbank to meet up." Teacher Chen, being older and somewhat rigid, said sternly, "No, I can't risk the children's lives. We must hide and wait for rescue. Those despicable guys are nearby, haunting us." Before he could finish, 5 bodies of the troublesome villagers from Shinmu Village fell from the sky to the ground. "It's okay, Teacher Chen, they are just shadows now." Jiang Ming landed gracefully, a gentle breeze surrounding him, as if an immortal had descended. Teacher Chen adjusted his heavy glasses, feeling surprised. It wasn't until he heard Jiang Lin's explanation that he sighed in relief and sullenly thanked Jiang Ming. "Thank you, young brother, for saving our lives. Students, come out quickly. It's safe now. It was this big brother who saved us." Jiang Ming waved his hand, conjuring scorching mist to incinerate the bodies on the ground, preventing the students from seeing the bloody scene. Then he revealed a brilliant smile, reaping a wave of spiritual depth. The positioning signals of the remaining 3 classes students disappeared behind that mountain. "The enemy's main base should be there," Teacher Chen analyzed. "Alright, I'll go rescue them. This time it's quite dangerous. I'll go alone." Jiang Lin once again grabbed his arm, her eyes burning with intensity. "When you come back, I'll wash the clothes you lent me and return them to you." Jiang Ming understood the deeper meaning in her words and smiled slightly. "Okay, I'll come back to find you for some language lessons, to add some ink to your belly." After saying that, Jiang Ming turned to leave. In a corner where no one was paying attention, his smile instantly vanished, and a murderous intent filled his eyes. "Shinmu Village, I'm coming." The ancestral land of Shinmu Village. In front of the dark cave entrance, the villagers had built a wide altar with wood. Nearly 100 captured teachers and students were bound hand and foot, arranged neatly like offerings, categorized by age and gender. But it was evident that the number of offerings was insufficient. They were still short by half. "Why does it take so long to catch a bunch of defenseless little kids?" The old village chief of Shinmu Village, no longer looking pale and emaciated, straightened his back and questioned the villagers below. "Chief, I don't know either. I've already sent 2 groups of people out to search, but there's been no response." Could something have happened? The chief felt uneasy, and an extremely annoying young figure involuntarily surfaced in his mind. "Has the 3rd one we sent out to find that brat returned?" The villager shook his head. "There has been no news." "Not good, something might have happened. I'll go personally." "No need for you to exert yourself." A loud roar came from below the altar. Immediately, 2 hurried gusts of wind sounded, and 2 corpses of villagers flew in. The old village chief was careless and didn't dodge, getting hit by one of the bodies, rolling on the ground and inhaling a mouthful of dust. "Put!" He blew the mud from his mouth, glaring at the figure approaching from below the altar. "It's you again, you unprincipled brat," Jiang Ming said coldly. "Not dead yet, old man?" Without further ado, both sides had long-standing blood feuds, and today they must determine who would live and who would die. "Kill!" The old village chief waved his hand, and more than a dozen strong villagers revealed their totem marks, instantly transforming into grotesque flesh monsters. "Die, brat!" The villagers attacked from multiple directions, unleashing their full strength without holding back. They had absolute respect for Jiang Ming's power, but the gap between them had long since become a chasm. Their proud fleshly assaults were like paper in front of Jiang Ming's furious palm. The scorching wind from his palm swirled, creating a fiery whirlwind among the crowd, leaving behind a trail of lacerated skin and gushing blood, eliciting a chorus of painful screams. But that was not enough. Jiang Ming stepped lightly, appearing like a ghost behind every villager trying to escape. His scorching palms sliced through flesh like mud, leaving them utterly bewildered. In less than 3 breaths, 7 or 8 heads fell to the ground, blood gushing forth, quickly sealed by the high-temperature steam. The remaining villagers, terrified and panicked, stumbled towards the village chief, shouting, "Chief, save me!" The chief just reached out his hand, only to catch a pool of boiling hot blood. Gurgle, gurgle. More heads rolled at his feet. "It's your turn now, old man." White steam wafted, revealing Jiang Ming's eyes filled with murderous intent. The old village chief's heart trembled. It was impossible to say he had no regrets. If he could do it all over again, he would never have agreed to Li Fei's request and provoke this great Buddha. But now, there was no choice but to fight. The old village chief put on the dark red mask with runic markings from his waist.
Brat, you forced my hand. The mask seemed alive, with tentacles resembling octopus limbs emerging from within, clinging to his head, using their suckers to frantically drain his blood and flesh.
Ah, 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 he cried out in pain. In an instant, he became thin and dark, like a dried corpse. But the mask changed from dark red to bright blood red, with 2 dazzling blood beams shining from its eye sockets. You brat, you forced me to activate the ancestral artifact, then let's go to hell together, ha ha ha. As the old village chief laughed maniacally, the 8 tentacles on the mask suddenly shot out like arrows, thickening and lengthening under a surge of bloodlight, racing towards him from all directions. But Jiang Ming had no intention of fleeing. Instead, he charged forward, stepping into the wind and actively countering, dancing gracefully within the tentacle trap. The furious palm strikes created a whirlwind of hot air, devouring the tentacles within. Each contact left the tentacles scorched, with charred blood holes appearing. Eventually, the tentacles could no longer endure, voluntarily abandoning the bird parts, severing their tails to survive, trying to escape.
Where do you think you're going?
Jiang Ming grabbed a severed tail, using its recoiling force to quickly close in on the old village chief. His right hand gathered a terrifying wave of heat, ready to strike down on the chief's crown, when suddenly, an unexpected change occurred. The mask on the chief's face actually split in two, revealing a dark crevice that erupted with a terrifying suction force. The air around twisted, and the surrounding light and warmth were quickly sucked away, leaving a bone-chilling cold. The energy in Jiang Ming's hands extinguished in an instant, and he felt as if he had been frozen, losing the strength to resist. You little brat who doesn't know the rules of martial arts, finally got tricked by this old man. Ha ha ha. The old village chief's arrogant voice did not come from reality, for Jiang Ming could see through the distorted air that he wasn't even opening his mouth. The voice appeared directly in his mind.
Immediately after, Jiang Ming witnessed a scene that sent chills down his spine.
A terrifying suction force descended upon his consciousness space, attempting to draw out his soul. Kid, your soul can become nourishment for the resurrection of the ancestral god. It's your honor. The old village chief watched as Jiang Ming's soul was gradually pulled out, believing victory was in his grasp, and couldn't help but show off.
Honor your honor.
Jiang Ming directly communicated with his thoughts, spitting out fragrant words. The old village chief's spirit stiffened, and the more he thought about it, the more something felt off. Logically, Jiang Ming's soul should be in a very unstable mental state during the pulling process, making it impossible for him to emit such a powerful mental transmission.
But how could he? Wait, why can't I continue to think? Oh no, my mental state is terrible. Ah, damn it.
Why is my soul being sucked into that brat's mind instead?
Ulu, I'm mentally disordered.
Seeing his soul slowly return and generate a counter-suction force, Jiang Ming's tense heartstrings relaxed.
Phew, good thing I'm more skilled.
To be honest, he was indeed startled by the old village chief's insidious soul-sucking trick, his mind in turmoil. But it was also in this situation that the mental foundation stored deep in his mind was awakened. They constructed a mental protective wall, intercepting the old village chief's mental invasion.
And out of self-preservation, they attempted to absorb and reverse to eliminate future troubles.
Unexpectedly, after trying, he found it was not difficult at all. The old village chief merely borrowed external forces to gain the ability to suck souls. In reality, his mind was empty, with no reserve of mental foundation at all. In a soul struggle, it is said that the brave win when paths cross.
You have nothing. How can you have the courage to fight?
After a moment of stalemate, the old village chief's soul decisively fell behind, continuously being sucked back by Jiang Ming.
You were enjoying the sucking just now it's my turn. Ah, no.
The old village chief's mindset instantly collapsed, having tried to cheat but ended up losing. With a click, the old village chief closed the mask on his face, forcibly interrupting the soul-sucking process to preserve his remaining soul from being devoured.
It was as if the play button had been pressed. Jiang Ming's paused actions resumed normalcy.
The furious palm he held aloft reignited with energy, and with one slap, he sent the old village chief flying. Thanks to the protection of the mask, he didn't lose his head and managed to save his life. However, the backlash on his spirit was extremely severe. The old village chief's head throbbed painfully, and his mind was in a daze. Coupled with Jiang Ming's slap, it completely ended any possibility of resistance. He was like a candle flickering in the wind, as if the fire of life would extinguish in the next moment.
Village chief.
Another group of villagers rushed over to support the old man. They were numerous, but no one dared to take a step forward to attack Jiang Ming. Each one was filled with apprehension, already terrified by Jiang Ming's merciless slaughter. Village chief, we are no match for this little brat.
Why not let him go and plead for mercy?
Yes, young people are usually easier to talk to. If we say a few nice words, maybe he'll let us off the hook. Village chief, let Xiao Rou plead. That kid is in love for the first time, and he definitely won't be able to resist a beauty. The village chief struggled to lift his head, looking at a young girl with braided hair and a bulging chest, and asked, "Xiao Rou, are you willing?" For the village, whether it's killing or marrying, Xiao Rou is willing. The girl stood up, opened her clothing, and swayed her hips towards Zhang Ming.
"Handsome guy, my name is Xiao Rou. I represent Shinmu village and want to talk about peace with you, you see."
With a loud crack, blood splattered everywhere. Xiao Rou's head spun rapidly and fell at the village chief's feet. The expression on her face was exactly the same as before they set off, that deliberately forced fake smile.
"Xiao Rou, you bastard, I'll fight you to the death."
Several emotionally charged villagers rushed out recklessly.
"Come back,"
the village chief shouted urgently, but they were too fast to stop.
What returned were one bloody head after another. "Talk about peace?"
Zhang Ming sneered, his eyes filled with murderous intent. He could not forget his teacher lying in a pool of blood, nor the despair on the children's faces.
If these beasts succeeded in the end, how many more horrific bloodbaths would occur? How many families would be destroyed? Now they want to play the victim? Pretend to be pitiful? Go talk to the king of hell underground.
Zhang Ming charged into the crowd like a madman, crazily harvesting lives, and wherever he passed, the hot wind stirred, heads falling one by one.
"Village chief, if this continues, the village will be doomed. Ancestors, please save us."
At the moment of life and death, the old village chief revealed a bitter smile and said, "What ancestors?
It's just a blood-sucking monster."
This was truly a thunderclap from a clear sky. The villagers around him couldn't believe their ears, thinking he must have gone mad, otherwise, he wouldn't say such blasphemous words. They were all born and raised in Shinmu village, and the education they received taught them to honor the ancestors and maintain reverence for them. Only then could they receive the ancestors' protection. Anyone who dared to desecrate the ancestors would surely face divine punishment. Because the ancestors were legendary terrifying beings, capable of calling the wind and rain, moving mountains and filling seas, with astonishing powers. The old village chief was originally the one who upheld this belief most thoroughly in the village. How could he waver in faith at the moment of reflection?
Even concoct such nonsense that the ancestors were great demons?
When a person is about to die, their words are kind.
I, the old man, truly do not want to hide this from you. But,
the villagers were at a loss for words, looking at each other.
But we have no way out.
A strong flame ignited in the old village chief's murky eyes.
Even if it is a great demon, we can only fulfill it now. Because, this little brat in front of us is even more terrifying than that monster.
Even if we turn to dust, we must avenge this village's destruction.
The people around were startled by the old village chief's sudden ferocity and nervously asked, "Village chief, what do you want to do?"
The old village chief forced out a chilling smile. "Don't blame me.
Let's all go together. Hell will be livelier."
He pressed his gaunt face against the mask, ominously saying, "You won, but you must not lose next.
I want him dead."
Then, he became relieved, a certain mental barrier in his mind shattered. In the next second, the mask seemed to come alive again, spontaneously drawing a chilling smile with bloodstains at the mouth.
In an instant, a demonic wind surged in the cave behind, and faintly, mad laughter could be heard. "Don't blame me."
After the village chief said his last words, he closed his eyes. The villagers were all confused, but soon, they were shocked by the strange changes in their bodies. The totem marks on each person spontaneously lit up, the demonic light blooming bloodily and terrifyingly, and growing brighter and brighter, completely out of control. Zhang Ming felt a pang of anxiety and suddenly pushed a villager away, retreating. At the moment they crossed apart, the totem on the villager shone to its utmost brilliance. Immediately, with a loud bang, the villagers exploded, turning into a rain of blood. Organs and chunks of flesh fell to the ground in a chaotic mess.
Human bombs? No.
Zhang Ming was astonished to discover that the villagers themselves were unaware they would explode.
Confusion and despair were evident on everyone's faces. What on earth is happening? No, I don't want to die. Who can save me? Damn ancestral god. I'm just trying to survive. Bang bang bang. The explosions continued, sounding like firecrackers outside during the new year, crackling incessantly.
One by one, the villagers fell into pools of blood, turning into puddles of gore. This certainly saved Zhang Ming a lot of trouble. He hardly had to lift a finger, and the entire village was annihilated on its own. But the strangeness of the situation cast a shadow over him.
What was the old village chief planning by detonating all the villagers? That laughter just now was.
Zhang Ming was startled. In his confusion, he suddenly noticed the mask that had fallen to the ground was floating on its own. A sinister smile was drawn in blood at the mouth of the mask. In the next moment, the blood seemed to come alive, transforming into a gaping maw the size of a basin.
Come,
He vaguely heard that word. The mouth made a sucking motion, stirring up a gust of eerie wind. Jiang Ming found himself in the midst of it, feeling no unusual sensations. But every piece of flesh that fell to the ground now reflected a bright, bloody totem mark. One by one, they floated up, drifting toward that giant mouth. A dense mass of blood and flesh surged from all directions, sending chills down the spine. After the mask swallowed a large amount of flesh, it slowly extended blood-red tissue outward from its center, a process that reminded Jiang Ming of 3D printing. As the flesh continued to accumulate, the shape of a monster began to take form. Jiang Ming recognized it. It was the ghostly stone statue he had seen in his memories, the ancestral god spoken of by the villagers. The blood-red chunks intertwined in the air, forming a bizarre network, while the floating mask pulsed like a heart. When the last piece of flesh merged with the mask, a thunderous drumming sound suddenly echoed within the cave. Boom, boom, boom. The ground cracked open with countless scarlet lines, and thick blood plasma gushed from the crevices. A spine covered in barbs grew beneath the mask, and ribs curled outward like thorns, each bony spike adorned with undigested chunks of innards. Most horrifying was the face originally belonging to the old village chief, the bronze mask now perfectly fused with the flesh. Finally willing to show yourself? Jiang Ming's knuckles turned white from clenching. A translucent body floated in the blood, resembling a stingray-like creature stretching 7.5 tentacles, each tipped with suction cups lined with sharp teeth. The human face protruding from the creature's back suddenly opened its eyes, radiating a chilling red glow. 3,000 years. The blood demon stretched its newly formed body, its voice sounding like a chorus of countless vengeful spirits. No matter how strong the seal, it can never trap me. Jiang Ming suddenly felt a difficulty in breathing. The air around him thickened like blood, and tiny beads of blood appeared on his skin. Warning: the host has encountered the ancient blood demon vampire stingray that has slept for 1,000 years. This time, it's really over. Survival points plus 1,000. Consider it a share of the feast. The system in the groove. Jiang Ming cursed inwardly. His gaze toward the blood demon remained fierce, and he scoffed, just a blood demon, and it dares to call itself a god. What a joke. Ants. In a fit of rage, the blood demon wildly slammed its tentacles against the ground, sending stone chips flying. Do you know what price you must pay for ruining my 1,000-year blood sacrifice? Jiang Ming saw blood jade fragments continuously falling from its demonic eyes. With every word it spoke, rotten flesh fell from its jaw, clearly indicating that this awakening process was somewhat abrupt, and its power had not fully recovered. Yo, are you in a bad mood this morning? Jiang Ming suddenly flicked a stone at the blood demon, hitting its half-formed tentacle that had just begun to regenerate, mocking, "Those new little tendrils of yours are crisper than the cured sausages in the village. Lying underground for thousands of years, and you've wilted?" The blood demon's blood pressure surged, its entire body turning a deep red. "And, I will kill you." 3 tentacles shot through the air, the first one striking down like a steel whip aimed at Jiang Ming's head. Jiang Ming leaned back to dodge, the moment of contact brushing his nose with the foul-smelling slime, nearly making him gag. As the tentacle smashed into the ground, he used the suction cup still attached to his foot to propel himself into the air, a cloud of dust exploding behind him, obscuring his vision. Suddenly, 2 gusts of wind rushed in, the second and third tentacles twisting together in midair, transforming into blood whips that lashed out fiercely. Jiang Ming twisted in midair, unleashing a furious palm strike, using the cyclone that erupted from his side to shift 3 feet sideways, narrowly avoiding the terrifying lash. This guy's tentacles are tough. They seem able to withstand my combined force. As Jiang Ming landed, 2 more tentacles burst from the ground, attempting to wrap around him like a DNA sequence. Humph! Jiang Ming's energy surged, and he unleashed a series of furious palm strikes, transforming into a fiery whirlwind that danced within the encirclement of the 2 tentacles. Thunderous explosions echoed from below. The tentacles that had emerged from the earth writhed like scalded snakes, smoke billowing from every seam of flesh. Ah! A pained howl came from afar as the blood demon erupted in fury, drawing out its last 2 bloated tentacles. Jiang Ming prepared to counter, but found these 2 tentacles suspended in midair, not descending. Compared to the others, these 2 tentacles released black mist from their suction cups, threatening to burst forth. Jiang Ming guessed the opponent's tactic and struck first, tearing off his tattered outer robe and spinning to swing it, using the momentum of wind and fire to compress the toxic mist into a ball that rebounded into the suction cups. Then, as the blood demon howled in agony from its own misdeed, he dashed forward, stepping onto the still extended tentacles, advancing 3 zhang and appearing directly above the blood demon's main body. "Your whip technique is worse than a noodle chef at Hey Di Leo," Jiang Ming taunted, his fingertips bursting with a gust of wind, forming a blade of wind aimed at severing the last half of the blood demon's tentacle. This tentacle was underdeveloped and had been protected by the blood demon beneath its abdomen, clearly appearing to be a weak point. Keek, the blood demon let out a triumphant cackle. The last half of the tentacle suddenly split into a mass of smaller tendrils, carefully avoiding the wind blade, and like a climbing tiger, it instantly covered Zhang Ming's body, binding him in midair, rendering him immobile. "Ant, you're too tender to fight me. Ahaha, die." Each tendril opened its suction cups wide, a multitude of poisonous fangs piercing into Zhang Ming's flesh, forcing a muffled groan from him. Such young blood, this taste is truly. The look of ecstasy on the blood demon's face froze into an expression of disbelief. "Your blood, why does it have a scent that makes me tremble?" Keek, you should be afraid. This is what you wanted to drink." Blood trickled from the corner of Zhang Ming's mouth, yet he continued to smile, allowing the suction cups to tear his wounds to the size of a bowl. A torrent of blood surged into the blood demon's body, causing it to convulse violently, its very soul trembling. "To fight me, you're the one who's too tender, old bide." Zhang Ming had long discovered that his blood seemed to naturally restrain the villagers of Shenmu village when he fought them. Although he didn't know the reason, it was effective. So, he played along, boldly charging right up to the blood demon. "If I could shatter this bastard with a single slap, that would be best. If not, I could trick it into sucking blood." Sure enough, the stupid monster fell for his scheme and was now in a state of fear, mentally deranged, standing there like a fool. "Good opportunity. Big black monkey, it's you." Zhang Ming was bound by the tentacles, unable to move, and could only pin his hopes on the undead black monkey with whom he had just signed a contract. Bang bang bang! The black monkey appeared, imposing and mighty, beating its solid chest like a drum, but it stood there dumbfounded, looking around, unable to find where the enemy was. "Behind you, you idiot!" Only then did the big black monkey turn around, see its master trapped, bare its teeth, and roar in anger, biting down on the tentacle, trying to help its master escape. After biting for a while, saliva dripping everywhere, the tentacle remained unscathed. It couldn't bite through. With big, tearful eyes, it looked at Zhang Ming, appearing extremely wronged. "What use are you to me?" Zhang Ming took a deep breath, trying to adjust his emotions, and controlled his thoughts to send a drone flying out from his storage space. This was the regressive force field he had obtained from Li Debai earlier. As a surge of energy flowed, a special gravitational magnetic field poured down. The tentacles crawling on Zhang Ming slowly loosened, instinctively shrinking back to avoid the influence of the force field. "Quick, you idiot!" The big black monkey reacted, let out a roar, and with brute strength, tore the tentacle apart, helping Zhang Ming successfully escape. Ouch! The blood demon snapped back to reality from its daze. As its blurry vision finally focused, Zhang Ming's desperate strike, fueled by all his energy, appeared in its suddenly constricted pupils. "Die, old biting!" Flames and mist swirled, and the wind howled. Zhang Ming expended all his energy, unleashing a devastating blow. The furious palm, wrapped in a tempest of wind and fire, struck the blood demon's tender abdomen, tearing a gaping wound like a ravine. Flesh exploded, turning into a rain of blood, with numerous fragmented limbs and organs falling out. The blood demon's massive body melted away like a sundae ice cream, rapidly shrinking, its thick tentacles wilting and drooping lifelessly to the ground. It let out a grinding whimper, the blood jade in its demonic eyes shattering completely, vitality visibly draining away. "Damn ants, dare to destroy my foundation, I will flay you alive and devour you whole." But just as its breath was about to fade, a blood light erupted in its shattered eyes. The human face protruding from its back twisted into a black hole-like gravitational vortex, unleashing a terrifying suction. This move was reminiscent of the soul-sucking technique the old village chief had used with the ancestral artifact. Zhang Ming sensed something was off and quickly tried to escape with lightning speed, but he didn't expect the opponent's suction to be even more domineering than the old village chief's. He had clearly moved 3 positions away, yet he was still pulled back. "Useless, die." With a mad roar from the blood demon, the gravitational vortex twisted and turned. That suffocating feeling resurfaced. The air around him bent and twisted, light and warmth were rapidly sucked away. Zhang Ming felt a bone-chilling cold, his spirit and evolutionary energy wildly dissipating, rendering him completely immobile, like a leaf in a small boat, helplessly being devoured along the vortex's path. "Damn! This guy's spiritual foundation is deeper than mine." Zhang Ming's head spun, feeling as if his soul was about to detach. The last time, in the battle of soul pulling, he had easily won due to the old village chief's impoverished spiritual foundation. This time, he had encountered a tough opponent. The other party was a 1,000-year-old demon. Although its strength was not at its peak, the repaired spiritual foundation was something a young man like him could not contend with. With a slight struggle, his soul quickly fell behind. The terrifying suction descended upon his consciousness space, gradually pulling his soul away. Not only that, Zhang Ming discovered that the soul-absorbing ability of the old demon was even more domineering. It was not just the soul, but even the evolutionary energy within his body was being crazily devoured. If it weren't for the old demon's wariness of Zhang Ming's blood, it probably wouldn't spare even flesh and blood. Encountering a millennium-old demon, do I really have to exhaust all my strength and still be unable to defeat it? Zhang Ming felt a surge of frustration, and in a daze, he sensed an unusual fluctuation arising within him. Is this the birth? A dark red droplet of energy broke free from the confines of his body, being drawn away by the gravitational vortex. It was the product of Zhang Ming's first mastery of energy fusion, the result of merging the scorching mist energy and the gentle breeze energy, birth energy. The name was meant to embody his beautiful expectations for the first fusion of energy, mixed with feelings akin to a father hoping for his son to become a dragon. Now, unexpectedly, it was being devoured by the blood demon, completely strangling his hopes for growth in the cradle, filling Zhang Ming with immense anger. You bastard! He unleashed his final mental will and cursed loudly. This reaction delighted the blood demon. You're anxious. You're anxious. The blood demon immediately relaxed its guard, revealing an expression of enjoyment. I didn't expect that you ants would have such pure energy within you, truly a treasure. It gulped down the droplet of birth energy, and the smile on its face just began to ripple before it instantly froze. Why aren't you laughing? Don't you like it? The smile wouldn't disappear, it would only shift. Zhang Ming's angry expression vanished in an instant, replaced by the mocking smile of the demon. Life is like a play, all depends on acting. When the birth energy within him began to ripple and transfer outward, he knew this was his only chance to turn the tide. He didn't know the specific effects of the birth energy, but the terrifying power it emitted at birth was still fresh in his memory. Now, nourished by his vitality, the power of the birth energy had become restrained, only exuding a rich evolutionary aura, making it particularly enticing. With a little concealment, it could easily be disguised as a treasure hidden deep within his body. Thus, Zhang Ming went with the flow, staging a tragic drama. No matter how deep the blood demon's thoughts were, it had ultimately slept for thousands of years, and its mind had rusted. How could it compete with Zhang Ming, who spent his days immersed in scheming short stories, a 5G surfing player in the canyon? You ant, dare to act against me. In a fit of rage, the blood demon became furious, but then it was gone. The birth energy silently erupted within its body. Its massive form was first sliced into tiny fragments by a dense array of wind blades. Then, crimson mist surged forth, flames bursting into existence, burning the flesh fragments to ashes, scattering them into black dust. Only the twisted, snarling human face protruding from its back spat out unwilling fury, dying with its eyes wide open. Look, you're anxious again. Zhang Ming's timely mockery became the last straw that broke the camel's back. He vaguely heard a roar. This ancient demon, active for millennia, was literally killed by its own rage, its eyes completely shut, its vitality dissipating along with the black dust. Clang! A bronze mask and a blood-red pearl fell from the black dust. Zhang Ming recognized the bronze mask. It was the one the village chief had used to unleash the power from the blood demon. However, upon careful observation, Zhang Ming found that the mask was now more complete and glossy compared to before. It seemed to have been restored, nourished by the blood demon. As for the blood pearl beside it, Zhang Ming had never seen it before, but it didn't stop him from revealing a greedy gaze, because he sensed a pure energy aura emanating from the pearl. Soon, a system prompt appeared before his eyes. Incredible, you actually managed to counterkill the ancient demon corpse blood-sucking manta ray. Has this old demon become muddled from sleep? It seems the payment for the feast was given too early, but I'm still happy that you survived. Host, reward survival points plus 5,000. Zhang Ming was so angry that his teeth itched. Ever since the system upgraded, its emotional range had become much richer, but it kept hinting at wanting to feast, which was unbearable. Demon Artifact Vampire Mask, a legacy artifact from the ancient demon corpse vampire manta ray, successfully repaired. After wearing the mask, as long as one consumes their own blood, they can activate the inherited power of the vampire manta ray. A warm reminder, using the inherited power is like having your period, you will continuously lose blood, so be careful not to bleed to death. Damn it, you know quite a bit. I told you to update, and you went and updated this random knowledge, right? Zhang Ming couldn't help but complain as he picked up the vampire mask, feeling a bit uncomfortable. The item is good, but the price of having to deal with my period every time I use it is really a bit twisted. He silently put away the mask, thinking he should prepare some sanitary supplies in his storage space when he had the chance. There's no helping it, boys also have those few days every month. Vampire Manta Ray's Demon Core contains the energy blood thorn, which can be absorbed. A glint of excitement flashed in Zhang Ming's eyes as he clenched his fists. In less than a day, he was about to gain his third type of energy. Zhang Ming felt himself igniting. With the help of the rare item energy milk bottle, he successfully absorbed the energy blood thorn. As soon as this power entered his body, his blood boiled and burned. Each blood bead seemed to be dancing a tap dance inside him, wanting to break free from the confines of his blood vessels. The rhythm of the dance made his soul tremble, and the energy balance he had painstakingly established between the clear wind energy and the scorching mist energy was quickly shattered, plunging his entire being into a chaotic frenzy of energy. The three types of energy inside him were in a state of "you finish singing, and I take the stage," turning into a chaotic mess, crazily boiling with Zhang Ming's flesh and blood as the main ingredient. While Zhang Ming remained silent, merely spitting blood. The frequency of his blood spitting frightened the surrounding teachers and students, making their hearts race. The students' scientific worldview was greatly impacted. Does a human body really have this much blood? They directed their puzzled gazes at the biology teacher, who was sweating profusely, exclaiming "not human," and silently deciding to remove any questions about blood content in the human body from the upcoming exam. Just as the biology teacher felt relieved about this decision, he suddenly realized that deleting just one question was far from enough. Under the terrified gazes of hundreds of teachers and students, the blood that Zhang Ming spat out actually gained vitality, transforming into tendrils of blood thorns that swayed in the wind, continuously elongating, thickening, and then intertwining to form a blood-red cocoon, wrapping Zhang Ming inside. "Damn biology, I'm never teaching again," the biology teacher completely gave up. The students couldn't hide their amusement, all filled with the most primitive curiosity, observing Zhang Ming in the blood cocoon, their hearts filled with a certain expectation, eager to see what astonishing form Zhang Ming would take when he broke free from the cocoon. Thump! Thump! Occasionally, a strong heartbeat could be heard from within the blood cocoon, alleviating some of the teacher's worries. "This little handsome guy saved us. We can't just leave him in this desolate mountain. Let's carry him back." Heave ho! Surrounded by the crowd, Zhang Ming received the kind of attention reserved for heroes. Yet, he was treated like a wild boar, hoisted onto a stick and carried down the mountain. There was no other way. The shell of the blood cocoon was very prickly, and the men carrying him had no choice but to resort to this method. Fortunately, Zhang Ming felt none of this. His consciousness had long been deeply immersed within his body, silently operating the fusion method he had learned. He felt the three distinctly different energy auras clashing within his flesh, battling against each other, sometimes fighting individually, sometimes the clear wind and scorching mist joining forces against the enemy, the battle particularly fierce. His flesh was collapsing and shattering with each collision, yet during the ceasefire, it slowly healed with the nourishment of the blood cocoon. The repeated tugging went on for an unknown amount of time until Zhang Ming's numb consciousness finally sparked with a glimmer of insight. Three distinct energies, finally showing signs of merging. Things are looking up. With a sigh of relief, Zhang Ming's awareness completely sank into darkness. The light of dawn will cross the darkness, breaking all fears. I can find the answer, even if I have to go against the light, dispelling the darkness, shedding all burdens, no longer alone. In his ears, the vibrant singing of children rang out. Although their pitch was somewhat off, the emotion was fervent, igniting a flicker of warmth in Zhang Ming's weary mind, jolting him awake. What came into view was a dilapidated bus. The ceiling of the cabin was marred with various shocking cracks and depressions, and the surrounding windows were shattered to the point of being nearly unrecognizable, cold night air pouring in. Zhang Ming's spirit lifted, and he instantly understood his situation. He was sitting on a school bus, returning with classmates from summer camp. Judging by his position, he was lying in the last row. Hey, which school has such good conditions, with the last row of seats on the bus so soft? Zhang Ming straightened up, his head feeling as if it were spinning in a vast, soft cloud, a faint, elegant fragrance wafting through the air. Looking up, two mountain peaks burst through the clouds, standing tall. They bounced with the bumps of the bus. Wow! Zhang Ming thought to himself, closing his eyes with lightning speed, pretending nothing had happened. A light exclamation came from above his head. Zhang Lin reached out her delicate hand to touch Zhang Ming's forehead, confirming that his temperature had dropped, the worry in her eyes easing considerably. Great, the fever has gone down. She sighed in relief and picked up a wet towel from a basin nearby, repeatedly wiping Zhang Ming's face. At the same time, she couldn't help but admire his strikingly handsome face, a memory stirring in her mind. The moment she received Zhang Ming from her colleague, she was truly taken aback. At that time, Zhang Ming was completely wrapped in a blood cocoon, exuding a nauseating stench of blood, with thorns growing all over the cocoon, making it impossible to approach. It wasn't until the blood cocoon broke open, revealing a body with luminous skin and well-defined muscles, that it was almost embarrassing to look at. She wanted to run, but Zhang Ming's pained groans instantly softened her heart. After trying various positions, it was only when Zhang Ming lay on her soft thigh that he finally settled down, falling into a baby-like sleep. This kid knows how to enjoy himself. The sharp comment from their homeroom teacher, Mr. Chen, drew playful grins from the classmates, making Zhang Lin blush even more. Don't go. In his dazed state, Jiang Ming murmured these words, causing Jiang Lin to abandon her plan to escape. So, with a flushed face, she quietly stayed by his side, continuously wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, occasionally listening to his incomprehensible mumblings, accompanying him all the way.
Is it a dream?
Jiang Ming suddenly thought. During his deep sleep, he seemed to have had a long dream. In the dream, his parents appeared. But they were not like the parents he remembered who died in a car accident. The parents in the dream looked incredibly tall, radiating brilliant light, almost like deities. Yet, even such beings could not stop their steps from leaving.
Don't go.
The short phrase sent a shock through Jiang Ming's heart, seeming not just like a dream mumble, but more like words once truly spoken, deeply etched in his memory.
Perhaps it's not just a dream.
For the first time, Jiang Ming felt curious about his origins, especially the blood flowing through him, which even ancient beasts like the vampire stingray feared immensely, utterly unfathomable.
Teacher Jiang, is the big brother awake?
3 curious little heads poked out from the front row, interrupting Jiang Ming's tangled thoughts. Not yet, but the fever has subsided, Jiang Lin replied gently.
The big brother's fever has gone down, but it's transferred to Teacher Jiang. Look, Teacher Jiang's face is all rosy. Are you saying that?
Teacher Jiang's face turned red all the way. It's normal, big brother is so handsome, if he lets you hug him, you'd blush too.
The classmates chattered and teased, making Jiang Lin's neck turn completely red. She straightened her face and said sternly, Are you 3 dissatisfied with the amount of homework? Fine, go back and add 10 more calligraphy exercises each.
No way. Big brother, wake up, help. Teacher Jiang is too warm in your arms, you must be addicted to lying down. Jiang Ming deliberately twisted his body, turning his back to the classmates, and continued to pretend to be asleep. At that moment, waking up to the children's unabashed gazes made him, a socially anxious person, feel a bit embarrassed. He simply chose to continue basking in the warmth, feeling the bumps of the school bus, surrounded by a faint fragrance, letting his thoughts drift. Oh, he felt a sinking sensation. Sensing the new changes within him, every cell couldn't help but cheer and leap with joy.